Chapter 1. The Xuanning Continent. Luoxian City. The Su family is one of the three prominent families in Luoxian City, currently holding its annual family test. Xuanning, who had just awakened from slumber, discovered that he had traversed into another realm. He felt quite disheartened, for in his previous life, he had ventured abroad on business, only to meet with misfortune. The plane had encountered an accident before even landing. This is a fantastical world, and today marks the Su family's grand competition, where the victor is rewarded with a second-tier elixir from the family treasury. This body, also named Xuanning, had begun cultivation at the tender age of 3 after 13 years of arduous training. He had attained the first level of the martial apprentice realm. Within the family, he bore the notorious title of Waste. Just yesterday, he had been jilted by Yeching Chung of the Yi family, one of the three great families of Luoxian City, which had led to his untimely demise from sheer indignation. He was utterly astonished. It was precisely due to this Xuanning's demise that he had found himself transmigrated as a traveler. It would be rather unusual not to inhabit the body of a so-called waste. The trope of being jilted was familiar to him. Before his transmigration, Xuanning had been a lowly wage slave, an orphan with no ties. Thus he bore no resistance to this new existence. Having arrived, he resolved to make peace with his circumstances and strode towards the family's martial arts arena. Upon arrival at the arena, he became the target of ridicule. Can you believe Xuanning still has the audacity to show up? He was rejected by Yeching Chung yesterday, making our Su family the laughingstock of Luoxian City. After 13 years of cultivation, he remains a mere martial apprentice. If it were me, I would have dashed headfirst into a wall. No, that would be too painful. If I were him, I would simply drink poison. Yeching Chung is the most prominent genius of the younger generation in Luoxian City. She has now been taken under the wing of the sect master of the Luoxian sect, a feat far beyond the reach of a waste like Xuanning. Yeching Chung, who had once been betrothed to Xuanning, hailed from the Yi family, another of the three esteemed families of Luoxian City. Their parents had been close friends in their youth, leading to the arrangement of this engagement at their births. However, after Xuanning's parents went missing 10 years ago while searching for medicinal herbs in the fabled Fallen Demon Valley, the relationship between the two families gradually soured. Following their disappearance, Xuanning's standing within the Su family plummeted. Moreover, not long ago, the prodigious Yeching Chung had caught the attention of the sect master of the Luoxian sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Liuli dynasty, who took her on as a personal disciple. Thus, the Yi family seized the opportunity to annul the engagement, for how could such a paragon of talent be wed to someone like Xuanning? The annulment represented a significant blow to the family's dignity. The Su family, wary of the Luoxian sect's influence, had no choice but to acquiesce. Nonetheless, the incident turned the entire Su family into a subject of mockery among the populace of Luoxian City. As a member of the Su family, the disdain toward Xuanning was palpable. Listening to their derisive remarks, Xuanning bore an expression of indifference. They spoke of the deceased Xuanning. What concern was it of the current Xuanning? In the realm of Xuanning, there exist various levels of martial prowess: martial soldier, martial general, martial master, martial sect leader, martial monarch, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, and martial god. After 13 years of cultivation, yet still only at the first tier of martial soldier, he was indeed deemed a failure. It was only natural that he had been rejected. He understood this well. As for vengeance, it was of no concern to him. Xuanning, brother, you have arrived. A melodious voice accompanied the appearance of a youthful girl, brimming with vitality, before Xuanning. Her name was Xian Li Shui, the daughter of his third uncle, though not of his uncle's bloodline, but rather an adopted child. Despite lacking the Xian family blood, her talents are remarkable, rivaling even those of Yeching Chung, making her the foremost among the younger generation of the Xian family. Currently, she had reached the 9th tier of martial soldier and would soon be poised to break into the realm of martial general. Due to the amicable relationship between Xuanning's parents and Xian Li Shui's father, coupled with their proximity as neighbors, the two had played together since childhood. Their bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts. Xuanning observed Xian Li Shui as she bounded toward him. Though merely 15, she had already blossomed into a captivating beauty, and in a few years, she would undoubtedly become a stunning young woman. Li Shui, your actions are drawing animosity towards me, he remarked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. As anticipated, a formidable young man approached him, seething with indignation. Xuanning, you wretched failure, your existence has rendered our family the laughingstock of the entire Luoxian city. How dare you show your face here? A disgrace like you ought to be expelled from the family. This man was Xian Shaotian, the son of Xuanning's uncle, who was the current patriarch of the Xian family. It was well known that Xian Li Shui lacked the Xian bloodline, leading Xian Shaotian to harbor affections for her. As Xuanning and Xian Li Shui had grown up together, he often found himself the target of Xian Shaotian's ire. In response to Xian Shaotian's remarks, Xuanning retorted, though you're the patriarch's son, whether I am expelled from the family is not for you to decide. The world was perilous, and with his meager strength, being cast out would mean certain death. He would not acquiesce to such a fate. Xian Shaotian, the matter of the broken engagement is not Xuanning brother's fault. If you have the ability, go confront the Yi family. Xian Li Shui interjected, standing her ground. Li Shui, why do you remain so close to a failure like him? Xian Shaotian seethed with anger at her defense of another man. He is my brother, not a failure. Once Xuanning brother restores his health, he will quickly catch up in strength, Xian Li Shui declared, her brows furrowed in disdain as she glared at Xian Shaotian. This only fueled Xian Shaotian's fury as he turned to Xuanning and proclaimed, Xuanning, I challenge you. I do not accept, Xuanning replied, dismissing him entirely and surveying the martial arena. He suddenly noticed some peculiar specks of light on the ground, one of which happened to be right beneath Xian Lixu's feet. He quickly exclaimed, Li Shui, you've dropped something. Xian Li Shui glanced down, seeing nothing, and pouted at Xuanning, saying, Brother Xuanning is just trying to make me laugh. There's clearly nothing there. Nothing? Now, it was Xuanning's turn to be astonished. No items? Are those little lights not something? Why can't they see them? Are they blind? Then, a sudden realization illuminated Xuanning's mind. Could this be my hidden advantage? His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled as he quietly approached, bending down to pick up one of the luminous points, Strength 1. Xuanning was taken aback. What did this mean? How was he to utilize this newfound advantage? Just as he contemplated this, the light point in his hand vanished. He suddenly felt a surge of strength coursing through him, which left him in utter disbelief. Immediately, he directed his gaze toward the other light points in the arena, beginning to circle the training ground, fervently collecting those luminous orbs, oblivious to the odd looks from others. Strength 1. Cultivation 3. Speed 0.1. Stamina 1. Cultivation 5. Cultivation 2. The more he collected, the more elated and amazed he became. He realized that the most abundant drops were cultivation points, which could be utilized to elevate his realm. Astounded, he realized that by merely gathering cultivation points, he could enhance his level. After a flurry of collection, he had amassed dozens of cultivation points. This is a martial technique. He stumbled upon a skill called the mountain split fist, astonished that even such a skill could drop. This was a low-grade, human-level martial technique. He immediately activated it, discovering that the skill now appeared in his repertoire, along with newfound techniques for executing the mountain split fist in his mind. Furthermore, he found that he had gained a space to store items, which would expand as his strength increased. Onlookers watched as Xuanning bent down to operate, as if collecting money, feeling quite perplexed. Brother Xuanning, what are you doing? There's nothing on the ground. Xian Lishu scrutinized the ground closely, seeing nothing at all. It's nothing, I just dropped something and wanted to check if it was on the ground, Xuanning explained. The clan members looked on with disdain, believing he was merely seeking attention, casting scornful glances in his direction. Xuanning paid them no heed. He utilized all the attribute points he had gathered, reveling in the newfound power coursing through his body. Realizing he could elevate his realm, he began to expend cultivation points to enhance his level. His realm ascended to Martial Disciple 2nd layer. His realm ascended to Martial Disciple 3rd layer. He continued until he reached the Martial Sovereign 5th layer. Finally coming to a halt at that moment, a figure appeared at the edge of the training arena. He scrutinized the strangely behaving Xuanning and, furrowing his brow, declared Xuanning, according to the family's decision, should you fail to secure a place in the top 10. During this family competition, you will be expelled from the clan, never to set foot in the Xian family again. The newcomer, Xianyu, was one of the elders of the Xian family. In terms of relationship, he was Xuanning's seventh uncle. However, his words were devoid of warmth. How outrageous! Upon hearing this, Xuanning was immediately incensed. The Xian family displayed such stark realism, completely disregarding familial bonds. What was the big deal about the top 10? A competition was merely theta competition. With his newfound abilities, Xuanning felt a surge of confidence. Is this truly how it should be? Isn't the family's decision rather hasty? Xian Liuxue quickly interjected. Family matters are not for a junior like you to interfere with. This decision is final and unalterable, Xianyu said, dismissively waving his sleeve, not bothering to glance at the two. Xian Liuxue wished to protest further, but Xuanning turned to her, saying, Liuxue, since the family has made its decision, it is beyond our power to change it. I am certain that my third uncle has voiced his objections, yet one voice alone cannot alter the course of events. But do not worry, I am confident in my abilities, Xuanning reassured, patting Xian Luxu's head, surprised to find that she was now of equal height. This sight made Xian Shaodian look as though he would devour Xuanning whole. He quickly addressed the other family members, insisting that whoever faced Xuanning must ensure his defeat. The other young members of the family dared not defy Xian Shaoshan's command. Among the younger generation of the Xian family, most were at the third or fourth rank of martial disciples, with only a handful above the fifth rank, including Xian Liuxue, Xian Shaodian, and merely 3 others. Thus, Xuanning still had a fair chance at the top 10. Those among the younger generation of the Xian family, who were over 18, were considered adults and would not participate in this competition. Crucially, Xuanning still had time to grow stronger as long as he could break through once more before the competition. Securing a place in the top 10 would be within his grasp. His luck could not be so dire as to face several opponents exceeding the 5th rank right from the start. The drawing of lots commenced at as Xian Shaodian passed by Xuanning. He issued a menacing remark. This time, I will ensure you are carried out of the family on a stretcher. As the drawing continued, Xuanning opened his lot to discover he had drawn number 10, meaning he would compete in the final match. 9 bouts remained, granting him ample opportunity. He was eager to discern how the attribute points would manifest, having noted their presence solely within the training hall, indicating that they were not ubiquitous, but rather had a specific purpose. The first match of the competition began, and Xuanning was surprised to find that it was Xian Luxu's battle. Her opponent was merely at the 4th rank of martial disciples. No match for her, she effortlessly sent him flying off the stage with a single strike. The fallen Xian family disciple landed, coughing blood, clutching his chest as he departed. However, as Xuanning witnessed his opponent landing injured, 2 luminous orbs unexpectedly appeared. Could it be that attribute points only manifest when someone is harmed? He hurriedly approached and collected the attribute points from the ground. Cultivation increased by 10. Health increased by 12. Such a significant drop in cultivation. Could it be that these attribute points gradually diminish over time until they vanish? This remained to be verified. Moreover, there was an additional attribute this time. Health. Xuanning mused that if his health were to reach 1 billion, it would require immense effort to defeat him. He pondered whether defensive attributes might also drop. If so, imposing defense combined with robust health equates to invincibility. His anticipation grew. Brother Xuanning, I won. Xian Liuxue descended, flashing a sweet smile at Xuanning, inciting envy and admiration from many. Very well done, Xuanning promptly replied. He was eager to observe the phenomenon of attribute point drops. The second round commenced swiftly, and he scrutinized the duel stage intently. As the 2 combatants engaged, he finally discovered that attribute points were indeed dropping during their battle. With each exchange, the quantity of fallen attribute points steadily increased. The majority of the points were white, representing cultivation. Red signified health, gray denoted strength, cyan indicated speed, and orange represented stamina. He noticed a novel type of luminous orb, black in hue, which he had not encountered previously. Once the second battle concluded, there were more than a dozen attribute points on the stage, all accrued from the two fighters. The third match featured Xian Xiaotian, who also dispatched his opponent with a single strike, resulting in a red glow's emergence. Xian Xiaotian glanced toward Xuanning, making a threatening gesture across his throat. He suspected this fellow might be contemplating self-harm, yet lacked evidence. The longer the battles persisted, the more attribute points were dropped. He began to understand. As the skirmishes progressed, he observed that the luminescence of the fallen attribute points seemed to dim slightly, leading him to conclude that these points likely had a time constraint. Once the glow completely faded, the attribute points would disappear. With no alternatives, he could only hope for the battles to conclude swiftly, allowing him to take the stage sooner. In the 4th, 5th, and 10th rounds, at long last, he awaited the final match and dashed forward. Heedless of the perplexed, curious, bewildered, and disdainful gazes from the crowd, he directly bent down to gather the various attribute points from the ground. Health increased by 10. Strength increased by 0.5. Cultivation increased by 5. Defense increased by 2. After 9 battles, the amassed attribute points were considerable. He promptly utilized them upon collection. Xuanning, what are you doing? Elder Xianyu furrowed his brow, perplexed by Xuanning's actions. I am merely engaged in pre-battle preparations. It will be over shortly, Xuanning hastily replied. Elder, given that he is nothing but a waste, we may as well declare the battle commenced, suggested Xian Xiaotian from below, although he too was baffled by Xuanning's peculiar behavior, akin to idling away time. The opponent set to face Xuanning ascended the stage, and fortune did not favor Xuanning, for he was pitted against Xian Kaiyang, a formidable warrior of the 5th level, one of the top 5 among the younger generation of the Xian clan. Xian Xiaotian signaled to Xian Kaiyang, urging him to deliver a severe lesson to his adversary. Xian Kaiyang nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Elder Xianyu, having lost interest in Xuanning, deemed it time to commence the contest. Regardless of his opponent, Xuanning's fate remained the same: expulsion from the clan. The battle commences. Xianyu did not depart. He was about to announce the victory of Xian Kaiyang. Xian Kaiyang clenched his fist and charged fiercely towards Xuanning, intent on delivering a severe beating, employing 30% of his strength in the endeavor. The spectators below scoffed derisively, as if they were witnessing the imminent spectacle of Xuanning being sent flying by a single blow from Xian Kaiyang. Amidst the crowd, only Xian Lixue expressed concern for Xuanning. Xuanning, upon noticing the arrival of his opponent, acted without hesitation, channeling all his strength to transform his palm into a fist, and struck fiercely towards his adversary. Bang! Crack! Ah! A shadowy figure grasped his fist, collapsing to the ground. Moaning in agony, a piercing scream echoed, and the onlookers erupted in laughter. However, their amusement turned to shock as they realized that the fallen figure was not Xuanning, but rather Xian Kaiyang. They stood in stunned silence. How could this be possible? Could it be a mere dream that Xian Kaiyang was felled by a single blow? How could Xuanning possess such power to defeat Xian Kaiyang? After all, Xian Kaiyang had attained the 5th level of martial proficiency. Surely Xuanning must have employed some form of trickery. Xian Xiaotian's smile was frozen on his face, his expression filled with disbelief as he gazed at the scene unfolding on the stage. In the realm of the 5-fold celestial ascension, a distinguished member of the Xuanning family's younger generation, ranked among the top 5, has now been vanquished by a single blow from the adversary. Xuanning is renowned throughout the entire city of Luoxian as a notorious failure. How could he possibly defeat Xian Kaiyang? Yet, this Xian Kaiyang, who has always been subservient to him, could never be swayed by Xuanning. What on earth is happening? Anyone witnessing this scene would be utterly astonished and incredulous. The worthless Xuanning has actually delivered a single blow that vanquished the formidable Xian Kaiyang, a warrior of the 5th level. After overcoming his adversary, Xuanning did not relent. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks akin to a relentless assault on a feeble creature, each strike landing with palpable force. Attribute points began to cascade from Xian Kaiyang's form, one after another. Xuanning casually picked up a few items. His cultivation value increased by 20, then by 21, and his defense augmented by 5. With such a significant enhancement in his cultivation, could it be attributed to his own efforts? Xuanning speculated. He exerted himself more vigorously and accelerated his pace, all in the pursuit of acquiring additional attribute points. Stop. After the initial shock, Elder Xianyu, witnessing Xian Kaiyang's dire state, quickly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xuanning began to kick Xian Kaiyang. Xian Yu's expression darkened as he hurriedly stepped forward to separate Xuanning, exclaiming in anger, "Did I not instruct you to cease?" Xuanning promptly nodded and said, "I have ceased my actions. However, you did not permit me to stay." Xian Yu's expression darkened further. "You?" The audience was rendered speechless. Only Xian Li Shui was discreetly covering her mouth, unable to suppress a laugh. She rarely smiled, unless she could no longer contain herself. In this match, Xuanning emerged victorious. Enraged, Xian Yu proclaimed, then turned to the guards of the Xian family, instructing them to quickly assist Xian Kaiyang down for treatment. "I truly underestimated you. You have indeed reached the 5th level of martial adept." Xian Yu regarded Xuanning with an unusual gaze, devoid of the previous disdain, and even expressed a hint of astonishment. While everyone remained in shock over Xuanning's sudden ascension to the 5th level of martial apprentice, the next round of the drawing commenced once more. Xian Shaodian realized that he had already lost the opportunity to expel Xuanning from the family and could only resentfully gaze at Xuanning. Xuanning collected all the attribute points on the training platform and then descended from the stage. "Xuanning, do not assume that defeating Xian Kaiyang will allow you to remain comfortably within the family. Whenever you encounter me, I shall ensure that you face the consequences." Xian Shaodian clenched his fist resolutely. Xuanning cast a glance at Xian Shaotian, bestowing upon him a look of divine arrogance before departing in silence. Not a single word was uttered, as if he were filled with disdain. "You scoundrel! I shall undoubtedly ruin you." Xian Shao was in a state of exasperation. His fists clenched, wishing fervently to rush forward and pin Xuanning to the ground 100 times over. Xuanning wondered where he could find an opportunity to manage his affairs, quickly checking his cultivation level and realizing he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He ascended to the 6th level of the martial disciple realm. Instantly, he had reached such a lofty height. The sensation was exhilarating. He anticipated that the next round would propel him to the 7th level of the martial disciple realm, and even if he encountered Xian Shaodian, he would feel no fear whatsoever. The second round commenced, and the drawing of lots began. In the 5th round of Xuanning, I was once again the final participant to take the stage. In his inaugural match, Xian Shaodian, a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial apprentice realm, triumphed over his opponent with a single stroke. In the 3rd match, Su N Su faced off against Su Nh, a warrior of the 6th tier. It appeared that he was aware of his inadequacy against her, for he immediately resorted to the technique known as the cracking mountain palm. Yet, Su N effortlessly countered his attack, gently striking him and sending him flying beyond the confines of the arena. Subsequently, a purple attribute point was released. Xuanning was immensely delighted. The purple specks of light represented martial skills. He hurriedly approached to collect them. The cracked mountain palm one had been previously utilized by Xian Hu, yet he had already mastered the technique. He was uncertain whether he could learn it anew. He commenced its application and discovered that it was indeed possible. The attributes of the martial skill vanished from his grasp. Cracked mountain palm LV2. He was taken aback. Realizing that martial skills could indeed be upgraded, he opened his attribute list. Health, 240, Strength, 20, Speed, 5, 1, Constitution, 18, Stamina, 14, Defense, 16. Realm, Martial Disciple 6th Layer, Cultivation Value, 55, Martial Skill, Mid-Tier Human Grade Cracked Mountain Palm LV2. Upon seeing the cracked mountain fist, he was astonished. This martial skill had initially been classified as low-tier human grade, yet it had now ascended to mid-tier human grade. The LV2 following the skill signified its mid-tier status. With his current realm, coupled with the additional attribute enhancements in the LV2 cracked mountain fist, he felt an unwavering confidence in facing Xian Shaodian of the 7th layer. However, he remained oblivious to the opponent's hidden cards. As the 5th round commenced, Xuanning ascended the stage once more, beginning to gather the attributes scattered on the ground. Strength 1, Cultivation Value 5, Constitution 2. The members of the Xian family below watched in puzzlement. Recalling how Xuanning had previously defeated Xian Kaiyang by seemingly grasping at the air, they were unaware of the extraordinary methods he had employed. This time, his opponent was merely a 5th-layer martial disciple. After Xuanning collected all his attribute points, he achieved another breakthrough. Ascending to the 7th level of the martial apprentice realm, a surge of power coursed through his body once more. As the battle commenced, his opponent lunged towards him with a powerful punch. With a slight movement, he evaded the attack and retaliated with a strike to the opponent's back, knocking him down. He then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Attribute points erupted from his adversary. Finally, he halted. The battle was concluded. Xianyu hastily exclaimed. Xuanning then paused his movements, swiftly gathering all the attribute points scattered on the ground before departing from the training arena. Once again, they were left perplexed, unable to discern the true extent of Xuanning's prowess. Only 5 individuals remained. Xuanning has remarkably ascended to the top 5 within his clan, astonishing everyone around him. When did this seemingly inept individual transform into such a formidable force? In the 3rd round of the draw, Xianli Shui received a bye. During the first match, Xuanning did not witness Xian Shaotian's appearance. He was slated to face Xian Shaotian in the next round. Xuanning, your streak of good fortune is about to end, Xian Shaotian declared menacingly. I have always been fortunate, Xuanning replied with a smile, unfazed by the threat. In the first match, Xian Tianhua, a member of the clan at the 6th level, emerged victorious, and a few attribute points fell to the ground. Before Xuanning could utter a word, he ascended the martial platform and collected the attributes scattered on the ground. Cultivation value increased by 15, strength enhanced by 2. Xian Shaotian subsequently ascended, casting a cold smile at Xuanning across from him, declaring, This time, I shall incapacitate you and subsequently expel you from the family. I am not Xian Kaiyang. I shall grant you not the slightest opportunity. Xuanning remained silent. After all, one should not stoop to the level of a dog. The battle commences. Tsunami Fist. Xian Shaotian unleashed his full strength from the very beginning, his fists clenched tightly, resembling a surging wave as he launched a fierce assault on Xuanning. This was a martial skill of the middle tier among mortals. I wonder how Xuanning intends to withstand it. He cannot possibly be a match for Xian Shaotian, who is a formidable warrior at the 7th level of martial prowess. Rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level, Xuanning felt an immense pressure enveloping him, and without hesitation, he unleashed the Mountain Splitter Palm. Mountain Splitter Palm. The two combatants swiftly closed the distance between them, their fists and palms colliding with tremendous force. Everyone was aware that the Mountain Splitter Palm was merely a low-grade human-tier martial technique, and could not possibly rival the mid-grade human-tier technique, the Raging Waves Fist. However, after their exchange, Xian Shaotian unexpectedly stumbled back several paces, his fist trembling slightly. In stark contrast, Xuanning stood there unscathed. How could this be possible? Xian Shaotian's mid-grade human-tier technique was utterly unable to contend with Xuanning's low-grade human-tier technique. Good heavens! What on earth is happening? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Everyone was left in a state of astonishment. Xian Shaotian possesses the formidable prowess of a 7th-tier martial artist, complemented by a mid-tier martial technique of human rank. Yet he was nonetheless repelled by his opponent. What, then, is the true extent of Xuanning's strength? Xuanli Shui gazed with astonishment, wondering if brother Xuanning had truly recovered. Even elder Xianyu was taken aback, then looked at Xuanning with a contemplative expression. Xuanning has truly exceeded everyone's expectations. I cannot believe it. Xian Shaotian clenched his fists, his face ashen and his brows furrowed in disbelief. Utterly unwilling to accept that his opponent could counter his intermediate martial arts skills with inferior techniques, Xuanning had no time to ponder over it. His gaze was fixed upon the ground 2 meters ahead, where a radiant purple light shimmered. This was the very essence that had erupted from Xian Shaotian when he had retreated moments ago. Swiftly, he advanced, and Xian Shaotian, believing that Xuanning intended to launch an attack, hastily adopted a defensive stance. Yet, Xuanning took a few steps, crouched down, and picked up the attribute points from the ground. Xian Shaotian. The Surging Wave Fist has reached level 1. I have now acquired the knowledge of utilizing the Surging Wave Fist at level 2. It feels as though I have practiced it for an eternity. How fearful they must be of me. Xuanning cast a disdainful glance at his opponent. This incited great fury in Xian Shaotian, for there was a time when such a gaze was directed at Xuanning by him. Now, however, he found himself on the receiving end of it. Infuriating, he exclaimed, as he advanced once more, charging towards Xuanning with an air of formidable resolve. At this moment, Xuanning's strength has surpassed that of his opponent by a considerable margin. In addition to his inherent prowess, he has also accumulated numerous attribute points, a facet that Xian Shaotian utterly lacks. Without the slightest hesitation, Xuanning unleashed his full strength. Then, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, he delivered a powerful punch. Raging Waves Fist. As this technique was executed, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? What? He could actually perform the Raging Waves Fist? No way. This is a mid-tier martial skill of the human rank. When did he learn it? Amidst the astonished stares, Xuanning's fist struck Xian Shaotian's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Uffed. Xian Shaotian spat blood, lifted his head, his expression shifting unpredictably, his complexion ashen, before he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Xuanning was about to step forward when a figure approached him. It was Elder Xianyu. Xuanning wins. Oh yeah, among the dozens of spectators. Only Xian Lishui cheered, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. After the crowd carried Xian Shaotian away, Xuanning stepped forward to collect the life essence that had been expelled, which amounted to a remarkable increase of 50 points of vitality. This clearly demonstrated the extent of the damage inflicted upon Xian Shaotian. After Xuanning descended from the stage, the expressions of all those present shifted dramatically. No longer were they filled with disdain and contempt. Instead, they were replaced by astonishment, shock, fear, and even trepidation. Many averted their gazes, shrinking back in apprehension, for they had previously followed Xuanning and had not hesitated to torment Xuanning. Xian Lishui swiftly approached Xuanning and said, "Brother Xuanning, is it true that you have ceased to conceal your strength due to the impending expulsion from the family? Your prowess is so formidable that even I was unaware of it." Xuanning was astonished. This young girl was remarkably considerate, even providing me with a ready-made excuse. My reluctance to display my emotions does not imply that I am a target for bullying, since Xian Lishui has already crafted a justification for him. He will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that the Xuanning they had encountered previously had been concealing his true self all along. He had hidden it so profoundly. At just 15 years of age, he had cultivated to such an extraordinary level, effortlessly defeating Xian Shaotian with a single move. Such talent is hardly that of a waste. Then why did you not confront the Yi family yesterday to clarify the situation, allowing them to insult you so? Xian Lishui inquired with confusion. I too harbor no fondness for that Yu Qiqing, especially since I have never even laid eyes upon her. Since the other party wishes to dissolve the engagement, I shall gladly facilitate her desire. Is this not a situation that benefits us both? Xuanning replied, leaving everyone speechless. No wonder he had refrained from showing his face yesterday. It turned out he wished to dissolve this engagement. In an instant, they comprehended the situation. However, the repercussions of this matter on the family were indeed significant. Yet, once today's events spread, the people of Luoxian City would undoubtedly shift their focus towards Xuanning. What realm has my brother reached? Xian Lishui inquired with curiosity. Everyone perked up their ears, eager to learn about his current level of cultivation. Am I not merely a first-tier martial novice? Xuanning responded. Brother Xuanning, how can you still be so reticent? Xian Lishui pouted adorably, her charming demeanor captivating all who beheld her. The sound of her voice was utterly enchanting, capable of melting even the coldest of hearts. Xuanning has advanced to the top 3, and ultimately, the 3 must compete against one another in a series of matches. Xian Lishui was the first to face Xian Tianhua from the 6th heaven. After a few exchanges, she emerged victorious over her opponent. In the second match, Xian Lishui confronted Xuanning, who, after collecting attribute points, declared, I concede. Brother Xuanning, Xian Lishui gazed at him. I would never take advantage of my own sister, Xuanning replied. After Xuanli's departure, Xuanning confronted Xian Tianhua. Xuanning did not swiftly vanquish his opponent. Instead, he delivered blow after blow, intent on extracting additional attribute points. Cultivation value increased by 12, cultivation value increased by 15, strength augmented by 1, constitution enhanced by 2. I concede. Xian Shaohua felt an overwhelming sense of soreness throughout his body, fully aware that his adversary was deliberately toying with him. He resolved not to endure any further torment at their hands. Xuanning secured the 2nd place in the clan's grand competition, and the family bestowed upon him a bottle of first-grade body refinement elixir. Xuanning and Xian Lishui departed from the martial arts hall. This news swiftly reached the clan leader and the other elders, who were convening at the time. Upon hearing that Xuanning had triumphed over Xian Shaotian and secured 2nd place in the grand competition, everyone was left in astonishment. What did you say? Not only had Shaotian suffered defeat, but he had also been gravely injured by Xuanning and remained unconscious to this day. How could this be possible? How could a worthless individual possibly vanquish my son? The patriarch of the Xian family, Xian Kuang, sat in his chair, utterly astonished, absorbing the incredible news. The other elders joined in a fervent discussion, equally incredulous. Among those present, only Xian Lishui's father, the 3rd elder Xian Ruahong, wore a beaming expression and eagerly inquired, is it truly so? Has Xuanning really secured 2nd place in the family competition? Indeed. I would never dare deceive the esteemed elders and the patriarch. The guard promptly replied, "This is the truth. Xin, you had also returned. At last, you have arrived. Please, share with us the details." Upon seeing Xin Yu's return, they hurriedly pressed for information. The magnitude of this event left them all in a state of astonishment, each person grappling with the sheer incredibility of it all. Xin Yu's remarks were quite similar to those of the guard. However, he added, "Had it not been for our insistence on him breaking into the top 10 of the family competition, this young man would have continued to conceal his true prowess. It is worth noting that he had hidden his abilities to such an extent, willingly bearing the label of a useless individual for many years." Everyone was astonished, as they had never imagined that Xuanning had been concealing his capabilities all along. Xian Ruohong, disregarding the surrounding chatter, promptly interjected, "As you all have witnessed, Xuanning is not only far from being a mere wastrel but is, in fact, a prodigy. Although the specifics of his cultivation realm remain somewhat ambiguous, it is undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, that of my esteemed Li Xue. You must restore his cultivation resources without delay and ideally compensate him for all the resources he has been deprived of over the years. Consider this, he has managed to reach this level without relying on the family's support. Just imagine how much more he could achieve with it. How could his innate talent possibly be inferior to that of Yi Qingxing from the Yi family?" The words of Xian Ruohong enveloped the crowd in silence, after which Xian Yu was the first to rise and declare, "I concur. I too am in agreement. I stand in support as well." Observing the unanimous consensus among the assembly, the clan leader, Xian Kuang, had no choice but to acquiesce. He hastily commanded the replenishment of Xuanning's resources before swiftly departing to attend to his son. "Will, little Tian, how are you faring?" As Xian Kuang stepped into Xian Shaoyan's chamber, he was immediately met with the sound of weeping. Soon after, he beheld his wife, Qin Huai, approach him in tears, exclaiming, "My lord, you must take a stand for Xiaodian. That good-for-nothing Xuanning has inflicted such grievous harm upon him. You must surely avenge our son." Xian Kuang furrowed his brows, casting a glance at the bed where Xian Xiaodian lay, ensconced in white cloth, unconscious and appearing to cling to the remnants of life. Enraged, he struck the bed frame with a fierce hand and exclaimed, "Xuanning, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Await your reckoning for daring to inflict such grave harm upon my son." He was only aware that Xuanning had bested his son, yet he had not fathomed the extent of the injuries inflicted, which threatened to sever his lineage. How could he possibly show leniency towards Xuanning? Take good care of Xiaodian. With that, Xian Kuang departed. After he left, Qin Huai quickly wiped the tears from her face and gently patted Xian Xiaodian, saying, "Xiaodian, your father has gone." Xian Xiaodian finally opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Mother, please help me remove these white cloths. They are unbearable." As Qin Huai untied the white fabric from Xian Xiaoyan's body, she remarked, "This is the only way, my dear. Your father was nearly driven to violence upon seeing you in such a state. Trust me, he will not easily forgive that scoundrel Xuanning. That wretched Xuanning. Who knows what kind of elixir he has consumed? Not only does he possess 2 martial arts techniques, but his realm is also remarkably high. For years, I have been deceived by him. That rascal has inflicted such pain upon me. Mother, please be gentle. It hurts." Xian Xiaodian grimaced in agony, his expression a portrait of distress. Qin Huai, exasperated by her son's shortcomings, retorted, "How can you dare to criticize others? If only you invested as much effort into your cultivation as you do in flattering that Xin Li Xue, you would not have been bested by that worthless fool. Can you not bring some honor to your mother?" At this juncture, Qin Huai's frustration reached a boiling point. She could not fathom what allure Xin Li Xue possessed that captivated so many scions of the Xian family. "Mother, Xin Li Xue is not even the biological daughter of the 3rd uncle. She will inevitably marry someday. It is often said that good fortune should not flow to outsiders. If she must be wed, why not let it be to me? I could bring her home to serve you. It would be a splendid arrangement." With that, Xian Xiaodian turned to Qin Huai and pleaded, "Mother, please help me." Whenever Xian Xiaodian mentioned Xin Li Xue, an invigorating energy surged through him, rendering all his aches and pains non-existent, as if Xin Li Xue possessed some extraordinary enchantment. Observing this, Qin Huai felt a growing disdain for Xin Li Xue. Yet her son was inexplicably enamored with her. Alas, this predicament was quite troublesome. Your 3rd uncle has always been at odds with your father. Moreover, your 3rd aunt and your mother are sworn adversaries. I fear this matter is fraught with difficulty. You should abandon this infatuation at once." Qin Huai's frustration mounted. How could she have given birth to such a stubborn child? intent on hanging from a single tree when there were so many others to choose from. After tearing away the white cloth from Xian Shaoyan's body, she angrily declared, "You must focus on your recovery and refrain from going anywhere. Mother, regarding Xian Lixue, I implore you to assist me." Upon hearing this, Qin Huai nearly succumbed to exasperation, the more her son adored Xian Lixue. The more resolutely she vowed to prevent Xian Lixue from crossing the threshold of their home. Xian Shaoyan watched as his mother departed, reflecting on his own misfortunes, and bitterly exclaimed, "Xian Ning, it is all your fault. Were it not for you, I would not have fallen to such a dismal fate." With that, he struck the bed frame with considerable force, only to witness a fissure emerge where his hand had made contact. This bed frame had previously been weakened by a blow from Xian Kuang, teetering on the brink of collapse. Now, with Xian Shaoyan's strike, it succumbed entirely. With a resounding crash, the entire structure disintegrated, engulfing Xian Shaoyan in a cascade of debris. From beneath the wreckage, a pained cry of ouch emerged. "Xian Ning, I shall not rest until we are at odds for eternity." Xian Shaoyan lay on the ground, further injured by his own wrath. In that moment, his agitation reached its peak. Suddenly, a plank fell from above, striking him on the head, rendering him completely unconscious. Now, his true injuries had manifested. Xian Ning touched his nose, wondering which little rascal was cursing at him. "Brother Xian Ning, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Beside him, Xian Lixue gazed with her round, sparkling eyes, her delicate features reflecting a look of utter confusion as she looked at Xian Ning. Xian Ning gazed into those clear, enchanting eyes and couldn't help but marvel at their captivating allure, which seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. He quickly averted his gaze, saying, "My family has replenished my supply of cultivation resources significantly. However, these resources are too abundant for me to utilize in the immediate future. I offer them to you, with the hope that you will soon transcend to the realm of martial generals. As for myself, I shall content myself with merely enhancing my attributes." Xian Lixue hastily shook her head and said, "It is better for brother Xian Ning to cultivate on his own. Despite lacking family resources over the years, you have managed to reach such a high realm. With additional resources, you would undoubtedly become even stronger and certainly surpass the Yiqi. As for cultivation, how could he possibly engage in it? It is inconceivable that he would ever embark on such a path. There is nothing more delightful than acquiring a few attribute points." He pressed 2 bottles of spirit liquid into Xian Lixue's hands, saying, "Since you call me brother, it is only reasonable for me to give my sister a small gift. But, no more buts. Your brother is not lacking in such resources." "Well, all right then." Seeing Xian Ning's unwavering determination, Xian Lixue had no choice but to accept. To be honest, she found little value in these items. They were far less useful than the few banknotes she held. In the realm of Xuanning, the universal currency comprises gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. However, the gold notes, crafted from gold and intricate formations, are impervious to flames and resistant to tearing, resembling paper yet slightly heavier, as they are forged from pure gold. These gold notes are also convenient for transport, and most individuals prefer using them for various transactions. Besides gold notes, there are naturally silver notes and copper notes, with the conversion rate being 1 gold note equating to 10 silver notes or 100 copper notes. These notes can be exchanged at numerous banks for gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Over the years, the family has accrued 100 gold notes, which is equivalent to 10,000 copper notes, a sum that cannot be dismissed. Nonetheless, it is certainly better than having none, and he has no intention of returning them. He has his own plans ahead. He intends to venture outside the city to the beast forest, a place teeming with magical beasts engaged in fierce battles. He believes that within the depths of the beast forest, greater rewards await him. However, this undertaking must remain a secret from others, even from Xian Lixue. Furthermore, he needs her assistance in keeping it under wraps, to prevent Xuanning from seizing the opportunity to harm him outside the city. Thus, he embarked on a meticulously crafted plan. Xuanning. At that moment, a visitor arrived outside the door. It was Xian Yuehong, beaming with joy as he looked at Xuanning and exclaimed, "Well done, young lad. You have concealed your abilities so well that even Xuanning has been outmatched by you, securing second place in this family competition. Truly impressive." "Father," Xian Lixue politely addressed him. "Uncle," Xian Ning respectfully called out. Within the entire Xian family, only his third uncle's family treated him with such kindness. Ever since his parents mysteriously vanished, they had cared for him since childhood. Come. Today, when your third aunt heard the news of your remarkable second place in the family competition, She was absolutely overjoyed and specially bought a considerable amount of fine dishes to celebrate. Thank you, third uncle. The group began to celebrate the excellent achievements of both individuals in the family competition. Lu Yu, the mother of Xian Lixue and wife of the third uncle, showered Xian Lixue with the same affection she would a biological daughter, and similarly treated Xuanning as if he were her own son. Xuanning and Xian Lixue both achieved remarkable results in this family competition, bringing immense joy to Xian Ruohong and Lu Yu. Lu Yu specially prepared a lavish feast to celebrate the accomplishments of the two. Ningyo truly astonished her aunt by securing the second place in the family competition. If your mother were to know, she would undoubtedly rejoice for you. Upon realizing her slip of the tongue, Lu Yu quickly turned to Xuanning and added, Ninger, I firmly believe that your parents are still alive. They will return in due time. Xuanning smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed, and said, Third aunt, I am well. After all these years, regardless of whether they are alive or not, I shall continue to live my life to the fullest. Brother Xuanning and the rest of us are here. We will always be your family. Xian Lixue gazed at Zhou Yin with a cheerful smile, her youthful exuberance bringing immense joy to Xuanning's heart. In this world, having these few relatives was more than enough. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Xuanning returned to his room. Although the Xian family had not provided him with cultivation resources over the years, they had not reclaimed the courtyard either. Even the daily necessities continued to be supplied to him. Xuanning immediately realized that this was undoubtedly the work of his third uncle. Were it not for his third uncle's intervention, given the prevailing disposition of the Xian family, not only would this courtyard have surely been reclaimed, but even his daily necessities would have posed a considerable challenge. Thus, among the entire Xian clan, Xuanning harbored a fondness solely for his third uncle's family, while he felt no warmth towards the others. Although the courtyard had not been reclaimed, the items within were rather antiquated, having gone without replacement for a long time. Yet they were maintained in a reasonably tidy state. Xuanning embarked on the journey of cultivation, endeavoring to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth in accordance with the techniques of the Xian family. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was indeed lacking in talent, unable to draw even a wisp of spiritual energy. Through his experiments, he realized that only when the spiritual energy within him was depleted could he replenish it through cultivation. The notion of increasing his spiritual energy proved utterly futile. Reality revealed to him that he would never attain strength through cultivation alone. Acquiring attributes was the true path to power. In any case, he had never intended to rely on cultivation to grow stronger. Xuanning chuckled, unaffected by the circumstances. Possessing a golden finger, his ability to cultivate was of little consequence. As he prepared to depart from the Xian family for the beast forest, it was imperative to gather essential supplies. Dried provisions and clean water were indispensable. Fortunately, he had access to the system's space, allowing him to store a multitude of items. Uncertain of how long his journey would last, he prepared an abundance of seasonings. As a transmigrator, the skill of barbecuing was certainly essential. After all, this skill was rather simple. Once the animal's entrails and fur were removed, he could immediately commence grilling. Having gathered these necessities, he planned to set out at dawn. However, in the dead of night, Xuanning awoke to relieve himself and suddenly noticed that the gate to his courtyard had been pried open. Could it be that mischievous girl, Xian Lixue? She was the first person who sprang to his mind, as she had previously played similar tricks on him. He stealthily concealed himself, intending to frighten Xian Lixue. To his surprise, the intruders were not her, but rather a group of individuals from the Xian family, among whom was a familiar face, Xian Kaiyang. Each of them wielded a wooden stick, their demeanor suggesting ill intentions. These sneaky fellows were evidently plotting an ambush against him. Fortuitously, he had caught sight of them. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly endured a brutal beating. It seemed the lesson from earlier in the day had not sufficed. Xuanning smiled to himself, knowing that dealing with him would not be so simple. It was evident to Xuanning that these individuals had been dispatched by Xuanchuotian. Their unwavering allegiance to him was apparent, as they ventured out at such a late hour seeking retribution. Since you have arrived, it is only fitting that I extend to you a gesture of welcome, Xuanning mused, a smile gracing his lips as he began to prepare. The group stealthily approached the courtyard where Xuanning resided, remarking, How fortunate is Xuanning to dwell in such an expansive abode alone. It is no surprise, given that his father was the second elder, though he has been missing for many years, likely long deceased. Indeed, had it not been for the third elder's intervention, this courtyard would have been appropriated long ago, they continued, their envy palpable. Moreover, it is perplexing how Xuanning maintains a close friendship with Xuanyixu. It is beyond our comprehension what merits he possesses. Xian Kaiyang hastily remarked. Please lower your voices. We mustn't disturb Xuanning. It's quite late, and that fellow is undoubtedly sleeping soundly. Now, let us promptly fulfill the task assigned by Xian Shaotian and depart from this place. They swiftly made their way towards the courtyard. But Xian Kaiyang halted a few of them and inquired, Does anyone know which room Xuanning occupies? Well, the group exchanged glances, and to their dismay, not a single person possessed the answer. Never mind, this courtyard is relatively small, and there are only a few rooms available. We shall search one by one. But let us be cautious not to make any noise that might awaken Xuanning. After reaching a consensus, they began to stealthily approach one of the rooms. In the shadows, Zhou Yan stealthily threw a small stone at one of the individuals. Xian Kaiyang felt a tap on his back and turned to glance at the others. Frowning slightly as he said, Stop fooling around. The others responded with puzzled expressions. However, it was not long before another tap landed on him, igniting a spark of anger within Xian Kaiyang as he muttered, Why are you hitting me? The group quickly shook their heads in denial, insisting, We didn't touch you. They exchanged bewildered glances, and one among them suddenly turned pale, exclaiming, Could it possibly be a ghost? Xian Kaiyang swiftly tapped the forehead of his companion, exclaiming, If it were a ghost, would Xuanning still be alive at this hour? Use your wits, will you? Stop being so jumpy. One among them suggested. Let us hasten inside and deal with Xuanning. This place feels rather eerie. They all concurred, cautiously pushing open the door to a room, only to find it devoid of any signs of habitation. At that moment, Zhou Yan had already reached his own quarters, leaping onto the eaves above. The group soon proceeded to explore other chambers, ultimately arriving at Xuanning's room. Upon opening the door, they advanced towards the bed, where Xian Kaiyang tightened his grip on the wooden stick, relentlessly striking the figure concealed beneath the quilt. The others quickly followed suit, vigorously bringing their own sticks down upon the bedding. As they continued their assault, they shouted, Let this be a lesson for your arrogance. You were so boastful during the day. We shall see to it that you pay dearly. Xian Kaiyang swiftly sensed something amiss and commanded, Halt. He then yanked the covers away, revealing a pale paper effigy. One of the individuals screamed, A ghost. This sudden revelation startled them, causing two to instinctively clutch each other in fright. What nonsense. It's merely a scarecrow adorned with white paper, Xian Kaiyang remarked after a closer inspection. The others breathed a sigh of relief, grateful it was not a specter. Little did they anticipate that Xuanning had been well prepared. He was indeed a cunning fellow. Their frustration mounted as they realized their nocturnal ambush had failed, astonished by Xuanning's vigilance. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the room, slamming the door shut. What just happened? Why did the door close on its own? One pondered, attributing it to the strong wind. Just then, the door flung open again, casting a pall over their faces. One voice quivered with fear, suggesting, Perhaps we should leave and report to young Master Xian that the mission is accomplished. After all, he is in bed, unaware of anything. I concur, they agreed, preparing to depart. However, Zhou Yan appeared before them, his hair wild and clad in white, suspended upside down in midair. The already eerie atmosphere turned dreadfully ominous, and Zhou Yan's sudden presence terrified them completely. Ah, a ghost! They shrieked, their terror overwhelming. As they scrambled away in a frenzied escape, Xuanning looked at the group, disdain evident in his gaze. It was quite embarrassing that they, being cultivators, would still fall prey to the superstitions of ghosts and deities. Shortly thereafter, a striking figure dashed into the room, calling out, Brother Xuanning. Xuanning turned around and startled Xian Li Shui, nearly causing her to scream. However, upon closer inspection, she realized it was Xuanning and quickly inquired, Brother Xuanning, why are you dressed like this in the dead of night? You nearly gave me a fright. It's because Xian Shaotian sent someone to attempt a sneak attack on me, so I thought I would give them a scare, Xuanning replied. Upon hearing this, Xian Li Shui promptly exclaimed, Brother Xuanning, such delightful occurrences ought to include me. How unfortunate to have missed such a grand spectacle. Recalling the previous screams, she could vividly imagine the terrified expressions of those individuals at that moment. Well then, all is well now. You should return to rest early, Xuanning replied. Very well. Brother, do take care and rest well, Xian Li Shui said as she departed. Xian Kaiyang and his companions were undoubtedly frightened to such an extent that they would refrain from returning. However, he was acutely aware that within his family, there existed numerous formidable cousins, whose greater age endowed them with strengths far superior to those of Xian Kaiyang and his peers. Moreover, a few of them maintained relatively close ties with Xian Shaotian. Should Xian Shaotian dispatch any of them today, it would likely compel him to seek refuge within the confines of his third uncle's courtyard. Furthermore, Xian Shaoyan's father, the current patriarch of the Xian clan, harbored a deep affection for his son, while Xian Shaoyan's mother was notably protective. It was reasonable to surmise that Xian Shaoyan's parents would not easily let matters rest. Although they might refrain from direct confrontation, it was inevitable that they would employ subtle tactics behind the scenes. Xian Shaoyan's arrogant demeanor can be largely attributed to his parents. This is a classic case of filial impiety reflecting parental shortcomings. He harbors a disdain for being manipulated by others. True strength, in his view, lies in one's own power. Suddenly, he noticed that some attribute points had fallen to the ground, and they were of a rare transparent hue. What kind of attribute points are these? Xuanning picked up the transparent attribute points to examine them. Xuanning was taken aback, pondering whether this mental attribute had manifested due to his fright. He discerned that this mental attribute was likely rare, with each individual contributing a mere 0. 1 points to his total. However, as the saying goes, every little bit counts, and he believed it would surely accumulate over time. Upon utilizing this newfound attribute, he indeed felt a slight enhancement in his mental fortitude. It was quite a commendable attribute, albeit somewhat lacking in quantity. He scrutinized his attribute panel, which now displayed an additional entry, mental, 0, 4. These attributes were supplementary and did not include his inherent qualities, which was advantageous as it allowed him to gauge the extent of his additional enhancements. As dawn broke, he stealthily leaped over the surrounding wall, with newfound strength. Even such a feat became considerably easier. Should he ever choose to pursue a life of thievery, escape would be far more manageable. However, he mused, let there be no misunderstanding, this was merely a fleeting thought. The gates of Luoxian city opened early, and the laborers within and without the city had already begun their incessant comings and goings. In every world, there exist ordinary people, who are invariably the most populous and perpetually toil for their daily sustenance. In a realm dominated by martial prowess, the plight of the common folk is particularly dire. Subjected to relentless exploitation, he harbored no desire to remain among the downtrodden nor to exploit others. His aspiration was simply to thrive in this world, to escape exploitation. He understood that he must grow stronger, and the path to strength was straightforward, by accumulating more attribute points. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, he took the precaution of masking his face, not out of fear, but rather because he believed his arrival in this world must serve a greater purpose. Perhaps the task of saving this realm rested upon his shoulders, and he could not afford to perish prematurely. After all, it would be a loss to this world. Moreover, he was still a virgin. He could not simply meet his end here. He had prepared thoroughly for this endeavor, though he had never left Luoxian city. He possessed a map. Admittedly, the map's details were not entirely clear, but he could discern the general direction. Furthermore, he had overheard a few individuals, warriors from Luoxian city, who were also en route to the beast forest to hunt for monsters or game. He could easily follow them at a distance, which would minimize the risk of becoming lost. After a considerable time, he finally beheld an expanse of boundless forest. According to his knowledge, the majority of the Xuanning continent is comprised of forests and oceans, with the territories inhabited by humans constituting merely a small fraction. Nevertheless, even this diminutive portion is exceedingly vast. It is governed by numerous nations and dynasties, with Luoxian city serving as but a county city under the jurisdiction of the Lioli dynasty. Beneath the county city lie villages, towns, small cities, and counties. Above the county city are the capital and the imperial capital. The county city can be likened to a municipal city. It is neither particularly large nor the smallest of its kind. His purpose for venturing into the beast forest was not to provoke the beasts, but rather to collect attribute points. Indeed, upon entering the forest, he immediately spotted several attribute points on the ground and hurriedly approached to gather them. Cultivation value increased by 1, life value increased by 2, and barbaric beast bloodline increased by 0. 1. Barbaric beast bloodline. Xuanning was quite astonished. He had acquired a new attribute point. This was presumably intended for awakening a bloodline. After utilizing all these attribute points, he discovered that he had indeed gained a bloodline attribute. Bloodline, 0, with a percentage displayed, this 0. 1 of the barbaric beast bloodline was insufficient for awakening his bloodline. It is said that those endowed with extraordinary talents often awaken formidable bloodlines or innate abilities. Although he possessed no particular qualifications, he believed that by collecting more bloodline attribute points, he could eventually awaken a powerful bloodline force. As of now, he was unaware of how many bloodline attribute points would be necessary for awakening. However, this realization fueled his determination. Once his bloodline reached 100, he would surely find out. The beast forest was exceedingly perilous, and he remained vigilant, even while collecting attribute points. Though encounters with beasts were not an everyday occurrence, the dangers were ever present. Attribute points were plentiful, yet one's life is singular, necessitating caution. Despite the abundance of attribute points within the forest, he often found himself collecting only fractional points. It seemed these points had been lingering for quite some time, resulting in minimal gains. Cultivation value increased by 20, life value increased by 15. Fortunately, he later stumbled upon some attribute points with significantly higher values. Observing the fresh bloodstains upon the ground, it was evident that they had only recently fallen. He followed these points deeper into the forest and soon discovered that his cultivation value was sufficient for a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he commenced his ascension. His realm advanced to the 8th level of martial novice. Once again, he felt the powerful energy within his body, which filled him with joy. Is cultivation truly arduous? Isn't it merely a matter of collecting attribute points? The entire continent's forest would become his garden of strength. All he needed to do was gather, and gather, thus transforming into a formidable being. As he accumulated more attributes, he also noted that the majority of these points were primarily bestowed in terms of cultivation value and life value. As for the other attributes, they remain relatively scarce, particularly the bloodline attribute, which is exceedingly rare. To date, he has only accumulated a mere 0. 2. The path to fully awakening his bloodline is still long and arduous. Collecting attributes is a skillful endeavor, akin to being with a beloved girl, requiring one to bend down. At present, he yearns for a skill that would allow him to gather attributes without the need to stoop. Fortunately, his stamina is robust. Although he bent down for an hour, he did not perceive any significant issues. With an abundance of attributes collected, he naturally attracted the attention of beasts, and he sensed that he was being watched. He drew forth an iron sword. While its quality was not particularly impressive, it was sufficient to confront the beasts. A beast suddenly leaped from the thicket and charged towards Xuanning. Anticipating this, he brandished a dagger and struck at the creature's neck with a swift thrust. The beast fell, slain by his blow. This creature was merely a beast, not even a demon beast, thus it posed little challenge. It resembled a dog in size, somewhat akin to a wolf yet distinctly not one. He had seen it in the city but did not know its name. He casually stored it within the confines of his system's space. He then ventured deeper into the forest of demon beasts, where he encountered a greater number of beasts, accompanied by increased danger. Likewise, with the rise in peril came amplified opportunities, and he gathered a significant number of attribute points. His constitution increased by 3, cultivation value by 25, strength by 2, and his realm advanced to the 9th level of martial disciple. As his cultivation value surged, his realm experienced yet another breakthrough. Reaching the 9th level of martial disciple, other attributes also saw considerable augmentation. He noticed a demon beast's carcass ahead, piqued by curiosity. It was surprising to find that someone had hunted the beast yet left it behind. This was a first-level demon beast, the corpse of a jungle magic rabbit. Alongside several attribute points, bloodline attribute increased by 1, health points by 50, and cultivation value by 50. The rewards were commendable, indeed, as a first-level demon beast. It yielded a cultivation value of 50 points and granted him an additional fragment of bloodline power. Xuanning glanced at his bloodline and discovered it had reached the level of 2. With gradual accumulation, he would soon achieve 100. The carcass of a first-tier beast is far more valuable than that of 10 wild creatures. It is perplexing to consider who might abandon such a treasure. He casually collected the body of the forest magic rabbit, but noted with regret that the demon crystal from its brain had been removed. The demon crystal is the most vital component within a demon beast and also the most lucrative, yet not every demon beast possesses one. He observed signs of a prior struggle ahead and, driven by curiosity, ventured forth. His vitality increased by 20 and his cultivation by 15. The spoils predominantly comprised vitality and cultivation points. Soon, he stumbled upon another first-tier demon beast's corpse, gruesomely cleaved in 2. It seemed the adversary was either affluent or preoccupied with matters of greater importance, rather than merely hunting demon beasts, Zhou Yin deduced. Compelled by curiosity, he began to track the trail. After an hour, he encountered a second-tier demon beast and discovered a lifeless individual nearby. Notably, there were numerous attribute points scattered on the ground, suggesting that those individuals had exerted considerable effort to slay this beast. This second-tier demon beast, the stone monkey, held limited intrinsic value and was notoriously difficult to subdue. It was unexpected that they would go so far as to hunt such a creature, resulting in one casualty. Xuanning's curiosity grew ever stronger. However, he first bent down to collect the attribute points scattered on the ground. His cultivation value increased by 100. With an addition of 3 to his beast lineage, 5 to his defense, and a level increase of 1 in the flowing cloud sword technique, the rewards were quite satisfactory. And he had even acquired a martial skill, presumably dropped by those individuals. Xuanning was filled with joy as he began to learn the martial skill. He commenced his study of the flowing cloud sword technique, now at LV2. Remarkably, it was a middle-grade human-tier martial skill, a splendid acquisition. Upon completing his training, Xuanning discerned the quality of the technique. With this, he had gained another means to confront adversaries. After collecting the 100 cultivation points, he realized that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his realm. I dare say, I must be the fastest to advance in the Xuanning continent, he thought, smiling as he chose to break through. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from within him, imbuing Xuanning with an overwhelming sensation, akin to a potent gas refining his limbs and meridians. He ascended to the first level of the martial general realm. So, this is the martial general realm. What an exhilarating feeling. Xuanning clenched his fists, acknowledging the significant disparity between a martial apprentice and a martial general. With his current cultivation, he could easily defeat 5 or 6 opponents at the 9th level of martial apprentice. I wonder who those individuals are. Had they not slain so many beasts, I would not have achieved this breakthrough so swiftly. In gratitude to those people, he resolved to follow them further. After a considerable time, he spotted several figures in the distance, seemingly searching for something while consulting a map. Xuanning speculated, could it be that these individuals are treasure seekers? He cautiously trailed behind, then peered ahead. Upon recognizing the identities of the group, he was somewhat astonished. Is that not Yuwak? He must have brought these people here for something beyond mere training. Xuanning was indeed astonished. Yiwuqiu was the young master of the Yi family, one of the 3 prominent clans in Luoxian City, holding a status akin to that of Xian Shaodian. Before Xuanning, his fiancée, Yi Yuqiqing, was the sister of Yuwak. However, Yuwak's innate talent was nowhere near as formidable as that of his sister. Nevertheless, he leveraged her status to acquire ample cultivation resources, and he was notorious for his misdeeds, often harassing virtuous women, leaving the denizens of Luoxian City both furious and powerless. Although Xian Shaodian was also arrogant, he dared not act with the same impunity as Yiwak in Luoxian City, primarily due to the lack of a powerful sect backing the Xian family, which was the reason for his restraint. After enhancing his strength, his hearing had also improved considerably, allowing him to overhear a conversation among several individuals. Having walked for so long, why have we not yet located that place? Yinan, could it be that your map is fraudulent? Yiwak panted, appearing visibly fatigued and impatient. Had it not been for this treasure map, he would not have subjected himself to such hardship. Young master, I would not dare to deceive you, even with tenfold courage. We simply have not reached the actual destination yet. If it were a commonplace, the treasure would have surely been claimed by now, Yinan quickly replied. Yiwak pondered and found merit in this reasoning. For the sake of the treasure, he had no choice but to endure the wretched weather and environment. However, he still suggested, let us rest for a moment before proceeding. Listening to their discourse, Xuanning discerned that Yiwak was indeed on a treasure hunt. Intrigued by the prospect of Yiwak's treasure, he resolved to follow them, intending to adopt a strategy akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, allowing them to pave the way while he reaped the benefits from behind. He observed Yiwak, convinced that he must have been drained by the affections of a woman. Were it not for his formidable prowess at the 8th level of martial cultivation, he doubted he would have even made it this far. After a 20-minute respite, Yiwak finally resumed his journey with his entourage. Xuanning cautiously trailed behind, aware that there were 13 individuals in the group, 10 of whom were at the martial general level, and he had no intention of confronting them directly. Throughout the journey, the encounters with ferocious beasts increased, and in an attempt to slay a second-tier beast, they suffered yet another casualty among their martial generals. This is truly unfortunate. Yiwak felt no sorrow for the fallen guard. Rather, he was irked that they might return empty-handed. The beast had not been taken, and he noted that it bore no demon crystal. Xuanning, unceremoniously, took possession of the beast's corpse, which was worth a significant sum. But he felt no gratitude towards the others. Xuanning cautiously trailed behind the others, collecting the spoils they had inadvertently dropped. The exhilarating sensation of acquiring treasures without the need for combat was undeniably delightful. As the terrain grew increasingly treacherous, The frail constitution of Yi Wuqiu necessitated frequent pauses for rest, during which he incessantly inquired about the remaining distance. This behavior elicited a wave of disdain from Xuanning. If the entire Yi family were to fall into his hands, it would inevitably face ruin. Yet, the presence of Yi Wuqiu's exceptionally gifted sister lingered in the background. As long as she remained a favored disciple of the esteemed Yulao Xinzong, the Yi family's standing in Luoxian City would remain unshaken. No one dared to offend the disciples of Yulao Xinzong lightly. Xuanning discovered that as his strength increased, the cultivation value required for further advancement also grew significantly. Moreover, he noticed that the cultivation attribute points obtained from the second-tier monster drops had diminished from 100 to a mere 50 after his enhancement, a reduction of half. These attribute points are subject to fluctuation based on his strength, and it is likely that lower-tier monsters would yield limited rewards. To attain greater gains, he must turn his attention to higher-tier beasts. Nevertheless, Xuanning's journey has not been devoid of rewards, thanks to the abundant presence of monsters in this region, which has resulted in a substantial number of attribute drops along the way. Although the frequency of these drops is sparse due to the passage of time, their cumulative quantity has nevertheless yielded significant benefits. As he collected more cultivation value, Xuanning realized that his realm was on the verge of a breakthrough. This method of cultivation truly suits me. If I were to adhere strictly to conventional practices, I fear I would remain an ordinary person for the entirety of my life. Xuanning began to assimilate his cultivation value, elevating his realm to the second tier of a martial general. A formidable surge of power surged into his body once more, refining his physique and rendering his strength significantly more robust than before. The three realms of martial soldier, martial general, and martial master are all about the tempering of the body, enhancing one's physical prowess. However, upon reaching the martial master realm, one can manifest spiritual energy. Albeit still unable to externalize it, one can only concentrate spiritual energy to augment their hands and feet, as well as reinforce their physical defense. It is only upon ascending to the martial sovereign realm that one can truly externalize spiritual energy and form a protective spiritual armor. Yet, Xuanning was unlike others. In addition to the physical tempering that came with advancing realms, he possessed additional attribute points. Even if he could not elevate his realm, as long as he gathered sufficient attributes, he could still vanquish any adversary. After noon, Yi Wuqiu and the others paused to partake in their rations. Xuanning, upon overhearing their conversation, discerned that they were not far from the location of the true treasure. He was indifferent, for with them leading the charge against the beastly foes, he could leisurely collect the attribute points and the remains of the fallen beasts, a most delightful endeavor. The vicinity had not yet approached the heart of the beast forest, so the creatures encountered thus far were merely of the first and second tiers. Should they encounter a third-tier beast, it would likely spell doom for them all. Third-tier beasts were akin to formidable martial artists among humans, possessing strength that far surpassed their human counterparts of the same rank, without exceptionally powerful means. A direct confrontation would render human warriors utterly outmatched. Accompanying Yi Wuqiu and his entourage, they ventured to a secluded area overgrown with weeds and dense foliage, rendering it exceedingly concealed, an unlikely destination for ordinary individuals. Yi Wuqiu's subordinates had to wield their weapons to carve a path through. This place was indeed quite hidden, providing an added layer of security to the treasure, which remained undiscovered until now. Otherwise, it would have been claimed long ago. As they meticulously searched for the entrance, Xuanning promised that should he obtain something of value, he would not forget them. Upon nearing the treasure's vicinity, Yi Wuqiu exhaled a sigh of relief. He had no desire to return to this wretched place again. To ensure his subordinates would fight for him, he made them a promise. Fully aware of the importance of winning their loyalty, relying solely on himself, he knew it was uncertain whether he could even survive to this point. Yi Wuqiu's subordinates began to disperse in search of the treasure's entrance, while Xuanning concealed himself even more thoroughly, knowing his current strength was insufficient to confront such a large group. After a considerable time, Yi Wuqiu heard one of his men exclaim, "Young master, we've discovered a cave here." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yi Wuqiu's face, invigorated by the thought of the treasure being within reach, his steps quickening in excitement. At that moment, he felt no sense of inadequacy. He was confident he could manage 3 women simultaneously. Upon hearing the news of the cave's discovery, the others rushed towards the source of the sound, their expressions akin to vampires sensing fresh blood. The cave was well hidden, shrouded beneath a thicket of weeds. Yi Wuqiu, beaming with delight, patted his subordinate on the shoulder, saying, "You have done well. Should there be treasure within, I shall reward you handsomely. Follow me, and you shall not find yourselves lacking in fortune. Thank you, young master. The subordinate replied, elated. They existed in this world primarily for wealth. Otherwise, who would serve Yi Wuqing? Prepared, they lit torches and began to venture inside. Yi Wuqing refrained from sending anyone ahead into the cave, believing that such an inhospitable place would deter others from entering. Moreover, concerned about potential dangers lurking within, he chose to remain at the center of the group. Upon witnessing Yi Wuqiu and his companions enter the cavern, Xuanning felt compelled to approach as well. However, he soon spotted a 10-meter-long black-bellied unicorn snake and swiftly concealed himself, paralyzed by the fear of being discovered. This creature was a formidable second-tier high-grade beast, and he could not afford to be detected. Xuanning managed to hide effectively, and upon realizing that the beast had not noticed him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He then ventured to the entrance of the cave, obscuring his visage to avoid any unnecessary complications before stepping inside. The cavern was profoundly deep. After traversing several hundred meters, the end remained elusive, yet there were no signs of the beast's habitation. Approximately a kilometer in, Xuanning heard Yi Wuqiu's boisterous laughter. Haha. There truly is treasure. De Zhuang's map deserves the credit. I, Yi Wuqiu, shall ensure you are well rewarded upon our return. Whatever you desire, I shall grant you. Thank you, young master Yi. All I ask for is Sui Hua. I hope you can fulfill this, young master, De Zhuang eagerly proposed. Sui Hua, my mother's maidservant? No problem at all. Upon our return, I shall betroth her to you, Yi Wuqiu responded with delight, finding no issue with bestowing a mere maidservant. Moreover, he had no interest in Sui Hua, having already had his fill of her. Indeed, there was treasure to be found. Hidden in the shadows, Xuanning, upon hearing this revelation, felt a surge of desire to seize the treasure for himself. Yet, recognizing that he was no match for his adversaries, he began to devise a strategy. Of course. A sudden inspiration struck him. He returned to the cave's entrance and quickly spotted the previously encountered black-bellied unicorn snake. With a sly smile, he picked up a stone and hurled it toward the serpent. The creature, stung by the attack, reared its head and turned its gaze toward Xuanning's direction before darting toward him without hesitation. How swift it is! Xuanning hurriedly dashed into the cavern, which was relatively spacious and filled with a chaotic assortment of stones. Upon entering, he swiftly produced a vial of powder capable of masking his presence and sprinkled it over himself before leaping behind a sizable rock. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable fluidity, as if he were quite practiced in such maneuvers. He cautiously peered into the passage and discerned a dark figure racing into the tunnel. A grin crept across his face as he mused, Yi Wuqiu, it is but your ill fortune, whether you emerge unscathed rests upon your fate. Before long, he heard unexpected sounds of terror emanating from within. This is dire. A beast appears. How could a beast suddenly materialize? And of all things, a black-bellied unicorn snake, a high-ranking second-tier beast at that. Young master, flee. This creature is beyond our means to confront. Damn it, my treasure remains here. Young master, preserving your life takes precedence. The treasure will not vanish. We can always return with more men to retrieve it. Very well, then. We must prioritize your safety and retreat. Should anything happen to you, none of us shall survive. Xuanning soon heard the sounds of fierce combat echoing from the depths of the cave, punctuated by anguished cries. Before long, several figures emerged in disarray from the cavern's depths. Shortly thereafter, a long, dark shadow pursued them. The unicorn black-bellied snake chasing in the direction from which Yi Wuqiu had departed. Once silence enveloped the area, Xuanning hastened into the cave, discovering discarded torches strewn upon the ground. Illuminated by the flickering flames, he beheld 3 lifeless bodies, each clutching a weapon. All having succumbed to the lethal bite of the unicorn black-bellied snake, their demise a gruesome sight. Surrounding them lay numerous scattered attribute points. One cannot hold me accountable. This is, after all, a world governed by the law of the jungle. Though Xuanning feels a twinge of guilt, this world is inherently cruel. Xuanning was not afraid of the dead. He merely felt a slight discomfort. He forced himself to confront the situation with courage. Knowing that he would encounter many such scenarios in the future, he could not succumb to fear, nor allow trepidation to take hold. Moreover, there were still numerous attribute points available. Xuanning shifted his attention elsewhere, gathering the attribute points scattered on the ground, while also confiscating the weapons from the 3 individuals. These 3 weapons were of superior quality compared to the one he possessed. Additionally, he discovered some gold notes on their persons, and even a vial of elixir. the nature of which he could not discern, yet he decided to stow it away for future consideration. His cultivation value increased by 24, his life points by 18, his defense by 3, and the dragon bloodline by 10. The dragon bloodline must have been a drop from the unicorn black-bellied snake. Although these bloodlines varied, he could directly utilize them to enhance his own bloodline awakening. After employing the dragon bloodline, his progress reached a commendable 30. Only 70 remained until the awakening of his bloodline. Xuanning picked up a torch to illuminate his surroundings, revealing 5 large chests on the ground, each of which had been opened. Scattered about were numerous treasures of gold and silver, causing a radiant smile to adorn Xuanning's face, reflecting his immense joy. This fortunate windfall was largely thanks to Yi Wuqiu. Otherwise, such a stroke of luck would have been unattainable. With a smile, Xuanning promptly gathered the gold, silver, and jewels scattered on the ground into the box. The broken engagement of Yi Wuqing's sister, Yi Qiqing, had led to Xuanning's humiliation. Thus, these treasures, however modest, served as a meager compensation for his grievances. Xuanning placed all 5 boxes into his personal spatial realm. Fortunately, with each breakthrough in his cultivation, the capacity of this spatial realm expands. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to carry these 5 substantial boxes. Presently, he had no time to examine the valuable contents within. He needed to depart from this place swiftly. Xuanning was on the verge of departure when a flicker of purple light caught his eye from a distant corner of the cave. Intrigued, he approached and discovered a withered skeleton on the ground, accompanied by a radiant purple orb. This corpse had evidently perished many years ago, its remains desiccated. The purple luminescence symbolized martial prowess. Could it be that such skills do not fade with the passage of time? Xuanning was astounded. A broad smile then illuminated his face as he remarked, "If this is indeed the case, it would be a most unexpected delight." Xuanning picked up the purple light spot from the ground. The wind control palm 1. The quality of this martial technique remains unknown. Xuanning began to practice it. Learning wind control palm LV7. A surge of powerful information flooded into Xuanning's mind, encompassing various techniques for utilizing the wind control palm. Upon mastering the skill, Xuanning raised his brows in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief, revealing a countenance steeped in shock. This was, indeed, a low-grade martial technique of the Xian tier. The techniques of the Xian rank are exceedingly rare. Even within the entirety of the Xian clan, there exist but 5 such tomes. Furthermore, the cost of Xian rank techniques is exorbitant, with even the most rudimentary among them fetching a price exceeding 100,000 copper coins. When such techniques manifest in the city of Luoxian, they invariably incite fierce competition among the various factions. It is rumored that the Xian clan possesses 3 Xian rank techniques, all acquired through auctions held by the Wanjin Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He discovered that the wind manipulation palm not only allows one to command the wind, but can also draw objects from the ground towards oneself. Consequently, he would be able to utilize this technique to absorb attribute points directly from the ground, eliminating the need to bend down to collect them. After thoroughly examining the cave and finding no other treasures, he hastened towards the exit. Outside, he noticed traces of the elusive black-bellied unicorn snake and skillfully evaded these signs. Venturing in another direction, having arrived at this location, he had no intention of departing so easily. He aimed to enhance his strength to a sufficient level, at the very least acquiring the capability for self-defense. Once he distanced himself from the cave, he consulted his map to ascertain his whereabouts before proceeding towards a specific destination. This area was known for frequent encounters with first and second tier beasts. Before long, he witnessed 2 beasts embroiled in a fierce struggle, prompting him to conceal his form behind a large tree and observe the confrontation. The battle between the beasts was brutal, each fighting with desperation, for failure meant being devoured by the other. Amidst their clash, several attribute points fell to the ground. The 2 combatants were both second-tier beasts. 1. A second-tier mid-level creature known as the Crimson Flame Wolf, capable of unleashing fiery breath, whose flames possess devastating power, felt even from a distance. The other. A second-tier high-level beast, the Wind Leopard, renowned for its agility and swiftness. Were it not for this speed, it would have found it difficult to contend with the Crimson Flame Wolf. Despite the Crimson Flame Wolf's mid-level strength, its combat prowess rivaled that of the Wind Leopard, which, wary of the wolf's flames, remained on the defensive. Although the Crimson Flame Wolf could not sustain its fiery assaults indefinitely, the 2 soon became entangled in a fierce melee. Their attacks simplistic yet ferocious, characterized by savage bites and slashing claws. As time passed, the outcome of the battle became inevitable. The Crimson Flame Wolf gathered its flames and struck the Wind Leopard directly, inflicting significant harm upon its adversary. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf sank its teeth into the leopard's neck. The winged leopard began to thrash violently, but the crimson flame wolf held fast. As the leopardess blood began to flow, death became an unavoidable fate. At this moment, Xuanning gripped his weapon tightly, leaping forth with vigor, wielding the flowing cloud sword technique to launch an assault on the crimson flame wolf. With no defenses in place, the unsuspecting creature was pierced in the neck by Xuanning's sword, struggling briefly before succumbing to its fate. Xuanning unsheathed his weapon and mercilessly dispatched the ailing wind leopard beside him. After vanquishing the two demonic beasts, two large orbs of luminous attributes erupted upon the ground. Xuanning joyfully gathered these attribute points, augmenting his cultivation by 80 and 100 points, enhancing his defense by 3, and bolstering his fire resistance. Xuanning was quite surprised when he opened his attribute list, only to find that there was no specific fire resistance listed. Instead, there was merely a singular elemental resistance of 2. It appeared that this fire resistance was indeed encompassed within the elemental resistance. Consequently, in future encounters with such elemental damage, he would be able to significantly mitigate the harm endured. Xuanning was quite pleased. He had surmised that this attribute resistance was likely connected to the crimson flame wolf. As long as the elemental resistance was sufficiently potent, he would be able to significantly mitigate the damage inflicted by such elemental attacks in the future. However, it appeared that this elemental resistance could only be acquired from magical beasts that possessed elemental damage. After collecting the cultivation essence from 2 second-tier magical beasts, he found himself still unable to break through to the next realm. The required essence for advancement only seemed to increase with each level. He plunged his sword into the head of a wind leopard beast, suppressing his revulsion as he attempted to extract its magical crystal. Regrettably, he found no magical crystal, indicating that the likelihood of such beasts yielding crystals was rather low. Subsequently, he broke open the skull of the crimson flame wolf and discovered a gemstone emanating a crimson glow, resplendent as jade and exquisitely beautiful. Overcoming his nausea, he inserted his fingers into the cavity, retrieving the magical crystal and placing it in the palm of his hand for a closer inspection. So, this is a magical crystal? It resembled a gem, radiating a comforting warmth. The crimson flame wolf was of the fire attribute, and this crystallized essence of fire was undoubtedly valuable. He decided to keep it. After Xuanning, the corpses of these 2 second-tier demon beasts were also collected. Xuanning gazed at the sky, noting that time was slipping away. Staying overnight in the beastly forest posed considerable danger, as numerous formidable creatures roamed the night. Should he linger in the wilderness, he would need to remain perpetually vigilant to safeguard his life. After careful consideration, Xuanning resolved to return to the city. Along the way, he encountered yet another assault from a beast. However, his prowess had ascended to the second tier of a martial general, complemented by profound martial techniques and various elemental enhancements, granting him confidence even against advanced second-tier beasts. Moreover, the creature that appeared was merely of the first tier, which he dispatched with ease. Xuanning personally engaged in combat with these demonic beasts, resulting in a greater accumulation of attribute points. Furthermore, the forest harbored additional attribute points for collection. Throughout his journey, he adeptly employed the wind mastery technique to gather these points, discovering its remarkable utility and convenience. He was either collecting attributes or traversing the path to do so. His cultivation value increased by 60, strength by 2, demonic beast lineage by 0, 5, speed by 0, 3, and defense by 5. By the time he emerged from the forest of demonic beasts, his cultivation value was sufficient to ascend to the next realm. Xuanning did not hesitate, embarking on a journey to transcend his limits, achieving a remarkable breakthrough to the 3rd tier of the martial general realm. Within a single day, he ascended through 5 minor realms, a feat that would astonish even the most prodigious talents across the continent, leaving them in awe of his formidable cultivation speed. No matter how exceptional one's innate talent may be, it pales in comparison to his extraordinary abilities. He revels in this advantage, taking pride in his prowess. Upon returning to the city of fallen immortals, he produced the carcass of a second-tier demon beast and made his way to a shop owned by the Xian family that specializes in the procurement of such creatures. Concealing his identity, he remained unrecognized by the shopkeepers. After some negotiation, Xuanning successfully sold the carcass. Subsequently, he visited several other establishments to dispose of the demon beast remains stored within his spatial realm. He possessed a considerable number of these carcasses, choosing to sell them discreetly to avoid drawing undue attention. In the end, Xuanning was left with a second-tier crimson flame wolf carcass that he had not sold. as he intended to use it to rejuvenate himself. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and skillfully climbed back over the wall to return to his residence. There, he commenced the meticulous process of cleansing the beast's body, carefully removing its entrails. Were it not for the concern of being interrogated by Xianli Shui, he would have genuinely wished for her company to share in the tasting. However, considering her astuteness, he knew that any deception on his part would surely arouse her suspicions. In such a scenario, when he sought to venture out of the city for hunting, he might find himself followed by an inquisitive shadow. Xuanning harbored a desire to avoid being pursued by Xianli Shui, thus he opted to indulge in the feast alone. The enormous demon beast was deftly portioned. One part was set aside for a savory stew, another for a rich braise, and yet another for grilling. After a considerable duration, the delectable dishes were prepared, and he began to feast heartily. The meat of these demon beasts was exquisite, imbued with traces of spiritual essence, offering substantial benefits to martial artists and considerable advantages to ordinary individuals alike. After consuming the meat, Xuanning was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, ultimately distilled into two simple words: truly delightful. Upon enhancing his strength, Xuanning discovered an extraordinary appetite. However, the sheer size of the crimson flame wolf was daunting, and he could not consume the entirety of it in one sitting, given its considerable bulk as a demon beast. He decided to reserve the remaining meat for breakfast the following morning. Life was arduous, and subsisting solely on meat was imperative for survival. Once satiated, he secured the door firmly and ensured that all windows were tightly shut, lest any secrets be unveiled. After completing these precautions, Xuanning finally turned his attention to the boxes he had discovered in the cave, embarking on a thorough inspection. The sight of lustrous pearls, agates, emeralds, and exquisite jewelry filled him with immense joy. These were indeed treasures, although he was uncertain of their exact worth. It was the first time he felt akin to a wealthy individual. These items were of little use in their current form and would need to be exchanged for gold notes for convenience. Xuanning began to meticulously examine the other boxes. Among 5 boxes, 2 contained gold coins, 2 held silver coins, and 1 was filled with jewelry. Xuanning began to contemplate. These items must not be discovered by Yi Wuqie. Otherwise, given Yi Wuqie's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek to cause him trouble. Currently, he was ill-equipped to confront the Yi family, thus it was imperative to handle these possessions with utmost caution. The gold and silver coins were relatively straightforward to deal with. He could simply visit the royal bank established by the Liu dynasty to exchange them for gold tickets. Countless individuals frequented the royal bank daily, and no matter how formidable the Yi family might be, they would dare not create a disturbance there. The remaining box of jewelry and ornaments, however, posed a greater challenge. These items must not surface in shops under the influence of the 3 major families, as they would be easily detected. In the entire Luostian city, the only establishments capable of discreetly acquiring such jewelry without leaving a trace were the Wanjin Alliance Chamber of Commerce and the Feihuang Auction House. Furthermore, both entities wield considerable power and are highly confidential regarding their clients' privacy. The headquarters of the Wanjin Alliance Chamber does not reside within the Liu dynasty. It is said to have been founded by merchants from various dynasties, with the founders being elders, and their shops span dozens of nations, exhibiting significant strength. As for the location of their headquarters, he was uncertain. The Wanjin Alliance Chamber specializes in commerce, and should he sell these items to them, the prices would likely be severely suppressed, a situation he could ill afford at present. Therefore, after careful consideration, Xuanning resolved to sell these possessions to the Feihuang Auction House. The Feihuang Auction House also possessed substantial influence, being a local chamber of commerce within the Liu dynasty, with branches in every town and above within the dynasty. Glancing at the time, it was not particularly late, and evening was indeed more conducive for his endeavors. He stealthily departed from the Xian family once more, making his way onto the streets. The night in Luoxian City was far from quiet. It was exceptionally beautiful. As a county city, each evening, the streets would be adorned with vibrant red lanterns, illuminating the pedestrians. The night sky was particularly stunning, with a crescent moon hanging high, and the entire firmament was adorned with twinkling stars. The streets were bustling with a myriad of passers-by, warriors, common folk, officials, men, women, and children alike. Countless vendors hustled on either side of the street, their faces aglow with smiles as they prepared steaming bowls of delicacies, hoping to earn a few extra copper coins. In this world, one need not worry about the quality of these foods, no concerns over gutter oil, Sudan red, or food additives, nor should one fret about their healthiness. The ingredients were genuine and pure. Were it not for his current inability to indulge, Xuanning would have savored the offerings. However, the most vibrant locales in Luoxian City were undoubtedly the taverns, tea houses, theaters, arenas, and, of course, the pleasure houses. Xuanning suddenly realized that even if he did not leave the city, there were still places where he could acquire attribute points. However, the gladiatorial arena required him to engage in combat, which posed considerable danger. Nonetheless, Xuanning now possessed a trump card. He had mastered 3 mid-tier martial techniques of the human rank, along with a foundational skill from the earthly rank. This earthly martial technique he preferred to reserve for dire circumstances. He opened his attribute list to take a glance. Health, 34-10 strength, 68 speed, 15. 1 constitution, 61. 5 stamina, 61. 7 defense, 60. 9 spirit, 0. 4 elemental resistance, 2 bloodline, 30 realm, martial general, 3rd heaven, cultivation value, 79, martial skills, mountain split palm LV2, raging tide fist LV2, flowing cloud sword technique LV2, wind manipulation palm LV7 with a strength as a martial general at the 3rd heaven, coupled with these additional attribute enhancements and martial skills. He naturally held an advantage against adversaries of the same realm. His sole disadvantage lay in his lack of combat experience, which would require diligent effort to rectify. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately purchased a ring on the street before entering the Fei Huang auction house. Approaching the beautiful attendant at the counter, he stated his intent to sell items. Given the volume of my possessions, it may be difficult to accommodate them here, Xuanning remarked. Upon observing Xuanning's attire, the attendant quickly understood his desire for anonymity. She had encountered many individuals of a similar nature. Promptly, she stepped forward and addressed him. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Xuanning followed the other person into a corridor, subsequently entering a chamber where the individual poured a cup of tea for Xuanning. The person then remarked, "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the appraiser." The young lady then closed the door behind her and departed. Xuanning did not wait long. A few minutes later, a portly man, resembling one who had carried a child for 10 months, ambled in. His small eyes scrutinized Xuanning for a moment before he broke into a smile. With a courteous gesture, he introduced himself, saying, "I am Yishan, one of the appraisers at the Fei Huang auction house. Should you have any items, please feel free to present them. Whether for acquisition or auction, I shall ensure arrangements are made to your satisfaction." Xuanning nodded, and with a flash of brilliance, a massive chest materialized before Yishan, brimming with an array of exquisite jewels and adornments that left Yishan utterly astonished. He gazed incredulously at the ring in Xuanning's hand, taken aback to discover that such an unassuming ring was, in fact, a spatial ring. A revelation that filled him with surprise. He had not anticipated that the other party possessed such a substantial storage ring. The chest was quite sizable, and the value of that spatial ring was undoubtedly considerable. Yishan's demeanor shifted to one of greater respect, regardless of how the other had acquired this spatial ring. It warranted a sufficient level of reverence. "Are all these for sale?" Yishan inquired, clasping his hands in a gesture of politeness. In their line of work, one does not inquire about the origins of items, nor do they readily question the identity of others, as such matters pertain to one's privacy. "Yes, everything is for sale," Xuanning replied, deliberately altering his tone to obscure his true identity. "Very well, I fear I will need a bit of time. I assure you I will offer you a satisfactory price," Yishan responded. Xuanning nodded slightly, indicating for the other party to proceed with the assessment at their leisure. He was indeed unaware of the value of these items, nor did he comprehend their worth. He presumed that such a grand auction house would not allow him to suffer too great a loss. Yishan had several large tables brought in and summoned a young maiden with writing implements. Subsequently, each time Yishan retrieved a piece of jewelry from the boxes, he would articulate its details and approximate value, demonstrating considerable expertise. After his remarks, he placed the jewelry on the table, where a nearby youth would record the prices. The valuations of these ornaments were quite commendable. Even the least expensive items could fetch several thousand copper coins, amounting to dozens of gold coins. Some of the more valuable pieces even reached the astonishing sum of several hundred gold coins, leaving Xuanning in a state of surprise. However, such high-priced jewelry was merely a rare occurrence, not commonplace. Due to the abundance of items, Yishan consumed several pots of tea and made 2 trips to the restroom. As the boxes dwindled, several exquisite treasures emerged, among which was a remarkably fine piece of porcelain. Yishan expressed his astonishment, remarking that its elegant design and antiquity were indeed rare, even for him. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Xuanning and suggested, "I recommend auctioning this exquisite porcelain. However, if you find it unsatisfactory, our auction house would be willing to offer a direct purchase of 1,000 gold coins. What do you think?" 1,000 gold coins equated to 100,000 copper coins. In any realm, there are those who appreciate beautiful antiques. Yet, the prices of these antiques are not excessively high, for this is a world of high martial arts and fantasy, no matter how exceptional the antiques may be. They pale in comparison to powerful techniques, martial skills, and equipment. "Let us proceed with the auction," he declared, eager to witness the proceedings. "The next auction in our Fei Wang auction house will take place 3 days hence at the hour of Qin. You may use the silver entry ticket for admission," Yishan said, handing Xuanning a silver ticket. Xuanning nodded and replied, "Very well. In this world, the hour of Qin corresponds to the time between 7 and 9 in the morning." Subsequently, Yishan discovered several exquisite antiques within the box and proposed that Xuanning join him in auctioning them. Naturally, Xuanning assented. Once they had thoroughly catalogued the contents of the box, Yishan wiped the perspiration from his brow, for the multitude of items was indeed overwhelming. Given his portly physique, it was quite an arduous task. Ultimately, Yishan instructed the maid to compile the prices for all the items, which totaled over 50,000 gold coins. This was no trifling sum, equivalent to over 5 million copper coins. Xuanning was undoubtedly elated. With these gold coins, he would be able to procure many of the items he desired. Although over 50,000 coins may seem substantial, for a martial artist, the expenditure can be quite considerable. Perhaps acquiring a few superior pieces of equipment would deplete his funds. "Here are the gold notes. Please take care of them." Xuanning consented to the transaction, and Yishan presented a stack of gold notes to him. Xuanning meticulously counted a total of over 500 gold tickets, each with a denomination of 100. 1 gold ticket is equivalent to 10 silver tickets or 100 copper tickets. Thus, 500 gold tickets amount to over 5 million copper coins. Upon concluding the transaction, Xuanning left behind his auction information, inscribing the name Xiaoyan, Amira Feiade, as the name was entirely fictitious. Xuanning emerged from the Feihuang auction house and stepped onto the bustling street. He then purchased a mask from a vendor and proceeded towards a certain direction, soon catching sight of a colossal character representing money. This establishment was the Royal Bank, a financial institution founded by the imperial family of the Liu dynasty, dedicated to the storage and exchange of wealth. The Royal Bank has branches throughout the cities of the Liu dynasty and for substantial sums of money. They even issue documents akin to checks, albeit with fixed denominations. Upon arriving here, Xuanning engaged in a brief conversation with the staff before proceeding into a chamber. He then unveiled 2 substantial chests filled with gold and silver coins. The moneylenders were somewhat taken aback, although accustomed to various currencies. The sheer volume of 2 large chests was indeed remarkable. Aside from the 3 prominent families of Luoxian City, it was unexpected to encounter someone possessing such an immense wealth. They refrained from inquiring about the origins of these coins and commenced counting the total, ultimately tallying over 10 million copper notes. When converted to gold notes, this amounted to more than 100,000. He chose to exchange them directly for gold notes, opting not to receive their receipts, as such large denominations were not suited to his needs. More than 100,000 gold notes comprised merely over 1,000 notes of 100 each. With his newfound wealth, he naturally sought to procure items to enhance his capabilities, ultimately arriving at the Wanjin Alliance Chamber of Commerce. As for cultivation, he dismissed the notion entirely, thus he had no interest in either elixirs or martial arts techniques. Xuanning arrived at the armory, poised to select weapons and armor suited to his needs. The equipment of the Xuanning continent is categorized according to 8 qualities: divine, sacred, celestial, terrestrial, profound, yellow, mortal, and common. The 3 weapons he had previously acquired were all of the common grade. Xuanning now possesses the strength of a 3rd-tier martial general, rendering any mystical weapon below the human level unsuitable for his use. He holds those inferior mystical weapons in utter disdain. Xuanning directly approached the area designated for yellow-grade mystical weapons. He examined the pricing of these yellow-grade mystical arms, noting that the prices commenced at a modest 100 gold tickets and peaked at no more than 500 gold tickets. This, he surmised, represented the approximate value of the yellow-grade mystical weapons. Xuanning curiously glanced at the prices of the Xin-level weapons and was astonished to find that even the most basic Xin-level weapons started at 1,000 gold notes. The Wanjin Alliance only offered Xin-level weapons, with no Earth-level weapons available, as the latter were exceedingly rare typically appearing only at auctions. The heads of the three prominent families in Luoxian City each possessed one or two Earth-level weapons, with prices exceeding 10,000 gold notes for each. After careful consideration, Xuanning stroked his chin, realizing that purchasing a high-quality weapon could attract unwanted attention. The Huang-level weapons were evidently the standard gear for all martial artists, making them the most suitable for his use. Consequently, he acquired a beautifully crafted sword and armor, selecting only the finest, for a total expenditure of 100 gold notes, or 100,000 copper notes. Of course, to hedge against unforeseen circumstances, he also purchased a Xian-level weapon priced at 500 gold notes, which he intended to keep as a trump card rather than use lightly. After securing his acquisitions, he returned home. However, upon entering his room, he noticed that candles had been lit, prompting him to be on guard. Who could it be? The door had not been opened, and if it were someone sent by Xian Shaodian, they certainly would not have lit candles. With a sense of intrigue, Xuanning stepped into his room, only to find a familiar silhouette. At that moment, Xian Lixue was seated on a stool, her head resting on her hand atop the table, having fallen asleep in such a position. Observing the serene beauty of the sleeping figure, he noticed her long, dark eyelashes framing a delicately shaped face, with rosy lips and a small dimple that added charm to her smile. How did she end up asleep here? As Xuanning approached Xian Lixue, a faint floral fragrance wafted into his senses, reminding him of her fondness for cultivating various flowers, as she was enveloped in an array of floral scents. Though Xian Lixue is still quite young, her development is remarkable. It will not be long before she blossoms into a captivating beauty, complemented by her considerable talent. In a month's time, she is set to participate in the disciple assessment of the 5 great sects of the Yuli Empire. Given her aptitude, gaining admission to one of the 5 great sects will not pose a challenge, and Xuanning will also take part in the event. He gently cradled Xian Lixue's delicate waist with one hand, while supporting her increasingly slender legs with the other, tenderly placing her upon the bed. He removed her shoes and tucked her in with a blanket, before reclining on the table to succumb to slumber. As dawn broke, Xuanning was stirred by the sound of footsteps. Upon opening his eyes, he found Xian Lixue gazing at him with her large, round eyes. With a look of curiosity, she inquired, "Brother Xuanning, where did you go last night? You returned so late." "I merely stepped out for a stroll, and, in the process, brought you a small gift," Xuanning replied, swiftly reaching into his robes to retrieve a meticulously prepared white jade hairpin from his spatial pouch. This exquisite hairpin, chosen from among various jewels for its elegant design, had been set aside specifically for Xian Lixue. Xian Lixue, indeed delighted, took the hairpin and broke into a smile, her charming dimples coupled with a sweet grin rendering her irresistibly captivating. However, her joy was soon eclipsed as she pouted, expressing her displeasure. "Brother Xuanning is truly wicked, venturing out alone without inviting me." Then, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "Brother Xuanning must surely be up to no good." After all, the main door was still locked from the inside upon his departure. Upon hearing this, Xuanning realized that the young girl was rather inquisitive, and promptly replied, "Then I shall close the main gate. After all, you too scaled the wall to enter here. Moreover, how many times have you actually come through the front door? Our homes are merely separated by a wall, and every time Xian Lixue visits, she effortlessly climbs over it. For those who practice martial arts, such a trivial barrier poses no challenge whatsoever. Regardless, I shall not concern myself with that. The next time you go shopping, you must take me along," Xian Lixue insisted eagerly. All right, Xuanning acquiesced, and with that, Xian Lixue left contentedly, scaling the wall to return to her own courtyard. After enjoying his breakfast, Xuanning arrived at the family's training ground. Upon casting his gaze around, he was delighted to discover numerous attribute points scattered on the ground. Xuanning. A group of individuals turned their astonished eyes towards him. The former Xuanning would never have come to this place. However, since the family competition, they had come to realize that Xuanning now surpassed the majority of them in strength. Indeed, some even deliberately avoided him upon sight. Among them were Xin Kaiyong and his companions. Xuanning approached the shimmering lights, and upon noticing his advance, the individuals present mistakenly assumed he intended to confront them, prompting them to instinctively retreat. Xuanning began to employ the wind mastery technique, causing those around him to retreat in fear, mistakenly believing he intended to strike. However, Xuanning merely utilized this skill to collect the attribute points scattered on the ground. How amusing it was to witness their trepidation. When had he become so intimidating? With a boost of 0. 5 in strength, and an increase of 5 in cultivation value. As he approached a cluster of luminous orbs, 2 figures obstructed his path. Xuanning raised his youthful yet confident head to meet their gaze, displaying no fear whatsoever. These 2 were brothers, closely associated with Xian and were among the elder members of their family, being in their 20s. Each year, they participated in the assessments of the 5 great sects, yet were consistently eliminated. After turning 20, they could no longer enter the 5 great sects and were relegated to assisting the Xian family in managing affairs. Previously, Xuanning would not have dared to visit the martial arts hall. However, having attained the 3rd level of martial general, he now felt no trepidation in the face of these opponents. Moreover, he had come here with the intention of honing his skills and enhancing his combat experience. Xuanning, do not think that a minor achievement in the family competition allows you to look down upon us. The gap between you and us remains vast. Xuanhu stood with his hands on his hips, a look of disdain gracing his lips as he gazed down upon Xuanning. Despite Xuanning's commendable achievement of securing 2nd place in the family competition, Xuanhu, already a formidable general, felt no compulsion to regard him with respect. Xuanning, you seldom grace us with your presence here. Since you have, why not engage in a little sparring? Another figure, Xianlong, with eyes glinting like those of a venomous serpent, wore a subtle smile that betrayed his ulterior motives. It was evident that he sought to belittle Xuanning. Upon hearing this, Xuanning promptly declined, stating, "You are at least 5 or 6 years my senior. Engaging in a contest with you would be quite disadvantageous for me." Xianlong produced a vial of elixir. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed Xuanning. "This is a bottle of 1st-grade elixir, containing 10 spirit pills. It is the same elixir you acquired last time. I trust you are aware that each spirit pill holds a value of 5 gold coins. Should you succeed in defeating me, this vial shall belong to you." Upon hearing this, Xuanning couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Since the other party was eager to present him with the elixir, how could he possibly refuse? "Is what you say truly the case?" Xuanning feigned an expression of temptation, his gaze fixated hungrily on the vial of elixir, his covetousness unmistakable. "Indeed, it is." Xianlong thought to himself with a cold smirk upon observing Xuanning's demeanor. He had clearly fallen into the trap. Xianlong held no regard for Xuanning as a rival. After imparting this lesson to Xuanning, he was certain it would bring great joy to Xian Shaoyan's father. Consequently, their family's standing within the clan would ascend to new heights. "I agree to your terms," Xuanning replied promptly, feigning a willingness to sacrifice for the sake of the elixir. In truth, he held the precious pill in disdain, as he could cultivate simply by acquiring attributes to him. The elixir was little more than a sweet treat. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Xianlong's smile was unreserved, as he resolved to thoroughly teach Xuanning a lesson, ensuring he comprehended the vast chasm that existed between the might of a martial adept and that of a martial general. The youthful members of the Xian family, upon witnessing the impending clash between the 2 contenders, descended from the martial arena to afford them ample space for their duel. Their faces were adorned with mocking expressions as they gazed at the young man on stage. Sighing in unison, although Xuanning has secured the 2nd place in this family competition, no matter how formidable he may be, he is no match for Xianlong. While elixirs are indeed beneficial, the notion that he could triumph over Xianlong is nothing short of a delusion. We once thought that lad possessed a modicum of cleverness. Yet he has foolishly agreed to such a contest, fully aware of the evident disparity in their strengths. He must be utterly ignorant of the gap between a martial general and a martial soldier. Believing that his commendable performance in the family competition could somehow empower him to defeat Xianlong. Xianlong is already 21 years old, surpassing even his brother, Xianhu, in strength. It is important to note that Xianhu is already a formidable warrior at the 1st level of martial generals, and Xianlong's prowess undoubtedly exceeds that of the 2nd level. Xuanning's naivety is truly perplexing. As the praises echoed from the audience below, Xianlong's smile widened. Regardless of whether Xuanning chose to retract his agreement to the duel, Xianlong had no intention of letting his opponent off lightly. "Fear not, dear cousin. I shall not be excessively harsh. I merely wish to demonstrate the stark contrast between a martial soldier and a martial general." Though he spoke such words, the extent of his force remained a secret known only to Xianlong himself. He had finally stumbled upon such a fortuitous opportunity. It would not be in his nature to let his opponent remain unscathed for less than 10 days or half a month. Conversely, Xuanning, expecting to see fear etched upon his adversary's face, was met with an astonishing sight that defied all expectations. There was not a shred of trepidation on Xuanning's countenance. Rather, he appeared eager. Frowning slightly, Xuanning pondered whether his opponent possessed genuine confidence or if there were other reasons behind his demeanor. With the duel underway, Xuanning was determined to gauge the true caliber of this individual, as he had been unable to discern Xuanning's true capabilities during the family competition. In Xuanlong's estimation, Xuanning's strength was at most at the 7th level of martial soldiers. Even if he were at the 9th level, he would still be no match for him. Clenching his fists, Xuanlong's gaze hardened, yet he did not forget to issue a challenge. Xuanning, dear brother, allow me to witness your true abilities. With that, Xuanling narrowed his eyes and unleashed a ferocious power befitting a martial general. His fists cracking audibly as he lunged forward, charging towards Xuanning with determined strides. Xuanling showed no mercy whatsoever towards Xuanning. Despite him being a member of the same clan, his demeanor clearly indicated an intention to inflict serious injury upon his opponent, which instilled a deep sense of fear among the onlookers. A warrior of such formidable caliber was simply beyond the capacity of mere martial soldiers to withstand. This time, Xuanning was undoubtedly facing a grim fate. Xuanning discerned the ruthless intent behind his opponent's strike. Realizing this, he saw no reason to hold back. With a chilling gaze, he raised his hand, transforming it into a fist. Planting one foot firmly on the ground, he propelled himself into the air, delivering a powerful punch towards the oncoming Xuanling bang. The might of a martial general at the 3rd level, coupled with an additional surge of strength, rendered Xuanning's power formidable. The two fists collided with a resounding impact. Under the weight of Xuanning's formidable assault, Xuanling felt a terrifying force strike against his own fist, followed by a sharp crack as he attacked Xuanning's arm. Xuanling was engulfed in immense agony, letting out a mournful cry as he staggered backward, cradling his injured arm with his other hand. In a single strike, his arm had been dislocated by his opponent. The sudden turn of events left everyone utterly astonished. They witnessed Xuanning, who appeared to be at a disadvantage, not only withstand the assault but also deliver a powerful blow that injured Xuanling. As they heard Xuanlong's anguished scream, the onlookers gazed at Xuanning with disbelief, struggling to fathom that the one who had subdued the formidable 21-year-old martial general was merely a 15-year-old boy. The entire arena was in shock, and even the wounded Xuanling wore a look of disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that Xuanning had managed to defeat him. It had taken just one move. He was a genuine martial general, and yet he was vanquished by Xuanning in a single blow. Elder brother, Xuanhu, watching from below, was equally stunned. But he quickly regained his composure and rushed onto the martial arts stage to reach Xuanling. Brother, how are you? He asked, noticing the dislocated arm. It hurts terribly. Xuanling felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, gritting his teeth as his eyes remained fixed on Xuanning, still reluctant to accept that all this pain had been inflicted upon him by the very person before him. As Xuanhu observed his brother in such torment, a surge of fury ignited within him. His fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound, and he glared fiercely at Xuanning, raising his fist and declaring, Xuanning, I shall make you pay. Xuanhu, cease this. You are no match for him. Upon witnessing the scene, Xuanling, suppressing his agony, extended his uninjured arm and firmly grasped Xuanhu's arm, restraining him from acting impulsively. After all, even his own prowess as a second heaven martial general was vanquished by a single strike from the adversary, let alone Xuanhu, who was merely a first heaven martial general. After listening, Xuanhu calmed down, unclenching his fists. He then turned to his brother and said, Brother, let me take you to Dr. Zhang for a checkup. All right, Xuanling replied with a nod. Wait, Xuanning called out to them, stepping forward and extending a hand, saying, Hand over the elixir to me. Do not overstep your bounds. I, Xuanhu, am not afraid of you. Xuanhu's temperament was inherently volatile upon hearing Xuanning's words. His fury was reignited, causing his entire face to flush with rage, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Xuanning physically. Xuanling once again grasped Xuanhu's shoulder, preventing him from acting impulsively, and spoke, I am outmatched and have no further words to offer. I, Xuanling, am not one to be untrustworthy. After uttering these words, Xuanling retrieved a bottle of first-grade spiritual elixir from his bosom, casting a reluctant glance at it before tossing it to Xuanning, saying, Here, for you, elder brother. Xuanhu was quite reluctant to give anything to Xuanning, casting an irate glance at his brother. Although this medicinal pill was not exceedingly precious, he still did not wish to part with it so easily. Let us depart. Xuanling feared that Xuanhu might take action. His younger brother could be excessively stubborn at times. With Xuanning's formidable strength, he was reluctant to witness his brother suffer a fate akin to his own. Seeing his brother in such agony, Xuanhu had no choice but to support him to the family physician of the Xian clan for treatment. Xuanning cast his gaze upon those surrounding him. Many averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his steady gaze. However, a few younger members of the Xian family looked at him with eyes brimming with admiration. As for Xian Kaiyang and others, they had long since begun to slip away, fearful of the retribution that Xuanning might unleash. Xuanning's lips curled into a confident smile as he waved his hand, effortlessly collecting the attribute points from the ground. Defense increased by 8. Xuanning leisurely sauntered away, his hands resting behind his head. At this moment, he had transformed into the pride of the Xian family, shedding the once disparaging label of being worthless. This remarkable development swiftly spread among the members of the Xian clan, leaving everyone in the family utterly astonished. Xuanning astonishingly defeated the formidable Xianlong, a warrior of the second tier. Upon departing from the Xian family, he made his way directly onto the bustling streets. To his surprise, he encountered Yu Wuqing leading a throng of individuals, all hastening towards the outskirts of the city. This fellow seems to possess an extraordinary fortune. Xuanning felt a twinge of astonishment. Such a seemingly fragile character had managed to survive, likely due to the desperate efforts of his subordinates in rescuing him. The entourage of Yu Wuqing was considerable, numbering at least in the hundreds, creating an impressive spectacle. The onlookers, upon witnessing their approach, swiftly altered their expressions and hurriedly cleared the thoroughfare to allow their passage. Upon observing the situation, Xuanning instantly discerned that they were undoubtedly heading towards the entrance of the treasure from yesterday. The mere thought of Yu Wuqing and his companions arriving there only to find the cavern utterly devoid of any treasure elicited an uncontrollable smile of triumph from him. Xuanning stood aside, deeming it unnecessary to engage in conflict with this individual, especially since he had already secured victory in a prior round. Suddenly, a rattan ball soared from an alleyway, striking Yu Wuqing squarely on the head. A group of 5- or 6-year-old children emerged joyfully from the alley, eager to retrieve the ball. However, upon spotting Yu Wuqing and his entourage, they were struck with fear and froze in place, momentarily dazed by the impact. Yu Wuqing's pallid visage quickly transformed into a shade of deep anger, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace as his eyes burned with malice directed at the rattan ball on the ground. With a furious stomp, he crushed the ball beneath his foot with a resounding crack. His eyes ablaze, he pointed a finger menacingly at the frightened children, exclaiming, "Wretched scoundrels! How dare you assault this young master? Come here, seize them and break their legs." One of the attendants, unable to bear the scene, interjected gently, "Young master, they are merely a few little kids. Perhaps it would suffice to teach them a lesson without resorting to such extreme measures." Yu Wuqing's fury escalated at this suggestion. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and struck the attendant across the face. A resounding slap echoed, leaving a red mark on the attendant's cheek, who, too intimidated to raise his gaze, merely covered his face and bowed his head. "Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs?" Yu Wuqing glared vehemently at the attendant. The other attendants exchanged knowing smirks, then feigned indignation, bowing towards Yu Wuqing and declaring, "Young master, this impertinent fellow dares to defy your orders. It is only right to punish him severely for daring to assault your esteemed person. Indeed, they are but lowly children. I shall bring them forth for you to personally mete out justice. Your status is far too lofty to be subjected to such affronts. We shall avenge you at once." Upon hearing the flattery from his attendants, Yu Wuqing's mood lightened somewhat. "You have done well. Henceforth, remain by my side," he proclaimed. "Thank you, young master. Thank you." They chorused, exchanging smiles before striding with ill intent towards the bewildered children. Those surrounding the scene, though sympathetic, were acutely aware that the Yi family was one of the 3 prominent clans of Luoxian City, the foremost among them. Being mere commoners, they dared not provoke him, stifling their indignation and lamenting the misfortune of the unfortunate children. Upon witnessing such a scene, Xuanning was filled with indignation. After all, they were merely a few thoughtless young ones. To think that they would resort to breaking their legs merely for being struck by a vine ball was truly despicable. Xuanning clenched his fists. Although he was not a paragon of virtue, he could not idly stand by. To witness the 3 little ones suffer the severing of their legs at the hands of Yu Wuqing would haunt his conscience for a lifetime. He swiftly concealed himself, shrouding his entire head with cloth, making it difficult for others to discern his true identity. The 3 Yi family guards sneered as they gazed at the retreating children, taunting, "Little ones, your misfortune lies in crossing paths with our esteemed young master Yi." The trio, being mere children, were paralyzed by fear as the menacing figures approached. forgetting to flee and instead bursting into tears. Just as the guards were about to seize the little ones, Xuanning charged forth, delivering a swift kick that sent one guard sprawling. He then unleashed a flurry of punches, toppling the remaining two. Quickly turning to the frightened children, he urged, "Run. I will hold them off. Be careful, brother." The children exclaimed, finally grasping the urgency of their escape, offering a parting reminder as they fled. Onlookers, witnessing the children's rescue, breathed a sigh of relief, silently commending Xuanning for his bravery. Yet, as they beheld the multitude surrounding Yu Wuxia, concern for Xuanning's fate began to creep in. After all, a solitary fist cannot contend with many, and the odds were decidedly against him. The imposing and majestic figure of Xuanning has garnered great satisfaction from many. Yet concerns about his predicament linger. Upon witnessing someone daring to meddle in the affairs of young Master Yi in Luoxian City, Yi Wuxi's expression darkened further. "Seize that fellow at once. I shall make him pay dearly," he furiously commanded, his brows furrowed as he pointed toward the valiant Xuanning. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxi's guards swiftly advanced, drawing their weapons with menacing intent as they charged at Xuanning. The trio of young boys had not yet fled far, and should they attempt to escape now, they would undoubtedly be recaptured by Yi Wuxi's men. Thus, Xuanning chose not to flee but awaited their approach. While he might not be able to contend against such numbers, he still possessed the means for self-defense. Xuanning observed a throng of individuals advancing menacingly towards him, and a flicker of anxiety coursed through him. After all, his experience in combat was limited, particularly when confronted by such a multitude. Yet, he resolutely refused to yield. A true man must act decisively when the moment calls for it. Xuanning also drew the he had purchased the previous day, executing the flowing cloud sword technique as he thrust the blade towards the foremost individual. Xuanning's prowess was formidable, his strength immense. Before his adversaries could even react, he had already pierced one of them with a single stroke of his sword, inadvertently causing them to drop a point of attribute. However, Xuanning soon found himself encircled, with a dozen weapons descending upon him. With a swift motion, Xuanning absorbed the attribute points into his grasp, increasing his vitality by 50. Subsequently, he leaped into the air, executing several somersaults, and deftly evaded the encirclement, eluding their onslaught. Sensing the rush of air behind him, Xuanning gripped his weapon tightly, turning to deflect the incoming strike just in time. Bang! As he successfully parried the attack, Xuanning launched a powerful kick, sending his assailant hurtling backwards, colliding with the individuals behind. Xuanning could not afford to be encircled, for the opposing forces were overwhelmingly numerous, including several formidable generals among them. Prolonged combat would be exceedingly disadvantageous for him. He noticed a fallen weapon at his feet and deftly hooked it with one foot, sending the long sword soaring into the air. Then, with a powerful kick, the sword shot forth at an astonishing speed towards Yi Wuxi in the distance. Clang! One of the martial generals beside Yi Wuxi swiftly drew his weapon, executing a rapid slash that cleaved the assailing sword in twain. Yi Wuxi was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an audacious attack under the circumstances. Had it not been for the strength of his companion, he would have faced certain death, a most detestable situation indeed. The flames of fury within Yi Wuxi were ignited by Xuanning's audacity, and he bellowed, "Everyone, advance. I shall ensure he is torn to shreds today." In response, dozens surged forth from beside Yi Wuxi, pursuing Xuanning, though some remained rooted in place. Upon observing Yi Wuxi's frantic demeanor, Xuanning couldn't help but smile inwardly. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the rooftop and began his retreat into the distance. Since all of Yi Wuxi's wrath was directed towards him, he felt a sense of relief. His only concern now was to preserve his own life. The guards surrounding Yi Wuxi promptly initiated their pursuit of Xuanning, each of them leaping onto the rooftops in a fervent chase. In a one-on-one confrontation, Xuanning felt no trepidation towards these adversaries, skillfully evading several attacks. He retaliated with a powerful punch and a swift kick, sending 3 assailants tumbling from the rooftop. However, he soon sensed impending danger as he lowered his body. He caught sight of a long blade sweeping down from above his head. Xuanning brandished his longsword in retaliation, executing the flowing cloud sword technique as he advanced upon his adversary. The opponent continually retreated, furrowing his brow in agitation, and exclaimed, "Who are you, young man? How do you wield the flowing cloud sword technique?" This technique belonged to the Yi family, and witnessing Xuanning's mastery of it undeniably piqued his curiosity. However, Xuanning refrained from responding, mindful that revealing his voice could expose his identity. After repelling his foe, he swiftly took to the rooftops, escaping without hesitation. Only a fool would entertain such inquiries. After him, Yi Wuqing, incensed at losing sight of Xuanning, turned to the formidable warriors by his side and demanded, "Why do you not pursue him? Young master, if we leave, what if that man turns back to confront you? The master has instructed us to ensure your safety," replied one of the martial generals. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuqing realized the validity of the argument and ceased his protest. "Young master, shall we still venture outside the city today?" Another queried. With this, Yi Wuqing recalled his original purpose for the day, lamenting that his enthusiasm had been tarnished by that detestable individual. Contemplating this, his expression darkened further. Yi Wuqing glanced around at the 10 or so companions, most of whom were martial generals, including 2 martial masters, all dispatched by his father for his close protection. They could certainly vanquish the formidable black-bellied unicorn encountered the previous day. Turning to a shifty-eyed individual, he commanded, "Hikuei, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure that you capture that scoundrel. Upon my return, I shall have him torn to pieces." Hikuei's eyes sparkled with delight as he promptly replied, "Rest assured, young master. Even if I must turn the entire falling immortal city upside down, I will secure him for you." Satisfied, Yi Wuqing instructed, "If we lack sufficient manpower, return and summon reinforcements. I refuse to believe that scoundrel can evade capture." With a grand gesture, he declared, "Let us depart. Safe travels, young master." Hikuei bowed and nodded fervently. Meanwhile, Xuanning fled with agility, skillfully navigating the obstacles of the streets, enhanced by his own speed, quickly evading the majority of his pursuers. However, a few martial generals of the 5th tier and above remained hot on his heels. Xuanning arrived in the bustling thoroughfare, where a multitude of people thronged and numerous vendors peddled their wares, making it relatively easy to elude the pursuit of his followers. However, the individuals trailing him possessed considerable strength and remarkable speed. Although Xuanning managed to shake off several of them, one remained steadfastly on his heels. This situation was untenable. He needed to devise a means to elude his pursuer. Seeking refuge, Xuanning ventured into a secluded area and discovered an elegantly designed estate nearby. Without concern for its ownership, he leaped over the barrier and into the grounds. Upon entering the estate, he surveyed the distant buildings before darting into one of the rooms, which, judging by its decor, appeared to be a young woman's private chamber. As Xuanning was about to depart, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. To avoid detection, he glanced around and then looked up at the eaves above. With a powerful push from his legs, he leapt onto the roof, concealing himself as he lay flat on the eaves. "I will change into a different outfit and join you shortly. Please wait outside." A melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, resonated. Understood. The door swung open, and Xuanning beheld a beautifully adorned young maiden entering the room. She approached a wardrobe filled with garments and began to select her attire, with a smile gracing her face. She found a dress to her liking and started to change out of her clothes. Xuanning glanced and inwardly sighed. One should not gaze upon that which is inappropriate. He then widened his eyes and directed his gaze towards the woman below. Xuanning could not help but acknowledge that the woman before him was exceptionally enchanting and utterly delightful. Her skin, as white as snow, resembled exquisite jade, flawless and radiant. Her delicate figure evoked within him an overwhelming urge. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. "Who are you? Someone, come quickly. Intruders have breached the estate." Suddenly, the shouts of 2 maidservants echoed from outside. Zhou Yuyo, startled by the commotion, hurriedly draped her clothing over herself and anxiously inquired, "Xiachan, Dong Shuek, what is happening outside?" "Miss, 3 outsiders have entered, claiming to be in pursuit of an assassin." Xiachan promptly responded. Zhou Yuyo hastily donned her garments, her expression darkening. Much to Xuanning's disappointment, such a beautiful scene had been marred by those ruffians. With a stern countenance, Zhou Yuyo opened the door, confronting 3 menacing figures, already surrounded by her guards. "How dare you trespass here in pursuit of an assassin?" Zhou Yuyo's anger was palpable. She had not anticipated anyone daring to invade her residence. The trio, unaware of the estate's significance, were accustomed to their brazen behavior as members of the Yi family. They were taken aback by Zhou Yuyao's ethereal beauty, astonished to find such a striking woman in Loxian City. "Do you suppose that presenting this lady to young master you would please him?" sneered one of the men, bearing a scar. "Indeed, young master Yi favors exquisite women, and this one is strikingly pure. She would surely be his delight," concurred the others. Envisioning the rewards they might receive once young master Yi grew weary of her, Their audacity was infuriating. They brazenly declared, "Take her and deliver her to my father for judgment." Zhou Yuyao's countenance darkened further at their shameless words, though, as a refined lady, she refrained from using vulgar language. Xia Chan and Dong Shui were equally incensed, appalled that anyone would dare to target their mistress. "Yes, miss." They rallied, charging at the intruders. Unfortunately, their skills were woefully inadequate, none possessing the rank of martial general. The strongest among them barely reached the 9th level of martial apprentice, rendering them no match for the 3 seasoned warriors. "Miss, do these men belong to the Yi family?" Xia Chan asked Zhou Yuyao. "I have heard tales of the Yi family's rampant arrogance, but I never imagined their audacity would extend to threatening our mistress," Dong Shui added, equally furious. Observing her guard's ineffectiveness, Zhou Yuyao produced a bamboo tube of sorts and pulled it towards the sky, unleashing a firework that burst into the air, seemingly a call for help. This woman is signaling for assistance. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 individuals were taken aback, astonished that the woman possessed such cunning methods. Resolute in their intentions, they determined that regardless of her identity, if they eliminated everyone else, no one would ever know of their involvement. With hardened hearts, they planned to abduct Zhou Yuyao before reinforcements could arrive. The 2 maidens were also deemed valuable and would be taken as well. One of them cast a lascivious glance at Xia Chan and Dong Shui, igniting a wave of fear in the 2 young ladies, who were unprepared for such brazen audacity. They hurried to Zhou Yuyao's side and urged, "Miss, we must flee at once. These 3 have gone mad." "All right," Zhou Yuyao nodded, leading her 2 maids as they began their escape. "Do not run," the scar-faced man shouted, rushing towards the trio as they attempted to flee. Upon realizing that if he were to be the cause of the adversary's success, resulting in the abduction of the innocent maiden, his guilt would be immeasurable. Such a delightful and pure young woman, should she fall into the clutches of Yi Bufan, the consequences would be dire indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the eaves and charged towards the scarred man, unreservedly employing his advanced martial technique, the wind control palm. Xuanning exerted himself entirely, channeling all his strength into the palm of his hand, where a tempest began to manifest, although he had yet to reach the realm of a martial master. The wind attribute elements bestowed by the Xian-level martial arts still enabled him to summon formidable gusts. A tempestuous energy coalesced in Xuanning's grasp and was unleashed with great ferocity towards the scarred man. Bang! Puff! Xuanning moved with astonishing swiftness and caught the scarred man completely off guard with his sudden assault. In a moment of peril, the man instinctively shifted his body. Yet Xuanning's palm struck his shoulder with tremendous force. Blood gushed from his mouth as he toppled backward. The 2 accomplices, witnessing the scene, were immediately alarmed. After dispatching several foes, they hurried to the scarred man's side, inquiring anxiously, "Scar, are you all right?" "Damn it. I was ambushed by this brat and sustained some injuries. Had I not reacted quickly and donned my protective armor, I might not have survived, or at the very least, been gravely wounded." The scarred man glared at Xuanning with the ferocity of a wounded beast, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Rest assured, we shall avenge you," the 2 replied hastily. Subsequently, the scarred man fixed a cruel gaze upon Xuanning, declaring, "You fool, I knew you were hiding here. Today, not only will you perish, but all those around you shall meet their doom as well. Even those 3 women will become our playthings. I shall relish the sight of you witnessing their torment and demise, so you may comprehend the grave consequences of crossing us." Xia Chan, upon hearing this, retorted indignantly, "Do you know who her young lady is? She is none other than the daughter of the city lord. If you dare lay a hand on her, even the Yi family will be unable to protect you." The 3 men were taken aback, realizing they were confronting the daughter of the city lord, Zhou Tiansu. Rumors had circulated that the city lord's youngest daughter was at odds with her aunt and lacked the ability to cultivate, leading them to believe she would reside here. They had heard she was cast out by her aunt, suggesting her standing within the city lord's household was tenuous at best. Yet, she is still the city lord's daughter. If her father discovers this, our lives will be forfeit. Given the circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to act swiftly. The woman just signaled for help. But fortunately, there remains a considerable distance to the city lord's mansion. Exchanging glances, their eyes darkened with malevolence, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. "This is bad. They have turned murderous. You all must flee. I will hold them off." Xuanning had not anticipated the ferocity of his adversary. Upon discovering their identity, he never considered the possibility of showing them mercy. Their arrogance was indeed beyond measure. He had underestimated the Yi family's seemingly insignificant guards, who displayed such audacity that they disregarded even the daughter of the city lord. After hearing Xuanning's words, Zhou Yuyo's face was etched with concern as she turned to him and asked, "What will you do?" Xuanning was taken aback by the kindness of Zhou Yuyo, who, even at such a critical moment, remained genuinely concerned for her well-being. Although there was a certain adorableness in her apparent naivety, such a woman, so full of sentiment and loyalty, was indeed a rare find. Even when aware that the likes of Scar and his companions intended her harm, she did not forget to express concern for others, despite their unfamiliarity. "Rest assured, as long as you manage to escape, they cannot harm me," Xuanning responded hastily. "Miss, you must leave quickly," urged Xia Chan and Dong Shui in unison. "Take care of yourself," Zhou Yuyu reminded Xuanning. And only after reflecting on her own predicament did she begin her escape. Xuanning charged towards the trio, seizing the opportunity while there were still subordinates of Zhou Yuyo to assist her. She aimed to buy time for Zhou Yuyu. Once reinforcements arrived, their safety would be assured. As Xuanning rushed forward, he did not forget to employ the wind control palm, collecting the attribute points scattered on the ground. Cultivation value increased by 50. Cultivation value increased by 10, life value increased by 17, strength increased by 1. Xuanning had not anticipated that his previous martial technique would fail to eliminate Scar. The primary reason lay in his own insufficient strength, which hindered him from fully unleashing the might of the Xian-level martial arts. Coupled with the fact that Scar was the strongest among the trio, boasting of formidable prowess at the 7th level of the martial general realm, and protected by a heart-guarding mirror, it was this combination that allowed Scar to evade a fatal blow. Nevertheless, Scar was undoubtedly gravely injured, as his movements had become significantly slower than before. Xuanning intended to eliminate him first before dealing with the other two. However, the combat experience of the other two was extensive, leaving Xuanning with no opportunity whatsoever. Xuanning wielded a sword in his right hand, while deftly gathering attribute points with his left hand using the wind commanding palm. He seamlessly engaged in combat with his opponent, employing the flowing cloud sword technique. Both individuals were at the 5th level of martial generals, possessing no extraordinary martial skills. Their prowess could only be deemed average. Between Xuanning and his adversaries lay merely 2 realms, and with Xuanning endowed with additional attributes, the odds in a 1 versus 2 confrontation did not appear overwhelmingly unfavorable. The trio grew increasingly anxious. Should time linger excessively, they might find themselves compelled to flee from Luoxian City. How infuriating! "I shall slay you." Scarface, witnessing his 2 brothers struggle to subdue Xuanning despite their persistent efforts and injuries, decided to join the fray against Xuanning. The assaults from the 3 were fierce and relentless. Xuanning, wielding his sword with one hand, fought back while retreating, for Scarface lacked profound martial skills and, like Xuanning, they all employed the flowing cloud sword technique. As the pressure mounted from their combined attacks, Xuanning found solace in the fact that none of Zhou Yuyao's subordinates had managed to escape, slightly alleviating his burden. Yet, their strength was woefully inadequate, with only 3 remaining, and they could scarcely endure for much longer. Flowing cloud sword technique level increased by 1. Xuanning, with his left hand, suddenly acquired the flowing cloud sword technique and immediately put it into practice. The skill level of the flowing cloud sword technique increased by 1. In Xuanning's mind, an epiphany regarding the flowing cloud sword technique suddenly elevated his comprehension to a higher realm. This skill has ascended from the mid-tier of the human grade to the upper tier. Xuanning's swordsmanship had grown significantly more formidable, leaving the trio in a state of astonishment. How could this young man's flowing cloud sword technique possess such tremendous power? Who could fathom it? They realized they must eliminate him swiftly, or else their only option would be to flee. The urgency was palpable. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable their position became. Yet, Xuanning refrained from engaging them directly, opting instead to strike and retreat. Their adversaries were exceedingly swift, and while they were intent on vanquishing him, he deftly evaded their attempts. If Scar had not been injured, he might have been able to pursue Xuanning, but Scar had sustained grave wounds, having merely feigned a lesser injury earlier. Zhou Yuyo's 3 subordinates had been entirely dispatched by Scar, allowing them to concentrate their assault solely on Xuanning. "Young man, surrender willingly to spare yourself further torment," Scar declared, as Xuanning dashed towards the shimmering orbs of attributes, skillfully evading the onslaught from the trio. He could not help but chuckle at their words. "I suspect it is you who should be running. By now, I believe they have long since escaped your grasp." With a smirk, he added, "Oh, And I may have forgotten to mention that our comrades are already stationed at the entrance. I instructed them to allow no one to pass through, and I wager they haven't even reached the door. The scarred man spoke with a cunning intent, hoping to unsettle Xuanning's composure, thus creating an opportunity to strike him down. Xuanning had never anticipated that Scar would still have companions. However, he soon broke into a smile, confident that as long as he could delay them, reinforcements would arrive for the women. At that moment, they would have no chance of escape. The city lord's mansion was still quite distant, and without at least half an hour, they could not possibly reach here. Only a short while had passed, ample time for them to eliminate their foes. Scar remained indifferent. Cultivation points increased by 20, cultivation points increased by 12. Strength increased by 2. It was then that Xuanning realized he could elevate his realm once more, and without hesitation, he commenced this ascent. His realm ascended to the 4th heaven of the martial general. He felt a surge of power within him, and at that moment, Xuanning's strength had once again surged. Yet, the prospect of further breakthroughs was now impossible, as only a few attribute points remained on the ground. After the elevation of his realm, Xuanning's prowess had escalated anew, and he faced the 3 adversaries with unwavering courage. The trio grew increasingly astonished. How could this individual's strength have risen once more? Scar's face turned a deep shade of iron, and with a grim expression, he commanded one of his companions, quickly summon those at the entrance and capture the 3 women as well. Upon hearing the words, Xuanning immediately discerned that the scarred man intended to exploit the 3 women as leverage against him. Unless he was utterly indifferent to their safety, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared by the opponent's scheme. Very well. The man, upon understanding the scarred one's intentions, smirked and turned to pursue the direction in which the 3 women had departed. Do not leave. Xuanning could not acquiesce to his adversary's will. He summoned a formidable force in his left hand, conjuring a fierce gale once more. He began to execute the low-tier Xian-level martial technique, the wind control palm, and launched an attack towards his foe. However, the scarred man merely scoffed, swiftly seizing a large boulder from the ground and hurling it at Xuanning, exclaiming, "I've been prepared for you all along." Bang! Upon witnessing this, Xuanning's expression shifted dramatically, as he had not anticipated that the scarred man had been on guard against him all along. Consequently, he redirected his attack toward the colossal rock, shattering it into fragments. However, Xuanning reacted with remarkable swiftness at the moment the stones shattered under his strike. He harnessed the power of his wind mastery technique to draw several fragments towards him. With great urgency, he seized them in his grasp and, with all his might, hurled them towards the back of the assailant's head. The debris struck the man with devastating force, causing his skull to rupture before he collapsed. Thus, Xuanning accomplished a counterattack, leaving the scarred duo in a state of astonished disbelief. Old Snake, the scarred man and his companion were utterly taken aback, having never anticipated such a turn of events. Upon witnessing their comrade's demise, they realized their chances against Xuanning were slim. They swiftly grasped each other's shoulders and declared, "Let us go." Their departure was decisive and unhesitant, leaving Xuanning with no opportunity to intervene. Though he wished to prevent their escape, the pair moved with remarkable speed. Additionally, with other threats present, he quickly set off in search of Zhou Yuyao for her safety. Indeed, he soon discovered that the 3 women were cornered at the entrance. Unable to escape, Xuanning took a step forward, leaping energetically into the air, executing a graceful somersault before landing securely beside the besieged Zhou Yuyao. He then declared, "Stand behind me. I shall protect you." Upon recognizing Xuanning, the 3 women exhaled in relief. However, Zhou Yuyao, feeling somewhat uneasy, grasped Xuanning's left hand and cautioned, "Be careful, they are numerous." At that moment, a figure rushed in from outside, sweeping an arm with force, unleashing a formidable wave of earthy energy that surged towards the encircling crowd. The individual struck by the terrifying energy screamed before collapsing to the ground. With each subsequent wave of energy, the surrounding foes were effortlessly dispatched. Yet, 2 individuals remained, gravely injured but alive. What audacity! How dare they lay a hand on my daughter? Zhou Taiyan's brows furrowed tightly in fury. With a surge of power, he grasped the wounded pair by their throats. His voice a chilling whisper, "Speak. Who sent you?" The 2, faces reddening as they struggled for breath, hastily replied, "We are from the Yi family. We had no knowledge of her being your daughter. Had we known, even with tenfold courage, we would not have dared to offend." Outside, a contingent of soldiers clad in armor, wielding icy blades, swiftly approached. Their uniformity revealed their rigorous training as members of the city lord's guard. Upon hearing their words, Zhou Tian's countenance darkened with rage. He cast the two men aside and exclaimed, "What audacity from the Yi family to dare lay hands on my daughter! Do they perceive me, Zhou Tian's, as easy prey?" Clenching his fists, which cracked audibly, he commanded, "Bind them. Collect the bodies. I demand an explanation from the Yi family." Yes. The soldiers promptly moved forward to apprehend the two men and began clearing the fallen. "Father, you have finally arrived. Had you been even a moment later, my life would have been in grave peril." Upon seeing Zhou Tian's, Zhou Yuyo felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet her expression bore a hint of grievance as she gazed at her father. Zhou Tian's quickly softened his wrathful demeanor, hastening toward his daughter with a concerned visage, saying, "My dear, it is my fault for arriving so late. Are you unharmed?" He then turned his attention to the still-masked Xuanning, tearing away the cloth obscuring his face, and sternly inquired, "Who are you?" "Father, do not harm him. He saved me." Zhou Yuyo interjected urgently, casting a glance at Xuanning, surprised by his youthful appearance. Zhou Tian's, understanding that Xuanning bore no ill intent towards his daughter, having refrained from striking him previously, raised an eyebrow at Zhou Yuyo and admonished, "Now that the danger has passed, why do you still grasp his hand? You are a lady. Such conduct is unbecoming." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyu quickly lowered her head. Realizing that she was still tightly grasping Xuanning's hand, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly released his grip, shyly brushing her fingers through her hair. I was just a bit frightened before," she stammered. Zhou Tian's gazed affectionately at his daughter, then turned to Xuanning with a stern expression. Reflecting on the moment his daughter had held the stranger's hand, a surge of unspoken anger arose within him. He abruptly pushed Xuanning away and positioned himself protectively beside his daughter, demanding, "Who are you, young man? Not only do you hide your face, but you also appear here with some ulterior motive?" Xuanning sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the other party and promptly replied with utmost respect, "I am Xuanning. I intervened earlier in the street because I could not bear to witness the Yi family bullying a few children, which ultimately led me here." Given Zhou Tian's formidable strength, uncovering the details of this incident would pose no challenge for him, and thus, Xuanning chose to be forthright. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian's countenance darkened with fury, his aura intensifying further. "So, you are the one who attracted these ruffians? You possess quite a boldness to have startled my daughter. How shall I deal with you?" "Father, you don't understand." Zhou Yuyo interjected, alarmed at the prospect of her father learning that Xuanning had taken refuge in her room. Hastily, she covered his mouth with her delicate hand, fearing that her father's wrath would lead him to dispose of Xuanning without mercy. Noticing the questioning gaze of her father, she quickly clarified, "Father, it's nothing serious. There were merely 3 unruly members of the Yi family who claimed." As a refined young lady, Zhou Yuyao felt embarrassed to speak further, and she fell silent, her expression revealing a sense of grievance that would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Zhou Tianza, grasping the situation, felt his anger swell anew. Were it not for his daughter's presence, he would have already erupted in rage. He resolved that those ruffians must pay a steep price, and that the Yi family must offer him a sincere apology. He would never let this transgression against his daughter go unpunished. Concerned for his daughter's well-being, Zhou Tianza stepped forward and embraced Zhou Yuyo, saying, "Yaoer, your father acknowledges his failure to protect you. I shall ensure that you are guarded by several formidable protectors from now on. Father, it is not your fault. I simply do not wish for those individuals in the manor to protect me." Zhou Yuyao quickly responded, "City Lord, all the bodies have been dealt with," a soldier reported, bowing respectfully to Zhou Tianza. Behind him, 2 soldiers emerged carrying a corpse. Zhou Tianza examined it and inquired, "Qian Ke, who is this man?" Reporting to the city lord, "This individual is a guard of the Yi family named Zhang Shi, commonly referred to as the Viper. He is a formidable warrior at the 5th level of martial generals." Qian Ke promptly answered, "The 5th level of martial generals? Are you certain?" Zhou Tianza asked, taken aback as he glanced at Xuanning and then at the lifeless Zhang Shi. "I had seen this man in action not long ago. I am certain of my assessment," Qian Ke affirmed with conviction. Zhou Tianza, visibly surprised, turned to Xuanning and asked, "You are Xuanning, are you not? I recently heard about a participant in the Xian family competition named Xuanning, who secured 2nd place. That must be you, correct?" Xuanning nodded, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Xuanning, honored to meet the city lord." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianza understood immediately and inquired, "Is this individual the one you vanquished?" "Merely luck," Xuanning replied. "Luck?" Zhou Tianza chuckled inwardly. How could the defeat of a formidable warrior at the 5th level of martial generals be attributed to mere chance? He was not easily deceived. Indeed, Zhou Tiansu was astonished. At the tender age of 16, Xuanning had managed to slay a 5th-level warrior, a testament to his terrifying potential. He had previously known of Xuanning's name, primarily because he had been labeled as a waste. However, during the recent family competition, he had stunned everyone by securing 2nd place in the clan. Given Xuanning's current prowess, claiming the top spot in the family contest would undoubtedly be well within his reach. At just 16 years of age, having ascended to the ranks of martial generals and possessing the strength to eliminate a 5th-level warrior, there was no one else in the entire Luoxian city, aside from Yi Qingcheng of the Yi family, who could rival him. During the grand competition of the Xian family, it was evident that Xuanning had intentionally conceded. This thought ignited a deeper curiosity within Zhou Tianzi regarding Xuanning. This young man possessed an impressive ability to conceal his true self. Labeled a waste for over a decade, he had managed to reveal not a hint of his capabilities. Had the Xian family not announced his impending expulsion, it is likely that his strength would have remained undisclosed. Ultimately, this predicament was instigated by you, and it cannot simply end here. I am eager to see what kind of explanation the Xian family will provide. As Zhou Tianzi spoke, he began to approach Xuanning. I acknowledge my fault in this matter. Please dictate how you wish to proceed. There is no need to escalate this further with the Xian family. Xuanning retreated, fully aware of his missteps. The city lord's prowess was, at the very least, at the martial sovereign level, and Xuanning understood he was no match for his opponent. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiying swiftly positioned herself in front of Xuanning, blocking her father's path. Father, I am fine now. Please do not pursue this matter any further. Besides, if it weren't for him, I might never have seen you again. Zhou Tianzi's assertion held merit, yet he paused. Contemplating, he stroked his chin, seemingly deliberating on how to resolve the situation. Suddenly, he turned to Xuanning and proposed, how about this? If you agree to protect my daughter for 6 months, I shall let you off the hook. Xuanning. Oh, Xuanning was taken aback, never anticipating that the city lord would utter such words. What? Unwilling? This matter was instigated by you. It is a marvel that I have not retaliated against you, and yet I am still granting you an opportunity for atonement. Zhou Tianzi was instantly consumed by fury, and the aura emanating from him subtly shifted. Upon hearing this, Xuanning was aware that the matter was indeed his fault. Moreover, offending the city lord was not a prudent course of action. He was reluctant for this incident to implicate the Xian family, given Xian Kuang's temperament. If he were to learn of this affair, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to retaliate. Protecting your daughter poses no issue, however. I must soon partake in the trials of the 5 great sects and, regrettably, may not be able to offer protection for half a year, Xuanning replied. Then, let your protection extend until you participate in the sect trials. After all, the time until then is still ample, Zhou Tianzi remarked. Fully aware of the significance of the 5 great sects trials for martial practitioners, and he had no intention of hindering Xuanning's future. Father, isn't this a bit too demanding on Xuanning? Zhou Yuyao expressed her discontent with her father's approach. This matter is settled. It serves as a form of atonement on his part. Regardless, he has consented, and during this period, I shall seek suitable experts to ensure your safety. Zhou Tianzi stated, clearly having his own considerations in mind. Seeing her father so resolute, Zhou Yuyao felt powerless and could only address Xuanning. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Zhou Yuyao was indeed excessively kind-hearted. This predicament was clearly instigated by her, and it was she who should be offering apologies. Yet, she consistently thought of him. It must be said that such a woman is a rarity in this world. A soul so benevolent, existing within this fantastical realm, is likely to endure hardships. Xuanning harbored concerns that the scarred individuals might once again target Zhou Weiying. After all, even a cornered rabbit may leap over a wall. Those two would undoubtedly refrain from returning to the Yi family. Despite the Yi family's strength, they lacked the audacity to confront the city lord, unless one possessed the power to withstand the wrath of the Liuli dynasty. You shall leave a portion of your people to safeguard the young lady, while the rest accompany me. Zhou Tianzi, unwilling to let the Yi family escape unscathed, promptly departed with the 2 surviving members of the Yi family, along with the corpses, seething with indignation. My daughter, rest assured at home. I shall handle the rest. Zhou Tianzi declared before turning to Xuanning and admonishing, young man, you must ensure my daughter's safety. Should she suffer even a single hair's loss, I will not spare you, nor your Xian family. Rest assured, city lord, Xuanning replied, bowing respectfully, fully aware of his commitment. Once Zhou Tianzi had left, Xiaochan and Dong Shui gazed at Xuanning with wide, curious eyes. Particularly, Dong Shui eagerly inquired, "So you were the one previously labeled as a waste, Xuanning? How blind they must be, unable to recognize that you can defeat someone at the 5th level of martial prowess. It seems they're the true wastes." She continued, "I heard that Yu Qiqing came to annul her engagement recently. You must have been furious at that moment. That Yu Qiqing is truly foolish. Your talent is no less than hers, yet she sought to withdraw from the engagement. If it were me, I would certainly teach her a lesson." Dong Shui chattered away like a sparrow, incessantly questioning Xuanning. Although Xiaochan did not ask many questions, she too was filled with curiosity about him. The two young women were exceptionally charming, with Xiaochan being tall and possessing a cherubic face, complemented by a figure that stirred a sense of impulsiveness. Dong Shui, vivacious and adorable, stood gracefully, evoking a desire to pinch her cheeks. "You too, such a lack of decorum," Zhou Yueying remarked with a hint of exasperation, smiling gently. And with poise, addressed Xuanning, "My apologies, young master Xuanning, for their behavior." Dong Shui, sticking out her tongue, quickly positioned herself behind Zhou Yueying, indicating the close bond shared among them, far beyond that of mere maidservants. Xuanning quickly exclaimed, "This is entirely my fault. Had I not intruded here, you would not have been startled. Miss, I was previously hiding in your room while you were changing clothes." At this point, Dong Shui's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth and gasped, "So you must have seen everything." Zhou Yuyao, Xuanning. No one anticipated that Dong Shui would suddenly bring up this matter, instantly causing an awkward atmosphere between Zhou Yuyao and Xuanning. "What nonsense are you spouting? This matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, the young lady's reputation will be tarnished. If it reaches the ears of the city lord, do you think Xuanning would still have his life?" Xiaochan hurriedly seized Dong Shui, earnestly conveying the gravity of the situation. However, this seems rather unfair to her. Dong Shui felt a twinge of displeasure. The young lady treated them as sisters, and reflecting on this made her feel indignant on her behalf. "Enough. Let us pretend this incident never occurred." Zhou Yuyao's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, clutching her garment, unable to meet Xuanning's gaze. After taking a few steps, she paused and said, "Do not mention this again, and absolutely do not let my father find out." "Oh, understood." Dong Shui also realized she had spoken out of turn. Xiaochan and Dong Shui quickly followed behind Zhou Yuyao, departing from the scene. Xuanning collected all the attribute points scattered on the ground, enhancing his defense by 3, increasing his strength by 2, and augmenting his cultivation value by 15. Xuanning had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Originally, he intended to attend the royal arena for a competition today, hoping to simultaneously gather some attribute points. However, plans are ever subject to change. Observing Zhou Yuyu depart, Xuanning followed her and discovered her seated in a pavilion, delicately holding a book in her graceful hands. Her serene beauty resembled that of an ethereal figure from a painting, embodying the quintessential elegance of a classical woman to perfection. Xuanning could not help but marvel at the undeniable allure of Zhou Yuyao's demeanor. It captivated many men, and Xuanning, being an ordinary man, found himself equally enchanted by such a woman. However, admiration and pursuit are two distinct matters. His affection did not necessarily compel him to pursue a woman of her caliber. It is akin to seeing a beautiful actress on television. One may appreciate her beauty, but does that mean one must chase after her? Xuanning stepped forward, curiosity evident in his voice as he inquired, "Where were you all planning to go just now?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyao set down her book, exhaling a sigh, and replied, "Today, the Wangwei Pavilion is hosting a poetry competition. I had intended to participate, but now my heart is simply not in it." The poetry competition. Xuanning mused, stroking his chin. It was indeed the first time he had heard of such an event. In any nation, the arts and martial prowess are inextricably linked. Literature can govern a state, while strength can secure peace. Therefore, the occurrence of a poetry competition is hardly surprising. "Miss, if you do not attend, it would be a great pity," he continued. "After all, the Wangwei Pavilion only holds this event once a year. Should you miss today, you would have to wait until next year to partake." Dong Shui, upon hearing this, looked at Zhou Yuyu with a hint of disappointment, her face brimming with the desire to attend. Xiaochan also chimed in, "Miss, you have prepared for this poetry competition for quite some time. If you do not go, would it not sadden those scholars who have long awaited your presence? They are indeed eager to see you." Dong Shui quickly added, "I have heard that many have traveled from other cities just to witness the splendor of the poetry competition. Miss, you must go." With that, Dong Shui, resembling a little girl seeking affection, tugged on Zhou Yuyao's hand with a pleading expression, exuding an adorable charm. Zhou Yuyao looked at Dong Shui with a sense of helplessness and softly remarked, "Surely, it is you who cannot bear the quiet and wish to join in the excitement." At this, Dong Shui scratched her head playfully, smiling sweetly as she replied, "I am simply lamenting for you, Mississippi. You are the foremost talent of Luoxian City. It would be such a loss if you did not attend." Just then, Xuanning's gaze fell upon several peculiar attribute points scattered on the ground. Notably, one of them gleamed with a golden hue, standing out remarkably. Xuanning was taken aback. With a single gesture of his hand, a powerful force manifested, drawing several attribute points from the ground into his grasp. Spirit increased by 0.1, comprehension by 0.1, and aptitude by 0.1. Xuanning. Oh. Xuanning was utterly astonished. Mental strength, comprehension, and innate talent. These are indeed exceedingly precious attributes. As for mental strength, there is no need to elaborate. He had only accumulated a meager 0.4, a figure that was surprisingly attained by Xian Kaiyong and a few others. Regarding comprehension and innate talent, it was a revelation he had never encountered before. He could hardly fathom that Zhou Yuyao, a woman devoid of any cultivation, could yield such rare attribute points. Reflecting on this, he realized that his time spent safeguarding Zhou Yuyao had not only incurred no losses, but had also continuously provided him with a wealth of these extraordinary attribute points. Contemplating this, Xuanning felt a surge of exhilaration, his spirit igniting with fervor. He promptly allocated the 3 attribute points, and in an instant, his mind became crystal clear. As if he had grown more intelligent, he touched his head, relieved to find that he had not gone bald. Xuanning felt as though his comprehension of various skills and techniques had deepened significantly, and even his understanding of cultivation had become more profound. Xuanning felt an immense joy within, for attributes such as spirit, comprehension, and talent were indeed precious treasures he could not afford to overlook. Although the 0.1 attribute point seemed somewhat meager, he could sense its significance. Were these attribute points more abundant, he would undoubtedly grasp the essence of all things. Mastering various martial postures with remarkable skill, he referred specifically to the stances of martial arts. Although Zhou Yuyao had not engaged in cultivation, she was still able to acquire these rare attribute points, which clearly related to her frequent reading. This revelation led him to ponder that if he ventured to places where scholars often congregated, he could potentially amass a wealth of rare attribute points. Upon contemplating this, Xuanning promptly stood up and addressed Zhou Yuyao. "Miss Zhou, I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments expressed by Miss Xiachan and Miss Dong Shui. This poetry conference is a rare opportunity. Should we let it slip away, we would have to wait until next year. And how many next years does life afford us? We cannot allow ourselves to harbor regrets. Otherwise, we may regret it for a lifetime. I firmly believe that you should participate in this poetry gathering, Miss Zhou. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. Trust in me. Were it not for the allure of those rare attribute points, he would have no desire to partake in such a poetry event." Xia Chan and Dong Shui felt a sense of delight upon hearing Zhou Yin refer to them as Mrs., a term that struck them as quite novel. And they appreciated his choice of words. The 3 of them eagerly hoped that Zhou Yuyao would join them, gazing at her with anticipation, not wanting to disappoint them. Zhou Yuyao furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "However, I am not in the best of spirits today and may not produce poetry of commendable quality. I fear you might mock me. That is of no consequence. We can simply enjoy the spectacle. It is not imperative that we engage in poetry recitation," they reassured her. Xuanning must not miss this splendid opportunity to acquire a plethora of rare attributes. The participants in this poetry gathering are undoubtedly those literary scholars and poets, and the rewards for him will be substantial. Such an opportunity is not one to be overlooked. Once this chance passes, he would have to wait until next year to embark again. "Miss," Xuanning stated with utmost clarity, "we should certainly attend and engage in poetic exchanges. Observing will suffice." The 2 young ladies wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiments. Mississippi. Xia Chan and Dong Shui gazed at Zhou Yuyao once more with a yearning expression. Both ladies possessed striking beauty. One exuded intelligence and vivacity, while the other embodied the essence of an adorable young girl. Yet, they were unaware of just how enchanting and captivating their expressions truly were. Xuanning is a paragon of virtue, possessing a heart as expansive as the sky. When he gazes, he does so with unwavering integrity, never resorting to furtive glances. Thus, he stands tall, his eyes fixed intently upon the 3 women, devoid of any malevolence. His admiration is simply that of a normal man. "Very well, let us partake in the festivities. Zhou Yuya ultimately acquiesced, prompting Dong Shui to leap with joy. Akin to a child. Miss, I shall make the necessary preparations, remarked Xia Chan, who, upon hearing Zhou Yuyao's consent, swiftly rushed to get ready. Dong Shui, as she walked, called out, I shall join as well. I apologize for the commotion, Zhou Yuyao said softly, her classical beauty radiating effortlessly. They were indeed endearing. Human beings ought to engage more in activities that promote both physical and mental well-being. One cannot remain confined to a room perpetually. One must also practice martial arts during free moments. Not only does it strengthen the body, but it also serves to protect oneself, Xuanning suggested. I harbor no fondness for violence, hence I have abstained from martial training, Zhou Yuyao replied. Given her esteemed status, should she desire to cultivate her skills, it would certainly be within her reach. However, martial arts, much like scholarly pursuits, elicit disparate preferences. Zhou Yuyao belongs to the latter group, those disinterested in combat training. After some conversation, Xuanning gained deeper insight into Zhou Yuyao, recognizing her as a rare gem of kindness, her words as gentle as flowing water, and her understanding profound. In truth, Xuanning himself was quite perceptive. Xia Chan and the others had long prepared the carriage, and despite previous delays, it was a simple matter of bringing it forth to embark. Concerned for safety, Xuanning suggested that the soldiers don civilian attire, to which Zhou Yuyao consented. Among them were many skilled warriors, thus ensuring a measure of security. With only one carriage available, Zhou Yuyao extended an invitation for Xuanning to join, to which he readily agreed, eschewing any pretense. This surprised the three women. Typically, men would hesitate in such situations, but Xuanning did not. Their curiosity about him grew, as they discerned that he was indeed markedly different from others, both in his manner of speech and in his actions, evoking a sense of intrigue. Xuanning stepped into the carriage, inhaling the fragrant aroma within, a smile gracing his lips. With his martial prowess, his appearance and demeanor were strikingly distinguished. Positioned opposite the three ladies, Zhou Yuyao found herself unable to meet Xuanning's gaze, her cheeks subtly flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xuanning reveled in the exquisite beauty and perfect figures of the three women, embodying the joy of companionship. As they engaged in lively conversation, Xia Chan and Dong Shui inquired about various matters concerning Xuanning. For him, these were trivialities, and he readily began to weave tales. Having watched countless dramas, Xuanning effortlessly fabricated stories, blending imagination with reality. As he would put it, his experiences could easily fill a novel exceeding 1,000,000 words. Xuanning truly believed he could become a screenwriter. The three trusted him wholeheartedly and held him in great esteem. Their admiration intensified upon learning that Xuanning had diligently practiced in his quest to find his parents. Indeed, women of ancient times were easily deceived, which instilled in Xuanning a slight twinge of guilt. His words about searching for his parents were nothing but fabrications. He had never contemplated such a matter. If Xuanning's father were still alive and aware of his son's deceitful rhetoric, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a disgrace!" Xuanning did not wish to deceive the other party, however. Without doing so, it would be challenging to elucidate the nature of his strength or the reasons behind his concealment. Xuanning possessed an abundance of insights, sharing knowledge that left the three young ladies utterly astounded, igniting their curiosity. "Miss, we have arrived," announced the coachman from outside. The three ladies nearly forgot their purpose for this outing, surprised at how swiftly they had reached their destination. The carriage came to a halt before the Moonwatch Pavilion. Before disembarking, Zhou Yuyao and Xia Chan donned veils, clearly wishing to remain unrecognized. As they descended, Zhou Yuyao addressed her companions, instructing, "You may wait outside." "Yes," they responded, standing vigil outside. The coachman parked the carriage in the designated area, awaiting their return. Xuanning observed numerous young gentlemen, elegantly wielding folding fans, making their way towards the Wangwei Pavilion. Moreover, it appeared that those attending the poetry gathering were required to possess an invitation for entry. Xuanning observed the scene outside, where numerous individuals clad in ordinary attire lingered, eager to partake yet barred from entry due to the absence of invitations. Nevertheless, he noted that no insults were hurled at these uninvited guests. Otherwise, he might have had the opportunity to display his superiority once again. The young aristocrats, adorned in silks and satins, maintained an air of elegance, offering courteous gestures and exchanging polite compliments such as Brother Zhang or young Master Wang upon encountering acquaintances. Xia Chan produced an invitation that was markedly different from the others, and someone was designated to guide them to the second-floor loft. This was a unique chamber where Zhou Yuyao sat by the window, having opened it to reveal a view of a stage resembling a theater below. She explained to Xuanning that this was the very place where the topics for the poetry competition would be announced. Zhou Yuyao briefly elucidated the rules of the poetry contest, which were quite straightforward. The organizers would present a theme, and the participants would compose poetry based on it. Ultimately, a panel of esteemed elders would offer their critiques, leading to the allocation of ranks. Due to the large number of participants, the initial rounds would eliminate a group, allowing only the victors to continue crafting their verses. Dong Shui could not contain herself and remarked, "Xuanning, you may not be aware, but our young lady began her education at the age of 3, composed poetry by 5, and has participated in the Wangwei Pavilion's poetry contest since she was 13, securing the first place for 3 consecutive years." Xuanning gazed at Zhou Yuyao with a hint of surprise. Truly, as the daughter of the city lord, her talents, virtues, appearance, and demeanor were all exceptionally remarkable. It is likely that within the entire Luoxian city, none could rival her in literary prowess. Dong Shui. Zhou Yuyao promptly urged Dong Shui to cease her remarks, then turned to Xuanning and said, "No matter how exquisite the poetry may be, it pales in comparison to the accomplishments of young Master Xin at such a tender age. In the Liuli Empire, where martial valor was esteemed and the martial arts were prioritized, most individuals would first opt for martial training, resorting to the literary arts only if they lacked innate talent. In this world, strength commanded respect. Those with power would invariably be honored wherever they went. Conversely, scholars were viewed differently, no matter how eloquent one's prose. Few would pay heed unless one encountered a discerning patron who appreciates talent. Miss Zhou, there is no need for modesty. With your scholarly acumen, I firmly believe you will undoubtedly claim the top prize in this poetry competition," Xuanning remarked. As Zhou Yuyao was a renowned literary prodigy, she did not require any preliminary selection and could directly participate in the final poetry contest. At that time, she would compete against the 9 victors for the ultimate prize. Even before the poetry commenced, many had already begun to recite verses, and Xuanning noticed that a few attribute points had fallen to the ground, though their quantity was still quite scarce. Bang! With a resounding sound, a woman of striking presence, tall and possessing an enchanting allure, gracefully ascended the stage. This woman was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, as if she were born with celestial features. Her gentle smile, coupled with her alluring figure, captivated all with each of her movements. Upon her appearance, Xuanning observed the men in the audience, their eyes fixated on her, shimmering with a flicker of desire. Xuanning perceived that these individuals were not merely here to engage in poetry. Rather, their primary motivation appeared to be this enchanting woman. She possessed an irresistible allure, radiating a captivating charm. Her bewitching demeanor, coupled with an air of maturity, undoubtedly rendered her the epitome of perfection in the fantasies of numerous men. Who is this person? Xuanning inquired with curiosity. She is the proprietor of Wangwei Pavilion, named Lu Yi, and also affiliated with one of the 3 major merchant associations in Liuli Imperial City. Zhou Yuyu replied. Miss Lu is indeed stunning. Many men are utterly bewitched by her, Dong Shui remarked with evident envy. Upon hearing this, Xuanning nodded and replied, "Indeed. She is exceptionally beautiful." He then glanced at the 3 women, continuing, "You are no less than her." The 3 ladies felt a surge of joy at his words, even though they believed they could not compare to her. Yet, what woman does not delight in receiving compliments? "I sense you possess quite the eloquence," Winter Snow remarked. Previously, she had felt somewhat displeased with Xuanning for admiring Zhou Yuyu's figure, but now her impression of him had completely transformed. He seemed quite amiable. "You, my dear, are easily satisfied with just a few words," Xia Chan said with a playful glare. "The poetry contest is about to commence," Zhou Yuyao announced, looking down at the stage. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes towards the window where Lu Yi had a red cloth-covered easel delivered. With a graceful tug of her delicate hand, the cloth was removed, revealing the character bamboo. The theme for this round was indeed bamboo, and the participants were to compose a poem inspired by it. They were allotted the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Those who failed to produce a poem or whose verses were deemed inadequate would face elimination. The literati and nobles in the audience fell into deep contemplation upon seeing the topic. Soon, a man in splendid attire seemed to have an epiphany. With confidence, he stepped forward, unfurling his fan, and proclaimed, "Spring breeze suddenly stirs the rain, shadows of bamboo in the nightfall, to capture the sound of the flute. This regret persists without a confidant." Upon reciting this verse, the crowd erupted in applause, and the elderly gentlemen on stage expressed their satisfaction. Louis smiled and said, "This esteemed gentleman, please ascend to the loft." Instantly, a maid led him upstairs. With the success of the first gentleman, several more began to recite their verses. Yet none were particularly impressive. Only one barely met the criteria and was invited to the loft. Subsequently, another approached, fixing his gaze upon Louis. His eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "Eureka!" He then feigned the demeanor of a scholar, stating, "Bamboo, oh bamboo, how lovely you are! Yet you pale in comparison to Louis. Missy, you are truly beautiful, far beyond what bamboo can aspire to." The audience burst into laughter. It was clear this was not poetry, but rather a declaration of affection. On stage, Louis covered her mouth, chuckling softly, "Thank you, young Master Zhao, for your verses. I appreciate your sentiments, but I fear this poem may not qualify you for advancement." The gentleman, known as young Master Zhao, remained unperturbed, gazing at Louis with adoration, saying, "Ah, I am no poet. I came solely for you. Simply seeing you brings me joy." After this, he willingly stepped down from the stage and took a seat at a distance to watch the others. Soon, more individuals began to recite their verses, but most failed to impress the elderly judges. The talents of Luoxian City are hardly remarkable. It appears only one has advanced. At that moment, a resounding laugh echoed through the air as four arrogant scholars and their companions appeared, their faces adorned with scorn directed at everyone present. Naturally, the assembled crowd was incensed. They were among the finest talents of Luoxian City and could not tolerate such indignity. "Who are you?" they inquired, visibly agitated. The newcomers, filled with self-importance, replied haughtily, "You lot are not worthy of knowing our names." Such audacity! The crowd bristled with disdain for these brash individuals. "What merit do you have to know my name when you cannot even compose a decent poem? We have journeyed from Taixia City expressly to witness the talents of Luoxian City, but upon our arrival, it is evident that there are no remarkable talents here. Only a gaggle of inept idlers." The four scholars from Taixia City mercilessly belittled their counterparts, exuding an air of arrogance that completely disregarded the feelings of those present. This blatant affront ignited a fire of fury among the talents of Luoxian City. "Since you are so boastful, what poetry can you possibly compose?" they challenged. "A poem about bamboo, perhaps, we could easily conjure," came the retort. "But if you cannot surpass our abilities, what then?" The scholars from Taixia City seemed determined to humiliate their rivals further. The crowd, unable to tolerate such insolence, demanded, "What do you propose?" "Quite simple." The Taixia scholars declared confidently, "If none of you can compose poetry superior to ours, you shall bark like dogs thrice." The assembly erupted in outrage. Such a demand was an affront to their dignity as learned individuals. "And if you lose, what then?" they inquired, eyeing their challengers. "The loser will bark like a dog." The Taixia scholars asserted with unwavering confidence, "Let the contest begin. Who fears whom?" The crowd responded eagerly, many of them yet to showcase their talents. While the Taixia scholars foolishly believed victory was assured. On the stage, Zhou Yuyao observed this spectacle, seemingly recognizing the newcomers, and exclaimed in astonishment, "It's the four great scholars of Taixia City." "The four great scholars?" Xuanning exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the instigators. "Do you know them?" Zhou Yuyu recalled, stating, "Last year, I attended the decennial literary celebration in Taixia City and was fortunate enough to meet them. At that time, there were only three, and their literary prowess was commendable. The leader among them must be Tang Yan, the foremost of the four great scholars." Upon hearing this, Xia Chan interjected, "Miss, you are being overly modest. Last year, you outshone all the talents of Taixia City, demonstrating to them the true meaning of superiority. Those individuals were decisively defeated by you." Zhou Yuyao pondered for a moment and remarked, "It appears that these four individuals are here specifically for me. The last time, Tang Yan's absence allowed me to secure a fortunate victory. Had he been present, I fear I would not have stood a chance. Miss, we have unwavering confidence in you. Even if Tang Yan excels in literary prowess, he is certainly no match for you." Xia Chan and Dong Shui expressed their steadfast belief in Zhou Yuyao. However, Zhou Yuyao shook her head and replied, "That is uncertain. Tang Yan is indeed formidable." A talented scholar from Luoxian City stepped forward and proclaimed, "I humbly present a poem." "Very well," the scholars from Taixia City responded nonchalantly. New rain falls upon the autumn pond. Bamboo leaves flutter through the sky. Fish leap towards the dragon gate, alas, only to end up in the pot. This verse carried a hint of mockery, likening the three opponents to fish in a pond, foolishly aspiring to soar to greatness. only to meet a grim fate. The scholars from Taixia City exchanged disdainful glances before derisively taunting, "Is that all?" Though the man's literary skills were lacking, he at least managed to deliver a poem that entertained those present. "It is your turn now." The scholar from Luoxian City directed his gaze towards the others. "Wenzheng, you may proceed." The man named Wenzheng cast a scornful glance at the scholars from Luoxian City and began. "The bamboo rises sharply in the eaves, verdant and thriving despite the winter's chill. A steadfast heart may only be appreciated. The tender shoots have yet to become tall stalks." As soon as he recited this poem, the audience fell into deep contemplation. Both the imagery and execution were vastly superior to that of the Luoxian City scholar, causing the expression of the latter to darken significantly. The scholars from Luoxian City exchanged glances, each struggling to formulate a superior retort. Tang Yin surveyed the crowd and remarked, "I have heard that the foremost literary talent of Luoxian City is Zhou Yuyao. My purpose in coming here is to witness her brilliance. It is truly regrettable that we did not meet in Taixia City." Upon hearing this, the scholars from Luoxian City realized that these four were the renowned literary prodigies of Taixia City, which explained their impressive eloquence. They had come seeking Zhou Yuyao, who had outshone all competitors in Taixia City the previous year, leaving even 3 of the 4 great prodigies humiliated. They had come for revenge, which clarified their provocations towards the scholars of Luoxian City. The crowd quickly grasped the identities of the 4 and understood their intentions for this visit. Louis, upon seeing the 4, proactively suggested, "How about this? Since the 4 great prodigies from Taixia City have arrived, let us proceed directly to the final competition, allowing you 4 to engage in a poetic contest with the scholars advancing from Luoxian City." The 4 prodigies nodded in agreement with Lu Yi's proposal, responding, "Since Miss Lu has so graciously offered, we are more than willing. However, I trust that the scholars from Luoxian City will not deny the wager that has preceded this." Upon recognizing the identity of the individual before them, the talented scholars in the audience hesitated, directing their gazes towards Zhou Yuyao in the loft above. Aware that refusal was not an option for her, Zhou Yuyao steeled herself to accept the challenge. She hoped fervently that the 4 eminent scholars would not disappoint her. With determination, she approached the window. After all, these 4 had come specifically for her, intent on ensuring that she could not decline. "Come on, Miss Zhou. Show them your prowess." The crowd below erupted in cheers, rallying behind her as they witnessed her unwavering resolve. "Miss, it's rather unfair for you to confront all 4 of them alone," Xia Chan interjected hastily. "Indeed, aside from you, no one in Luoxian City stands a chance against them." "This seems excessively challenging." Dong Shui expressed her concerns with evident worry. Xuanning had never intended to intervene, but upon witnessing the audacity of the 4 individuals below, he resolved to teach them a lesson. Though he lacked proficiency in poetry, he was adept at imitating the works of others. As a time traveler, he had acquired a smattering of classical poetry, albeit somewhat clumsily. With newfound confidence, he proclaimed, "Who says your young lady is fighting this battle alone? I am here as well." Xia Chan and Dong Shui exchanged glances at Xuanning's earnest declaration, shaking their heads in disbelief. They appreciated his martial prowess and recognized his strength, yet they harbored doubts regarding his poetic capabilities. Nevertheless, they were pleased with his willingness to assist. The group descended from the pavilion, unconcerned about the potential aid Xuanning could offer. The upper floor was sparsely populated, aside from Zhou Yuyao and a few others who had advanced in the competition. However, these individuals were no match for the 4 literary prodigies and could only rely on Zhou Yuyao's talents. The 4 scholars regarded the others with disdain. Upon Zhou Yuyao's arrival, they maintained a semblance of civility, each holding a folding fan, and one, Tang Yin, addressed her with a bow. "You must be Miss Zhou Yuyao. I am Tang Yin, and I have come to see the remarkable woman who triumphed over my brothers last year. I merely won by a stroke of luck and do not consider myself particularly talented. In comparison to the 4 esteemed scholars, I feel utterly unworthy." Zhou Yuyao responded with grace, displaying no hint of arrogance. Her humble demeanor garnered admiration from the surrounding scholars and ladies. A victory is a victory. With little more to say, my purpose for visiting Luoxian City was indeed to seek guidance from Miss Zhou. Tang Yan's intentions were clear and unguarded, revealing no pretense. The crowd turned their attention to Lu Yi, who remained silent. The contest of poetry would reveal who excelled. Lu Yi clapped her hands, and a maidservant brought forth a basin of flowers, a peach blossom prominently displayed within. "Let us use the peach blossom as our theme," she suggested to the 2. The 4 scholars nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall begin our humble offerings. One of the four, Xuanning, stepped forward, closed his fan, and pondered for a moment before reciting, last year, on this day, within these gates, the face of the maiden and the peach blossoms bloomed in harmony. Yet, the maiden's whereabouts remain a mystery, while the peach blossoms continue to smile in the spring breeze. Upon hearing this poem, the audience relished the moment, erupting in applause, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, truly remarkable." It is no wonder they are the four literary prodigies. Their poetry is indeed impressive. We feel humbled in their presence. The advancing gentleman, witnessing the prowess of the four scholars, promptly withdrew, recognizing the disparity in their abilities. In an instant, only Zhou Yuyao remained on the stage. "Miss Zhou Yuyao, it is now your turn," Tang Yin said with a slight smile, clearly pleased with himself. Xuanning stepped forward, standing before the four esteemed scholars, and proclaimed, "Why trouble a lady when I can handle you four on my own?" "Who are you?" Tang Yin inquired, scrutinizing Xuanning. "I am but an unnamed humble guard, currently serving as Miss Zhou Yuyao's protector. Should you best me, you may seek guidance from Miss Zhou at your leisure," Xuanning replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin erupted in laughter. "What a joke. You, a mere guard, dare to challenge us, the four great scholars? Are you afraid or simply lacking in courage?" Xuanning responded casually, "Oh, is it fear that you sense, or perhaps a lack of resolve? I shall see what talents you possess. First, produce a poem." Tang Yin scoffed. Xia Chan and Dong Shui, witnessing the exchange, hastily interjected, "This is a poetry contest, and you truly wish to participate? Do you possess the skill?" "Rest assured, watch closely," Xuanning replied with a confident smile. The onlookers were filled with disbelief. How could a mere guard have the audacity to challenge the four great scholars? Some questioned whether he even understood poetry, while others doubted his ability to write at all. Yet, a few were intrigued to discover what exceptional talent Xuanning might possess. Zhou Yuyao, surprised by Xuanning's confidence, pulled Xia Chan and Dong Shui aside, saying, "Since young Master Xian is so assured, let us see what extraordinary abilities he possesses." The two women nodded in agreement. Lui gazed at Xuanning, astonished, her charming eyes scrutinizing him, intrigued by what talents he might have that would embolden him to challenge the four great scholars. As the crowd awaited his poetic creation, Xuanning took a step forward and recited, "Amidst the bamboo, a few peach blossoms bloom, the spring river warms, the ducks are the first to know. With mugwort carpeting the ground and reeds short in height, it is the season when pufferfish ascend. Two returning wild geese wish to break from the flock, and the lingering ones resemble those bound for the north. From afar, I know the northern wasteland is filled with wind and snow. Yet we still await half a month of spring in Jiangnan." The crowd was taken aback. Even Tang Yin and his companions were astonished, their gazes towards Xuanning transformed. They were utterly shocked. This individual possessed such literary prowess. The spectators shared in the astonishment. They had assumed Xuanning, a mere guard, would lack poetic understanding. Yet he had effortlessly composed a poem. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, with exclamations of "Bravo! Bravo!" Zhou Yuyao, her face awash with astonishment, gazed at Xuanning, exclaiming, "He can write poetry too." She had never anticipated that Xuanning's martial prowess was matched by his literary talent, leaving her utterly amazed. Xia Chan, equally incredulous, stared at Xuanning, unable to fathom how he could so effortlessly craft verses, prompting all to regard him with newfound respect. "Miss, the poem Xuanning composed appears quite impressive. Look at how everyone is applauding," one remarked. Winter Snow may not comprehend poetry, yet upon witnessing such acclaim, it too perceives the merit in it. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Even I could not conjure such verses in such a brief span. It is truly astonishing. A smile graced Zhou Yuyao's face, her curiosity towards Xuanning intensifying further. After a careful appraisal by the four talented scholars, Zhu Mingshan addressed Xuanning directly, stating, "I humbly concede defeat. Although the opponent had sought a contest, losing is losing, and there was no trace of resentment," which significantly enhanced the public's regard for the four talented scholars. Tang Yin also inclined his hand towards Zhou Yin, his previously dismissive demeanor replaced with one of respect. Addressing him, "I underestimated you. Henceforth, we shall not take you lightly." "Then let us proceed with all our might," Xuanning replied. The crowd then turned their attention back to Lui, who, with her exquisite beauty and a captivating smile, simply stated, "Next question." The maidservant presented a tray, upon which rested a solitary cup of wine. Lui gestured toward the cup and introduced, "For this round, let us employ wine as our theme." Among the four talented scholars, Wenzheng stepped forward and proclaimed, "Allow me, Wenzheng, to take on this challenge." He then bowed to Xuanning, saying, "I seek your guidance." "Please," Xuanning nodded courteously. Wenzheng lowered his gaze in contemplation, taking 5 steps forward, then retracing his steps, before finally stating, "After wine, sing aloud and be unrestrained. Do not ponder over trivial matters at the door. I still find it regrettable that the humble household rises too soon." Unable to linger long in the realm of intoxication, to craft a poem in just 10 steps, and to do so with such beauty, elicited praise from the multitude. The elders on the stage expressed their admiration, affirming that the 4 talented scholars were indeed erudite and gifted. Subsequently, the audience turned their gaze once again to Xuanning. Xuanning smiled softly, and with a single breath, the exquisite wine from Lu Yi's table found its way into his grasp. He then consumed it in one gulp and proclaimed, "The beautiful wine of grapes fills the luminous cup. As I yearn to drink, the pipa urges me forth." Do not mock a drunken soldier lying on the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? The flowers and birds of Qin have begun to fade, while the winds and sands beyond the frontier remain chilling. At night, I listen to the sound of the hu flute bending the willow, evoking memories of Chang'an in my heart. Countless individuals murmured this poem recited by Xuanning, and the more they listened, the more they were awestruck. The elders on stage hurriedly urged, "Quick, quick, write this poem down." Everyone was profoundly astonished. Even Tang Yin found himself rendered speechless. Yet Xuanning continued, "Allow me to recite another." Once again, the crowd was astounded. One poem was not sufficient, and he was poised to deliver another. And all within such a brief span of time. Such talent is truly rare in the world. No one interrupted him. They all awaited his words. Xuanning pointed towards the azure sky and declared, "Do you not see the waters of the yellow river descend from the heavens, rushing towards the sea, never to return? Do you not see the bright mirrors of high halls lamenting white hair, morning as black silk, evening transformed into snow? One must revel in life's triumphs, lest the golden goblet be left empty before the moon. Heaven bestowed upon me talent for a purpose. Even if a fortune is spent, it shall return. Let us roast lamb and slaughter cattle for joy, and surely we shall drink 300 cups. Masterson, Dan Xiaoxing, let us raise our glasses. And do not cease. I will sing a song for you. Please lend me your attentive ear. The sounds of bells and drums and dishes of jade hold little value. I wish to remain in a state of drunkenness, never to awaken." Throughout history, the wise and virtuous have often been solitary. Only the drinkers leave their names. In ancient times, King Qin hosted a banquet at Pinglu, indulging in 10,000 cups of wine and revelry. Why should the host lament the scarcity of money? Just procure it and drink to your heart's content. A 5-flower horse, a robe worth 1,000 gold, summon my son to exchange for fine wine. So we may together dispel the sorrows of eternity. As the final verse concluded, the hall erupted in astonishment once more. The 3 elders acting as judges exclaimed, "Such talent! Such talent!" The 4 great scholars, after hearing Xuanning's 2 poems, were utterly astounded. "I cannot compare." Wenzheng shook his head, decisively. Xuanning stood upon the stage, his handsome visage captivating countless young hearts. Possessing both literary and martial prowess, he stood unparalleled in the realm. Which woman could possibly resist such a man? Tang Yin furrowed his brow and inquired of Xuanning, "Are you truly merely the protector of Miss Shou Weiying?" "I have promised her father to safeguard her for a time," Xuanning replied. "Ah, I see. It is evident that you are no ordinary individual." "I am quite pleased to encounter a rival of your caliber," Tang Yin expressed with a respectful demeanor. The 4 esteemed talents, known for their pride and rarely yielding in matters of literary merit, were taken aback to find themselves in the presence of one whose eloquence surpassed their own. How could they not be astonished and filled with admiration? "You flatter me," Xuanning remarked with a smile, never one to shy away from acknowledging another's work. Lu Yi, thoroughly captivated by Xuanning's poem, could not help but ask, "Surely this poem must have a title?" Xuanning turned around and uttered, "It is called Bring in the Wine." "What a splendid title, Bring in the Wine. This piece shall undoubtedly be passed down through the ages." The 3 venerable elders on the stage offered their unreserved accolades. Lu Yi posed another question, presenting only the character wind. Clearly, this inquiry was centered around the theme of wind. "I, Su Qing, shall now display my modest abilities." After pondering for a moment, Su Qing spoke. "Where does the autumn wind arrive?" "It rustles as it sends the flock of geese. This morning, it has entered the courtyard trees. The solitary guest is the first to hear it." Xuanning, unwilling to cower, subsequently spoke. "The north wind sweeps across the land, bending the white grass. In the 8th month of the Hu realm, snow descends. Suddenly, As if a spring breeze arrived overnight, thousands of pear trees burst into bloom. The rain mingles with the beaded curtains, while the fox fur fails to warm the thin brocade quilt. The general's bow cannot be drawn, and the armor of the protector feels cold and burdensome. The vast sea of ice towers 100 feet high, and the gloomy clouds linger heavily for miles. In the central army, wine is laid out to welcome returning guests. Accompanied by the huqin, pipa, and chong flute, flurries of evening snow descend upon the chariot gate as the wind tugs at the red flags, frozen and unmoving. At the eastern gate of Luntai, I bid you farewell as the snow blankets the Tianshan road. The mountains twist and turn, concealing your presence, leaving only the traces of your horse upon the snow. After Xuanning concluded, he composed yet another poem, The Chrysanthemum's Lament in the Mist. While the orchids weep in the dew, the light curtain feels the chill as the swallows depart in pairs. The bright moon, unacquainted with the bitterness of separation, cast its slanting light through the vermilion door at dawn. Last night, the west wind withered the emerald trees. I ascended the high tower alone, gazing into the boundless road ahead. I long to send a colorful letter along with a note, yet the mountains are long and the waters vast. Where could it be delivered? A chorus of admiration erupted once more, as he composed 2 additional verses that left many in astonishment. No one had anticipated the depth of Xuanning's intellect. In this round, Xuanning emerged victorious, with an undeniable triumph that even his opponent greatly respected. Once again, I am in awe, Su Qing remarked, displaying no hint of disappointment. To be bested by someone as formidable as Xuanning was not a cause for shame. Among the 4 literary talents, Xuanning had already triumphed over 3. Only Tang Yin remained. All gazed at Xuanning in admiration, following Zhou Weiying. Another had now defeated 3 of the 4 literary prodigies. As the crowd turned their attention to Lu Yi, Tang Yin stepped forward and inquired, "May I propose the next question?" Lu Yi looked at Xuanning and replied, "I have no objections, but..." She then turned her gaze back to Xuanning. Xuanning replied, "Of course, there is no issue. After all, it is merely a contest of poetry. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yin swiftly interjected, "This time, I do not wish to engage you in poetry, but rather in a couplet contest." The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated Tang Yin's choice of challenge, which was rather unexpected. After hearing the nature of this competition, a wave of concern washed over the onlookers as they glanced at Xuanning. They were already aware of his exceptional poetic prowess, having triumphed over 3 opponents, with each of his verses becoming widely celebrated, most notably his piece Let Us Raise a Glass, which is destined to be remembered through the ages. However, the challenge of couplets raised their apprehensions for Xuanning. This was a different realm than poetry, and Tang Yin's confident demeanor suggested he was quite assured in his abilities. Upon hearing this, Xuanning was indeed somewhat taken aback. They were not engaging in poetry, but rather in a couplet competition. Was this not merely a different method of seeking torment? "Are you certain?" Xuanning inquired, gazing at his opponent. "Certain, of course, regardless of the outcome of this round. The previous wager was poorly considered by Tang and shall be deemed void," Tang Yin declared. This Tang Yin presumed victory was assured, exuding confidence. Unfortunately, he was unaware that there existed individuals known as transmigrators in this world. "Then please, commence," Xuanning replied with remarkable composure. "Allow me to present my humble attempt," Tang Yin said, bowing slightly before reciting, 10,000 tiles, 1,000 bricks, 100 days to build a cross-shaped temple. As soon as Tang Yin spoke, countless individuals began to ponder deeply, for this was a numerical couplet, exceedingly intricate. Even Zhou Yuyao found herself contemplating, clearly recognizing that such a couplet would not be easily conceived. Tang Yin and his companions chuckled, believing that even if the opponent could respond, it would require considerable time. Yet, Xuanning queried, "Is that all?" All eyes turned to Xuanning, who then confidently proclaimed, "1 boat, 2 oars, 3 people row across the 4-way bridge." "Remarkable! Truly remarkable!" they exclaimed, acknowledging his brilliance. It was astonishing how swiftly he had conjured a response. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Everyone regarded Xuanning with newfound admiration, astonished that he excelled not only in poetry but also in couplets. Zhou Yuya widened her eyes in surprise, taking a deep breath, her gaze fixed intently upon Xuanning, eager to discern how this man had arrived at such a clever solution. "Miss, this Xuanning is exceedingly impressive. His cultivation talent, poetic prowess, and now his aptitude for couplets, what else can he possibly excel in?" Xia Chan observed curiously. "Miss, given the multitude praising him, does that not guarantee our victory?" Dong Shui chimed in cheerfully. "However, one must consider that since Tang Yin dares to present such a challenge, he must possess remarkable skills," Zhou Yuyao pondered. her own hopes resting on Xuanning's success. Lu Yi, equally intrigued, could not help but fix her alluring gaze upon Xuanning. Astonished to find such immense talent in Luoxian City, capable of crafting a numerical couplet in such a brief span of time. Who, indeed, was this individual? Lu Yi mused. Recalling that Xuanning had only recently become Zhou Yuyao's bodyguard, and his brief tenure suggested he was not one of her subordinates, Tang Yin, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xuanning's swift response, frowning slightly, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Nonetheless, he was well prepared and had many more couplets at his disposal. So he continued, the flowered years return, accompanied by the passage of 37 seasons. Xuanning, with unwavering clarity, promptly responded mere seconds after the opponent had spoken, celebrating the ancient and the rare, let there be another spring and autumn. His remarkable speed in crafting such an eloquent couplet elicited widespread applause. Previously, there were doubts about his proficiency in couplets. Yet it became evident that both poetry and couplets were indeed his forte. Consequently, their confidence in Xuanning surged once more. Tang Yin was taken aback, never anticipating Xuanning's adeptness with couplets. It was a challenge of his own making, yet now he felt the unsettling possibility of defeat looming. The four literary prodigies exchanged glances, their unease palpable. Would Tang not triumph? This was his specialty, after all. Surely, he wouldn't falter so early in the contest. Yet, observe that individual, he seemed to have conceived his response almost instantaneously upon Tang's utterance. Such brilliance was truly formidable. Tang Yin, undeterred, offered several more couplets. But Xuanning responded with equal resolve. Tang Yin furrowed his brow and declared, a gentle breeze fills the ground. Difficult it is for me to remain. This was a clever play on homophones, so ingenious that even Tang Yin had not foreseen a counter. He gazed at Xuanning and said to this couplet, I have yet to conceive a suitable response. I sincerely hope you can provide one. Upon hearing this, Xuanning pondered for a moment before responding. Since that is the case, I shall indulge you. Listen carefully. Xuanning smiled and replied, when will the bright moon illuminate mankind again? This. Tang Yin felt a sense of defeat, murmuring softly, the gentle breeze fills the ground, yet when will the bright moon shine upon us again? The couplet was remarkably well crafted and clever. Tang Yin then added, from the lotus, one acquires the root. Xuanning replied once more, with apricots. There is no need for plums. Tang Yin remarked, whose estate is this, adorned with a cluster of gardens before us? Xuanning, a few lines of text adorn the wall. Which document is this? Tang Yin, adjusting the strings, a new melody emerges, harmonizing beautifully. Xuanning, cultivating flowers with care brings forth a fragrant harvest. Tang Yin's expression instantly darkened, ultimately leading him to concede defeat, a defeat so thorough that it left no room for doubt. Xuanning, upon reading this, smiled gently and said to Tang Yin, it is often said that one should reciprocate kindness. Therefore, I have prepared a couplet and hope to receive your esteemed guidance. Tang Yin sighed, utterly captivated by the other's erudition. Nevertheless, he held a firm belief that should his counterpart present a couplet, he would undoubtedly be able to compose a matching response. Xuanning began to speak. The character Jing consists of 3 suns, in time. There will be days that are devoid of days, day after day, for 100 years, amounting to 36,000 days. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin was rendered utterly speechless. Even those around him were left in deep contemplation. Eventually, the 3 elderly scholars inscribed this couplet onto paper and had it hung up for all to see. Tang Yin, with a wry smile, shook his head and remarked, I am unable to decipher this. I never anticipated that you possess such remarkable talent. Xuanning smiled and said, it is merely a couplet. There is no need to take it to heart. I have another one here. Would you care to hear it? He hoped for the guidance of his esteemed companion. Although he could not think of one himself, Tang Yin was equally intrigued, as were the surrounding individuals. The 3 elderly gentlemen further emphasized the importance of committing it to memory. Xuanning said, to speak is to smile, and to smile is to dismiss all matters with a light heart. Tang Yin, with a wry smile, replied, I humbly bow to your prowess and accept my defeat in this wager. May I inquire your esteemed name? Tang Yin earnestly asked. The others were equally curious, eager to learn Xuanning's name. I am Xuanning, he responded. Excellent. The 4 talented scholars nodded in agreement. After the inquiry, Tang Yin and the others shouted in unison, woof, woof, woof. The onlookers were taken aback. Although the 4 scholars had come to provoke, no one underestimated their literary talents. Despite their defeat, they acknowledged their loss without hesitation, displaying a commendable spirit of sportsmanship, devoid of any sense of failure. They appeared genuinely pleased with the outcome, earning the respect of all present. Xuanning. Upon hearing his name, Lui's rosy lips parted in surprise. Her enchanting eyes wide with astonishment as she inquired, "Could you be the Xuanning from the recent family competition of the Xin clan?" Recently, in the Xin clan's family competition, a youth previously dubbed a waste, Xuanning, had emerged as a dark horse, sweeping away the stigma of his past and claiming second place, thus becoming a topic of conversation in Luoxian City. Therefore, upon Lui's inquiry, all gazed in shock at the impeccably dressed, strikingly handsome Xuanning who spoke so eloquently. "Indeed, that is I," Xuanning replied with a slight smile, seemingly unaffected by his past, exuding an air of nonchalance that belied his youth. Upon his acknowledgement, the crowd could no longer conceal their astonishment, gazing at Xuanning in disbelief. Good heavens, he is indeed that Xuanning. Not only gifted in cultivation but also possessing remarkable literary talent, he is truly a paragon of both martial and literary prowess. One could only wonder what Xuanning was thinking, as such an exceptional youth had proactively sought to annul their engagement. Surely, upon learning of Xuanning's current abilities and talents, she would regret her decision deeply. Securing second place in the family competition and surpassing the 4 talented scholars in literary skill, he embodied the ideal suitor in countless hearts. If I had a daughter, I would dream of her marrying such a man, and it would bring me infinite joy. Everyone praised Xuanning, filled with admiration, lamenting Xuannings's foolishness in withdrawing from the engagement with such an ideal partner. "Please, ascend," Lui gestured with her delicate hand, her captivating eyes fixed on Xuanning. Although unintentional, her innate charm radiated effortlessly. "Young Master Xuanning, let us proceed," Zhou Yuyao smiled gently, her demeanor sweet and enchanting. With a single wave of his hand, Xuanning gathered all the attributes that had fallen to the ground. Spirit increased by 0. 5. Aptitude enhanced by 0. 2. Comprehension elevated by 0. 3. And spirit augmented by an additional 0. 3. Xuanning was exceedingly delighted, as he had not anticipated that his visit would yield such a plethora of exceptional and rare attribute points, most of which had been dropped by the 4 renowned scholars. Notably, Tang Yin had previously relinquished the greatest number of attribute points. After collecting all these points, Xuanning discovered that his mental acuity had risen to 2. 4. His comprehension had reached 0. 6. And his innate talent had also attained 0. 5. Upon utilizing these attribute points, Xuanning once again felt a clarity of mind, as many previously incomprehensible concepts suddenly became lucid. His understanding of the cultivation process deepened significantly. This was the essence of aptitude. At that moment, after resuming his practice, he would no longer experience the stagnation in his cultivation progress that had plagued him before. Indeed, scholars are remarkable machines for extracting attributes, and he felt an overwhelming joy. Xuanning nodded at Zhou Yuyao and ascended the staircase, inciting waves of envy and admiration among the crowd. Lui offered a subtle smile to everyone, captivating all with her enchanting presence. Subsequently, she proclaimed, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have gathered for this poetry conference. The victor of this event is Xuanning of the Xian family. Thank you all for your participation. The poetry conference has come to a glorious conclusion." With a beaming smile, Lui instructed her attendant, "Display the 2 couplets composed by young Master Xuanning at the entrance of the establishment. Whoever can compose a corresponding lower couplet shall be rewarded with a year's worth of complimentary food and drink from Wangwei Pavilion, along with a bonus of 1,000 gold vouchers." Her words immediately astonished the attendees. They had not anticipated such a generous offer from Lui. Instantly, they began to rack their brains, summoning their intellectual prowess to devise a fitting lower couplet. Their motivation was not merely the allure of a year of free sustenance or the gold vouchers, but the desire to spend countless days and nights in the company of Lui. Before long, the entrance of Wangwei Pavilion was adorned with Xuanning's 2 upper couplets. 3 sons in the character Jing. A time will come to ponder the days without days. Day after day, 100 years amounting to 36,000 days, and to speak is to smile, smiling at the past and present, treating all matters with a smile. As these couplets were displayed, they indeed attracted throngs of onlookers, particularly those scholars who had been unable to enter Wangwei Pavilion for the poetry conference. Upon hearing of Xuanning's exploits within the pavilion, they were left in utter disbelief. This incident swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Luoxian City, and the name Xuanning once again became a topic of fervent discussion among its inhabitants. Moreover, several storytellers began to recount how Xuanning had eclipsed the 4 great talents at the poetry conference, leaving them speechless with his verses. and how he had compelled Tang Yan, the foremost among them, to concede defeat with his couplets. The name Xuanning has completely captured the attention of Luoxian City. His 2 couplets have begun to resonate throughout the entire city, prompting all the talented scholars and beautiful maidens to ponder the corresponding lines. At the top of Wangwei Pavilion, Zhou Yuyo, Xia Chan, and Dong Shui gazed with wide, curious eyes, fixated on Xuanning. "What is the matter?" Xuanning inquired with a smile. "You are simply remarkable," Dong Shui candidly expressed. "It's nothing. I merely picked up a few things out of boredom, nothing extraordinary," Xuanning replied nonchalantly. Xia Chan felt as though she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. To be so proficient from mere moments of idle learning was astounding. Zhou Yuyo, too, was left speechless, realizing that despite her years of reading, she had yet to surpass the knowledge Xuanning acquired during his moments of ennui. Such is the disparity of innate talent. Soon, Lu Yi swayed in with her alluring figure, commanding her maidservants to present an array of dishes before the group. Come, don't be shy. These are the signature dishes of our establishment." She then settled next to Xuanning, pouring him a glass of wine, gently raising her cup, and addressing him. "I have displayed your 2 couplets in our establishment. I trust you won't mind." As Xuanning beheld the striking beauty beside him, her allure far surpassed that of Zhou Yuyo. She was a ripe, mature peach. So close, he could even discern the contours of her ample bosom. Although this woman was skilled at inciting desire, Xuanning remained largely unaffected, gazing at her with an appreciative demeanor. After all, she was merely a woman. He had encountered many in his past life, particularly those enchanting maidens on a certain island, who could be as beguiling and seductive as one could imagine. In every conceivable pose. Of course not. It is said that learning is a boundless pursuit. I consider it a privilege that Sister Lu appreciates my couplets, Xuanning replied. Draining his cup, Lu Yi was indeed captivating, yet he remained unfazed by her charms. For Xuanning, Lu Yi's decision to hang his couplets in the establishment was beneficial, as long as patrons came to ponder over them. His daily visits would yield a wealth of rare attribute points. Lu Yi's actions inadvertently aided him, and why would he refuse such a fortunate opportunity? However, it seemed he would need to frequent this place more often, not for any other reason but to acquire those rare attribute points. Lu Yi chuckled softly, saying, Xuanning, you are quite the charmer. Now that you've called me sister, you must visit often for meals. As long as you come here, all our dishes will be complimentary. Thank you, Sister Lu. Xuanning graciously accepted, eager to enjoy the free sustenance. The conversations flowed easily, with Lu Yi occasionally posing questions to Xuanning. This woman was astute, subtly inquiring, seeking to uncover his secrets without being overt. However, Xuanning adeptly navigated the situation. Attempting to uncover his secrets was futile, as even if the other party lay in bed, it would be impossible. He was not the type to be rendered immobile by the presence of a woman. After all, they were merely women, and once the lights were extinguished, it made little difference. 2 hours later, Zhou Yuyo and Xuanning bid farewell to Lu Yi. Upon descending the stairs, Xuanning discovered a lively scene below, filled with scholars who were all captivated by 2 couplets, each engrossed in the arduous task of deciphering the next line. Upon witnessing the ground strewn with attribute points, Xuanning let out a light chuckle and strolled around the tables, simultaneously collecting all the points scattered on the floor. The increase of 0.1 in aptitude was regrettable, as the majority consisted of mental attribute points, with the enhancements in talent and comprehension being alarmingly scarce. After inspecting the area, he had merely obtained a total of 0.1. It appeared that these items dropped in accordance with an individual's innate capabilities. Had it been the 4 literary talents, the yield would undoubtedly have been far more substantial. Although Zhou Yuyo and her companions were exceedingly curious about Xuanning's actions, they refrained from voicing their inquiries. After departing from the Wangyue Pavilion, Xuanning escorted Zhou Yuyo back to her estate, then informed her that he had other matters to attend to before taking his leave. The direction in which Xuanning departed was towards the royal arena. Before entering, Xuanning donned a black iron mask once more, concealing his visage. The royal arena, a creation of the Liuli dynasty, exists only in cities of prefectural rank and above. Although smaller towns may have their own establishments, they are merely organized by local inhabitants and bear no comparison in scale to the official royal arena. Xuanning had arrived at this place for the first time, and thus, he was not thoroughly acquainted with the rules of the arena. Upon entering, he inquired with the staff about the conditions and regulations for participation in the competitions. The personnel handed Xuanning a document detailing the fundamental rules of the arena, which elaborated on various stipulations. Competitions were categorized into different stages based on the participants' strengths, with one notably perilous challenge involving combat against fierce beasts. A failure in this endeavor would result in one becoming prey to these creatures, despite the inherent dangers. The rewards were substantial, enticing many to wager their lives for profit or to hone their skills against such formidable adversaries. Before engaging in combat, participants were required to assess their abilities. After all, it would be futile for a martial general to partake in battles meant for martial soldiers. Hence, the arena typically arranged matches between individuals of comparable strength. Of course, should a challenger wish to confront a stronger opponent, the arena staff would accommodate their request by providing a more formidable adversary. The Royal Arena also offered competitive medals, ranging from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, to the prestigious king-level medals. Advancement was no simple feat. It necessitated a consistent winning streak to rapidly accumulate points and elevate one's medal status. Each participation in a competition granted 1 point for a victory, with an additional point awarded for consecutive wins, capped at a maximum of 10 points for 10 consecutive victories. Beyond this threshold, further victories would still yield only 10 points. Additionally, there was the option for challenging opponents of a higher realm, which granted an extra point for such endeavors, although it was rare for individuals to successfully confront adversaries of significantly greater strength. After reviewing these regulations, Xuanning addressed the staff, saying, "I wish to partake in the competitive challenge." He completed the necessary information and then proceeded to assess his strength and capabilities. The staff member responded accordingly. Xuanning glanced at the names and ages inscribed above, promptly writing down the name Zhao Ritian and deciding to list the age as 18. Although Xuanning was merely 16 years old and his name was not Zhao Ritian, it mattered little since no one would know the difference. Those in the arena were indifferent to one's true identity. After completing the registration, Xuanning approached a testing stele, where an individual beside him instructed, "Place your hand upon it, and simply relax your body." Xuanning followed suit, placing his hand upon it, and a peculiar energy surged into his body. Subsequently, the stele displayed, "Martial General, 4th Heaven." Upon observing the testing stone tablet, Xuanning found it to be remarkably accurate, as it promptly assessed his current level of cultivation. Subsequently, his information was recorded, and upon exiting, Xuanning submitted a registration fee of 10 gold coins, thereby granting him the opportunity to partake in the competition. Having arrived with the sole intention of engaging in the tournament, he promptly opted to participate. Not long after, Xuanning, clutching a numbered token, stepped into Arena No. 3 to commence his competition. Taking a seat designated for competitors, Xuanning noted that a dozen or so individuals were already present, each of whom possessed the prowess of a martial general. This level of cultivation represented the majority of the populace within Luoxian City, thus making the martial general tier the most prevalent among competitors. The others cast casual glances at Xuanning, but refrained from initiating conversation, a fact he paid little heed to. Upon noticing several attribute points scattered on the ground, he approached, extending his hand to gather them. His cultivation value increased by 5, and his life value by 12. Observing Xuanning's actions, the others furrowed their brows, perplexed by the significance of his previous gestures. Xuanning paid no heed to them and directed his gaze towards the 2 individuals in the arena below. Upon closer inspection, he felt a surge of excitement, for the arena was brimming with an abundance of attribute points. Indeed, he had not erred in his choice of location. This was, unequivocally, his paradise. Glancing at his assigned number, Xuanning noted that he was number 18. He would have to wait until the host called his number before he could ascend to the stage and partake in the combat. Observing the current battles in progress, he realized he would need to bide his time for 2 more contests before it would be his turn. Xuanning could only bide his time. Yet watching the fierce combat of others was far from dull. In fact, he found himself gleaning insights into various combat techniques. The 2 contenders below engaged in a fierce clash, one wielding a longsword and the other a dagger, trading blows with remarkable skill. Their levels of mastery were closely matched, and the disparity in their strength was negligible. Such a dynamic confrontation captivated the audience, igniting a fervor among many. The arena was filled with a diverse crowd, who appeared even more exhilarated than those outside the ring. They shouted boisterous exclamations, their voices echoing with fervor, while many brandished makeshift signs. "Strike him! Strike him! Hurry! Bring him down! Come on! Finish him off! Attack below! Kill him! That's it! Splendid strike! Deliver another blow!" Xuanning immediately comprehended the nature of those sheets of paper. They were the betting slips. This wager represented one of the most lucrative aspects of the arena. After glancing around, Xuanning made his way toward the betting area, navigating through a throng of spectators who were vociferously cheering. Upon arriving at the designated spot for placing bets and standing in line, it was soon Xuanning's turn. "Which match would you like to wager on?" the attendant inquired monotonously. Xuanning glanced at the upcoming matches and quickly identified his own bout, the third match, where the 18th contestant, Zhao Ritian, would face off against the 6th, Dong Qinghai. The current odds were a staggering 10-1. Such blatant disregard for his prowess only fueled his determination to showcase his true capabilities. Upon seeing this betting ratio, Xuanning smiled, produced 100,000 gold vouchers, and declared, "I bet on the third match. Zhao Ritian will triumph." 100,000 gold vouchers. The opponent's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of such a substantial wager. He then looked up at Xuanning, pondering internally, this 18th contestant is a newcomer, previously unheard of, yet he boldly places such a significant bet on this individual. Upon closer inspection, he began to discern Xuanning's identity, and a cold smirk crept across his mind. Such audacity in this boy, wagering so heavily. 100,000 gold vouchers is no trifling sum, converted to copper coins. That amounts to 10 million. Could he possibly be that confident in Zhao Ritian? The staff, accustomed to such displays, chuckled internally as they collected the vouchers, handing over 10 tickets valued at 10,000 gold vouchers each. "Is there a rule against winning?" Xuanning inquired. "Of course not. Best of luck to you. But allow me to offer a word of caution. Your opponent has won 9 consecutive matches. You might want to consider your options carefully." The staff member chuckled, clearly skeptical of Xuanning's chances. 9 consecutive wins, you say? Then let me be the one to end his streak. Xuanning remained unfazed, exuding an air of confidence as if victory was already in his grasp. As Xuanning departed, the staff member wore a mocking grin, muttering to himself, 100,000 gold vouchers? How could this lad possibly emerge victorious? Dong Qinghai is on the brink of attaining a silver medal, while Zhao Ritian appears to be a mere novice, far too youthful to stand a chance against Dong Qinghai. With that thought solidified, the staff member dismissed any further consideration of Xuanning. To him, the 100,000 gold vouchers were merely a gift to the arena. After departing from the wagering area, Xuanning returned to the designated resting place for competitors. No sooner had he settled down than he observed from the sidelines that the combatants had determined a victor. The referee ascended the stage to announce the outcome of the battle and to introduce the essential details of the next duelists. With the two fighters taking to the arena, the contest officially commenced. Without exchanging any pleasantries, both sides launched directly into combat, weapons clashing with fervor, each engaging in a fierce and perilous exchange. As the battle progressed, they shed additional attribute points. Gazing at the pile of attribute points on the stage, Xuanning felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and collect them all. Such an abundance of attribute points would undoubtedly bolster his strength considerably. Moreover, the Royal Arena boasted not just this singular combat platform, but several others, each governed by varying rules and levels of prowess. These arenas witnessed countless battles daily, resulting in the frequent emergence of numerous attribute points. Although many of these points diminished over time due to prolonged exposure, their sheer quantity was staggering and utterly incalculable. Fortune favored him, as a few violet glimmers remained on the stage, likely representing martial skills, an invaluable treasure. Once dropped, these skills would not succumb to the ravages of time. Xuanning gazed at the myriad points of light on the stage, his heart brimming with excitement. Each hue of these attribute points symbolized distinct properties. Yet the majority appeared dim, indicative of the passage of considerable time. After 10 minutes, the two had accumulated a plethora of attribute points, and the victor had been decisively determined. The second match commenced immediately, and upon its conclusion, it would be Xuanning's turn. In this round, one of the combatants was a woman, possessing an agile physique and remarkable speed, wielding 2 daggers. Despite her opponent's formidable strength, she refrained from engaging in direct confrontation, opting instead to exhaust her adversary through her nimble maneuvers. 10 minutes later, the duel concluded with the woman successfully toppling her opponent from the stage. The host ascended once more to announce the results, stating, "In the upcoming match, I believe many of you are already aware of the contender about to grace the stage. Indeed, it is none other than the long-anticipated Dong Qinghai, who has achieved an impressive 9 consecutive victories. Should he triumph once more, he will reach a remarkable 10 victories in a row. Let us rally our support for him." A robust man, bare-chested and wielding an axe, raised his head proudly, exuding an air of fierce confidence as he surveyed the crowd. The host continued, "Dong Qinghai's opponent this time is a newcomer, and although youthful, possesses an astonishing prowess, having reached the formidable 4th level of martial general. Let us extend a warm welcome to Zhao Ritian as he takes the stage. Upon Xuanning's ascension, a chorus of skepticism emerged, with nary a soul harboring faith in his capabilities. Some even mockingly suggested that he should promptly surrender. In stark contrast, the audience erupted in cheers upon the arrival of Dong Chenghai, whose popularity soared. After all, Dong Chenghai had achieved an impressive streak of 9 consecutive victories, garnering widespread recognition for his prowess. Under the arrangement of the staff, Xuanning ascended to the arena. Above this arena were countless spectator seats, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. At the very center of the structure lay a spacious stage for performances. Dong Chenghai glanced at Xuanning with evident disdain and sneered. "Youngster, you are unfortunate to encounter me. Once I defeat you, it will mark my 10th consecutive victory." Xuanning was merely a newcomer, and quite young at that. With such a lackluster profile, Dong Chenghai believed he could effortlessly vanquish his opponent. "I look forward to your guidance," Xuanning replied, gazing unperturbed at Dong Chenghai's actions. "Rest assured, I shall demonstrate my prowess. But do try not to soil yourself in fear, young one," Dong Chenghai scoffed, his laughter echoing through the arena, prompting the audience to join in, convinced that Xuanning posed no real threat due to his youthful appearance. Yet, upon ascending the stage, Xuanning paid no heed to Dong Chenghai's derision. He was eager to employ his wind control palm, drawing in the surrounding attribute points. His gains were as follows: cultivation value, 5, strength, 0, 5, defense, 0, 7, health, 5, speed, 0, 1, whip thunder leg, 1, quick step, 1, cloud pushing palm, 1. Although each attribute point seemed modest, their cumulative effect significantly compensated for the initial disparity. And Xuanning couldn't suppress his joy. In a brief span, his attributes surged remarkably, and he felt an overwhelming strength coursing through his body. Exhilarating, he thought. The rewards were indeed substantial, and with 3 martial techniques at his disposal, the sensation was utterly delightful. He promptly utilized the 3 techniques: learning whip thunder leg LV2, learning quick step LV3, learning cloud pushing palm LV4. The methods of these 3 skills seamlessly integrated into Xuanning's mind as if he had studied them for years. The whip thunder leg represented a mid-tier human martial skill, a form of leg technique. The quick step, a superior human martial skill, could be employed in combat to enhance one's speed and evasion. The cloud pushing palm was a low-tier yellow martial skill, a palm technique. With this, his martial skills rose to 7, greatly increasing his confidence against Dong Chenghai. More crucially, after collecting such a plethora of attribute points, Xuanning realized his realm was poised for another breakthrough. However, he chose not to advance immediately, for he felt no trepidation facing Dong Chenghai, who was at the same level. "Let the battle commence," the host declared, stepping away from the ring. Dong Chenghai cast a cold glance at Xuanning, raising his axe and proclaiming, "Let me see the combat prowess of a martial general at the 4th heaven." With that, he let out a fierce roar and charged towards Xuanning, raising his axe to deliver a devastating blow. Had Xuanning lacked sufficient strength, he would have surely been cleaved in 2 by such an assault. Upon witnessing the opponent's offensive maneuver, Xuanning remained utterly unperturbed. With a graceful application of his rapid movement technique, he effortlessly darted to the nearby attribute points, collecting them with an air of tranquility. The surrounding spectators, perplexed by this peculiar occurrence, found themselves at a loss, unable to comprehend his actions. However, one of the women who had participated in the previous match recognized the semblance of his movement technique and furrowed her brow in confusion. Pondering where Xuanning had acquired such a skill, "Why does his technique so closely resemble my rapid movement?" she mused, scrutinizing him in an attempt to discern the familiarity of his method. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as Dong Chenghai's axe struck the arena's stone floor, leaving a gaping mark and a web-like fissure. Undeterred by his missed strike, Dong Chenghai raised his weapon anew, chuckling, "Your reflexes are commendable, but I shall not grant you any respite." "Then allow me to reciprocate with my own teachings," Xuanning replied. He refrained from launching an immediate counterattack. Wishing to prolong the encounter, there were still attribute points left to collect, and he felt no urgency to conclude the duel hastily. After all, if he intended to engage in prolonged competition, he must not allow others to perceive the full extent of his capabilities. It was imperative to conceal his strength, thereby ensuring a continuous accumulation of attribute points and wealth. Possessing the rapid movement technique, his speed and reflexes exceeded those of his adversary. After deftly evading several strikes, He successfully gathered all the attribute points scattered across the ground. In order to conceal any vulnerabilities, Xuanning resolutely raised his weapon and engaged in combat with his opponent. So, you've finally chosen to confront me, have you? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Dong Qinghai, witnessing his adversary's proactive approach, resolved to impress Xuanning with his strength. He exerted himself, launching a fierce assault against Xuanning. The clash of axe against sword resonated with a metallic clang. Dong Qinghai anticipated that he would easily establish his superiority, yet he was taken aback to find that their strengths were evenly matched, with Xuanning exhibiting no signs of inferiority. This fellow possesses considerable strength, Dong Qinghai noted, his brows furrowing as he adopted a more serious demeanor. Confident in his own power, he was astonished that Zhao Ritian could withstand his blows without faltering, revealing a formidable presence that could not be underestimated. No longer dismissing his opponent, Dong Qinghai approached the battle with newfound seriousness. Observers began to recognize Zhao Ritian's capability to contend with Dong Qinghai, prompting them to pay closer attention to the unfolding duel. Dong Qinghai launched another offensive, unleashing a series of relentless attacks, yet Xuanning matched him blow for blow, adeptly deflecting each strike. As the clash continued, it became evident that Dong Qinghai began to shed some attribute points amidst the fierce exchange. As Xuanning engaged in battle, he simultaneously collected these attribute points, treating Dong Qinghai as his own personal attribute extraction machine. His cultivation level increased by 20, strength by 2, and constitution by 1. After a quarter of an hour, Dong Qinghai was already gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, and his expression towards Xuanning transformed into one of disbelief. How could this fellow possess such formidable strength, enduring for so long against me? Dong Qinghai began to sense an ominous turn, realizing the extent of his exhausting stamina. The spectators were equally astonished. None of them had anticipated that Xuanning could engage with Dong Qinghai for such an extended period, which left them utterly surprised. Although Xuanning had not exerted himself significantly, he still appeared to be lacking in stamina, exhibiting a semblance of weakness akin to that of Dong Qinghai, leading one to mistakenly believe that their current states were comparable. The time had nearly elapsed. Observing the clock, Xuanning decided against prolonging the encounter, for his opponent was no longer yielding attribute points, rendering the effort futile. Xuanning initiated a counterattack, raising his long sword and swiftly charging towards Dong Qinghai. He employed the flowing cloud sword technique, launching a fierce assault against his opponent, who naturally assumed a defensive posture. With a single stroke, Xuanning launched an attack that was deflected by Dong Qinghai's axe. However, this time, Xuanning had augmented his strength considerably. Dong Qinghai could hardly fathom that such power could emanate from Xuanning. He was forcefully pushed back, losing grip on the axe, which clattered to the ground. Subsequently, Xuanning harnessed his energy, clenched his fist with one hand, and unleashed a martial technique, delivering a devastating blow. Raging Wave's fist. Bang! With a formidable punch, Xuanning struck fiercely upon Dong Qinghai's shoulder, sending him crashing off the stage. The audience was left in utter astonishment. No one had anticipated that Xuanning could vanquish the undefeated Dong Qinghai, whose 9 consecutive victories had seemed unassailable. The crowd erupted in excitement. Unbelievable. I can't believe I lost so much. Dong Qinghai is truly pathetic. The end of his 9-match winning streak left many in disbelief. How could this be? Zhao Ritian's strength is remarkable. He has indeed defeated Dong Qinghai. This battle was exceptional, revealing that Zhao Ritian is considerably stronger than Dong Qinghai. Voices of disdain for Dong Qinghai mingled with cheers for Xuanning's brilliant performance, showcasing a diverse range of reactions among the spectators. None had foreseen such a turn of events, and those who had been confident in Dong Qinghai's triumph were now filled with disappointment. Particularly disheartened were those who had wagered on his victory, expressing their frustration vocally. Conversely, a few daring souls who had gambled on Xuanning's success were now basking in joy, cheering exuberantly for him. It was truly hard to fathom that Dong Qinghai had been bested by a newcomer. Let us celebrate the victor of this extraordinary contest, Zhao Ritian. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, ascended the stage, raising one of Xuanning's hands in triumph, equally astonished that Xuanning stood victorious. As the battle concluded, Xuanning departed the arena to collect his reward. Every victor receives a prize that increases with each consecutive win. Winning a single match earns 50 gold vouchers, and winning 2 in succession doubles the reward. If a contestant maintains an unbroken winning streak, the prize can accumulate to as much as 1,000 gold vouchers. Impressive feat. Young man, defeating Dong Qinghai is no small achievement. Here is your prize. A middle-aged man handed Xuanning a voucher worth 50 gold, then inquired, "Are you interested in enrolling for the next round? Should you triumph again, the prize could escalate to 100 gold vouchers." Xuanning had no intention of departing and replied, "Then let us proceed to enroll for the next match." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face brightened with a smile as he responded, "Very well. I shall arrange the next battle for you. Just wait patiently, it should not take many rounds. In the meantime, take this opportunity to rest and recuperate." "Thank you." Xuanning departed from this place and subsequently returned to where the competitors were gathered. However, on the way there, a woman stood in his path. Dressed in a form-fitting outfit, she perfectly showcased her exquisite figure. Although not possessing the ideal golden ratio, her physique was nonetheless quite admirable. The woman approached Xuanning directly. Her features rather delicate, with a small beauty mark above her left eyebrow. Standing before Xuanning, she inquired, "Where did you learn that swift movement technique you used earlier?" After Xuanning listened, he turned his gaze towards the woman, realizing that the agility he had witnessed earlier had emanated from her. "No comment," Xuanning said curtly before departing. A flicker of murderous intent crossed her eyes, yet she refrained from taking action, knowing that to do so here would be unwise. Nevertheless, she turned to Xuanning's retreating figure and remarked, "As long as you remain in the arena and continue to fight, I shall inevitably cross paths with you. Good luck." "I have registered for battle," Xuanning replied with a nonchalant nod, his demeanor exuding casual confidence, as if to challenge her. "I've signed up. If you have the courage, come and fight me." This display of arrogance provoked the woman behind him, who felt an urge to confront him. Shaking her head, she proceeded toward the registration desk and declared, "I wish to partake in the battle as well." The middle-aged man, known as Su-dusan, regarded her with a broad smile, his gaze lingering on her commendable physique, as if attempting to discern what secrets lay beneath her attire. "None of your concern," she retorted, frowning slightly. Upon completing her registration, she turned to leave. Su-dusan smirked coldly, contemplating, "Since you both desire an encounter, I shall ensure you have an opportunity for a thorough exchange." Xuanning returned to the competition seat, only to find that all eyes were upon him, reflecting an indescribable gaze, tinged with a hint of hostility. When he first arrived, none of these individuals had paid him any heed, merely casting a fleeting glance his way. However, after Xuanning's victory over Dongcheng, he had now become regarded as a worthy rival by them all. Before long, the woman who had previously encountered Xuanning approached him once more, unhesitatingly taking a seat beside him and regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. Following her arrival, the surrounding men fixated their eyes upon her, their glances traversing her figure with unabashed interest. The presence of women in competitions was already scarce, and her commendable appearance only served to stir a certain impulse within these men. "That technique is not something that can be shared. You must honestly divulge how you acquired it," the woman inquired again. Yet, Xuanning chose to disregard her, treating her as if she were but air. This prompted the woman to furrow her brow and clench her fists, ultimately deciding against further questioning. Beneath the arena, competitions continued to unfold one after another. On the stage, an abundance of attribute points had accumulated, bringing Xuanning immense joy. He pondered when this arena would finally conclude. Once it did, he would devise a plan to traverse each competition platform, believing that the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Xuanning sat here for a moment before making his way to the betting station. He produced the ticket from his earlier wager and declared, "This is my ticket." The betting personnel stared at the stack of tickets, momentarily lost in thought, unable to fathom how Dongcheng, who had achieved 9 consecutive victories, could have lost, taking him down with considerable losses as well. This amounted to 100,000 gold vouchers, with a tenfold multiplier that equated to 1 million gold vouchers. Even the betting staff could not suppress a twinge of envy. The number of individuals who could amass such wealth in a single instance was exceedingly rare. In his years of experience here, he had witnessed only a handful. This wager was beyond his control, and the outcome bore no relation to him. After all, no one anticipated the formidable strength of Xuanning. Once the staff handed over all the gold vouchers to Xuanning, they looked upon him with admiration for having had the audacity to seize such unimaginable riches. After acquiring this substantial fortune, Xuanning glanced at the list of competitors for the 4th match. To his astonishment, he discovered that the opponent was none other than Qian Miaoyin, the very woman he had encountered previously. It was quite unexpected for him to meet her again so soon. Moreover, the odds for this wager were relatively balanced. A standard 1-1. Clearly, the onlookers had formed an assessment of his capabilities, refraining from setting the stakes too high. The previous match, in which he had won 1 million gold vouchers, had already inflicted considerable losses on the arena, making it unlikely for such inflated odds to reappear. Xuanning remained utterly unconcerned and boldly declared, "I shall once again wager on my victory, 1 million gold vouchers." The betting personnel, though slightly taken aback, diligently performed their duties and presented the ticket worth 1 million gold vouchers. Once Xuanning departed, the betting personnel found themselves in a state of deep indecision. Should I follow suit, or should I refrain? Xuanning, brimming with confidence in his own abilities, experienced a significant enhancement in his strength after accumulating a substantial number of attribute points. Moreover, he also gained a considerable amount of cultivation value. Xuanning began to absorb the essence of his cultivation, elevating his realm to the 5th level of a martial general. A powerful sensation coursed through his body, as a warm current perpetually flowed within his meridians, fortifying his bones, organs, and cells. Cultivation, after all, was akin to gathering attribute points. Xuanning chuckled to himself, envisioning the entire Xuanning continent as a map for his ascendant strength. Upon returning to the competition seats, Xuanning cast him a sly smile and said, "Young man, your luck is rather poor, for your next opponent is me. I shall make you aware of my prowess." Upon hearing this, Xuanning turned to Xuanning and offered a faint smile, then remarked, "Do your best." Xuanning, taken aback by Xuanning's unexpected encouragement, found herself at a loss for words. It was indeed her first encounter with an opponent who cheered for her. The other competitors around them looked at Xuanning with a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity, pondering the thoughts that must be swirling in his mind. After several bouts, the host once again announced the name registered by Xuanning, Zhao Ritian, eliciting a wave of astonished gasps from the crowd. Zhao Ritian, you must win. I've wagered 1,000 gold coins." One shouted. "Oh, please, I bet on Xuanning to win. There is no way this guy could triumph." The prospect of claiming attribute points was tantalizing. With a smile, Xuanning made his way toward the arena, taking a leisurely stroll around the perimeter to collect the scattered attribute points. He employed the wind mastery technique to gather them all from the ground. His cultivation increased by 10, strength by 1, health by 11, and speed by 0.1. Though the increments were modest, they nonetheless enhanced Xuanning's prowess. Subsequently, the host called out Xuanning's name. "Xuanning, defeat that Zhao Ritian. Your figure is quite impressive. I offer 10,000 gold coins for a night of entertainment. Go." Xuanning. As a woman, Xuanning enjoyed considerable popularity. The arena rarely saw female participants, particularly due to her appealing appearance and figure. The crowd erupted into a fervent cheer that far surpassed the volume of applause when Xuanning ascended the stage. Upon hearing the host's introduction of Xuanning, Xuanning was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman had achieved 6 consecutive victories. To triumph 6 times in such a competitive arena is indeed a remarkable feat for a woman. Unfortunately for her, encountering Xuanning meant that she was destined to submit. As Xuanning approached Xuanning, she spoke bluntly, Since you refuse to divulge the origins of your swift movement, I shall break your legs and see if that compels you to speak." "Why such fury? Have you not found anyone to quell your anger lately? Such a demeanor does not bode well for you. It may hasten the onset of age," Xuanning retorted without reservation. Indeed, they were both of a coarse disposition. "Let me witness just how adept you are at your swift movement," thought Xuanning. Infuriated, Xuanning skillfully twirled the dagger in her hand before gripping it tightly. "Rest assured, I am at least superior to you in every conceivable aspect," Xuanning replied with a smile. Xuanning fumed, her eyes ablaze with rage. Yearning to pounce and subdue Xuanning. "Commence the battle," the host declared. As the duel commenced, Xuanning employed her agility, darting toward Xuanning with astonishing speed. Her sharp dagger ruthlessly aimed at his neck. In her wrath, her attacks were fierce. Should she land a blow, Xuanning's throat would undoubtedly be severed. Truly, a woman's heart can be as venomous as her blade. Recognizing the threat, Xuanning dared not underestimate her and likewise activated his swift movement. Xuanning employed a similar technique, his feet moving ceaselessly as he gracefully evaded Xuanning's lethal strikes. This woman showed no mercy. Each attack was a deadly maneuver, reminiscent of a furious assassin. Xuanning unsheathed his weapon, retaliating against his opponent's dagger. The clash of their blades produced a shower of sparks. After the skirmish, Xuanning clearly recognized Xuanning's formidable strength. In a direct confrontation, she would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Thus, she resolved to exploit her advantage in speed to launch an attack on Xuanning. However, Xuanning was no slouch either. His agility and quick reflexes allowed him to intercept each of her strikes with precision. Xuanning sought to thoroughly extract every ounce of value from Qian Miaoying, unwilling to let her slip away while she still possessed worth. Each adversary was, in essence, a resource extractor for Xuanning, not to be easily relinquished. As the battle ensued, Qian Miaoying indeed released a series of attribute points, which Xuanning deftly collected. Her cultivation value increased by 20, with the majority of the drop points pertaining to speed and cultivation value. Unfortunately, the coveted skill book that Xuanning desired did not materialize. The likelihood of its drop remained exceedingly rare. As Qian Miaoying continued to fight, her astonishment grew. She held immense confidence in her agility. Yet, she had not anticipated that her opponent's finesse would rival her own, even surpassing her in swiftness. This revelation left Qian Miaoying utterly astounded, almost incredulous that the opponent's rapid strides were more advanced than her own training. Although Qian Miaoying's attacks were cunning and her combat techniques elusive, Xuanning's strength and speed were formidable. Despite her superior experience in battle, Qian Miaoying found herself at a loss against Xuanning. It is time to bring this to an end. Xuanning observed that Qian Miaoying was unlikely to drop any more attribute points and consequently lost interest. He then exerted himself, his speed increasing significantly as he soared towards Qian Miaoying, launching a swift strike. The velocity was astonishing. Upon sensing the ominous rush of air, Qian Miaoying dared not confront Xuanning head-on, swiftly retreating just in time to narrowly evade his attack. Yet, Xuanning afforded her no opportunity to counter, employing the rapid step technique, causing his speed to surge once more. Before Qian Miaoying could react, he swiftly appeared before her, his left hand transforming into a palm strike aimed at her. The mountain splitter palm. Qian Miaoying was struck with alarm, attempting to evade, but was met with a sharp pain to her chest, the force propelling her into the air before she landed outside the arena. After hitting the ground, Qian Miaoying clutched her chest in indignation, her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Shameless!" Stamping her foot, she departed in a fit of rage. As Xuanning's palm struck Qian Miaoying, a chorus of murmurs arose, with many expressing their envy that Xuanning could seize such an advantage. This left Xuanning feeling quite helpless. It was not his intention to exploit the situation. In the heat of battle, who could truly dictate where one's blows would land? Nonetheless, at the moment of impact, he finally garnered a coveted attribute light point. Speedy Step 1. It appeared that my skill could ascend to a higher level once more. Xuanning activated the skill, resulting in an increase in the experience of Speedy Step. Xuanning was somewhat taken aback as he glanced at the level of his Swift Step skill, discovering that it had not improved. It appeared that the higher the skill, the more experience was required. The Swift Step skill was already of superior human rank, and further advancement would elevate it to inferior yellow rank. Xuanning surmised that ascending to tier of this skill necessitated a greater quantity of Swift Steps. However, such skills were not something he could simply acquire at will. Xuanning approached the middle-aged man, who appeared taken aback upon seeing him. This young lad has triumphed once more, he mused. He tossed a ticket worth 100 gold coins to Xuanning and, with renewed persuasion, urged, "Young man, do you dare to participate again? Should you emerge victorious this time, the reward will be a remarkable 150 gold coins." Xuanning gazed at the middle-aged man and said, "Since you have expressed it so, I shall oblige and continue to participate." "Splendid." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, replying, "Go prepare, for after 4 rounds, it shall be your turn to take the stage." Xuanning continued his stride towards the betting area, his heart racing at the thought of having earned another 1,000,000 gold notes. Indeed, gambling was the swiftest avenue to wealth. In such a short span, he had transformed into a billionaire. Upon seeing Xuanning, the other bettors erupted into laughter. After all, he had won in the previous round. 2,000,000 gold notes, not a single one missing. The opponent handed Xuanning a substantial stack of gold notes without hesitation. After Xuanning completed the count, he did not leave. The other party inquired, "You are not considering placing another bet, are you?" "Well, after 4 matches, it's my turn again. This time, I shall wager 200,000 gold tickets," Xuanning replied. The betting personnel stared at Xuanning, dumbfounded. Our maximum bet here is only 100,000 gold tickets," he said with a wry smile, informing Xuanning of the house rules. "Oh, is that so? Then that will suffice," Xuanning remarked, somewhat surprised by the betting limit. Yet he was not bothered. Even with 100,000 gold tickets, he could still secure a substantial profit, considering he was already in a favorable position. After a short while, the combat information regarding Xuanning was dispatched to the various betting locations. Upon seeing Xuanning's opponent, the betting personnel was taken aback, utterly astonished that Xuanning's adversary was this individual. Then, the betting personnel proactively advised Xuanning, "You might want to reconsider your wager. For your upcoming opponent is a formidable warrior at the 5th level of martial prowess, Xuanning. He has already secured 12 consecutive victories and is not to be underestimated." "What are the odds?" Xuanning inquired, glancing at the name of his competitor, Xuanning, which indeed carried a certain gravitas. 1 to 3, the other party replied. Upon hearing this, Xuanning felt an immense joy within and remarked, 1,000,000 gold vouchers. I wager on my own victory. Being a martial general of the 5th tier himself, he felt no trepidation towards his opponent. With such a triple multiplier, the potential to win 3,000,000 gold vouchers was too enticing to disregard. The opponent, witnessing Xuanning's unwavering confidence, found himself in a quandary once more, pondering whether to follow suit or to abstain. The news of Xuanning's battle against the formidable General Xuanning swiftly spread throughout the audience. Could it be that Zhao Ritian dares to challenge him once more? After enduring 3 consecutive fights, one must ponder the thought process of such an individual. Xuanning, having triumphed in 12 consecutive matches, presents an unparalleled opportunity for profit that cannot be overlooked. The chances of Zhao Ritian emerging victorious are virtually non-existent. The very question of his survival looms ominously. Countless spectators made their way to the betting area, and astonishingly, apart from Xuanning himself, every other individual placed their bets on Xuanning's victory. Xuanning had already engaged in 2 consecutive battles and was at a disadvantage in participating in a third. In contrast, Xuanning had not fought at all, preserving his strength at its peak. Therefore, it was utterly implausible for Zhao Ritian to emerge victorious. Xuanning remained undeterred by the opinions of others, harboring an unwavering confidence in himself. Upon returning to the competition area, he became the subject of much speculation, with many asserting that he was destined for defeat. They believed Xuanning's strength surpassed Xuanning's by a small realm, coupled with his formidable prowess, rendering him nearly invincible against others of the same level. Unbeknownst to them, Xuanning had also reached the 5th tier of martial generals, and they had no inkling of the hidden depths of his abilities. In response to their derision, Xuanning remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the forthcoming battles after the 4 matches. The Royal Arena had made a concerted effort to promote the impending duel between Xuanning and Zhao Ritian, drawing long lines of eager spectators wishing to place their bets. Except for a few who wagered on Zhao Ritian to triumph, the majority placed their faith in Xuanning's victory. His strength was undeniably overwhelming. Boasting a 5th-tier martial general status and an impressive streak of 12 consecutive victories, each match either resulting in severe injury to his opponents or outright annihilation, his ruthless and domineering approach further solidified the belief that Zhao Ritian, being a newcomer and participating for the first time, could not possibly emerge victorious, leading the audience to seize this seemingly easy opportunity to profit. As a result of this prevailing mentality, even before the battle commenced, the odds shifted from an initial 1-3 to a staggering 0-5 in favor of Xuanning. Nevertheless, a significant number of individuals still placed their bets on his success. The individual overseeing the royal arena in Luoxian City was a man named Lu Qianquan, a member of the royal family, albeit distant from the direct lineage, having been several generations removed. His authority was limited to the management of the arena itself. Matters beyond its boundaries were beyond his jurisdiction and remained untouched. The annual revenue generated by the royal arena contributed significantly to the wealth of the Lu family, though this income did not augment the national treasury of the Lu dynasty, instead being classified as private royal earnings. Lu Qianquan, despite his limited power, led a comfortable life, free from what? After witnessing Zhao Ritian's performance, he whimsically orchestrated a match between him and Xuanning, promoting the event widely and as anticipated. A multitude of spectators placed their bets on Xuanning's victory. Master Cohen, one remarked, though Zhao Ritian appears lacking in strength, he surely cannot contend with Xuanning, can he? Your grand promotion has led many to bet on Xuanning's triumph. Despite the odds being adjusted to 0.5, the volume of funds backing his victory remains substantial. If he does indeed win, our losses could be considerable. Beside him stood a man in his 40s, ostensibly the manager of the royal arena, who gazed at Lu Qianquan with a look of confusion. Lu Qianquan, appearing to be in his 20s, was actually 30 years old and had been managing the arena for a decade, possessing keen insight. He glanced at the distant Zhao Ritian and confidently proclaimed, I have closely observed that young man's combat. He has been concealing his true abilities. If I did not possess absolute certainty, do you think I would place such a bet? Upon hearing this, Jinxing still appeared perplexed and inquired, "But what if that young man's strength is lacking? Wouldn't that result in a significant financial loss, and you might face penalties?" Lu Qianquan replied, "That young man has wagered on his own victory, and 1 million gold vouchers is no trifling sum. His unwavering confidence compels me to take a chance. After all, in this arena, aren't we all gamblers?" Despite his words, Lu Qianquan bore an air of immense confidence, exuding a sense of control, evidently believing that Zhao Ritian would bring him great surprises. Nevertheless, Jin Sheng remained somewhat anxious and asked, "Should we let Chu Ao Tian deliberately lose?" At this, Lu Qianquan's smile vanished, and a chilling aura enveloped him as he coldly replied, "I recall telling you that deception is not permitted here, regardless of whether they win or lose. No one is allowed to cheat. Do you think I would allow anyone to tarnish the esteemed reputation of the royal arena?" Jin Sheng, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear and quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Master Kuan, please quell your anger. It was my error. I should not have suggested undermining the rules. Nor would I dare to sully the name of the royal arena. I promise never to speak such words again. Humph. Remember, here, no one is exempt. Should I discover anyone daring to engage in match fixing, I shall not let them off lightly," Lu Qianquan declared with authority. "Yes, I understand," Jin Sheng replied. Despite being the arena's overseer, it was Lu Qianquan who held the true power. Representing the royal authority, Lu Qianquan's lack of reproach relieved Jin Sheng, who wiped the sweat from his brow before departing. As the audience swelled, filling the seats after 3 matches, they had gathered to witness the bout between Zhao Ritian and Chu Ao Tian, having all placed their bets on Chu Ao Tian's victory. Following the conclusion of the 4th match, the host ascended the stage with great pomp, addressing the packed audience with a smile. "It has been quite some time since we have seen such a full house. It seems everyone is eagerly anticipating the next match. I shall not prolong the wait any further. The first to take the stage is none other than the familiar and long-awaited figure, Chu Ao Tian, who has triumphed in 12 consecutive matches." As the host's words echoed, the crowd erupted in cheers for Chu Ao Tian, their excitement palpable as they all stood to gain from his anticipated victory. "Chu Ao Tian! Chu Ao Tian!" the crowd chanted. The entire arena erupted in cheers for Chu Outyin as he descended from the competition platform, relishing the adulation of the crowd. He reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention, believing that such moments justified his existence on this earth. In his pursuit of greater acclaim, Chu Outyin ruthlessly dispatched his adversaries. Each time he inflicted grievous injuries or ended a life, the audience erupted in enthusiastic roars. He thrived in that fervent atmosphere and was unhesitating in his intent to brutally vanquish his opponents, eager for the applause that would follow. As he ascended the stage, his hands raised in triumph, a look of pride adorned his features. The sounds of the crowd filled him with boundless ambition. Meanwhile, the host began to announce Zhao Ritian's entrance. A wave of discontent rippled through the audience, as no one cheered for him. Their reluctance to lose money rendered them silent. Chu Aotian gazed contemptuously at Zhao Ritian's frail form, scoffing, "With a build like yours, can you withstand even a single blow from me? Ha ha ha." Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, Chu Aotian was a formidable figure, wielding a massive 3-meter-long cleaver. The mere sight of him instilled trepidation in the hearts of onlookers, leaving them skeptical of any prospect of combat. They looked in disbelief at Xuanning and then at the utterly defeated Chu Aotian, astonished and taken aback. Soon, all eyes turned fervently toward Xuanning. A remarkable contender had emerged in the arena. To their astonishment, the battle concluded with Chu Aotian's demise. It seemed I had not erred in my judgment. This Zhao Ritian indeed possessed formidable strength at such a young age of 20, a true prodigy. Lu Qianquan had naturally reviewed the information left by Xuanning in the arena, and the age listed was indeed surprising. Such a talent was worth cultivating. "Send someone to invite Zhao Ritian," Lu Qianquan commanded. "Yes, sir," replied an attendant, departing towards Zhao Ritian's location. After Xuanning's victory, he collected the attribute points that had fallen to the ground. Strength increased by 5, cultivation value rose by 30, and critical hit chance was enhanced by 2. Xuanning gazed in astonishment at a newly acquired attribute point, unexpectedly discovering a critical strike attribute. This attribute was indeed remarkable, promising to enhance the potency of his attacks. Regrettably, he failed to extract any skills from his opponent this time. Casting a glance at the deceased Chu Aotian, Xuanning's expression remained unchanged. This man met his fate justly, having consistently aimed to eliminate him without mercy. Xuanning proceeded to collect the attribute points that had emerged upon Chu Aotian's demise. He gained 150 cultivation points, a considerable amount indeed. Following the defeat of his adversaries, he often encountered a plethora of attribute points, though, lamentably, there was nothing beyond the cultivation points this time. The mightier the opponent, the more attribute points they relinquished upon defeat. Thus, Xuanning had yielded a total of 200 cultivation points, a fitting end for him. Xuanning once again approached the middle-aged man and received 150 golden vouchers. The man did not require him to participate in any further battles, expressing great satisfaction with his performance and encouraging him to continue his efforts. After Xuanning received his rewards, he immediately went to claim his betting winnings. Zhao Ritian, you have finally arrived. The bettors, upon seeing Zhao Ritian, were filled with joy, for he had once again placed a successful wager, earning a substantial sum. Xuanning presented the tickets he had received to the other party, who in turn handed him the gold vouchers that belonged to him. As Xuanning beheld his wager, he was astonished to find it transformed into a remarkable 0.5 ratio, resulting in an astonishing victory of 5 million gold vouchers. The exhilaration of such winnings was truly intoxicating. It was no wonder that numerous gamblers, despite their fortunes, find it exceedingly difficult to depart from the gaming table. Xuanning could profoundly relate to this sentiment. The sheer joy of winning such a substantial amount was indeed beyond mere words. Zhao Ritian, the head of our royal arena, wishes to meet you, announced a man who approached Xuanning with utmost politeness. Noticing Xuanning's momentary hesitation, the individual quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, our leader harbors no ill intentions." With only one emissary dispatched and a tone of courtesy prevailing, Xuanning nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Very well." Xuanning was subsequently escorted into a chamber within the royal arena, where he discovered an elegant gentleman, clad in sumptuous attire, seated at a table, gazing at him. "Please, take a seat," Lu Qianquan said amiably to Xuanning. Xuanning discovered that he was the sole occupant of the room, and the other party exhibited remarkable courtesy. Thus, he introduced himself, saying, "My name is Zhao Ritian. May I inquire your name?" "You may call me Lu Qianquan," the gentleman replied with an air of sophistication. "I am the person in charge here. I summoned you, young brother, merely to forge a friendship. I harbor no ulterior motives." Lu Qianquan's demeanor exuded an elegance that enveloped one like a gentle spring breeze, instilling a sense of comfort. "How polite of you. It is indeed an honor for me to befriend the head of the arena," Zhao remarked. Upon hearing Lu Qianquan's benign intentions, Xuanning felt no hesitation. He had always held a fondness for making new acquaintances. Furthermore, considering Lu Qianquan's noble lineage from the Liuli dynasty and Xuanning's aspirations to partake in the competitions, it was only prudent to cultivate a rapport with him, and thus he gladly accepted. Xuanning seated himself and engaged in conversation with his companion, soon realizing that this individual was indeed remarkable, exuding an air of cultured composure. Yet, beneath this facade lay a profound wisdom. As he refrained from probing into Xuanning's personal affairs, instead, he lavished praise upon Xuanning's prowess, a rarity indeed, for most would typically inquire about his matters. However, this person merely indulged in a simple exchange, not even suggesting that he remove his mask. Such sincerity was truly rare, and Xuanning found himself greatly appreciating this demeanor. As their acquaintance deepened, an idea sparked within Xuanning, prompting him to ask, "Might I make a small request? I wonder if you would be able to assist me. I am curious about what you require. If it is within my means, I would naturally not decline," Lu Qianquan inquired with intrigue. "I am eager to know when the arena will take a pause, as I wish to observe the competition firsthand." Xuanning promptly articulated his desire. "Oh, what is your purpose in going there?" Lu Qianquan expressed genuine surprise at Xuanning's request, deeming it a simple matter, driven merely by curiosity. Xuanning had long prepared his response, stating, "It is due to the unique nature of my cultivation technique, which necessitates the experience of combat. The arena serves as the most ideal environment for honing my skills. I seek to immerse myself in the surroundings of frequent battles to deepen my understanding of martial arts." Upon hearing Xuanning's explanation, Lu Qianquan nodded in agreement and remarked, "This matter is certainly not difficult. The arena operates until the late hours of the night, specifically until the end of the high hour, around 11 p.m., when it is devoid of participants." After speaking, Lu Qianquan handed a token to Xuanning, saying, "When the time comes, present this token, and you will gain direct access to those locations. I hope it aids you in your endeavors." Upon hearing this, Xuanning felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The arena was alive with countless battles each day. One could only imagine the multitude of attribute points that would be accrued by day's end. Grateful, he expressed his thanks sincerely. After some time, Xuanning departed from the royal arena. With still a bit of time left before nightfall, he returned to Zhou Yuya's estate, having promised to protect her. It was only natural for him to reside there during this period. With provisions and shelter readily available, he need not lift a finger. Returning home would entail managing everything himself. How delightful it was to be relieved of such burdens. After Xuanning responded here, he did not remain idle. Instead, he practiced his martial skills outside the manor. Having mastered 7 techniques, he understood that to unleash their full potential, he must diligently hone his abilities. Meanwhile, when Yu Wuqiu, filled with excitement, returned to the cave to collect the treasures, he was met with an empty cavern. Apart from a few corpses, there was nothing else. Leaving him utterly bewildered, Yu Wuqiu exclaimed, "What the hell, it's gone." Following this, he unleashed a furious roar. Who did this? At that moment, while Xuanning was practicing his techniques, he sneezed, wondering who might be thinking of him. Yu Wuqiu retorted, "It's me cursing you. Young Master Xuanning, it's time for dinner." Winter Snow said, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she smiled at Xuanning. "Thank you," he replied, glancing at the sky, surprised by how quickly it had grown dim. Xuanning followed the Winter Snow to the place where Zhou Yuya often studied, discovering a table already laid out with an array of dishes. "Please, take a seat." "Young Master Xuanning," Zhou Yuya said, rising slightly and gesturing politely toward him. "There's no need for formalities. Simply call me Xuanning," he replied. Once seated, Xuanning noticed several attribute points on the ground. With a swift motion of his hand, he gathered them effortlessly. Spirit increased by 0. 2. Comprehension by 0. 2. And aptitude by 0. 1. Xuanning was quite taken aback. It had only been a short while. Yet Zhou Yuya had already lost such a considerable number of rare attribute points, which was indeed remarkable. "You may call me by my name," she said. Her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a bit shy as it was the first time she had addressed a man in such a manner. "Very well," Xuanning replied without further contemplation, proceeding to enjoy his meal. "This is quite delightful. Your culinary skills are truly commendable. Indeed, Sister Xiaochan is quite the cook." Dong Shui added from the side. Xuanning was pleasantly surprised to discover that the meal was prepared by Xiaochan. He remarked, "Xiaochan, your culinary skills are on par with those of the chefs at the finest inns." Hearing this, Xiaochan felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, "Oh, it is merely your kind words, young Master Xuanning, that flatter me. I speak only the truth," Xuanning responded. Subsequently, Xiaochan and Dong Shui took their seats to join the meal. At the dining table, Xuanning recounted amusing tales, captivating the curiosity of the 3 young women. Xuanning spoke with a delightful sense of humor, often eliciting light laughter from them. Although they did not fully comprehend many of her words, her explanations rendered them quite intriguing. The 3 ladies grew increasingly curious about Xuanning and felt remarkably at ease and joyful in her company. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck Xuanning, prompting her to inquire, "Do you know where there is a school in Falling Immortal City?" "The school?" The ladies looked at Xuanning with confusion, asking, "With your remarkable talent, what need do you have for a school?" Xuanning naturally would not admit that he was there merely to collect attribute points. Thus, with utmost seriousness, he declared, "It is often said that the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. By visiting and engaging in discourse with learned elders, I shall only reap benefits and no detriments." Seeing Xuanning speak with such earnestness, the 3 women found themselves genuinely convinced. Not only did they believe him, but they also felt a profound admiration for Xuanning's relentless quest for knowledge. Promptly offering their praises, "Who would have thought that your erudition could be matched by such profound insights? It truly leaves us in awe." Xuanning gazed intently at Zhou Yuya, feeling a sense of disagreement regarding her modesty. How could she consider herself small when she was undeniably remarkable? Observing the admiration from the 3 women, Xuanning felt somewhat embarrassed, as his true intention was merely to accumulate attribute points, not to engage in scholarly discourse. Coincidentally, I have a friend who is the daughter of the head of the Qianxian Academy, and the esteemed scholar Su Rong is renowned throughout Luoxian City for his vast knowledge. Perhaps we should pay him a visit tomorrow. It has indeed been a while since I last saw her." Zhou Yuya immediately thought of a suitable candidate and suggested this to Xuanning. "Very well, we shall go tomorrow." Xuanning's sole motivation was to collect attribute points. Any talk of a spirit of learning was merely a pretext. After their meal, Xuanning returned to his guest room and began to practice. Eager to discern whether there would be any effect following the enhancement of his posture, or rather, his aptitude. Xuanning is currently practicing a martial art of his family's lesser tier, a technique deemed rather rudimentary. Should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to seek a more advanced discipline for his cultivation. Recalling the methods from his memory, he adopts a seated posture, legs crossed. With palms resting upon his thighs, facing upwards to enter a meditative state. Closing his eyes, he connects with the spiritual energy that permeates the cosmos, drawing it into his being. Threads of spiritual energy flow into his body, merging with his meridians as the technique unfolds, thereby enhancing his physical constitution and fortifying his corporeal form while augmenting the spiritual energy within. After circulating a full cycle, he indeed perceives an elevation in his internal energy. It appears that innate talent holds significant weight in one's cultivation. Were the technique more potent, the gains in cultivation would likely be even greater. Xuanning pondered when he might stumble upon a formidable cultivation technique, for such an acquisition would undoubtedly yield a greater accumulation of cultivation points. With his current meager points, he realized that this method of training was excruciatingly slow, far inferior to the swifter approach of gathering attribute points. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was still early, and resolved to practice a little longer. Even the smallest morsel, like a mosquito, should not be wasted. He needed to master the art of time management. When Xuanning awakened once more, he discovered that the hour had nearly arrived. He opened his door, and the entire estate was enveloped in profound tranquility. Xuanning resided not far from Zhou Yuyao. Upon his emergence, he observed that a considerable number of guards were stationed at Zhou Yuyao's entrance, and even during the night, patrol teams were diligently surveying the estate, significantly enhancing the overall security of the manor. Xuanning departed from the manor, and those individuals did not hinder his passage. The streets of Luoxian City fell into a serene silence as Xuanning ambled through the tranquil lanes, his solitary figure, somewhat melancholic, treading upon the blue stone pavement, until he arrived at the royal arena, the once bustling and lively arena as the night deepened, succumbed to a quietude akin to the concluding notes of a melody fading into silence. Nevertheless, there remained sentinels stationed outside the arena. Xuanning stepped forward and presented the token. Upon seeing the token, the other party allowed Xuanning to enter. Xuanning approached the reception desk, just about to speak, when a lovely young lady hurried forward and inquired, "Are you Zhao Ritian? The manager instructed me to wait for you here." Xuanning was somewhat taken aback. He did not anticipate that Lu Qianquan had arranged everything so meticulously. After all, he was merely an anonymous figure. Yet he managed to garner such significant attention from the other party, which truly surprised him. "Thank you," Xuanning said, gazing at the young lady, who was tall and graceful, with a face as charming as a peach blossom, undeniably adorable and enchanting. As she walked, the young lady remarked, "This is the arena for battles among martial practitioners. The space is slightly smaller than in other locations." Xuanning entered the interior and surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, it was somewhat smaller compared to the arena of formidable martial generals. Xuanning did not pay any mind and directly entered the arena. As anticipated, he discovered numerous attribute points scattered upon the ground, awaiting his arrival. Xuanning promptly approached and utilized the wind mastery technique to collect all the attribute points. His cultivation increased by 5, strength by 0, 2, speed by 0, 1, and constitution by 0, 1, although these attribute points were indeed minimal. With cultivation values only incrementing by mere fractions, the cumulative effect of these seemingly trivial additions could yield significant enhancements. Regrettably, no martial arts techniques or methods had dropped, which left Xuanning with a tinge of disappointment. The young lady, naturally curious about his actions, had been observing him intently throughout. Xuanning began to close his eyes, feigning a moment of introspection, then smiled and said, "Indeed." Turning to the perplexed young lady beside him, he suggested, "Let us proceed to the next arena." "All right," she replied. Though curiosity lingered in her expression, she dared not inquire further. The next arena was the very one Xuanning had visited during the day. After a considerable passage of time, a number of attribute points had once again been scattered across the ground. Xuanning diligently collected them. Strength increased by 2. Cultivation value rose by 14, and defense augmented by 2. The yield here was satisfactory. Although modest, it surpassed the number of attribute points gathered in the previous arena. Subsequently, the young lady guided Xuanning to the next arena. However, as soon as Xuanning stepped into the passage, he was met with a cacophony of ferocious roars, resembling the cries of wild beasts. Could those be demonic beasts? Xuanning recalled that within the royal arena, there existed a form of combat against such creatures, where numerous demonic beasts were confined. The The sounds he heard were indeed the roars of these beasts. Yes, they are all demonic beasts, the young lady replied. This arena is vast and lofty, designed to prevent the beast from leaping into the spectator stands. Xuanning stepped inside, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and fury. However, upon beholding the ground beneath the arena, strewn with attribute points, his heart soared with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from the combat platform and eagerly began to collect the attribute points scattered about. Critical hit 2, water element resistance 1, beast bloodline 1, rending claw strike 1. Cultivation value 25. Xuanning was exceedingly delighted and utterly astonished. The rewards here were truly remarkable. Upon arrival, he had already garnered such significant gains. Each of these attribute points was exceptional, and to his surprise, there was even a skill. This claw strike must be a technique employed by the demonic beasts, though he wondered if he could wield it. Curiously, Xuanning allocated all these attribute points. He learned claw strike LV2. A surge of information flooded into his mind, enabling him to acquire yet another skill. Upon inspection, Xuanning discovered that it was still a technique of the mid-tier human rank, which affirmed that not only humans could acquire skills, but even magical beasts, albeit with a rather slim probability. The gains from this endeavor were quite commendable, although the brilliance of many attribute points had dimmed significantly, yielding merely 0. 1. The sheer quantity was substantial, resulting in a gratifying harvest for Xuanning. After utilizing these attribute points, his various attributes experienced a notable enhancement once again. The cultivation values in this area were relatively scarce, yet there was an abundance of points in strength, vitality, constitution, and magical beast lineage. His bloodline awakening degree had now risen to 32. Although much remained to be achieved for a complete awakening, Xuanning possessed ample patience and time. Closing his eyes and feigning a moment of introspection, he once again requested the young lady to escort him to the final arena, where the formidable warriors above the rank of martial master competed. Upon witnessing the dazzling lights on the stage, Xuanning, filled with excitement, stepped forward once more to collect the attribute points scattered around the arena. His cultivation level increased by 41, and his vitality surged by 82. Xiantian Cultivation Method 1. This is indeed a cultivation technique. Upon hearing this, Xuanning was instantly astounded. He had unexpectedly stumbled upon a manual of profound knowledge and hurriedly allocated his attribute points. He began to learn the Xiantian Cultivation Method at level 6. A surge of information flooded into Xuanning's mind, bestowing upon him a cultivation method of even greater profundity, far surpassing the techniques he had previously mastered. He could perceive the boundless mysteries within this method, which was truly remarkable. To his astonishment, it was classified as a superior yellow-grade technique. After reviewing the information regarding this method, Xuanning was pleasantly surprised, his face beaming with joy. With this, even his solitary practice would yield substantial cultivation value. Soon after, a notification from the system emerged. Do you wish to dismantle the Qi gathering method at level 1? This was a rudimentary technique Xuanning had learned earlier, and he had not anticipated that he could actually deconstruct the technique. Dismantle, Xuanning replied. The dismantling of the Qi gathering method at level 1 was successful, yielding him 1 point of technique experience. Xuanning did not anticipate that after the disintegration of this low-grade human-level martial art, it would yield merely a modicum of experience. Xuanning has attempted to commence usage. The experience of the Xiantian technique has increased by 1 point. However, this slight increment does not suffice to elevate the technique beyond its current level of 6. Given that techniques can be disassembled, could skills also be subject to such a process? Intrigued, Xuanning activated the recently acquired skill, Rending Claw Strike, and silently invoked the disassembly command. The disassembly of Rending Claw Strike at level 2 was successful, yielding an additional 2 points of skill experience. To his astonishment, it truly was possible. Xuanning was greatly surprised to discover that these skills could indeed be disassembled, thereby enhancing those he wished to elevate. Xuanning glanced at his skill repertoire. Mountain Splitter Palm LV2, Surging Tide Fist LV2, Flowing Cloud Sword Technique LV3, Wind Control Palm LV7, Thunder Whip Leg LV2, Swift Movement LV3, and Cloud Dispelling Palm LV4. For Xuanning, the most crucial abilities were those that ensured his survival, with agility undoubtedly taking precedence. Even if he could not prevail in combat, he could always retreat temporarily. Xuanning has allocated skill experience to the Hasty Step. The Hasty Step has increased to level 3, bringing its current skill level to level 4. Xuanning gazed at the various colored attribute points scattered upon the ground and proceeded to collect them all. Strength increased by 3, health by 67, and cultivation points by 33. Unfortunately, there were no more skills to be found. However, the attribute points were indeed substantial. After all, these were the spoils of a duel among formidable martial masters, so the quality was to be expected. He was ready to advance. Observing his cultivation points, Xuanning did not hesitate to elevate his realm, breaking through to the 6th level of the martial general stage. A surge of potent spiritual energy coursed through his body, reinforcing his physique and enhancing his prowess, while a faint ripple of energy was subsequently released from him. What is this? The young lady nearby was utterly astonished. Captivated by the aura emanating from Xuanning, she was taken aback, having never witnessed anyone achieve such a breakthrough after merely traversing the arena. This Xuanning had certainly broadened her horizons. My cultivation method is rather unique. It requires one to comprehend the martial path in the midst of such a brutal environment. I had a profound realization earlier and inadvertently broke through. Xuanning intentionally exposed the aura of his breakthrough, a tactic designed to eliminate any suspicion from Lu Qianquan, leading him to believe that such a method could indeed enhance his strength. Consequently, aside from astonishment, Lu Qianquan would find nothing peculiar in Xuanning's daily routine of walking here. A careless breakthrough, as the young lady remarked, would elicit an array of reactions from other martial artists if they were to overhear her words. You are truly remarkable. Are you really only 20 years old? The young lady was genuinely astounded by Xuanning's talent, having also reviewed his profile. At 20, his previously recorded level was that of a 4th heaven martial general. And with this recent breakthrough, he was now presumably at the 5th heaven. Little did she know, Xuanning had already attained the 6th heaven. Indeed, Xuanning replied, adding, "Thank you for your assistance. I must return to consolidate my realm and shall not disturb you further." "Very well, allow me to see you out." The young lady quickly composed herself, still grappling with her astonishment at the notion of a 20-year-old 5th heaven martial general, a formidable talent indeed. Were she to learn that Xuanning's true age was merely 16, her astonishment would likely leave her speechless. Once she had escorted Xuanning out, the young lady made her way to Lu Qianquan's door and knocked gently. "Enter." Upon hearing this, she steadied her still surprised heart, opened the door, and respectfully addressed Lu Qianquan. "Young Master Lu, Zhao Ritian has broken through, and it occurred right before my eyes." "Oh, he has broken through?" Lu Qianquan, seated comfortably, expressed his surprise with a smile. "Please, elaborate on the details." "Certainly." The young lady recounted everything that transpired with Xuanning, leaving no detail overlooked. After she finished, Lu Qianquan nodded thoughtfully, instructing her, "Understood. Please receive him as you did today and foster a good relationship with him. He is an intriguing individual." "Yes, young Master Lu," she replied, feeling quite pleased as this task seemed remarkably simple. After her departure, Lu Qianquan began to ponder, tapping his fingers on the table. He harbored doubts about the authenticity of the information Xuanning had provided and resolved to discreetly investigate the whereabouts of this Zhao Ritian. With a sharp clap, he summoned a shadow from the darkness, who bowed respectfully and inquired, "Young master, you called for me?" Lu Qianquan tossed a dossier towards the shadow, which sailed through the air and landed perfectly in their hands. "Conduct a thorough investigation into his true identity, but proceed with caution. Ensure you remain undetected and do not confront him. Such a person is best befriended," Lu Qianquan instructed. "Understood." The shadow replied, clutching the documents before swiftly departing the room. The harvest this time in Xuanning is remarkably abundant. Xuanning had yet to return to the Xin family and found himself once again at the estate of Zhou Yuyao. Sleep eluded him as he eagerly endeavored to ascertain the potency of the newly acquired Xiantian technique. As he settled into meditation, Xuanning swiftly entered a state of cultivation. In the initial moments, he felt a formidable surge of spiritual energy being drawn into his body. Prior to mastering the Xiantian technique, the spiritual essence he absorbed was akin to a mere strand of hair. However, after embracing this advanced method, the energy he now absorbed resembled a slender thread. The disparity was indeed monumental. The superiority of advanced techniques was undeniable, and it became evident that only through the acquisition of such methodologies could an ordinary individual significantly enhance their chances of transcending to higher realms. In contrast, lower-tier techniques afforded little prospect for substantial advancement and were characterized by an excruciatingly slow cultivation pace. Xuanning was acutely aware that on the Xuanning continent, a high-level cultivation technique was far more precious than martial skills. Once a technique was mastered, one's strength and realm would undoubtedly surpass that of others. Conversely, a martial skill, if not wielded with formidable power, would remain useless, even if acquired. As spiritual energy flowed into Xuanning's body and traversed a complete cycle, he discovered once more that his cultivation level had increased. The cultivation value surged by 6. After completing a full cycle, the gains were 6-fold compared to before. This disparity was indeed monumental. Xuanning resolved to return to the Xian family the following day, for with his current strength and realm, he was now capable of selecting superior martial skills and techniques from his family. He would not refuse free gifts. After all, those techniques could be dismantled into experience, thereby enhancing the levels of his skills and techniques. After cultivating, Xuanning found that even without sleep, he felt invigorated. The crowing of a rooster tore through the veil of night, heralding the arrival of day. Following a sumptuous breakfast, the 3 young women, Zhou Yuyao, Xiachan, and Dong Shui, dressed meticulously. Their beautiful features, enhanced by a touch of makeup, rendered them even more enchanting. Xuanning regarded them with admiration, exclaiming, "Quite splendid, truly beautiful." The 3 women smiled and then boarded the carriage, setting off toward Qianxin Academy. On the way, Zhou Yuyao shared insights about Qianxin Academy, mentioning Su Rong, who was open-minded and erudite, having taught numerous students in Luoxian City. Most of these students hailed from ordinary families, while clans like the Xian family had dedicated tutors to cultivate their offspring's literacy and knowledge, focusing primarily on common sense. Their emphasis remained on martial training. Only those lacking significant talent yet possessing a keen interest in learning would delve wholeheartedly into scholarly pursuits, navigating through rigorous examinations in hopes of securing an official position. After a considerable time, they arrived at Qianxin Academy. Zhou Yuyao frequently visited this place, and since it was still class time, Xuanning accompanied her to the back hall, where Su Rong's family resided. The back hall was an elegant and refreshing environment, adorned with vibrant flowers and green bamboos. The gentle breeze stirred the bamboo grove, creating a melody that danced through the air. Once again, he could advance. Xuanning gazed at his cultivation value and, without hesitation, began to elevate his realm. His realm broke through to the 6th level of martial general. A surge of potent spiritual energy flowed into Xuanning's body, fortifying him and enhancing his strength. A faint ripple emanated from his being. This, as the young lady beside him was utterly astonished, her eyes wide with surprise as she sensed the aura radiating from Xuanning. "You have actually broken through." The young lady was utterly speechless. She had never witnessed anyone capable of achieving a breakthrough after merely completing a lap in the arena. This Xuanning had indeed broadened her horizons. "My cultivation technique is rather unique, requiring one to perceive the essence of martial arts amidst such a brutal environment. I had previously gained considerable insight, and in a moment of inadvertence, I unexpectedly attained a breakthrough." Xuanning intentionally revealed his breakthrough aura, thereby preventing Lu Qianquan from harboring any doubts and convincing him that this method could indeed enhance his strength. Consequently, apart from astonishment, the other party would not find anything peculiar about his daily circumambulation. It was merely a matter of inadvertently achieving a breakthrough. The young lady, rendered speechless, remarked that should other martial artists hear her words, they would likely be left in disbelief. "You are truly remarkable. Are you really just 20 years old?" She was genuinely astounded by Xuanning's talent, having also perused his profile. At 20, his previously recorded realm was that of a 4th-level martial general, and with this breakthrough, he must have ascended to the 5th level. However, unbeknownst to her, Xuanning had already reached the 6th level. "Indeed," Xuanning replied, adding, "Thank you for your assistance. I must return to consolidate my realm and shall not trouble you further." "Very well, allow me to escort you out." The young lady quickly composed herself, still reeling from the shock of a 20-year-old at the 5th level, a testament to extraordinary cultivation talent. Had she known that Xuanning's actual age was merely 16, she would likely have been even more astonished, left with her mouth agape. After seeing Xuanning off, the young lady approached Lu Qianquan's door and knocked. "Enter." Upon hearing the command, she steadied her still surprised heart, opened the door, and respectfully addressed Lu Qianquan. "Young Master Lu, that Zhao Ritian has made a breakthrough, and it occurred right before my eyes." "Oh, a breakthrough?" Lu Qianquan, seated on a stool, responded with evident astonishment, followed by a smile. "Please elaborate on the details." "Certainly." The young lady recounted every detail of Xuanning's journey, ensuring nothing was overlooked. After she finished, Lu Qianquan nodded and instructed her, "Understood. Please continue to host him as you did today and foster a good relationship. He is an intriguing individual." "Yes, young Master Lu." The young lady was naturally pleased, finding the task exceedingly simple. Once she departed, Lu Qianquan contemplated deeply while tapping the table with one hand, harboring skepticism regarding the authenticity of Xuanning's information. He resolved to discreetly investigate the whereabouts of this Zhao Ritian. With a sharp clap, Lu Qianquan summoned a shadowy figure from the darkness, who bowed respectfully before him. "Young master, you called for me." Lu Qianquan tossed a dossier towards the shadow, which glided smoothly into the figure's grasp. "Conduct a covert inquiry into his true identity, but exercise caution. Do not attract attention, nor take any action against him. Such a person is one to befriend," Lu Qianquan instructed. "Understood." The shadowy figure departed the room with the dossier in hand. Xuanning has made remarkable gains this time. Xuanning had yet to return to the Xin family. Instead, he found himself once more at the estate of Zhou Yuyao, where he refrained from sleep, eager to explore the potency of the newly acquired Cultivation technique. As he settled into meditation, Xuanning swiftly entered a state of focused practice. In the initial moments, he felt a formidable surge of spiritual energy being drawn into his body. Prior to mastering the technique, the energy he absorbed could be likened to a mere hair's breadth. However, upon embracing this advanced method, the influx of spiritual essence resembled a slender cord. The disparity between the two experiences was profound. Indeed, the superiority of advanced techniques was evident, for only through their mastery could ordinary individuals hope to transcend to loftier realms. In contrast, rudimentary methods failed to facilitate significant progress, and the pace of cultivation remained agonizingly slow. Xuanning was acutely aware that, on the Xuanning continent, an advanced cultivation method far surpassed martial techniques in value. The potency of such a method not only enhanced one's strength but also elevated one's realm, rendering them significantly more formidable than others. Conversely, a martial technique, if not wielded with substantial power, would remain ineffective, even if acquired. As spiritual energy coursed through Xuanning's body and traversed a complete cycle, he discovered a remarkable increase in his cultivation level. The cultivation value surged by 6. After one full cycle, the gains were 6-fold compared to before. This disparity was indeed monumental. Xuanning resolved to return to the Xin family the following day. For his current prowess was sufficient to select superior martial techniques and cultivation methods from the clan. He would not refuse gifts bestowed upon him, knowing that such methods could be deconstructed into experience, thus enhancing the levels of his skills and techniques. Upon engaging in cultivation, Xuanning found himself invigorated, feeling fully energized even without the need for sleep. As the crowing of a rooster pierced the veil of night, dawn arrived. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, the 3 young ladies, Zhou Yuyao, Xia Chan, and Dong Shui, dressed meticulously, their exquisite features further accentuated by a touch of makeup, rendering them irresistibly charming. Xuanning looked upon them with admiration, exclaiming, "Very well, you all look splendid." The 3 ladies exchanged smiles before boarding the carriage, embarking towards the Qianquan Academy. En route, Zhou Yuyao shared insights about the academy, mentioning Su Rong, a broad-minded and erudite individual who had educated numerous students in Luoxian City. Most of these students hailed from ordinary families, while clans like the Xin family employed dedicated tutors to cultivate literacy in their offspring, imparting primarily basic knowledge. Their focus remained on martial training. Only those lacking significant talent yet possessing a keen interest in learning would wholeheartedly delve into scholarly pursuits, navigating through rigorous examinations in hopes of securing an official position. After a considerable journey, they arrived at Qianquan Academy. Zhou Yuyao, a frequent visitor, led Xuanning to the back hall, where Su Rong's family resided. The back hall boasted an elegant and refreshing environment, adorned with vibrant flowers and lush bamboo. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, creating a melodious symphony of nature. Xuanning's purpose for coming here was to acquire attributes. However, he refrained from interrupting the students who were engrossed in their lessons. When he had previously passed by the classroom, he noticed that the instructor, Su Rong, was delivering a lecture while the others listened in serene silence. The classrooms of this world differ greatly from modern educational institutions. There were no boisterous readings or recitations. Thus, Xuanning did not hear the loud recitation of verses by the students. While in the carriage, Zhou Yuyao had shared some information about her close friend, Su Ruoyu. She mentioned that Su Ruoyu's father was a dedicated educator, which explained why she seldom appeared in public. Zhou Yuyao also remarked that Su Ruoyu's knowledge was comparable to her own, and that she preferred tranquility, often tending to the flowers and plants that adorned the surroundings. After gently tapping on an elegant door, Xuanning was greeted by a unique room adorned with a string of wind chimes. as the gentle breeze passed. The chimes produced a delightful melody, resonating with a clear and pleasant sound. The door opened to reveal a woman of gentle grace, exuding a classic beauty that was both delicate and ethereal, possessing an almost fragile allure that evoked a desire to hold and cherish her. Her long hair cascaded elegantly, styled with exquisite care, and her unadorned visage was strikingly beautiful, with a flawless complexion that seemed sculpted by the hands of an artist. Upon the expanse of the Xuanning continent, every woman embodies an unadulterated beauty, untouched by digital enhancement, devoid of cosmetic artistry, and free from sophisticated makeup techniques. Everything appears so pure, so natural. This is Su Ruoyu, a woman hailing from a distinguished scholarly family, possessing remarkable refinement. Even upon encountering Zhou Yuyao, she greets her with a gentle smile, revealing her immaculate, evenly aligned pearly whites, emanating joy. Yuyao, you have arrived. Please come in. It has been far too long. And I have missed you dearly. Su Yu beckoned Zhou Yuyao inside, only to be taken aback when she noticed an additional gentleman accompanying her. Yuyao, who might this be? Su Ruoyu inquired, casting a quizzical glance at Zhou Yuyao, puzzled by the presence of a male companion, for Zhou Yuyao seldom allowed anyone to accompany her. Curiosity about his identity piqued. Zhou Yuyao, sensing the curiosity, offered a delicate smile that illuminated her enchanting visage and introduced, "Allow me to present to you. This is Xuanning from the Xian family, a dear friend of mine." Su Ruoyu was slightly taken aback by Zhou Yuyao's words, for she was well aware that Zhou Yuyao, much like herself, had very few acquaintances, particularly among men. Thus, the fact that this gentleman had earned her friendship suggested he possessed remarkable qualities. Then, a thought struck Su Ruoyu, and she gazed at Xuanning in astonishment before exclaiming, "I heard that yesterday someone defeated the 4 literary prodigies of Taixia City and left behind 2 couplets that resonated throughout Luoxian City. That person was also named Xuanning. It must be you." "Indeed, that would be I," Xuanning replied with a smile, clasping his fist in greeting. Upon hearing Xuanning's affirmation, Su Ruoyu's face brightened with delight. "I never imagined I would have the honor of meeting the esteemed Xuanning. Your couplets and poetry from yesterday have left me in profound admiration. After much contemplation throughout the night, I have finally crafted my own couplets and would greatly appreciate your insights on their suitability." Xuanning was quite astonished. She had not anticipated that Su Ruoyu would conceive the second couplet so swiftly. Intrigued by the opponent's creation, she promptly remarked, "Miss Su, your wit is indeed remarkable. You have come up with the second couplet in no time. Ruoyu, you were truly impressive. I, your elder sister, could not devise anything yesterday. You have certainly outshone me." Zhou Yuyao complimented eagerly. It was not that Zhou Yuyao lacked the capability to create. Rather, her mind had been preoccupied with other matters the previous day. Oh, if elder sister had dedicated her thoughts to it, she would have surely devised something by now. Su Ruoyu was well aware that Zhou Yuyu's intellect was no less than her own, so it was improbable that she could not come up with a response. Su Ruoyu approached her desk, retrieved a sheet of paper, and unfurled it for the two to see. It contained a complete couplet, with the first line reading, "3 suns form the character for crystal. Time will bring days of contemplation, countless days, 100 years, 36,000 days." When Xuanning beheld the exquisite handwriting, he was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Su Ruoyu's script would be so beautifully crafted. Although the characters were not large, they appeared elegant and lively, exceptionally neat and pleasing to the eye. The adage that one's handwriting reflects one's character proved to be profoundly accurate. The script, akin to Su Ruoyu herself, was pristine, graceful, and profound. Unmistakably the work of a refined young lady. Beside it lay a couplet, 3 mouths forming the character pin. It is fitting to open one's mouth and speak. Mouth, mouth, mouth. I urge you to drink another cup of wine. Upon reading this couplet, Zhou Yuyao promptly exclaimed her admiration. Indeed, Ruoyu possesses extraordinary talent. I, as your elder sister, feel humbled in comparison. Xuanning could not help but admire Su Ruoyu, truly remarkable. With her words meticulously crafted and ingeniously arranged, she is indeed an exceptionally rare talent. It was unexpected that Luoxian City harbored 2 extraordinary women, Zhou Yuyao and Su Ruoyu, both of whom excel in beauty and intellect. Zhou Yuyao is gentle and kind-hearted, thoughtful and wise, while Su Ruoyu possesses a delicate temperament, her voice soft and soothing, speaking with a gentle cadence that captivates listeners. Each utterance feels like a delightful indulgence, leading Xuanning to ponder how melodious her laughter must be. On Su Ruoyu's desk lay various sheets of paper, each adorned with elegant handwriting, containing couplets exchanged between Xuanning and the 4 talents from the previous day. Among them were poems composed by Xuanning, each sheet inscribed with utmost care and precision, resembling exquisite works of art that are a feast for the eyes. As Xuanning attentively examined the elegant script, Su Ruoyu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. And she spoke, "I did not expect young Master Xuanning to visit here. It appears I have embarrassed you. My handwriting, though neat and refined, pales in comparison to yours." Xuanning was certainly not jesting. His handwriting was likely only legible to himself. Previously, he devoted all his efforts to martial arts, leaving little time to practice calligraphy, and it was no wonder that his script appeared unrefined. Regrettably, despite his diligent training over the past 13 years, his cultivation remained stagnant, a condition that would have caused others to abandon their pursuits long ago. At this juncture, Xuanning suddenly noticed some luminous attribute points on the ground, which took him by surprise, for their hue differed from those he had encountered previously. Xuanning hurried over, utilizing the wind control technique to gather the attribute points from the ground. Calligraphy experience increased by 5, wisdom augmented by 0.5. Upon picking it up, Xuanning was utterly astonished. What on earth? Who was this Su Ruoyu, that she could possess 3 distinct attribute points? The experience in calligraphy enhances his skills in that art. Xuanning had never anticipated that even an attribute point could drop. With this revelation, the issue of his unsightly handwriting could be resolved. Moreover, the attributes of wisdom and luck also dropped for the first time, filling him with immense joy. Luck is an exceedingly rare attribute. He could hardly believe it had fallen from Su Ruoyu. It seems Xuanning will frequent this place in the future, not for anything else, but to gather more of these fortunate attributes. Luck is indeed a precious commodity, and he is astonished to have discovered it here with Su Ruoyu. One wonders if there are more to be found. Xuanning allocated all his attribute points. His calligraphy skill increased by 2. After the enhancement, Xuanning discovered a significant improvement in his understanding of calligraphic techniques, leaving him astonished as he glanced at Su Ruoyu. This woman has indeed been of great assistance to him. Xuanning is now imbued with confidence. Were he to write again, his calligraphy would undoubtedly surpass his previous efforts by several magnitudes. Xuanning opened his attribute list and discovered that he had acquired a new life skill, calligraphy LV3. In addition, his attribute list now displayed an increased luck value of 0.1. Subsequently, Xuanning glanced around and noticed several other attribute points, which he promptly collected. Xuanning was taken aback, pondering why the attributes dropped by Su Ruoyu differed from those of Zhou Yuyao. Upon reflection, he recalled that Su Ruoyu's father was an esteemed educator, a man of great wisdom. The academic prowess of Su Ruoyu was undoubtedly inherited from her father, Su Rong, which perhaps elucidated the reason behind her acquisition of wisdom attributes. As for the veracity of this notion, a mere visit to the academy would provide clarity, and he found himself rather eager to discover the extent of attribute points that could be obtained within those hallowed halls. Observing Xuanning merrily wandering about Su Ruoyu's chamber, performing peculiar gestures, Zhou Yuyao and the others were left both astonished and perplexed, particularly Su Ruoyu, whose countenance turned as red as a ripe apple, blushing with embarrassment. Especially when Xuanning approached her bedside, Su Ruoyu felt a profound shyness, almost reluctant to face him. Xuanning discovered an attribute point, granting an increase of 1 to his life value, beside his bed. Xuanning? Xuanning was quite taken aback. How could Su Ruoyu have lost such attribute points? Suddenly, a realization struck him. It seemed that every woman had those few days. Young Master Xuanning, it may not be appropriate for you to casually inspect a lady's boudoir. Xiachan quickly approached and whispered to Xuanning. Upon hearing this, Xuanning realized that they were in ancient times, and such behavior was exceedingly impolite. Therefore, he stepped forward and observed the blushing face of Su Ruoyu. Feeling a slight embarrassment as he touched his nose, having forgotten that they were in an ancient setting, Xuanning hastily approached Su Ruoyu, and with utmost sincerity, he addressed her. "I apologize. I was merely intrigued by the exquisite arrangement of your room, which prompted my wondering." "Oh," Su Ruoyu replied, her cheeks flushed, unable to meet Xuanning's gaze. It was then that Zhou Yuyao intervened, alleviating the awkwardness, and suggested that Xuanning compose poetry. This act indeed dispelled Su Ruoyu's embarrassment, and Xuanning lived up to expectations, once again drawing upon the verses of his previous life. Zhou Yuyao and Su Ruoyu, inspired by the moment, began to exchange poetic verses. As the two women engaged in their poetic exchange, Xuanning observed numerous attribute points cascading from them. The sensation of being in the presence of such beauty while simultaneously enhancing his own prowess was undeniably exhilarating. The attribute of wisdom was particularly extraordinary upon activation. Xuanning felt his intellect sharpen dramatically. To put it simply, it was as if a 3-year-old child, once only aware of addition and subtraction, had suddenly grasped the concept of multiplication after acquiring this wisdom attribute. This enhancement played a crucial role in his understanding of various skills, techniques, and martial arts. After a considerable time, Su Rong's lecture drew to a close, allowing Xuanning the opportunity to visit the academy. He turned to Zhou Yuyao and Su Ruyu, stating, "I shall seek Mr. Su Rong's guidance on a matter." The two women nodded in agreement. Su Rong was a wellspring of knowledge, often sought after for counsel. So Xuanning's action would not raise any eyebrows. At that moment, the classroom was devoid of anyone but Su Rong. Upon seeing Xuanning, Su Rong inquired, "You are?" "I am Xuanning, wishing to pose a question to you, sir." Xuanning fabricated an excuse. Yet his gaze was drawn to the multitude of attribute points scattered on the floor. As he had anticipated, the abundance of attribute points here was remarkable. Although the majority emitted a faint glow, their sheer number was irresistible. Unable to contain his eagerness, Xuanning approached the attribute points and activated his wind control technique to collect them. Wisdom 0. 2. Comprehension 0. 1. Talent 0. 1. Xuanning grew increasingly elated and exhilarated as he collected an abundance of attribute points, which clearly indicated the diligence with which these scholars approached their studies. Su Rong, perplexed, remarked, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Observing Xuanning wandering about the classroom, laughing joyfully, Su Rong found himself bewildered. Suspecting that this individual might be somewhat foolish, Xuanning swiftly traversed the area, collecting all the attribute points within the academy before turning to Su Rong and inquiring, "I have a minor question that I hope you could elucidate." "Please, go ahead," Su Rong replied. One student remarked, "I observed that when the sun rises, it appears closer to us, yet at noon, it seems to be further away." Another student stated, conversely, when the sun first rises, it appears distant, but at noon, it seems near. A third student noted, at dawn, the sun appears as large as a cart cover, yet by midday, it resembles a shallow dish. Does this not imply that the distant sun seems smaller while the nearer sun appears larger? Lastly, another student observed, at dawn, the sun feels cool and refreshing, yet by noon, it feels akin to boiling water. Does this not suggest that the sun close at hand is warm while the one far away remains cool? Xuanning turned to Su Rong and inquired, "What are your thoughts, esteemed sir?" This is indeed a question that even the venerable Confucius would find challenging to answer. And consulting this learned gentleman is certainly a wise choice. Observing Su Rong's bewildered expression, deep in contemplation, Xuanning chuckled softly. He then noticed a collection of attribute points at Su Rong's feet and proceeded to gather them. Wisdom increased by 5, aptitude enhanced by 2. Xuanning's heart swelled with joy as he beheld the immense wisdom of the esteemed gentleman before him. The attributes he spoke of were indeed formidable, prompting Xuanning to consider visiting this place periodically to collect such points. Su Rong, with a wry smile, remarked, "I am unable to provide an answer. Do not fret, for there exists no singularly correct response. Rather, it is the perspective from which one views matters that yields varied answers." Xuanning quickly interjected, for his sole purpose in coming here was to seek an excuse. Were he to delve into the classical texts, he would be utterly lost. "Xuanning, are you the one who triumphed over the 4 prodigies of Taixia City yesterday?" Su Rong pondered, recalling the name with newfound clarity. "It was merely a stroke of luck, nothing remarkable," Xuanning replied, astonished to find himself regarded as a figure of renown. Truly, he was a man of vast knowledge and youthful promise. Su Rong beamed with approval, and their conversation flowed with ease, even extending an invitation for Xuanning to dine with them. However, Xuanning graciously declined, assuring Su Rong that he would visit again on another day. Su Rong welcomed this prospect with great enthusiasm. As Xuanning departed alongside Zhou Yuyao, Su Rong realized that it was she who had brought him here. "Ruayu, what are your thoughts on this Xuanning?" Su Rong inquired of his daughter. Young Master Xian is exceptionally talented and possesses remarkable literary prowess. His poems are unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Particularly, that poem Bring in the Wine exudes a spirit of grandeur, she replied. Moreover, I have heard Yu Yao speak of Xuanning, not only for his literary brilliance, but also for his extraordinary cultivation talent. He has already reached the formidable 4th realm of martial arts, she added, unaware that Xuanning had surpassed even that. Su Rong gazed at his daughter in astonishment, exclaiming, "He practices martial arts as well, and at the fourth realm no less. Such talent is indeed frightening." They both understood that for someone of Xuanning's age to have broken through to the first realm of a martial general was already commendable. Yet he had ascended directly to the fourth realm, his aptitude far surpassed that of mere literary skill. Alas, such a man is truly rare in this world. Su Rong mused with a smile, shaking his head. A person of his caliber is beyond our family's reach. Otherwise, he would have considered it a splendid choice to have his daughter wed to someone like him, especially given that Xuanning belonged to the Xian family, aligning their social standings. Fortunately, Su Ryu remained oblivious to her father's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been utterly astounded. As they traveled in the carriage, Xuanning contemplated his inevitable visit to the Wangyue Pavilion, pondering whether to go there now. Given its proximity to their return route and his desire to gather a day's worth of attribute points, Xuanning turned to Zhou Yuyao and suggested, "Shall we pay a visit to the Wangyue Pavilion?" "Oh." The ladies looked at Xuanning with confusion, yet Zhou Yuyao responded, "Then let us go." Zhou Yuyao did not inquire further, but Zhou Yan elucidated, "The cuisine there is quite delightful, and considering that mealtime is approaching, it would be more practical to dine before returning, rather than spending time preparing a meal." "All right," Zhou Yu replied without any objections. However, Dong Shui leaned closer to Xuanning. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Surely, you are not going there for Sister Lui, are you?" Upon hearing Dong Shui's question, Zhou Yuyao couldn't help but glance at Xuanning, feeling an inexplicable tension within her, as though something she cherished was about to slip away. Her hands fidgeted nervously with the hem of her garment. "Lui?" Xuanning's expression momentarily faltered as he responded, "Why would I be concerned about her? Although she is indeed beautiful, I am well aware of my own standing. Such a woman is simply not to my taste." Upon hearing Xuanning's reply, Zhou Yuyao's brow unexpectedly relaxed, and for reasons unknown, her heart lightened, prompting her to offer Xuanning a gentle smile. "But why are you going there, then? Is it truly just for a meal?" Dong Shui inquired candidly, her straightforwardness shining through. "Of course it is for the meal. After all, dining there is complimentary for me, which saves me some money. It's rather splendid, don't you think?" Xuanning replied with a chuckle. At his response, the three women erupted into soft laughter, surprised to discover that Xuanning's motivation was so trivial. Xuanning's visit to the moon-viewing pavilion was not motivated by the allure of women, but rather a pure pursuit of acquiring attribute points. The establishment boasted 2 couplets that served as a magnet, drawing countless talented scholars and beautiful maidens. Failing to collect attribute points during such an opportunity would be a lamentable waste. At the entrance of the moon-viewing pavilion, Xuanning felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the throngs of people entering and exiting. The sheer number indicated an abundance of attribute points within. Eagerly, he stepped inside, only to find that the majority present were scholars. He also noticed some lower couplets, yet they paled in comparison to the ones crafted by Su Ryu. "Young Master Xian, you have arrived. Allow me to escort you upstairs." A staff member approached him promptly upon his arrival. "Wait a moment," Xuanning replied. As he walked towards the nearby tables, Xuanning's gaze was not fixed on their couplets, but rather on the attribute points scattered upon the ground. Nearly a day had passed, and the ground was now adorned with a plethora of newfound rewards. Xuanning strolled beside these individuals, employing his wind control technique to gather all the attribute points scattered on the ground. Spirit increased by 0. 2. Aptitude by 0. 1. Wisdom by 0. 1. And comprehension by 0. 1. Xuanning was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to discover attributes such as wisdom, talent, and insight in this place. It seemed that among these individuals, there were indeed some remarkable characters. The more people that arrived, the better, ideally. They would all ponder over the second line of a couplet, allowing him to come each day and gather a substantial amount of attribute points. The greater the accumulation of attribute points, the more significant the enhancement to his strength. Xuanning did not disturb them, he merely passed by, failing to pique the curiosity of the crowd. However, the 3 young ladies, Zhou Yuyao and her companions, observed Xuanning's actions and inquired, "Miss, what is this young Master Xian doing?" Zhou Yuyao speculated. "He seems to be contemplating the thoughts of others." Yet, Xia Chan expressed her confusion. "But what is he doing with his hands on the ground? It's quite peculiar." Zhou Yuyu replied with a wry smile, "I have no idea. I've noticed he often behaves this way, but I cannot fathom his purpose." After a brief circuit, Xuanning amassed numerous attribute points, enhancing his mental acuity significantly. although his other attributes saw minimal improvement. Once he had collected all the attribute points, he returned to Zhou Yuyao's side and instructed the waitress to guide them upstairs to their private room, where Zhou Yin began ordering an array of dishes. After a considerable time, Lu Yi approached the door and exclaimed, "Sister Yuyao, young Master Xian, you have arrived." "Greetings, Sister Lu," the group responded as they stood. Lu Yi, with a charming smile gracing her mature and captivating visage, remarked, "When I heard the servants announce your arrival, I nearly thought I had misheard. It truly is a delight to see you." As Lu Yi settled onto a chair, an alluring fragrance enveloped the air, evidently emanating from a special sachet she wore at her waist. Xuanning had previously noticed the exquisite scent wafting from it. Young Master Xian is quite impressive. In just one day, he has attracted countless talented individuals eager to challenge him with a couplet. Regrettably, none have presented a response that satisfies me, Lu Yi lamented. In truth, someone had already crafted a response, but it had not been revealed. Xuanning replied, "Oh, you are curious about who it is?" Lu Yi, genuinely intrigued, prompted him to continue. "It is Su Ruoyu, the daughter of Su Rong. I presume you have heard of her, Sister Lu?" Xuanning responded, "Oh, so it is his daughter. That is not surprising. I have heard of Su Rong's daughter's remarkable talents and beauty. I did not anticipate she would be the first to create a response," Lu Yi expressed with satisfaction, then inquired, "May I ask what her response was?" Subsequently, Xuanning disclosed Su Ruoyu's couplet to Lu Yi, who smiled and remarked, "Not bad, not bad. I must remember this. Please enjoy your meal." After Lu Yi departed, Xuanning and his companions began their meal. When Zhou Yuyao intended to settle the bill, she was informed that Xuanning's meals required no payment. Zhou Yuyao could only smile in resignation as they prepared to leave. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a group of individuals approaching, and Xuanning was somewhat taken aback, wondering how these people had come to this place. "Xuanning, it is you," Yi Wuqing exclaimed, equally surprised upon recognizing him. However, upon realizing that Xuanning was merely a person cast aside by his own sister, a smile crept upon his lips. Yet, when he beheld Zhou Yuyu by Xuanning's side, he was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xuanning could attract such a remarkable companion. "Xuanning, I never imagined you, a mere wastrel, would find yourself in this position. I hear you not only triumphed in the recent competition of the Xian family, but also stirred quite a commotion with your poetic endeavors." Yi Wuqing gazed at Xuanning with a mocking expression, his disdain palpable. "Heh." Xuanning merely chuckled lightly in response to Yi Wuqing, showing no concern whatsoever. This infuriated Yi Wuqing, who resolved to humiliate Xuanning thoroughly. He had brought along several talented individuals, initially intending to engage in a clever exchange of couplets and draw closer to Lu Yi. However, upon seeing Xuanning, he decided to strip him of all dignity. After all, was it not Xuanning who had concocted these couplets? He would decisively defeat him in front of everyone, thereby ensuring his own fame resonated loudly. With a gleam of pride, Yi Wuqing turned his gaze towards Zhou Yuyao and declared, "This beautiful young lady, Xuanning, is merely a worthless individual scorned by my sister. Do not be deceived by him. If you seek companionship, you should pursue someone of my stature, an elegant gentleman of exceptional lineage." Yi Wuqing, oblivious to Zhou Yuyao's true identity, continued his self-congratulatory remarks. Zhou Yuyao let out a cold snort, clearly unimpressed by his arrogance. "So, you are the infamous Yi Wuqing," she remarked, recognizing him as the notorious figure he was. Winter Snow, upon seeing him, could not help but exclaim. Yi Wuqing, captivated by the beauty of the two maidens, felt a surge of excitement and was determined to engage with them. "Surely, that must be something Xuanning told you. Do not be fooled by that man. He must have employed some deceitful means to achieve second place in the family competition. His tricks are surely elaborate." With a dismissive glance at Xuanning, Yi Wuqing scoffed. "Xuanning, who would ever look your way? You are nothing but a discarded waste in my family's eyes. After my sister called off your engagement, you resorted to deceiving others. Then, raising his voice for all to hear, he proclaimed, I have heard that this Xuanning has produced 2 couplets. I suspect you have all been misled. Surely these couplets were obtained from some unknown source, confounding everyone." Quickly, a crowd gathered, drawn by curiosity, pointing and discussing amongst themselves. So this is Xuanning? Did he truly compose these verses and couplets, or are they false? How could they be false? The 4 great talents are indeed genuine. How could he possibly fabricate them? You must be unaware of the enmity between the Yi family and Xuanning. Have you heard of Yi Qingqing, the sister of Yi Wuqing? She is the one who was taken as a disciple by the master of the Yuluo sect. a top genius known throughout Luotian City and the entire Liuli Empire. Originally, she was betrothed to Xuanning. However, just days ago, the Yi family publicly annulled their engagement, which naturally soured their relationship, making their encounters fraught with tension. It appears that Yi Wuqing has no intention of letting Xuanning off the hook. His mockery of her is truly excessive. It is evident that, despite being the ones to break the engagement, they still believe themselves to be in the right. Lower your voice. Yi Wuqing is notorious for his vindictiveness and is also a man of insatiable desires. This time, he is surely eyeing the women surrounding Xuanning. Yi Wuqing, what are your intentions? Xuanning remained as tranquil as water, even when Yi Wuq publicly declared the annulment of their engagement. She displayed an air of indifference, as if she were merely an outsider, maintaining an extraordinary calmness. This demeanor earned her the admiration of many at her age. Being confronted with such a public humiliation would likely provoke anger and a loss of dignity in most. Yet, Xuanning remained serene, a feat not easily accomplished by ordinary individuals. Yi Wuq was taken aback by her composure, which seemed to suggest that the person before him was not Xuanning at all. Upon hearing her words, Yi Wuq smirked coldly and remarked, "Aren't you quite the master of poetry and couplets? How fortuitous that I have brought along two exceptionally talented scholars today, who have traveled through many cities and possess remarkable literary skills. Would you dare to showcase your poetry before them? Why should I heed your challenge? I'll compete only if I choose to." Xuanning retorted defiantly, hands placed firmly on her hips, exuding a sense of nonchalance. "Listen to this. You all see it. This fellow is frightened, timid, and retreating, just like our Yi family when we went to the Xian family to call off the engagement, not even daring to show his face. He is merely a coward, an ineffectual wretch." Yi Wuq unleashed his scorn without hesitation, reveling in the delight of his own derision, as if he had won a fortune. However, Xuanning interjected, "Who says I am afraid? I simply question why I should compete with you. What are you, after all?" "Of course, I'm not nothing," Yi Wuq hastily replied. "Ha ha." Laughter erupted from those surrounding them. Upon hearing the mirth, Yi Wuq quickly realized his blunder and retorted angrily, "I am something. Ha ha." Yi Wuq's countenance darkened ominously, his gaze directed at Xuanning, fists clenched like a ferocious beast ready to pounce. "Xuanning, you scoundrel. Will you compete or not? Since you are so earnestly requesting it, I shall graciously accept your challenge. However," Xuanning's eyes glinted with a cold smile as she added, "it cannot be a simple contest. And how do you propose we proceed?" Yi Wuq vowed to ensure Xuanning would rue the day, determined to trample her pride into the dust. "If you lose, you must kneel before me, bow 3 times. And loudly imitate a dog's bark 3 times. Do you dare?" Xuanning proposed, intent on turning the tables and making Yi Wuq the one to suffer humiliation. Yi Wuq glanced at the confident scholars beside him, quickly nodding in agreement. "Fine, I accept. I do not believe you. Let us write a formal agreement. Allow me to be the witness." Suddenly, Lu Yi stepped forward, standing between the two, declaring, "I shall bear witness. Whoever loses must adhere to the terms, lest they become the laughingstock of Luotian City, unable to hold their head high for the rest of their lives." "Yi, you have arrived as well." Upon encountering Lu Yi, Yi Wuqing's expression transformed instantaneously. One must admit, his ability to alter his demeanor is remarkably adept. "Young Master Yi, we are not yet acquainted enough." "You may call me Lu Yi or Miss Lu," she remarked, disregarding the slight discontent evident on Yi Wuqing's face. She then commanded, "Bring forth the writing materials." Several attendants promptly produced ink and brushes, inscribing the previous wager upon paper before glancing expectantly at the two participants. Both individuals simultaneously affixed their names and pressed their seals onto the document. Xuanning stood alone against 3 adversaries. Could he truly prevail? Winter Snow, observing Yi Wuqing's confidence, felt a twinge of anxiety. "We must have faith in him." Xuanning proposed this condition himself, which suggests he possesses ample assurance. Sister Lu undoubtedly believes in Xuanning's ability to triumph. "We should simply wait and watch," Zhou Yuyao asserted with conviction. "How can you lack faith in Xuanning? He is indeed formidable," Xiaochan added, equally confident in him. "I am merely concerned," Winter Snow replied. The onlookers were filled with anticipation for the impending duel, surprised that yet another contest was unfolding, following the 4 renowned scholars of Taixia City. The trio accompanying Yi Wuqing strode forth with an air of arrogance. Among them, a man with a handlebar mustache stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding pride and not even sparing a glance at Xuanning. "Kid, I must commend your bravery. However, having encountered the Yuanhua 3 brothers, your fate is sealed," he proclaimed. Yuanhua? It cannot be. A few in the crowd gasped. Recognizing the trio. Who are they? Someone curiously inquired. If I am not mistaken, they are indeed the illustrious Yuanhua, Yuan Biao, and Yuan Bao. Famed for their unparalleled talents and having bested countless scholars and beauties. Even in the glazed imperial city, their renown is unmatched. Regrettably, their characters are lacking. Otherwise, they would have long since entered the court, came the answer. Are they not superior to the four great scholars? That is certainly the case, compared to them. The four great scholars are akin to students in the presence of their masters. Surely, Xuanning is destined to lose. Upon hearing of their reputation, the crowd was astounded at Yu Wuqing's ability to summon such formidable opponents, which seemed almost unbelievable. Ha! Yu Wuqing, reveling in the murmurs around him, declared with delight. Xuanning, prepare to howl like a dog. Did you believe that this young master would engage in a wager without confidence? Brace yourself for a tarnished reputation. Xuanning scoffed softly and replied, What reputation do I, Xuanning, possess? In the eyes of everyone, it is you, young Master Yi, who holds the greater renown. Even if I were to mimic a dog's bark, it would seem entirely justified. Humph, just wait and see how you will kneel before me, barking like a dog. Yu Wuqie retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Xuanning clapped his hands and remarked, Young Master Yi, you truly have mastered it splendidly. As he surveyed the laughter of those around him, Yu Wuqie's expression oscillated between green and pale. And he fought to suppress his rising anger as he turned to the three men, declaring, Gentlemen, you must make certain to teach him a lesson. The three responded. Rest assured, young Master Yi. Just prepare the promised gold notes. It was then that the crowd realized these three were indeed hired by Yu Wuqie at a handsome price. Xuanning stood facing three individuals and inquired, What are the rules? To ensure fairness, each side would present an upper couplet, and upon completion of the exchange, the opposing party would respond with a lower couplet, continuing until one side could no longer provide a response, as Yuanhua stated. Xuanning nodded and said, All right. Lu Yi then spoke, Please record the couplets from both sides for future generations to observe. Soon after, a dozen individuals appeared, producing ink, paper, and brushes, commencing the documentation of the prepared couplets. I shall begin, one declared, but do not be alarmed. The three individuals utterly disregarded Xuanning. Xuanning, undaunted, faced three adversaries without a trace of trepidation. This daring gamble ignited anticipation among all present. Yuanhua was the first to declare, Winter melon and potato are not fruits. They are vegetables. Xuanning chuckled softly and replied disdainfully, The Turtle King does not exist solely for your sake. Upon hearing this, the crowd paused to reflect, only to erupt in uproarious laughter. Xuanning's retort was not only astute but also effectively chastised the opponent. How infuriating, you wretch. The three individuals, upon hearing this, were instantly filled with rage, taken aback by Xuanning's audacity to scold them right from the outset. Upon observing the scene, Xuanning chuckled derisively. Oh, you wish to engage in a brawl? Come forth, do not accuse me of bullying. I shall allow you the use of both feet and one hand. The three gentlemen, urged by Xuanning's challenge, were instructed to engage him in a battle of wits and words, leaving the physical confrontations aside. Yu Wuqie, feeling somewhat disgruntled at being verbally assailed right from the outset, perceived this as a slight against himself. Indeed, the trio, initially taken aback by the adversary's audacity, felt a surge of indignation and resolved to teach Xuanning a lesson in humility. They addressed him. It is your turn to present the first line. Xuanning smiled and began to recite the first couplet. The great lord celebrates his birthday. Gold is desired, silver is desired, wealth is desired. Red and white are grasped in one hand, without distinction between north and south. This phrase was imbued with a deep sense of irony, and upon hearing it, the crowd could not help but admire Xuanning for his cleverness in crafting such a couplet. Many held him in high regard. The trio was not without merit either. Yuan Biao then remarked, The common folk deserve their fate. The rice is unripe, the wheat is unripe, the sorghum is unripe, the green and yellow are in disarray. What can be delivered? With this couplet, all eyes turned to the three, their glares filled with disdain, for these individuals had the audacity to insult the common people. They awaited Xuanning to deliver a lesson on proper conduct. Indeed, you three are well-read, yet I am curious, are not your sustenance and shelter provided by the common folk? Or do you believe they simply descend from the heavens? Xuanning retorted. The others looked at the trio with contempt, their disdain for the couplet evident. Yet, they could not deny the trio's scholarly prowess. We scholars are not to be compared to those petty commoners. The trio remained oblivious to their faults, still filled with pride. Now, allow me to teach you a lesson in manners. Yuan Bao stepped forward, a smile gracing his face, and declared, listen well. My couplet is, trees are planted upon your grave. Upon hearing this, the crowd sensed the tension in the air, astonished that such words could be uttered. Ha ha ha. Well said. You three gentlemen are commendable. Yi Wuk exclaimed, recognizing the cleverness in the insult that also served as a literary duel. Miss, those three have dared to utter such vulgarities. They are truly not good people. No wonder they cannot hold office. If they were in power, it would be a calamity for the common folk, Dong Shui remarked, her disdain for the trio palpable. Rest assured, young Master Xuanning will surely retaliate fiercely. We can wait in confidence, Xia Chan expressed her unwavering faith in him. Zhou Yuyan nodded, adding, I also believe in Xuanning. He always surprises me with the unexpected. Lu Yi looked at the two ladies and smiled slightly. You have such confidence in Xuanning. These three are not to be underestimated. It will not be easy for him to emerge victorious. Zhou Yuyao met Lu Yi's gaze, and they both shared a laugh. Xuanning, you must respond quickly. If you cannot think of anything, it may be time to concede. Yi Wuk urged, convinced that Xuanning was at a loss. Concerned. Xuanning did not even glance at him, but responded directly to the trio. To not reciprocate is impolite. Since you are so courteous, allow me to respond with, trees serve as coffins waiting for your occupancy. This retort ignited the crowd around them. Bravo, bravo. The applause erupted. For this couplet was not only a clever rebuttal, but also a fitting punishment for their earlier words. Yuan Hua looked at Xuanning and said, well done, young man. You have quite the talent. Xuanning gazed at the others and suddenly exclaimed, I have just thought of a couplet that is quite fitting for you. The three were well aware that Xuanning's couplet was unlikely to be flattering, yet they still inquired, pray, do tell. Xuanning chuckled lightly before leisurely proclaiming, a turtle, a weakling, a toad, has come to tour the city of fallen immortals. Ha ha. Upon utterance of these words, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. For Xuanning's retort was both swift and artful. The three brothers, indeed, were left with faces ashen, filled with indignation. Yi Wuqing, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, he has insulted you so, you must quickly devise a retort. Fear not, you shall, for I have already conceived a counter. Yuan Hua interjected, his irritation evident. For throughout their literary duel, Yi Wuqing buzzed incessantly like a bothersome fly. Were it not for the allure of wealth, they would have truly desired to hurl insults at one another. Then hasten, Yi Wuqing urged eagerly. Yuan Hua stepped forward and declared, in the heavens above, in the earth below, in the mortal realm, one shall descend to hell to face punishment. After delivering his line, he cast a triumphant glance at Xuanning and taunted, what say you, young lad? Xuanning let out a cold snort, remarking, mediocre. Now listen closely to my upper couplet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 turtle. Yuan Hua observed the reaction of his opponent with a triumphant gaze. The others reacted in disbelief, questioning how this could possibly qualify as a couplet. Before anyone else could voice their thoughts, Yi Wuqia, the unfortunate teammate, began to question it, prompting Yuan Hua and his companions to feel an overwhelming urge to spit salt soda at him. Couldn't he cooperate properly? He was one of their own. The others were equally astonished. They never anticipated that the trio would present such a couplet, leaving them utterly speechless. However, as they listened more intently, they discerned the ingenuity behind it, recognizing not only its cleverness, but also its remarkable depth. Truly, these three were prodigies, their scholarly prowess unparalleled. Someone marveled aloud. As others read it several times, they too gleaned the subtleties, expressing profound admiration for Yuan Hua's creativity. Miss, what is so exquisite about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Dong Shui asked, bewildered. Hearing this, Zhou Yuyao explained, the brilliance lies not in the preceding numbers, but in the final 2 words. It should have been no 8. Yet he audaciously said turtle. Realization dawned on Dong Shui, who exclaimed, isn't that an insult? Indeed, it was meant to deride Xuanning, Xiaochan replied. But can Xuanning come up with a suitable response? Dong Shui expressed her concern. It's somewhat challenging. I haven't yet conceived a fitting lower couplet. Zhou Yuyao responded. As the crowd began to appreciate the intricacies of the couplet, their gazes turned toward Xuanning. Crafting a corresponding couplet would prove to be quite a feat. Yield, young man. You cannot possibly win. Yuan Hua chuckled, clearly delighted. You're celebrating prematurely, Xuanning smiled. Then confidently replied, filial piety, brotherly love, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, integrity, shameless. Upon hearing Xuanning's lower couplet, everyone began to recite it, their faces transforming into expressions of astonishment, ultimately erupting into applause, exclaiming, "What a remarkable talent! To conjure such a perfect response in such a short time is truly astonishing." "Impressive," someone remarked. "I knew Xuanning would come through." The couplet was indeed splendid. As praise for Xuanning filled the air, Yi Wuqie felt increasingly displeased, his expression darkening to that of a fearsome beast. Xuanning felt it was about time and spoke up. "I am about to compose a couplet, and it is no ordinary one. I dare say there are but a few souls in this world who could successfully respond to it. Bring forth your best efforts." Yuanhua and his companions exuded confidence, entirely unconvinced that Xuanning could pose a challenge to the three of them. The onlookers, upon hearing Xuanning's audacious claim, were filled with curiosity regarding the couplet he had devised, one that could warrant such a bold declaration. Xuanning spoke up, "Prepare yourself. For my first couplet is, the phoenix tree decays, yet still we nestle together." Upon hearing this, Yuanhua and his companions erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "What is so difficult about that?" However, Xuanning suggested, "Take a closer look at these 7 characters before you make your judgment." With a chuckle, he gestured towards the individual who had neatly transcribed the couplet. Upon closer inspection, Yuanhua and his companions' initially confident eyes widened in astonishment, then shifted to confusion, ultimately falling into silence as they began to ponder deeply. The onlookers also turned their attention to the couplet, and as they scrutinized it, they quickly discerned its exquisite intricacies. This couplet was constructed with characters sharing the same radical, making it exceedingly challenging to craft a corresponding line. After a considerable time, Dong Shui urged, "If you cannot come up with a response, you might as well concede." The surrounding crowd echoed this sentiment, insisting, "Yield. You can't match this, it's clear." Yuanhua and his companions appeared visibly distressed, realizing they were indeed at a loss. Seeing their expressions, Yuwak stepped forward anxiously, demanding, "You must respond. You were so confident, claiming it was foolproof. Do you intend for me to concede?" The trio, feeling helpless and flushed with embarrassment, apologetically replied, "Young Master Yi, we're sorry, we'll forfeit. We truly cannot respond." Yuwak nearly spat blood in disbelief, but suddenly an idea sparked in his mind, and he exclaimed, "Wait, there is still a way." He quickly addressed Xuanning, "Indeed, they cannot respond to this couplet. Thus, one may be eliminated, but there are still 2 of them left. I have not yet lost, so why the haste?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage, condemning Yi Wuq as shamelessness. Facing 3 against 1, and now he speaks such disgraceful words. Truly, he has exceeded the bounds of decency. Dong Shui was infuriated, declaring, "This is utterly despicable." Xia Chan shared her anger, while Zhou Yuyo remained silent, yet equally disapproving of Yi Wuq's unscrupulous antics. Amidst the commotion, Xuanning burst into laughter, drawing the attention of all. Curious glances turned toward him, eager to see how he would respond. "Very well, since you wish for me to defeat all 3 of you simultaneously, I shall present 2 more couplets, leaving you with no retort." Xuanning smirked, finding this task exceedingly simple. He could easily transcribe a few more lines without a second thought. "Speak." Yuanhua and his companions reasoned that if they could not respond to 1, it was improbable they could fail to respond to 3 in succession. Listen closely. The first couplet is, "The great trees stand tall, pines, cypresses, phoenix trees, and willows." The second couplet reads, "Mist shrouds the pond's willows." Xuanning suddenly articulated 2 couplets, prompting everyone to ponder deeply. Lui instructed her subordinates, "Hang up both couplets." Subsequently, the couplets were displayed, and upon viewing them, the crowd erupted in praise, exclaiming, "What exquisite literary talent!" It was utterly astonishing. To think that the first couplet was yet another one with corresponding radicals. Such artistry is unparalleled throughout history. The remarkable aspect of the second couplet was that it adhered to the 5 elements. It was truly inconceivable how Xuanning conceived it. Countless individuals gazed at Xuanning with awe, their admiration for him elevated to new heights. Yuanhua and his companions turned pale upon witnessing the couplets. Even they could not deny their defeat, utterly vanquished. "Young Master Yi, I bid you farewell." Yuanhua and his companions had not anticipated being bested by such a young upstart as Xuanning, and feeling utterly humiliated, they chose to depart, wishing to escape this disheartening place. This left Yi Wuqing with a grim expression, wishing to leave as well. "Young Master Yi, have you forgotten our wager? You are to kneel, bow your head, and bark like a dog. You performed it quite convincingly before." Xuanning swiftly intercepted Yi Wuq, determined not to let him escape. He had no intention of allowing Yiwuk to elude him. Xuanning, do not overstep your bounds, Yiwuk retorted, indignantly asserting that he would never stoop to such disgraceful acts, for he was the scion of the Yi family, incapable of such behavior. Yi Bufan. The written evidence speaks for itself. Does this mean all members of the Yi family are but a pack of turncoats? Lu Yi stepped forward, brandishing the document in support of Xuanning. The onlookers chimed in, disparaging the Yi family, which only served to darken Yi Bufan's countenance further. Step aside, Yiwuk declared, unperturbed by the chaos around him. The suggestion of kneeling and barking like a dog was utterly intolerable. Such an act would render him a laughingstock throughout Luoxian City. Complete your own obligations, and I shall consider sparing you. Xuanning remained steadfast, refusing to withdraw. Seeking death, Yiwuk finally erupted in fury, clenching his fists as he launched an attack towards Zhou Yan. Xuanning, filled with disdain, effortlessly seized the opponent's fist with one hand. He then bound both of their hands behind their back, leaving Yi Wuqiu utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Xuanning possessed such formidable strength. Nevertheless, Yi Wuqiu remained unwilling to surrender easily. Struggling against his restraints, he furiously proclaimed, Xuanning, you had better release me at once. I am the eldest son of the Yi family, and my sister is a distinguished disciple of the Yu Luoxian sect. Should she learn of this, she will not let you off lightly. Kneel before me. Xuanning delivered a swift kick to Yi Wuqing's foot, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. Without hesitation, he pressed down on his opponent's head, driving it towards the earth. A series of 3 resounding thuds echoed through the air, as blood began to trickle from Yi Wuqing's forehead. This sudden turn of events ignited a fierce anger within him, prompting him to exclaim, Xuanning, you will pay for this. I shall. Smack. Xuanning struck Yi Wuqing across the face with a resounding slap, then fixed his gaze upon him. As Yi Wuqing attempted to speak, Xuanning delivered another blow to the opposite side of his face, leaving an imprint of 5 fingers on either cheek. If you do not cry out, I shall continue until you do. Xuanning's expression grew terrifying, instilling a momentary fear in Yi Wuqing. Observing that Xuanning was not jesting, Yi Wuqing, although seething with anger, found himself powerless, with Xuanning's relentless pressure preventing any escape. He was left with no choice but to kneel and utter a humiliating sound. Woof woof woof. Bravo, came the laughter of all around, deepening Yi Wuqing's sense of despair. Following this, applause erupted, leaving him feeling like a dog bereft of its home, as if his humiliation had reached its utmost. Silence. Yi Wuqing's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at those around him. Under the weight of his gaze, the crowd fell silent, their laughter stifled. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Xuanning, unfazed, delivered a swift kick to Yiwuk's rear, sending him sprawling away. Filled with animosity, Yiwuk cast a resentful glance at Xuanning and declared, Xuanning, you shall pay for this. He then stormed out of Wanghua Pavilion without a backward glance. Around them, the gathering of talented individuals and beautiful women gazed at Xuanning with fervent admiration and respect. The 3 astonishing feats he had displayed had thoroughly captivated them. Furthermore, Xuanning's fearless stance against the Yi family, publicly humiliating them, showcased a rare audacity and courage. However, at that moment, Xuanning's gaze fell upon the ground where Yuanhua had previously stood, where a number of attribute points lay scattered, 2 spirit, 1 talent, 1 comprehension. Xuanning was quite taken aback. Although the 3 individuals were not particularly virtuous, their knowledge and literary talent were commendable. He never anticipated that after engaging in a battle of wits with them, so many rare attributes would emerge. He truly wished for the opportunity to spar with them a few more times. After all, whether it was a single defeat or multiple, it scarcely made a difference. The Yuanhua trio remarked, we extend our gratitude to your entire family. Xuanning then glanced around and noticed that numerous attribute points had scattered across the ground. Consequently, he approached the individuals present and, with a respectful gesture, expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you all for your kindness. I eagerly anticipate your efforts in crafting these subsequent couplets. As Xuanning approached them, he encouraged the crowd while simultaneously collecting the attribute points scattered on the ground. Spirit 0. 1. Spirit 0. 1. Wisdom 0. 2. Insight 0. 1. Aptitude 0. 1. Although these attribute points were modest in value, their abundance greatly pleased Xuanning. The crowd was invigorated by his words, and their admiration for him increased significantly. At that moment, Xuanning had become a paragon and role model for all the scholars in Luoxian City. Particularly, Zhou Yuyao and her 2 maidens gazed at him with an expression of reverence. Farewell, Sister Lu, Xuanning said, casting a glance at Zhou Yuyo before departing together. Who was that woman walking alongside Xuanning? Someone wondered. Yi Qingxing from the Yi family is truly blind to let him go. She will surely regret her decision. Indeed, this young lady is so exquisite, far surpassing Yi Qingxing. What a perfect match. They are a natural pair. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi quickly interjected. Please refrain from making assumptions. That young lady is Miss Zhou Yuyao, the daughter of the city lord and a good friend of Xuanning. The crowd then realized that she was the city lord's daughter and the most celebrated talent in Luoxian City, which explained her friendship with Xuanning. This revelation only reinforced their belief that the two were exceptionally well suited for one another, almost as if they were destined partners. Lu Yi felt a sense of exasperation. Her intention was merely to protect Zhou Yuyao's reputation, yet she inadvertently contributed to the rumors. Nonetheless, recalling Xuanning's charismatic demeanor earlier, she found herself thinking he was remarkably handsome. Why am I feeling this way? Why am I even interested in that young lad? Lu Yi swiftly dismissed the thought, feeling quite helpless, as they had only met twice. However, each encounter left her with a lasting impression of surprise that she could not shake off. As she gazed at the couplet left by Xuanning, a subtle smile crept upon her lips. The renown of Xuanning, having vanquished the three prodigies, has once again been disseminated, elevating Xuanning's reputation to great heights. The incident of Yi Wuqing kneeling, bowing, and barking like a dog has also been recounted, swiftly transforming into a source of amusement among the populace of Luoxian City. Coupled with Yi Wuqing's already infamous reputation, the news of his downfall has prompted countless onlookers to cheer in delight, exclaiming, "Well done." Thus, he has been bestowed the title of the foremost prodigy of Luoxian City. Upon returning to Zhou Yuyao's estate, Xuanning was utterly astonished. To his surprise, there existed a title. Filled with curiosity, he promptly clicked to examine the title. Title: The First Talented Scholar of Luoxian City, LV1 Attributes. Comprehension 10, Aptitude 10, Wisdom 10, Spirit 10, Damage taken -10. After reviewing this title, Xuanning was once again taken aback. It astonishingly augmented 4 attributes by 10 points each. Furthermore, it included a reduction of 10 points in damage taken. These 5 attributes were indeed remarkable. He had not anticipated that the title would confer such advantageous enhancements. What a delightful surprise. Xuanning promptly adorned himself with this title. Instantly, his perception, aptitude, wisdom, and spirit were all enhanced by 10 points, leaving him with the sensation of having become significantly more intelligent. His comprehension of martial arts deepened remarkably. Such attributes were undeniably impressive, and it appeared that there was potential for further enhancement. However, the method for such advancement remained elusive. Should he continue to pursue further endeavors? Xuanning pondered for a moment. This title must be associated with his 2 literary contests. To elevate his status, he required the adoration of a greater number of people, which necessitated seizing opportunities. Consequently, these matters naturally reached the ears of both the Xian and Yi families. Upon hearing of Xuanning's remarkable literary talent, the members of the Xian family were left utterly astounded, exclaiming in disbelief. Even Xian Li Shui, upon receiving the news, questioned whether there had been a mistake or if there was another person with the same name. However, after confirming multiple times, they realized that it was indeed their very own Xuanning. In that instant, Xian Li Shui felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, as her elder brother Xuanning had kept such a significant achievement from her. Upon his return, she resolved to ensure that he made amends for this oversight. In a moment, the entire Xian family was left in a state of shock. Particularly, Xin Xiaotian, upon hearing this news, was convinced it was a misunderstanding and found it rather ludicrous. How could Xuanning possibly possess such literary prowess? Yet, as he inquired further, Xin Xiaotian was astonished to discover the truth of the matter, which only deepened his jealousy towards Xuanning. When had Xuanning developed such impressive literary skills? Not only had he secured second place in the family competition, but now he was also renowned for his extraordinary literary talent. Having consecutively triumphed over the 4 great talents of Taixia City, and even defeating the illustrious trio of the Liuli dynasty. Could this truly be Xuanning of the Xian family? When had he achieved such artistic brilliance? It was simply beyond belief that all of this was accomplished by Xuanning. The incredibility of his achievements left everyone in astonishment. How could this individual have concealed such talents so effectively? In the grand hall of the Xian family, the esteemed elders convened. The clan leader, Xin Kuang, occupied the principal seat, while 5 elders were seated below him. The third elder, Xian Ruohong, the fourth elder, Xuanning, the fifth elder, Taisheng, the sixth elder, Qingza, and the seventh elder, Yu. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Quang addressed the assembly. I trust you are all aware of the recent events. Let us discuss how we shall deal with Xuanning. The third elder, Hong, immediately expressed his discontent, stating, I fail to comprehend the chief's intentions. Xuanning has brought significant prestige to our clan, yet instead of rewarding him, the chief seeks to punish him. Is this not disheartening? Upon hearing this, Quang displayed no semblance of surprise. It was precisely as he had anticipated. Yet, he remained indifferent, for a mere Hong could hardly stir significant upheaval. Indeed, Xuanning's literary prowess had garnered unexpected acclaim from many scholars, but what can a congregation of bookish souls truly achieve? In this world, it is ultimately strength that grants one a voice. That very Xuanning not only compelled Yi of the Yi family to kneel, but also made him bark like a dog. Do you truly believe the Yi family will let the Xian family off the hook? Upon hearing this, Hong felt an icy chill in her heart and indignantly remarked, the Yi family initiated the annulment of the engagement, which brought disgrace upon our Xian clan. Now that Xuanning has legitimately triumphed in the literary contest, compelling them to kneel and bark like dogs, what is the wrongdoing in that? Not only has Xuanning restored our family's honor, but he has also caused Yicheng to humiliate himself. Yet the clan leader chooses not to reward Xuanning. Instead, he seeks to punish him. I truly fail to comprehend the rationale behind the leader's actions. What do you mean by that, Hong? Quang exclaimed in fury. What I mean is simple. I merely wish to inquire about what my elder brother intends to do. Hong replied directly. What do I intend to do? I merely desire peace for the Xian family. I wish for our clan to flourish. The Yi family has the support of the Yulua Xianzong as their backing, while we, the Xian family, have naught but ourselves to rely upon. Xuanning's reckless provocation of the Yi family has severely tarnished their reputation. Do you believe that the powerful Yi family will let us off the hook? Xuanning has already made us enemies of the Yi family. Do you truly think we stand a chance against them? Let us all share our thoughts. If the Yi family comes to us demanding an explanation, we will have no choice but to confront them, leading to the entire Xian clan suffering oppression, never to recover, and perhaps ultimately facing annihilation. Would it not be wiser to surrender Xuanning to quell the wrath of the Yi family? Let us deliberate together. I firmly believe that Xuanning, having carelessly stirred up trouble, will inevitably become a liability, whether he remains with the Xian family or not. It would be best to leave his fate in the hands of the Yi family. Quang stood resolutely before the greater good of the family, directly voicing Xuanning's transgressions. For the sake of one Xuanning, should the Yi family be condemned to decline? It is better to relinquish Xuanning and allow everyone to make a decision. Our Xian family cannot endure further turmoil. It is wiser to seek peace. The fourth elder, Xuanning, also expressed his views, which clearly aligned with Quang's sentiments. The fifth elder, Taisheng, added, although Xuanning has restored the family's dignity, he should never have forced Yicheng to kneel and bow, barking like a dog. This act has positioned our Xian family in direct opposition to the Yi family. Should the Yi family seek vengeance against us, I fear the entire Xian family would face ruin. Thus, I too concur with the patriarch's opinion. The Xuanning, with his minor achievements, stirs trouble wherever he goes. If he were to remain in the Xian family, we would surely find no peace. The sixth elder, Qingza, who already supported Quang, unreservedly stood by his side. I have no objections. Yu has always been indecisive, indifferent to the decisions made by others. Bang! Hang slammed the table, exclaiming in anger, Xuanning has already lost his parents. How can you not relent? You are being utterly unreasonable. All the turmoil is of Xuanning's own making. Hong, do you truly wish for the Xian family to be buried alongside one Xuanning? Quang was equally infuriated. Hong's words were a blatant disregard for his authority. At that moment, a Xian family guard entered to reporting to the patriarch and esteemed elders, the head of the Yi family has come to visit. Upon hearing this, Quang immediately rose, casting an angry glare at Hong and said, Look, the Yi family has personally come to demand an explanation. With that, Quang promptly left to greet the head of the Yi family. The other elders quickly followed suit, leaving Hong alone. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, if only my second brother, Tiance, were still here, the current patriarch of the Xian family would not be Quang, and the Yi family would not be in such a state of contention with us. She recalled how her second brother, Tiance, and Yi were once close friends, even calling each other brothers. Alas, since Yu Qingqing was taken as a disciple by the Uluoxian sect, the ambitions of the Yi family have swelled, intent on devouring the other two prominent families in their quest for supremacy. Moreover, during Xian Taiyan's time with the Yi family, he often clashed with Xian Kuang. Given such a fortuitous opportunity, Xian Kuang would undoubtedly hand over Xuanning without hesitation. Yi Haya is no longer the same Yi Haya. He would not spare Xuanning due to past friendships with my brother. It is imperative that Xuanning does not fall into the hands of the Yi family, or it would spell disaster. With this thought, Xian Ruohong hurried home, determined to inform Xuanning to leave the Xian family and escape from Luoxian City. The reception hall of the Xian family. With a smile, Xian Kuang promptly addressed Yi Haya, who sat in the prominent seat, saying, "Brother Yi, I trust you have been well. What brings you here?" Yi Haya, arrogantly seated in his elevated position, did not even rise upon seeing Xian Kuang. Displaying a complete lack of basic courtesy, he immediately inquired, "Isn't it time for your Xian family to provide us with an explanation?" Upon hearing this, Xian Kuang immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and innocently inquired, "Brother Yi, how did this come to pass? What do you mean by explanations and justifications?" With a resounding thud, Yi Haya slammed his hand on the table, causing it to splinter with a sharp crack. Rising in fury, he declared, "Xian Kuang, we are both intelligent individuals. Do not attempt to deceive me. Xuanning has brought disgrace upon the Yi family, forcing my son to kneel and bark like a dog. How can we, the Yi family, possibly endure such indignity? If we were to remain silent on this matter, it would set a precedent for anyone to trample over us. Do you intend for the Xian family to declare war against us? If so, I welcome it. I, Yi Haya, have never feared anyone." Yi Haya was consumed by rage, exhibiting an arrogance and dominance as he vehemently confronted Xian Kuang. Upon hearing this, Xian Kuang cursed Xuanning 100 times in his heart, contemplating that he should have expelled Xuanning from the family the last time. Had he done so, even if the latter sought him out, Xian Kuang would have had ample justification to refuse. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. "Brother Yi, please do not be angered." Xian Kuang promptly reassured Yi Haya, continuing, "I am currently investigating this matter. It would be unwise for our two families to fall into discord over a single Xuanning." This sentiment was one only Xian Kuang could voice. Ever since the engagement was rescinded by the Yi family, they had shown little regard for the Xian family's dignity. Now, as they approached to seek an explanation, Xian Kuang found himself conceding at every turn. Moreover, ever since Xuanning's father vanished and his daughter Yu Qingqing became a disciple of the head of the Uluoxian sect, the Yi family's ambitions had only intensified, aspiring to annex the other two families in Luoxian City and dominate the region. Over the years, countless subtle and overt conflicts had transpired, eradicating any semblance of goodwill. "Xian Kuang, I simply wish to inquire how you intend to address this matter?" Yi Haya inquired with a countenance filled with indignation. "Expel Xuanning from the Xian family. Remove him from the family tree, and leave his fate in your hands, Brother Yi. Whether to kill or to punish, it shall be entirely at your discretion." Xian Kuang spoke without hesitation. He had long desired to expel Xuanning from the family. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident last time, Xuanning would no longer be a member of the Xian clan. The recent events only deepened Xian Kuang's regret for not having directly cast out Xuanning previously, instead offering him a chance in the family competition. Yi Haya was not at all surprised. Clearly, Xian Kuang's decision had been anticipated. However, what Yi Haya sought was far beyond this. He had long harbored ambitions to absorb the two prominent families of Luoxian City, and this presented a splendid opportunity that he would not squander. From now on, the East Street shall be under the control of our Yi family. Yi Haya finally revealed his scheme. Upon hearing this, Xian Kuang inwardly cursed Yi Haya for his audacity, for that was the vital economic lifeline of the Xian family. Should the adversary seize it, the Xian family would undeniably face decline. The East Street is our ancestral heritage. It cannot be relinquished to others. This matter is absolutely non-negotiable. How could a mere Xuanning possibly surrender East Street? It is simply out of the question. Upon hearing this, the elders behind Xuan Kuang were equally incensed, for that represented half of the Su family's competitive resources. Should it be handed over to the Yi family, the Su family would truly be doomed. This matter, they were resolute in refusing to accept. This is likely out of the question. Xian Kuang resolutely declined, for if he were to acquiesce, it would signify the inevitable descent of the Xian family into obscurity. Even if he were to agree, the other elders of the clan would undoubtedly oppose such a notion. Xian Kuang was not so foolish as to overlook this. Xuanning, Do you intend for us of the Yi family to directly intervene and seize what is ours? Yihaya glared at Xuanning with a displeased expression. The East Street has been under the dominion of our Xuanning family for centuries, and we shall never relinquish it to outsiders. As for Xuanning, I will gladly offer him up, for he is the root of all this turmoil. Prior to your arrival, we had already resolved to expel Xuanning from our family. He now bears no connection to the Xuan lineage. Xuanning would never relinquish control of the East Street, which his family has governed for centuries, to anyone, not even to Xuanning. This matter is non-negotiable. As for whether Xuanning is alive or dead, it bears no significance to him. The other elders of the Xuan family fervently supported Xuanning's decision to surrender Xuanning, presenting no objections whatsoever. However, when it came to jeopardizing the very foundation of their clan, there was no room for negotiation. The reputation of the Yi family had already been tarnished by Xuanning. At the time, he was still a member of the Xuan family and had not yet been expelled. Did they truly believe this matter could simply be brushed aside? Yihaya would undoubtedly seize such a fortuitous opportunity, determined to extract a piece of flesh from the Xuan family before relenting. As for Dong Street, it was merely a pretext he had concocted. In reality, Yihaya had never intended to wholly absorb the Xuan family in one fell swoop. I am well aware that your Yi family has long set its sights on the mine outside the city. Thus, let the losses incurred by the Yi family be offset by that very mine. Xuanning pondered for a moment, ultimately conceding to relinquish the mine controlled by the family, despite the pain it caused him. Very well, then, I shall take my leave, said Yihaya, satisfied upon hearing the desired outcome. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch personnel to take possession. You would do well to vacate the premises today. Furthermore, ensure that Xuanning is delivered into my hands post-haste. With a gratifying response in hand, Yihaya felt content. Indeed, a single mine was sufficient to compensate for the losses sustained by the Yi family. Moreover, Yihaya had never cared for the so-called reputation. Leveraging this incident to inflict a loss upon the Xuan family in the form of a mine was merely the beginning. He planned to thoroughly absorb the entire Xuan family and subsequently turn his attention to the Lin family, thereby establishing himself as the sovereign of Luoxian City. After Yihaya's departure, the other elders of the Xuan family approached with indignation, inquiring, "Elder brother, are we truly to relinquish that gold mine so easily?" Yihaya had long anticipated that they would never cede control of Dong Street, compelling them to offer alternative compensation instead. They were clearly fixated on that gold mine. Such a calculated scheme. The sixth elder, Xianqingzi, was particularly incensed, reflecting on the family's mine, which annually yielded a substantial amount of gold. The thought of surrendering it so readily to the Yi family left him with a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Xuanning was filled with both indignation and helplessness as he rubbed his forehead. Who could feel at ease making such a decision? Yet, without it, how could Yihaya easily relent? Enough of this, he said. I have pondered this matter thoroughly. Even if we do not grant the mine to the Yi family, it will not yield much more than a few years' worth of extraction. We need not dwell excessively on it. Nonetheless, it is still capable of producing around 100,000 gold coins annually. For our family, this is no trifling sum. It equates to expending several 100,000 gold coins to placate the Yi family. We can only lament that our Xuan family lacks a formidable ally. If only we had someone of distinction within our ranks. How could the Yi family dare to act so arrogantly and oppress us? Xuanning was exceedingly enraged. Among the younger generation, the most gifted individual was none other than the daughter of the third elder, Xuanruohong. Regrettably, she was not a member of the Xuan family. Now, all hopes were pinned on Xuan Lishui to achieve greatness, to join one of the 5 major sects, and become a distinguished disciple of a prominent figure. At that time, the Xuan family's confidence would be restored, and they would no longer tremble in fear of the Yi family. Report to the clan leader, Xuanning is not present in the family. It has been several days since he last returned, announced a guard of the Xuan family. Several days absent? Xuanning furrowed his brow and exclaimed in anger. It is all Xuanning's fault. Were it not for him, why would our Xuan family relinquish the mine so easily? Send someone to find him. He must be brought back at once. All misfortune stemmed from Xuanning, causing them to suffer an immense loss of financial resources. He should have been expelled from the family long ago. His very existence was a calamity for the Xuan clan. This detestable individual was the root of their troubles. The loss of the family's mines was simply too great. Surrendering him to the Yi family would be far too lenient. The other elders, upon hearing this, were equally filled with indignation towards Xuanning. Were it not for him, they would still be receiving substantial dividends from the mines each year. Instead, his actions resulted in a significant loss of wealth. The thought of Xuanning depriving them of such considerable future income intensified their ire. Aside from the third elder, Hong, who regarded Xuanning as a nephew, the others were indifferent to any familial ties. Their only concern was their own interests. Xuanning swiftly issued orders, dispatching over 200 members of the Xian family to venture forth in search of Xuanning's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Hong, upon arriving at Xuanning's residence, found no trace of her and, after inquiring with Li Shui, learned nothing of Xuanning's precise location. Consequently, the trio began their own quest within the city of Luoxian to locate Xuanning. Their sole desire was for her to leave Luoxian and evade detection by the Xian and Yi families. At that moment, Xuanning was out shopping with Zhou Yuyao and others, having chosen to walk rather than ride in a carriage, engaging in cheerful conversation along the way. Behind them trailed a group of city guards in plain attire. Why was Li Shui in such a hurry? As they walked, Xuanning noticed the hurried pace of Li Shui and was puzzled by the unfolding situation. What is the matter? Zhou Yuyao inquired, gazing at Xuanning. I spotted my sister, Xuanning replied, and upon seeing Li Shui in the distance, called out, Li Shui. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Shui swiftly turned towards its source. Upon seeing Xuanning, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran over, her tone laced with urgency as she inquired, Brother Xuanning, why have you not returned for several days? I have been terribly worried. Hearing this, Zhou Yuyao and the others turned their gazes in that direction, only to discover that Li Shui possessed remarkable beauty. Miss, the Li Shui is indeed quite stunning, Xia Chan remarked. Our lady is not lacking in beauty either. Dong Shui added. Li Shui observed the trio of enchanting ladies accompanying Xuanning and felt a surge of curiosity about their identities. Xuanning, who are they? She inquired with innocent intrigue. Over the past few days, could it be that Xuanning had been in the company of this woman? The thought left her inexplicably despondent, a sense of discomfort gnawing at her heart, as if she were being cast aside. Allow me to introduce them, Xuanning began. This is Zhou Yuyao, the daughter of the city lord and a dear friend of mine. I have pledged to the city lord to ensure her safety during this time, which is why I have not returned. You seem rather hurried. Has something transpired? Xuanning began to introduce Li Shui and inquired about her anxious demeanor, wondering what could have transpired within her family to cause such urgency. I am Zhou Yuyao, a friend of Xuanning. Hello, I am Li Shui, she responded. Although surprised that Xuanning was in the company of the city lord's daughter, she had no time to ponder this revelation. Instead, she urgently exclaimed, Xuanning, you must not return to your family. They are searching for you, intent on capturing you to deliver to the Yi family. It is imperative that you leave Luoxian City at once. The farther you go, the better. Upon hearing this, Xuanning began to comprehend the situation and inquired, Please speak calmly and clearly, and elaborate on the matter. Consequently, Li Shui briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding her father's affairs. Xuanning had a vague understanding of the situation at hand. It turned out to be the result of Yi Wuqiu's unreasonable provocations. The matter of right and wrong would eventually reveal itself, and it was truly absurd for the Yi family to seek trouble with him. Surround him. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance, and the brothers Xianlong and Xian charged towards Xuanning, encircling him completely. The guards behind Zhou Yuyao also drew their weapons, standing defiantly against the Xian family's guards. This unexpected turn left Xianlong and Xian taken aback, prompting one of them to declare, This is a matter internal to the Xian family and does not concern outsiders. We kindly ask that you refrain from interfering with our family's affairs. No, Xuanning is my friend, and I will not allow you to take him away, Zhou Yuyao firmly asserted, unwilling to let them see Xuanning. If he were handed over to the Yi family, with someone like Yi Wuqiu, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for Xuanning. Your intention is to deliver me to the Yi family, isn't it? Xuanning remarked coldly as he regarded Xianlong and Xianhu. Such a family truly exhibited a heartless and ruthless nature. Xuanning, this predicament is of your own making. Were it not for you, the family would not have ceded the mines outside the city to the Yi family. Were it not for you, such events would never have transpired. The two brothers, Xianlong and Xuantu, directed all their resentment towards Xuanning upon recalling the decision made by their family out of necessity. Hey, Xuanning scoffed upon hearing this, replying, This is a decision made by the Xian family. What does it have to do with me, Xuanning? I did not coerce them into making such a choice. Xuanning never anticipated that the Xian family would be so subservient to the strong. Merely a Yi family could compel the Xian family to bow down in such a manner. Not only did they compensate for a mine, But he was also required to personally deliver an apology to the Yi family. Xuanning could not help but reflect that the Qing dynasty on Earth exhibited a similar disposition. When faced with formidable external threats, rather than contemplating resistance, they opted for concessions, territorial sacrifices, and apologies. Although the contexts differ, the actions reveal a consistent moral character. Such a family is better left behind. Today, I, Xuanning, hereby declare that I shall have no further associations with the Xian family. A lineage of cowardice and ineptitude is destined for extinction. Thus, I bid you farewell. Xuanning spoke with great authority. How dare you, Xuanning, utter such words? I must inform you that the clan leader has long since expelled you from the family and removed you from the genealogy. We have come to take you back to atone for your actions. Upon hearing this, Xuanhu's anger surged within him, for he had never anticipated that after causing such trouble, Xuanning would contemplate abandoning the Xian family, leaving the burden of responsibility entirely upon them, while he himself sought to remain uninvolved. Such a scenario was simply too outrageous. Upon hearing this, Xian Lishui promptly exclaimed, "How can the family act in such a manner? This incident is clearly not Brother Xuanning's fault. The family's actions are truly disheartening." Meanwhile, Xuanning was taken aback, realizing that Xian Kuang had already cast him out of the family. When Xuanning first arrived here, he possessed little strength and was unfamiliar with his surroundings, naturally reluctant to part from the Xian family. However, the situation has since transformed. He now harbors profound confidence in his unique abilities and has amassed considerable wealth, rendering the modest Xian family inconsequential to him. He hurriedly grasped Xian Lishui's hand and declared, "There is nothing about this family that I find worthy of attachment. Since they are so eager to sever ties with me, I shall oblige them. From this moment forth, the affairs of the Xian family will bear no relevance to me, and I shall not concern myself with their fate. Brother Xuanning, this." Xian Lishui was utterly perplexed by Xuanning's thoughts. In her mind, family held immense significance, yet Xuanning appeared completely indifferent, showing not the slightest regard for the Xian clan, which she found utterly astonishing. Gazing upon Xian Lishui's exquisite visage, Xuanning gently patted her head and said, "Lishui, do not seek them out. Within the Xian family, only the three of you are my true kin. As for the others, I have never considered them family. Even if Xian Kuang had not cast me out, I would never return. I, Xuanning, stand tall and unyielding. A mere clan like the Xian holds no allure for me. If the Yi family wishes to confront me, let them come forth. The Xian family cowers in fear of the Yi family like a frightened beast, yet I, Xuanning, harbor no fear of them. Should they wish to engage me, I shall meet their challenge head-on." Xuanning undoubtedly possesses ample confidence. Given a period of time, no martial artist or martial sovereign will stand a chance against him, and he will face them without trepidation. However, Xuanning is acutely aware that he is currently no match for his adversary. Thus, he has indeed decided to depart from Luoxian City for a while. After all, Yihaya from the Yi family is a formidable martial sovereign. As for the exact realm of his strength, Xuanning is not entirely certain. The current realm of Xuanning is vastly superior to that of his opponent, rendering him utterly incapable of contending. Should his adversary choose to confront him directly, he would stand no chance whatsoever. Naturally, given Yihaya's stature, it is inconceivable that he would personally engage with Xuanning. Furthermore, Zhou Yin must avoid crossing paths with him, for should that occur, he would undoubtedly face an assault. "Brother Xuanning, have you truly prepared yourself?" Xian Lishui inquired, her delicate visage adorned with concern. "Rest assured, dear sister, I approach my endeavors with prudence." "There is no need for worry," Xuanning reassured her, touched by her genuine care. "Have no fear, Xuanning is under my protection." "They would not dare to act against him," Zhou Yuyao promptly added, addressing Xian Lishui. Xian Lishui then recalled that Zhou Yuyao was the daughter of the city lord. In that place, even the Yi family and the Xian family would not dare to act against Xuanning. Xianlong and Xianhu gazed at Xuanning and inquired, "Xuanning, regardless of whether you are currently a member of the Xian clan, since this matter was instigated by you, you must return with us." They were resolute in their intention not to let Xuanning escape, insisting on escorting him back to the clan. The fate of Xuanning, whether life or death, was of no concern to them. "Are you merely a band of defeated foes?" Xuanning sneered at the two brothers, his eyes brimming with derision. Only a fool would return with them. He had lost all interest in such a family, and their future affairs were of no relevance to him. "Everyone, today we must bring Xuanning back to face the clan leader. Any attempts to obstruct us will be futile," Xianlong proclaimed. Subsequently, a throng of Xian clan guards, armed with weapons, surged forward, compelling the onlookers to retreat. They had not anticipated that the Xian clan would not only expel Xuanning from the family, but also seek to capture him for the Yi family to handle personally. Even more astonishing was Xuanning's declaration of his intent to sever ties with the clan, exhibiting a remarkable lack of attachment. Such audacity, bravery, and character at his age were indeed rare. This incident was destined to send shockwaves throughout Luoxian City. I will not allow you to harm Xuanning. Zhou Yuyao was determined to prevent any aggression against him. Turning to her guards, she instructed, protect Xuanning, do not let him be taken away. Miss, would it be inappropriate to interfere? After all, this is a matter concerning the Xian clan. Xian Ke hesitated, feeling it might be unwise to involve himself. Zhou Yuyao promptly replied, my father ordered you to protect me. Will you heed my command, or your own? Of course, I will follow your orders, miss. Xian Ke hastily responded. Then spare me the unnecessary chatter, Zhou Yuyao commanded. Understood, Xian Ke conceded, reluctantly joining the fray to protect Xuanning. Xianlong, undeterred by the identity of his opponent, declared boldly, seize Xuanning. He must be taken back today for judgment. Consequently, a fierce altercation erupted between the two factions. Xianli Shui, initially filled with apprehension and inclined to intervene, was swiftly restrained by Zhou Yuyao, who cautioned, do not involve yourself. Should you do so, you risk punishment. But I cannot allow my brother Xuanning to be taken away. If he is captured, he may not survive. Xianli Shui protested. Zhou Yuyao reassured her, your brother Xuanning is formidable. With my allies aiding him, he will be unharmed. Observing Xianli Shui's deep concern for Xuanning, Zhou Yuyao was pleasantly surprised to find that the Xian family still possessed admirable individuals. Do you truly believe you can take me against my will? How utterly deluded. Xuanning proclaimed, unwavering in resolve. He would not show mercy to those who sought to deliver him into the hands of others. The reputation of the Xian family and the Yi family meant little to him. He cared not for their names. With determination, he advanced with great speed. Xuanning had already mastered the inferior rank of the yellow stage in his movement technique. He charged towards his adversaries with fervor, delivering a powerful punch that sent a guard of the Xian family sprawling to the ground. He then lifted his left foot. As if a tempest of thunder surged beneath him, the thunder whipped leg, as several Xian family disciples were once more hurled through the air by Xuanning's relentless assault. He unleashed a torrent of strikes, his speed astonishing and his strength formidable. He plunged into the ranks of the Xian family guards, dispatching them with a single punch or sending multiple foes flying with a swift kick. Even Xianlong and Xian Hu proved no match for Xuanning, who struck them fiercely on the cheek, sending them careening several meters away. The most powerful among the Xian family guards were merely at the 7th level of the martial general realm, and against Xuanning's overwhelming agility, martial prowess, strength, and velocity, they were utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow from him. Dozens of Xian family guards were thus incapacitated by Xuanning and Zhou Yuyao's onslaught. Witnessing this, Xian Luwei was left utterly astounded, finding it nearly inconceivable. She had never anticipated that Xuanning could be so formidable. Even those of the 7th level of the martial general realm fell before him with ease. Xian Luwei struggled to comprehend that the Xuanning before her had ascended to such incredible heights. She resolved to return and inform Xian Kuang that she was no longer a member of the Xian family. What nonsense was the Xian family? Their affairs held no relevance to her whatsoever. Should they attempt to summon her back, they would find no cooperation from her. Xuanning glared fiercely at Xianlong and declared, the world is vast, and I, Xuanning, am not bound to remain in Luoxian City. I refuse to believe that with my innate abilities, I cannot thrive in this expansive realm. Xianlong covered his face and indignantly remarked, Xuanning, the clan leader will undoubtedly not let you off. Just wait and see. Let us depart. The guards of the Xian family departed in a most disheartened manner. Xuanning and the others from the Xuanquang faction would undoubtedly not let him off easily. However, he was not a mere puppet. Would he simply wait for them to come and seize him? Xuanning subsequently turned to Xian Li Shui and said, Li Shui, you should return home. This matter does not concern you. Do not let it entangle your family. Go back and inform Uncle San that I, Xuanning, will be well and will not cause him any worry. Whatever the Xian family intends to do to me, let them be. I assure you, I will be fine. Based on his understanding of Xian Ruahong, he knew that he would undoubtedly prevent the family from taking any actions against him. Yet, those individuals were resolute in their intent to target him, and it was unlikely that Xian Ruahong's words would sway them. However, Xuanning also recognized that he could no longer remain in Wanstian City, for both the Xian and Yi families were seeking him. Staying in the city had become perilous. What will you do from now on? Xian Lixue asked, her delicate face marred with concern for Xuanning's future. Foolish girl. The world is vast. Your brother Xuanning will surely find a way to thrive, he reassured her, gently ruffling her hair, which remained as lustrous and silky as ever. Rest assured, Miss Lixue, I will take Xuanning to the city lord's mansion. Neither the Xian family nor the Yi family would dare to make a scene there. Zhou Yuya suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Dong Shui was taken aback. Miss, you wish to return to the city lord's mansion? Why wouldn't it be normal for the young lady to return to the city lord's mansion? Xiachan replied, pulling Dong Shui closer. She understood that the reason for the young lady's return was Xuanning, while Dong Shui seemed to grasp the significance only later. Indeed, if the young lady were to return, the city lord would surely be delighted. Dong Shui, however, had yet to consider the deeper implications. Merely sensing it as a fortunate turn of events, Xiachan pondered that while the city lord would be overjoyed, the lady of the mansion would not be pleased, and would likely make things difficult for them as before. The city lord's mansion? Xuanning exclaimed in surprise, not anticipating that Zhou Yuyao would wish to return there. Though he was not entirely privy to the reasons behind her prolonged absence from the mansion, he sensed that he understood a fragment of the truth. Indeed, the city lord's mansion was not a place where anyone could cause a disturbance at will. You are now my protector and have promised to safeguard me. You must not break your word. Accompanying me back to the city lord's mansion is entirely justified. Zhou Yuyao discerned from Xuanning's earlier remarks that he intended to leave Wanstian City to venture out into the world, and she promptly conceived this plan. The expanse of Xuanning continent was vast, fraught with myriad savage beasts and treacherous mountain bandits. Fearing for Xuanning's safety, she found herself compelled to devise this means of keeping him close. Although she understood that Xuanning could not remain in Wanstian City indefinitely or be by her side for a lifetime, she resolved to hold on to him for as long as she could. Upon hearing this, Xian Lixue promptly addressed Xuanning, saying, Brother Xuanning, I too wish for you to remain in Luoxian City. Please accompany Miss Zhou to the city lord's mansion, for this way we may still see each other. If you depart from Luoxian City, who knows when we might meet again? Upon hearing this, Xuanning contemplated his limited understanding of the circumstances beyond Luoxian City. To depart blindly would yield no direction whatsoever. Thus, he nodded and addressed Zhou Yuyao. I must trouble you, Miss Zhou. What are you saying? We are all friends. She replied, a sweet smile illuminating her exquisite features. Then, I shall take my leave, dear brother Xuanning. When I find the time, I shall visit you at the Lord's Manor, Zhou Yuyao added. Seeing that Xuanning was not only choosing to remain in Luoxian City, but also managing to resolve the pressures from the Xian and Yi families, Xian Lixue felt a sense of relief wash over her. Indeed, Xuanning responded, a sense of urgency swelling within him after she departed. His current strength was still insufficient. Were he to attain the martial sovereign realm, he would fear neither the Xian nor the Yi families. Above the martial general realm lies the martial master, and Xuanning had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the martial sovereign stage. Let us first settle at the Lord's Manor, Zhou Yuyao suggested. Turning to Xuanning before addressing Qian Ku, please inform my father of my return home. Of course, Qian Ku replied promptly. Knowing that the Lord would surely be delighted by this news, he swiftly arranged for 2 individuals to return ahead to the Lord's Manor and report. Xuanning subsequently accompanied Zhou Yuyao back to the estate, whereupon she tidied her belongings in preparation for departure. Xuanning possessed nothing, not even clothing. All his daily necessities were contained within the confines of the system's package, leaving him with a mere handful of belongings. In contrast, the belongings of Zhou Yuyao and her companions required a bit of time for organization, which consumed some moments. Once everything was in order, Qian Ku arranged for the items to be transported onto the waiting carriage, and then they departed from the estate. Upon stepping outside the manor, Zhou Yuyao glanced at the gate and commanded, Close the gate. We shall return to the city lord's residence. As the gates of the estate closed and locked, Zhou Yuyao and Xuanning reboarded the carriage, setting off in the direction of the city lord's abode. However, within 10 minutes of their departure, they were intercepted by a throng of individuals. A multitude appeared ahead, numbering approximately 100, led by Xian Kuang, the patriarch of the Xian family, and the 6th elder, Xian Qingze. Their presence was a direct mission to retrieve Xuanning and provide an explanation to the Yi family. Stop! Qian Ku ordered the entire caravan to halt, casting a wary glance at the assembly before him, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, What is the intention of the Xian family patriarch in obstructing our path? The guards of the city lord's residence hastily drew their weapons, directing their attention towards Xuanning and his entourage. Xuanning gazed at the other party, unaware of their identity, yet he was certain that Xuanning was among this group. Within the entirety of Luoxian City, few could instill fear in Xuanning. However, upon witnessing the other person's ability to recognize him without a hint of trepidation, coupled with their demeanor suggesting they were not insignificant, he refrained from acting rashly and inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" The individuals atop the carriage, Qian could declare loudly, are none other than the esteemed daughters of our city lord's residence. "So, who do you think we are?" Xuanning and the others were utterly astonished, never anticipating that their adversary was none other than the daughter of Zhou Tiansu, the lord of the city. He could scarcely fathom how Xuanning had forged a connection with Zhou Tiansu's daughter and remained within her entourage. Inside the carriage, both Xuanning and Zhou Yuyao were equally taken aback, surprised that the patriarch of the Xian clan would personally lead a team to capture Xuanning. It was Xuanning. Little did I expect this old fellow would take it upon himself to spearhead the effort to apprehend me. Xuanning has settled a score with Xuanning. Currently, he finds himself lacking in strength and unable to seek vengeance. However, he believes that while a gentleman may wait a decade for retribution, he does not consider himself one. Thus, there is no need to wait 10 years. A year and a half will suffice. Once he has amassed sufficient power, neither Xuanning nor Yihaya will be able to escape. Rest assured, there is no need for you to venture out. I surmise that Xuanning would not dare to act against me, for my father would not let him go unpunished. Zhou Yuyao hurriedly grasped Xuanning's hand, urging him to refrain from acting impulsively. Xuanning would certainly not act impulsively. He was merely incensed. It infuriated him that this scoundrel would personally intervene, demonstrating a resolute intent to bring about his demise. In a way, this was advantageous. The harsher Xuanning was with him, the more ruthless Xuanning would become once he attained greater strength. Xuanning is a person who harbors deep-seated grudges, one who believes in repaying enmity with unyielding vengeance. Outside the carriage, Xuanning and his companions found themselves in a quandary. Elder brother, Xuanning must undoubtedly be within. We cannot afford to let him escape. We have pledged to the Yi family to present Xuanning to them personally. If we fail to deliver him, it is likely that Yihaya will stir up further trouble. The sixth elder of the Xian family, Xian Shengze, upon noticing Xuaning's momentary hesitation, promptly spoke up. I am well aware of this principle. However, our relationship with Zhou Tiansu has always been one of mutual non-interference. Furthermore, Zhou Tiansu is exceedingly fond of his daughter. If we were to offend him, it would be far more serious than crossing the Yi family. Zhou Tiansu wields control over the entire Luoxian city, and our three esteemed families are obligated to pay taxes to him annually. Should he choose to create even the slightest inconvenience for us, our circumstances would undoubtedly become far more dire. The matters concerning Xuanning are increasingly convoluted as he weighs the interests at play. Zhou Tiansu is someone one must never offend. However, Xuanning cannot let Xuanning escape his grasp. He must devise a foolproof strategy. Subsequently, Xuanning stepped forward and spoke. It is the esteemed daughter of the city lord. I am Xuanning, the head of the Xian clan. I have come solely to apprehend the traitor Xuanning from my family and harbor no intention of offending you. Mississippi inside the carriage. Xuanning felt utterly speechless upon hearing this. Xuanning truly had a knack for framing him with accusations, branding him a family traitor. He scoffed at the notion, recognizing the ploy to provoke him into revealing himself. It seemed Xuaning's intellect was misguided. Zhou Yuyao, upon hearing this, replied loudly. So it is the head of the Xian clan. I, Zhou Yuyao, am unwell and shall not emerge to meet you, esteemed clan leader. How is it that you have intercepted my carriage? Miss Zhou, please do not misunderstand, Xuanning quickly clarified. As I mentioned earlier, my only aim is to capture the family traitor Xuanning. I kindly request your cooperation in locating him. We harbor no intention of enmity towards you. Xuaning's statement left me perplexed. Your search for your kin is of no concern to me, yet you obstruct my carriage, hindering my return home. Should my condition worsen, I shall certainly inform my father. You are aware, my father has a rather volatile temperament. He has previously sought trouble with the Yi family and, as I have heard, even smashed down their door. If you delay my return to recuperate, and my father were to act rashly at the Xian residence, I would be powerless to intervene. Zhou Yuyao articulated her concerns with eloquence, recalling recent events, which caused Xuaning's brow to furrow in worry, compelling him to refrain from any further actions. Upon hearing this, Xuanning regarded Zhou Yuya with newfound respect. Typically perceived as gentle and amiable, she surprisingly wielded her words as a formidable threat. Xuanning was well aware of the incident when Zhou Tiansu forcefully entered the Yi family residence, creating quite a commotion. He had learned that the cause of this upheaval stemmed from Yi Hai's son, Yi Wuqie, who had somehow offended Zhou Yuya, prompting her to seek an explanation. It was said that the Yi family had compensated her with considerable reparations, which ultimately quelled Zhou Tiansu's fury. At the time, Xuanning felt a sense of vindication, even going so far as to berate Yi Hai for his misfortunes. However, he could scarcely have anticipated that he would find himself in a similar predicament. He certainly did not dare to provoke Zhou Tiansu. The Xian family had already offended Yi Hai. How could they dare to provoke Zhou Tiansu? Thus, Xuanning hastily declared, "I would never dream of disturbing Miss Zhou's peaceful recuperation. I have always held Master Zhou in the highest regard." Observing Xuannings's retreat, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xuanning, come out. At that moment, a group of individuals appeared. Among them a particularly arrogant figure who soared from a distance and landed directly before Xuanning, exuding an overwhelming air of dominance as he bellowed towards the carriage ahead. Yi Hai. Xuanning was filled with fury, taken aback by this unexpected arrival. How could Yi Hai be here as well? Xuanning had not anticipated that even Yi Hai would take action this time. He was merely a minor character, yet he had provoked the heads of two prominent families to personally intervene. This was rather amusing, as they seemed to overestimate their own significance. "Brother Yi, what brings you here as well?" Xuanning inquired, genuinely surprised that Yi Hai would personally engage, a development that had caught him off guard. "Humph. If I had not come, would you have allowed Xuanning to escape unscathed?" Yi Hai retorted dismissively, his demeanor as haughty as ever. Xuanning was filled with intense anger, yet he soon stepped aside, contemplating, "If you possess the capability, then take your turn. I am curious to witness whether you dare to strike." "Master Yi, what is your intention?" Xuanning cast a disdainful glance at the other party, utterly irritated by their arrogant demeanor. "How dare you raise your voice at me?" To his astonishment, Yi Hai unleashed a formidable surge of power, sending Xuanning hurtling through the air. Xuanning could hardly fathom Yi Hai's audacity to attack so brazenly. He was caught off guard and was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. The entire realm was utterly astonished. Xuanning could hardly fathom that Yi Hai possessed such audacity, boldly launching an assault on the personnel of the city lord's mansion. What astonished Xuanning even more was what transpired next. Yi Hai leapt once more, charging directly towards the carriage where Zhou Yuya resided. Upon witnessing this, Xuanning was taken aback, disregarding his own injuries as he rushed forward, exclaiming in fury, "Yi Hai, how dare you?" Yi Hai, however, felt nothing but disdain in his heart. Within the entirety of Luoxian City, how many things was he truly afraid of? It was nothing short of a jest. With a single wave of his hand, Yi Hai sent all the approaching guards flying, for they were utterly incapable of detaining him for any significant duration. Meanwhile, Xuanning within the carriage could no longer remain seated. He had never anticipated that Yi Hai would exhibit such boldness, daring to directly assault the personnel of the city lord's mansion, even going so far as to target Zhou Yuyao's carriage. Xuanning resolutely insisted that he would not implicate Zhou Yuya, quickly urging her to remain inside the carriage. "Stay within the carriage and do not venture out. Yi Hai's target is me. As long as I remain outside, he would not dare to harm you. No, by stepping out, you are courting death. Yi Hai will undoubtedly not spare you. I cannot allow you to go out." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuya swiftly intercepted Xuanning. Before anyone could react, she boldly flung open the carriage door and stepped outside. "You!" Xuanning exclaimed, wanting to rush out as well. But Xiachan promptly restrained him, saying, "Xuanning, since the young lady has already stepped out, you should remain in the carriage. What can you achieve by going out?" Upon hearing this, Xuanning felt a profound discomfort in his heart. As a dignified man, it pained him deeply to require a woman to stand up for him and shield him. This realization left him feeling exceedingly troubled and constrained, his teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. Xuanning truly wished to rush out, yet, as the summer cicada had remarked, such an impulsive endeavor would yield no fruitful outcome. To emerge now would only serve to further affirm his presence in this very spot. In that eventuality, Xuanning and Yi Hai would no longer hesitate, and would directly strike against him. By remaining concealed, even if the adversary harbored suspicions, what of it? As long as Zhou Weiying did not acknowledge him. Could it be that Yi Hai would dare to act against her? Upon her emergence, Zhou Weiying beheld the advancing figure of Yi Hai. Noticing his domineering and arrogant countenance, She felt no trace of fear or trepidation. Though Zhou Yueying was but a delicate maiden, lacking even the strength to bind a chicken, she stood resolute atop the carriage, declaring, "Yi Haya, have you forgotten how my father once came to demand an explanation from you?" At the sound of her words, Yi Haya's haughty demeanor shifted dramatically. He abruptly halted in midair before descending to the ground, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Zhou Yueying was momentarily taken aback. This Yi Haya did not even recognize her. No wonder he had dared to act so recklessly if he bore any apprehension that would work to her advantage. "My father is the lord of Luoxian City. Now tell me, who do you think I am?" She retorted coldly. Zhou Yueying seldom revealed her father's name publicly, nor did she typically flaunt her lineage to assert her status. Yet, given the circumstances, she felt fortunate to be the daughter of the city lord. For such notoriety instilled a sense of caution in these nefarious individuals, preventing them from taking rash actions. "You are the daughter of Zhou Tiance," Yi Haya exclaimed, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. He realized, with dismay, that these individuals were indeed from the city lord's household. Had he known this, he would never have dared to act so brazenly. Even with tenfold courage, he would not provoke Zhou Tiance. In a flurry, Yi Haya rushed to Xuanning, his voice laced with anger as he exclaimed, "Xuanning, why did you not inform me sooner that they are people of Zhou Tiance?" Upon hearing this, Xuanning let out a cold laugh within his heart, and with a displeased expression, he replied, "Yi Haya, I must confess that I find your words rather unpalatable. I had intentions to speak my mind, yet you afforded me no opportunity, as you were so incensed that you acted without hesitation. What was I to do? You." Yi Haya was momentarily at a loss for words. He wished to retaliate, only to discover that he had no justification for his actions, his face turning a deep crimson in frustration. Observing Yi Haya's anger darkening his countenance, Xuanning felt an overwhelming sense of delight, silently contemplating. "This is the consequence you must face. Let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament." Recalling the recent incident when Zhou Tianze had stormed in to settle a score, Yi Haya's expression darkened further. Qian Ku, clutching his injuries, addressed Xuanning, stating, "I am Qian Ku, a personal guard of the city lord's residence. I shall duly report the events that transpired here to the city lord. Farewell." Wait. Upon hearing this, Yi Haya's former arrogance dissipated, replaced by a conciliatory smile as he hastily remarked, "Esteemed guests, it was all a misunderstanding. I truly had no knowledge that you were affiliated with the city lord's residence." It became apparent that the Yu family possessed considerable influence, emboldening them to act in such a manner without fear of repercussions. A voice rang out, laced with sarcasm, followed by the graceful descent of a figure clad in white, who landed before the carriage. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Haya's expression darkened once more, as did Xuanng's demeanor. "Greetings, city lord." Upon sighting this individual, Qian Ke and the others promptly bowed in respect to Zhou Tianze. "Father." Zhou Yuyo, relieved to see her father, released her tightly clenched fists, which had unconsciously become drenched in sweat. "Yuyo, I have arrived late and caused you distress." Zhou Tianze hastened towards his daughter, relieved to find her unharmed. He then turned his gaze towards his injured subordinates, and his temper flared. With eyes ablaze, he fixed his furious stare upon Xuanning and Yi Haya, demanding, "Gentlemen, will you not provide me with an explanation?" The aura emanating from Zhou Tianze was formidable, as a peak warrior of the ninth heaven. He was not only the city lord of Luoxian City, but also its most powerful individual. In his fury, he resembled a volcano ready to erupt. Slowly advancing towards Xuanning and Yi Haya, Xuanning hastily interjected, "Lord Zhou, please do not misunderstand. I have not laid a finger on anyone." Upon hearing this, Yi Haya's expression darkened once more, shifting from pale to flushed as he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Zhou Tiance. Glancing at the furious Zhou Tiance, he retreated cautiously, forcing a smile as he said, "Lord Zhou, this is entirely a misunderstanding. I truly had no idea they were your people. I merely came in search of someone and had no intention of becoming your adversary." "Misunderstanding." Zhou Tiance pointed around him, exclaiming, "You have left my people in this state and still wish to threaten my daughter, only to conclude it is a misunderstanding? If it were your son in this position, how would you feel?" Yi Haya found himself at a loss for words, fully aware that he was at fault in this matter. However, the deed had been done, and he could only hope for a way to appease the other party. Observing Zhou Tiance's readiness to strike, he quickly inquired, "What must I do, Lord Zhou, to quell your anger?" Yi Haya was equally vexed, The last time Zhou Tian's had wreaked havoc at the Yi residence, it had cost him dearly, and he feared that this time, he would again have to pay a substantial price to placate Zhou Tian's. The thought caused his heart to ache. Zhou Tian's, visibly enraged, retorted, "Yi Haya, this is the second time. My family and yours have had no grievances in the past, yet you repeatedly seek to harm my daughter. Do you truly believe I, Zhou Tian's, am someone easily trifled with? Please, Lord Zhou, do not take this the wrong way. I, Yi Haya, have no desire to be your enemy. I acknowledge my rashness has offended your daughter. Just tell me what I can do to rectify this mistake. I will not shy away from my responsibilities." Yi Haya felt helpless. Had it been anyone else, he would never debase himself in such a manner. Yet, facing Zhou Tian's, he dared not provoke him further, for such a figure represented the Liu Li dynasty, and he was undeniably at fault. Zhou Tian's regarded Xuanning and Yi Haya with a stoic expression, his hands clasped behind his back. Before he slowly spoke, "Xuanning, is Xuanning no longer a member of the Xian family?" Though uncertain of Zhou Tian's reasoning, Xuanning promptly stepped forward and replied, "Indeed, he is no longer one of us. Xuanning disregarded our clan's rules and betrayed the family. He has been expelled from the Xian clan. This time, we aim to capture him and return him for punishment." Zhou Tian's observed Xuanng's eager disavowal of any connection to Xuanning, finding it quite amusing. Indeed, Xuanning was a fool to think he could so easily distance himself from the matter. In his youth, Xuanning has already demonstrated the prowess to vanquish a martial general of the Fifth Realm, a prodigy of unparalleled potential. Yet, Xuanning, far from valuing such talent, chose instead to expel this exceptional individual from his home upon Yi Haya's demand for accountability. Moreover, he intended to capture Xuanning and hand him over to Yi Haya for disposition. Xuanning may well be the greatest fool that Zhou Tian's has ever encountered in his life. With a leader like Xuanning at the helm, the Xian family is destined for decline. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian's nodded thoughtfully and addressed Xuanning. Since Xuanning is no longer a member of the Xian family, he shall henceforth have no ties to it. Therefore, I hereby declare that I shall take Xuanning as my adopted son. The Xian family is henceforth forbidden from attempting to capture Xuanning. Should you choose to do so, it shall be tantamount to declaring enmity against me, Zhou Tian's. Do you have any further questions, Xuanning? Upon hearing this, Xuanning was instantly rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could he have ever imagined that Zhou Tian's would make such a decision? What qualities did Xuanning possess that were worthy of Zhou Tian's regard? Xuanning was utterly perplexed, his mind swirling with confusion. Not only was he astonished, but even Xuanning within the carriage looked utterly bewildered. He could never have anticipated that Zhou Tian's would unilaterally declare him as his adopted son under such circumstances. Such a decision had never been discussed with him. Was this not a grave disrespect? Upon hearing this declaration, Yi Haya was equally taken aback. He could hardly fathom why Zhou Tian's would proclaim Xuanning as his adopted son in their presence, clearly positioning himself as Xuanning's protector. Any further attempt to act against Xuanning would effectively mean opposing Zhou Tian's. Such an endeavor was unthinkable for Yi Haya, and even more so for Xuanning. Zhou Yiyo gazed at her father in shock, although she could not comprehend the specific reasons behind this decision. The realization that Xuanning would now be considered her family filled her heart with an inexplicable joy. With the Lord of Shou making such a statement, Xuanning could not be the kind of person to ignore the shifting tides. Henceforth, the Xian family would have no further entanglements with Xuanning, and naturally, would not send anyone to apprehend him again. With a sense of resignation, Xuanning spoke up. Had he known that Xuanning would place such importance on him in the eyes of Zhou Tian's, he would never have been cast out from the family. Alas, in this world, there is no such thing as foresight. Since all these events have transpired, and Xuanning has been thoroughly expelled from the family, even Yi Haya could no longer demand anything from him. If he possesses any capability, let him seek assistance from Zhou Tian's himself. Overall, Xuanning felt a sense of satisfaction. At least Xuanning had been completely banished from the clan. Upon hearing Xuanng's words, Zhou Tian's expressed his contentment. He then turned to Yi Haya and declared, "Xuanning is now my adopted son. Henceforth, you are forbidden from taking any action against him. And do not let me catch you repeatedly assaulting my daughter. Otherwise, I will ensure that your Yi family pays a grievous price. For today's incident, I shall let you off without retribution. Yi Haya, are you satisfied with this?" Though Yi Haya felt quite displeased, he had already acquired the mine he desired from the Xian family. Whether or not Xuanning fell into his hands was, in truth, of little consequence. His desire for Xuanning stemmed merely from indignation over the treatment of his son. He wished to see Xuanning publicly kneel and apologize, and subsequently have his martial prowess stripped away. However, Yihayu was not inclined to resort to murder, as he had once been friends with Xuanning's father, albeit for his own advantage. The prospect of using Xuanning to appease Zhou Tian's wrath seemed highly advantageous to Yihayu, and he harbored no objections. Since the city lord has spoken, I, Yihayu, would naturally not be so foolish as to challenge Xuanning further. Please rest assured, City Lord Zhou, he replied promptly. Hearing their exchange, Zhou Tianzi felt greatly satisfied and called out, Xuanning, come forth. Inside the carriage, upon hearing Zhou Tianzi's summons, Xuanning quickly emerged and approached him, saying, City Lord, you called for me. Zhou Tianzi, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his displeasure, stating, You are now my adopted son. Address me as father. I'm sorry, but I cannot process that request. Xuanning, not want to be foolish, quickly knelt down and bowed his head to Zhou Tianzi, saying, Father, please allow me to pay my respects. Good, rise, Zhou Tianzi replied, feeling immense satisfaction in his heart. He secretly mused that this young man was quite clever, ensuring that his efforts were not in vain. Such individuals are truly worth cultivating. A smile adorned Zhou Tianzi's face as he turned to Xianquang and Yihayu, saying, Gentlemen, you may take your leave. We are heading home. We bid farewell to the city lord. Xianquang and Yihayu promptly responded to the departing figures. With Zhou Tianzi as his support, Xuanning would soar to great heights, no longer subject to the whims of the Xian and Yi families. Xuanning, Zhou Yuyao, and Zhou Tianzi entered the carriage together. Greetings, City Lord. Sichuan and Dong Shui promptly saluted Zhou Tianzi. Zhou Tianzi nodded, and then Zhou Yuyao eagerly inquired, Father, what prompted you to adopt Xuanning as your son? Although Zhou Yuyao was genuinely delighted that her father had chosen to take Xuanning as his son, she found it difficult to fully comprehend the rationale behind her father's unexpected decision. Upon hearing her question, Zhou Tianzi responded solemnly, There is no particular reason. I simply believe that the Xian and Yi families have gone too far. I am well aware of the situation between Xuanning and Yi Wuqiao. This matter is not Xuanning's fault at all. In fact, he acted commendably, particularly in defending you, Yao. However, the actions of the Xian family are laughable. Instead of rewarding Xuanning, they have cast him out. The Yi family, emboldened by their power, has taken this opportunity to suppress the Xian family. I, Zhou Tianzi, cannot stand idly by. If they intend to target Xuanning, then I shall ensure their plans do not come to fruition. It is as simple as that. Zhou Tianzi, however, would not reveal that it was his regard for Xuanning's future that motivated him to cloak his true intentions behind such words. This explanation, while entirely reasonable, made the decision to adopt Xuanning quite astonishing. Xuanning, since I, Zhou Tianzi, have made this declaration today, you are now my adopted son. This is an unalterable truth. I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly. From now on, reside in the city lord's mansion. Neither Yihayu nor Xianquang will dare to confront you. Rest assured, Zhou Tianzi regarded Xuanning, a talent of both martial and scholarly prowess, and could not fathom how Xianquang failed to appreciate such a gem, allowing him to seize this opportunity. A truly foolish patriarch. Thank you, father, Xuanning replied. Though his acquaintance with Zhou Tianzi was limited, he felt an immense gratitude towards him. Moreover, Zhou Tianzi's treatment of Zhou Yuyao revealed him to be a loving father. With such a protector, Xuanning felt emboldened against the Xian and Yi families in Luoxian City. Splendid. I, Zhou Tianzi, now have another son, and I am exceedingly pleased. Here is a token of our first meeting, Zhou Tianzi said, casually presenting a ring to Xuanning. Xuanning, taken aback, exclaimed, This is a space ring. Young man, you possess quite an eye. Indeed, this is a space ring. Zhou Tianzi, elated, then presented 2 books to Xuanning, saying, You have considerable talent, so do not let it go to waste. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me directly. Xuanning, upon receiving the gifts, was taken aback, astonished that Zhou Tianzi would be so magnanimous as to present him with 2 tomes of profound significance in a single gesture. One was the mid-tier technique, the Haoyang Ju, while the other was the superior martial art, the Huajian Ju. The value of these 2 manuals undoubtedly exceeded 100,000 gold coins. The fact that Zhou Tianzi would bestow such treasures upon him as a token of their meeting left Xuanning utterly astounded. He had not anticipated such generosity. Thank you, foster father, Xuanning expressed, genuinely surprised to realize that Zhou Tian's intentions were sincere, treating him as a true son. Since you have become my foster son, you are akin to my own flesh and blood. Should anyone dare to bully you, I, Zhou Tiansu, shall be the first to confront them. Rest assured, having accepted you as my son, I shall spare no effort in nurturing your potential. Zhou Tiansu indeed harbored such intentions. Although he had a biological son, he welcomed the opportunity to cultivate another exceptionally talented foster son. Recognizing that this would only serve to enhance his own standing. Holding the two manuals, Xuanning refrained from utilizing them immediately, for to do so would render the tomes ephemeral. The techniques acquired in reality could be employed as conveniently as attribute points, a notion that greatly pleased him. Subsequently, Zhou Tiansu began inquiring about Xuanning's precise birth date. After gleaning the necessary details, he remarked, I have another son who is currently training at the Langya Holy Land. Once he returns, I shall arrange for you to meet. You are a few months older than Yu Yao, thus you will be her elder brother from this day forth. You must embrace the responsibilities of an elder sibling and protect your sister, Zhou Tiansu advised Xuanning. Prior to this, Xuanning had heard Zhou Yuyao mention her elder brother. Although they were not born of the same mother, her elder brother treated Zhou Yuyao quite well, showing great concern for her and regarding her as a true sister. It appears that Xuanning's observations can be attributed to the upbringing imparted by Zhou Tiansu. Indeed, Zhou Tiansu is a commendable father, whose affection for Zhou Yuyao is evident in every aspect. However, it seems that Zhou Tiansu's wife does not extend the same kindness towards Zhou Yuyao, which explains why she has chosen to reside in an external estate. Rest assured, my adoptive father, I shall treat Yuyao as my own sister henceforth, Xuanning responded. Zhou Yuyao is exceptionally kind-hearted and steadfast in her self-defense, and Xuanning would certainly not allow anyone to harm her. How wonderful! I have gained another brother, Zhou Yuyao exclaimed with delight, her vivacity rendering her utterly charming, akin to a resplendent peacock. Within the carriage, joyous laughter rang like silver bells. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the Lord's manor. As the carriage came to a halt, everyone disembarked. A guard approached from a distance and addressed Zhou Tiansu, saying, Lord, there is a matter that requires your attention. Zhou Tiansu nodded and turned to Zhou Yuyao, stating, Yuyao, your father has some matters to attend to. Please take Xuanning to meet your aunt. Regardless of the circumstances, she is still your mother. Grant your father this favor and refrain from creating too much discord with her. Yuyao understands, Zhou Yuyao replied, clearly reluctant to meet her aunt. Once Zhou Tiansu departed, Xuanning curiously inquired, I had noticed that your relationship with your aunt is strained. Does she possess a particularly irritable temperament? Xiachan interjected, your aunt has always had a contentious relationship with the young lady's mother, harboring a long-standing dislike for the young lady, often making things difficult for her. Thus, she is not inclined to engage with her. Humph. I suspect that it was your aunt who caused your mother's demise, Dong Shui bluntly stated. Dong Shui, such words are reckless. Xiachan quickly glanced around, relieved that there were no outsiders present, yet she cast a reproachful look at Dong Shui, realizing they were in the Lord's manor. Dong Shui understood the potential repercussions if the aunt's people overheard, promptly covering her mouth and exhaling in relief once it was evident they were alone. Nevertheless, Dong Shui whispered, I know the young lady harbors similar thoughts. She simply lacks the evidence to substantiate them. Xuanning glanced at Zhou Yuyao, observing the weight of her thoughts, which clearly indicated her suspicions. Dong Shui, henceforth, refrained from speaking of this matter indiscriminately. Without evidence, one must not make unfounded claims, Zhou Yuyao instructed Dong Shui. Yes, miss. Dong Shui promptly replied. From what Dong Shui knew, Zhou Yuyao's aunt was named Bai Ji, a member of the Bai family from Taixia City. She had a son, Zhou Zhenghao, who was Zhou Yuyao's elder brother. It was said that his talent for alchemy was exceptional, and he was currently a favored disciple of the Grand Elder of the Langya Sacred Land, enjoying a position of great esteem. This was one of the significant reasons Yi Haya held Zhou Tian's in such high regard. Given the rarity of alchemists, those possessing the talent for alchemy are truly extraordinary, and an accomplished alchemist is revered wherever they go. With a son of remarkable alchemical talent, who is also a direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Langya Sacred Land, Zhou Tian's was associated with a renowned master of alchemy in the Liuli dynasty. Even if Yi Haya had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to offend Zhou Tian's, and as for Xin Kuang, he would be eager to curry favor instead. Moreover, the only establishment in Luoxian City that sold elixirs was directly under Zhou Tian's control. These elixirs were procured from the Langya sacred land by Zhou Tian's and then sold in Luoxian City. All of this stemmed from Zhou Tian's son being an alchemist. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for him to acquire elixirs from the Langya sacred land. In Luoxian City, the three prominent families were the Yi family, which controlled the southern and northern streets, making them the largest among the three. However, due to the previous offense against Zhou Tian's, the Yi family had ceded control of the northern street to him. The Xian family is a venerable lineage in Luoxian City, having dominantly governed the eastern street for centuries. This steadfast control is the primary reason why they would never relinquish it willingly. In contrast, the Lin family presides over the western street. They are a collective of exceptional talents, marked by unity and familial harmony. Unlike the arrogant Yi family, the Lin family exhibits no signs of decline, but rather promises to grow ever more formidable. The most prosperous area of Luoxian City, the Central District, remains under the authority of the city lord, a domain untouched by any local faction. Each city is mandated to submit a specific tax to the Liuli dynasty annually, a duty that falls squarely on the shoulders of the city lord. Failing to meet these obligations could very well result in the lord's replacement. The city lord's residence is grand and opulent, indicative of Zhou Tian's considerable wealth, primarily derived from his control over the medicinal pill trade, the profits of which are entirely his. Other cities frequently visit Luoxian City to procure these pills, as alchemists are exceedingly rare, seldom serving as guest elders in other families. Those without access to medicinal pills have no choice but to purchase from Zhou Tian's. Many aspire to secure a channel for these pills, yet such avenues are not easily obtained. Numerous sects struggle to meet their own internal demands, let alone supply outsiders. Upon arriving at an elegantly designed house, Zhou Yuyo exchanged a glance with Xuanning, both prepared to enter. A maid, upon seeing Zhou Yuyo, expressed her surprise. "How did you return?" Dong Shui quickly stepped forward, retorting, "The young lady can return as she pleases. What business is it of yours?" The maid's expression darkened, and though she wished to protest, she merely inquired, "I dare not question, but I am curious as to why the young lady has come here. I brought my second brother to meet our esteemed mother. Please inform her." Zhou Yuyo replied softly, "What? Your second brother?" The maid was taken aback, doubting her ears, wondering how the master could have a newfound illegitimate son. What nonsense. This is the city lord's recently acknowledged adopted son. You ought to greet the young master at once, Dong Shui insisted. "Oh, I see," the maid finally comprehended. Regardless, since it was the city lord's decree, it was beyond her purview to interfere. Qiushi pays respects to the young master. The maid promptly bowed. "Spare the formalities. We have come to pay our respects to our adoptive mother," Xuanning said, though addressing a woman he had yet to meet felt awkward. Nonetheless, given Zhou Tian's substantial assistance, it was only fitting to acknowledge her as such. "Please wait, young master and young lady. I shall inform the mistress at once," Qiushi said, hastening to deliver this news. After a considerable time, Qiushi emerged and addressed them. "The mistress requests your presence." The two entered, but Qiushi halted Xia Chan and Dong Shui, stating, "The mistress has only permitted the young lady and young master to enter. You may remain here." Winter Snow was rather displeased, yet Summer Cicada restrained Winter Snow and said, "Since you have given your orders, we shall await outside. Fear not, we shall return shortly." Zhou Yuyo turned back and smiled at Summer Cicada and Winter Snow. The two then proceeded to the living room, where they beheld a woman of regal elegance seated in the main seat. The lady was mature and dignified, impeccably maintained, with her 38 years barely discernible. Yurong acknowledged her as aunt. Zhou Yuyu remarked. Xuanning also greeted, "I have met my honorable mother." Xuanning was astonished. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she might have presumed this woman was merely Zhou Yuyo's elder sister. This lady was remarkably well preserved, to the extent that it was inconceivable she had borne a child. But she nodded, showing no signs of distress towards Zhou Yuyo, creating an atmosphere that appeared quite harmonious. Yet, the true circumstances were difficult for Xuanning to decipher. Baishi glanced at Xuanning and inquired, "You are the adopted son just accepted by the city lord, surnamed Xian. Could it be you hail from the Xian family?" "I was, but I have since departed from the Xian family," Xuanning replied. "Oh," Baishi expressed her belief that there must be some underlying story. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, "Recently, the most celebrated scholar in Luoxian City, who has caused quite a stir, seems to share your name, Xuanning. Could that be you?" "Modesty forbids me from claiming such a title. I have merely composed a few poems," Xuanning responded. "Is that so? Then I must put your talents to the test." Baiji was eager to discover what made this scholar, exalted by Luoxian city, so remarkable. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the freshly picked peach blossoms in the vase. And she smiled, saying, "Since outsiders praise you so highly, there must be some truth to it. Why not compose a poem for your adoptive mother inspired by the peach blossoms?" Upon hearing this, Xuanning thought, "Is it not merely composing poetry? This is a simple task." She promptly responded, "Indeed, I shall attempt to present my modest offerings." Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yuyo turned her gaze towards Xuanning. The latter's literary talent surpassed her own by far, and every time Xuanning inscribed verses, it left an indelible impression on those who beheld them. Xuanning gazed at the peach blossoms within the vase, feigning a demeanor of composure. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and spoke. "The double peach blooms grow ever redder in the evening, casting reflections of bamboo through the window, revealing exquisite treasures. One must understand that the officials return to the heavens, thus accompanying the immortal youth in the confines of the palace." Upon hearing this, Baishi savored the words thoughtfully, quickly breaking into a satisfied smile. "Indeed, quite remarkable. No wonder the city lord has taken you as an adopted son. I shall acknowledge this son of yours." Baishi assumed that Zhou Tiansu had chosen Xuanning solely for his talents. Little did she know that what Zhou Tiansu truly valued was Xuanning's innate cultivation aptitude. "Bring forth the tea," Baishi said with a smile. Soon, a maidservant presented the tea, and Xuanning understood that it was customary for him to pay his respects. He lifted the teacup and offered it to Baishi, saying, "The adopted son, Xuanning, presents tea to his adoptive mother." Baishi took a sip and remarked, "From this day forth, you shall be regarded as the young master of the city lord's residence. Reside here comfortably. No one shall trouble you." "Thank you, adoptive mother," Xuanning replied. Baishi nodded and added, "Very well, you may leave now. I will ensure that someone attends to your needs." "Thank you, adoptive mother," Xuanning expressed his gratitude, reluctant to linger any longer with Baishi, as he felt quite out of place. Baishi offered no further words to Zhou Yuyao, maintaining an indifferent demeanor that suggested their relationship was indeed rather strained. The two took their leave, after which Baishi sent someone to inquire about Xuanning's circumstances. Her curiosity piqued by his experiences and the manner in which the city lord had chosen him as an adopted son. Xuanning was soon arranged into a secluded courtyard, conveniently situated adjacent to the residence of Zhou Yuyao. "Greetings, young Master Ning. I am Chun Shui," one of the maidens introduced herself. "Greetings, young Master Ning. I am Chun Fun," said the other. The courtyard was bustling with several individuals, particularly two young maids whose enchanting beauty was striking. They incessantly called out, "Young Master Ning this, young Master Ning that." Both were appointed by Baishi to attend to Xuanning, and their charming demeanor suggested that Baishi held a favorable regard for him. They appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, further indicating Baishi's benevolence towards Xuanning. Xuanning was accustomed to living alone. However, given the vastness of the courtyard, it required tending, and Xuanning could not easily decline. She did not wish Baishi to feel dissatisfied with her arrangements. After some time, Zhou Yuyo and Xia Chan arrived at Xuanning's abode, with Xia Chan carrying a considerable number of books, which Xuanning assumed were those that Zhou Yuyo typically read. Zhou Yuyo approached Xuanning and inquired, "Are you feeling somewhat out of place? You will gradually acclimate. I too found it difficult to adjust upon returning. It is not as comfortable as residing in my own estate. How can this be your home and feel so unfamiliar?" Xuanning asked, intrigued. "I have not returned to live here for 3 years. It is not surprising," Zhou Yuyo replied. 3 years. This indicated that Zhou Yuyao had last lived in that estate when she was 13. Xuanning did not delve further into the specifics. "I wish to cultivate. Could you possibly teach me?" Zhou Yuyao inquired. Xuanning was taken aback and inquired, "Didn't you say you were not fond of cultivation?" "I do not particularly enjoy it, yet there are times when I feel utterly helpless, as though I am of no use at all." Zhou Yuyao refrained from revealing to Xuanning that it was precisely because of him that she felt compelled to pursue cultivation. "However, I am not particularly adept at teaching others. I fear I would not be effective," Xuanning admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his words. "Father mentioned that your strength is formidable. You must be at the 5th level of Marshal General, so how could you possibly be incapable of teaching?" There is no need for modesty. Zhou Yuyao assumed Xuanning was merely being humble, unaware that he was speaking the truth. Little did they know that Xuanning's actual realm was already at the 6th level of Marshal General, a testament to his remarkably swift progress. Xuanning's cultivation relies entirely on the acquisition of attributes, while his comprehension of the practice is guided by the paths of the techniques residing in his mind. As for a deeper understanding, he is still somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, Xuanning has already attained the 6th level of martial general, and with his increasing perception, aptitude, and wisdom, his grasp of cultivation deepens significantly each day. Thus, mentoring Zhou Yuyo, a novice in the art, poses no challenge. Although Zhou Yuyo has only just begun her martial training, it is not yet too late. If she were to wait until the age of 20 to commence her cultivation, that would indeed be rather late. Xuanning then said, "Let us commence our studies from the very fundamentals." "Sounds good," replied Zhou Yuyo, who had come prepared. She took out the books from Xiachan's hands and inquired, "I find myself perplexed by several questions regarding cultivation. Could you help me discern where the confusion lies?" Upon closer inspection, Xuanning realized that these were all texts concerning the fundamentals of cultivation, none of which he had previously perused, let alone studied. Thus, he began to delve into them and discovered that these foundational writings indeed had a significant impact on his understanding of cultivation, enhancing his comprehension considerably. Had it been in the past, Xuanning would have needed to devote considerable time to studying these concepts. However, with his current mental acuity, insight, innate talent, and wisdom augmented by his titles, all attributes were now elevated beyond several points. The foundational material was readily grasped, further deepening his understanding of cultivation. Consequently, Xuanning began to elucidate these fundamental cultivation issues to Zhou Yuyo. Naturally, Zhou Yuyo was exceptionally intelligent, and under Xuanning's guidance, she swiftly comprehended these basic principles of cultivation. Once she grasped the foundational aspects, she commenced her attempts at cultivation within the courtyard, while Xuanning stood guard to protect her. After approximately an hour, Zhou Yuyo sensed the presence of spiritual energy and began to draw it into her body in accordance with Xuanning's instructions, initiating the refinement of her physical form. Xuanning was somewhat astonished by Zhou Yuyo's remarkable talent, as it typically takes an ordinary individual 3 to 5 days to even begin sensing spiritual energy. Yet, Zhou Yuyo had managed to successfully perceive this energy in such a short span of time and had commenced her cultivation. It must be acknowledged that Zhou Yuyo's innate abilities are quite impressive. Starting her training at this juncture seems to be a slight squandering of her potential. Fortunately, Zhou Yuyo has now resolved to pursue her cultivation. With diligent effort, it is certainly within her reach to catch up to her peers. As Xuanning observed Zhou Yuyo in her cultivation, he was astonished to see attribute orbs falling beside her. Curiously, he picked one up. Could it be that guiding others in their cultivation could also yield attribute drops? Xuanning was indeed surprised. It seemed he had stumbled upon yet another avenue for acquiring attribute points. Although the cultivation values were modest, Zhou Yuyo was merely a novice. If her realm were to rise, the attribute points Xuanning could collect would undoubtedly increase significantly. Xuanning is eager to ascertain whether guiding others allows them to lose attribute points. Xuanning suddenly turned his gaze towards Xiachan, causing her to feel quite embarrassed. "Young Master Ning, why do you look at me like that?" she inquired. "Since you have some free time, why not begin cultivating as well? If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me directly." Xuanning intended to test whether his suspicions were indeed correct. Can I also cultivate? To become a warrior is the dream of many, yet not everyone has the potential to do so. Xiachan was genuinely astonished to hear that Xuanning wished to teach her cultivation. "It's all right. You have already been introduced to the basics of cultivation. If there is anything unclear, just let me know, and I will assist you," Xuanning continued. "Oh, all right." Naturally, Xiachan was eager to begin her cultivation. Under Xuanning's guidance, she sat cross-legged and commenced her practice. After a considerable amount of time, she finally managed to connect with the spiritual energy and began to draw it into her body for refinement. Upon observing the situation, Xuanning was immediately filled with curiosity. It seemed improbable that his fortune could be so exceptional, allowing 2 individuals in succession to possess such remarkable cultivation talents. Could it be that he was the catalyst for this phenomenon? Xuanning began to speculate that he must possess some hidden attributes within himself. After all, how could he possibly facilitate 2 people entering a state of cultivation in such a brief span? Even the most gifted individuals would find it challenging to connect with the ethereal energies of heaven and earth for refinement in such a short time. Xuanning believed that the root of all these occurrences must be connected to him. Thus, it followed that anyone who received his guidance could swiftly enter a state of cultivation and consistently provide him with a continuous influx of cultivation attributes. Xuanning pondered whether he should seek out additional helpers. No, he thought to himself, I, Xuanning, only aspire to be a genuinely good person. After Xia Chan entered her cultivation state, she also dropped attribute points, which Xuanning promptly collected. Xuanning was exceedingly joyful. Why had that girl, Dong Shui, not arrived? Xuanning turned her attention to the other individuals at the city lord's mansion. Xuanning noticed in the distance the two personal maids assigned to him by Bai Shi. A smile graced his lips as he said, Chun Shui, Chun Fun, come here, I have a matter to discuss with you. The two maids promptly approached Xuanning and inquired, Young Master Ning, what is it that you require? Xuanning picked up a book and began to address the two maids. This contains the foundational knowledge of cultivation. I shall teach you the art of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the two maids were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Young master, are you truly going to teach us cultivation? They were both shocked and elated. Yet the situation felt utterly surreal. It is often said that knowledge is a privilege for the wealthy, while martial prowess is the domain of the impoverished. Both girls hailed from humble beginnings, having been sold into servitude at the Lord's manor from a young age. Under normal circumstances, they would never have the opportunity to engage in cultivation, nor had they ever dared to hope for such a possibility. However, the notion that Xuanning wished to personally guide them in their cultivation journey felt like a dream, profoundly unreal. Xuanning had not contemplated much. His actions were solely motivated by his desire to continuously accumulate cultivation points. His intentions were entirely self-serving. However, upon witnessing the two women with their eyes glistening with tears of joy, he found himself utterly bewildered. It seemed he had not committed any egregious act towards them. Do not cry, do not cry. It is not a significant matter. It is merely cultivation. Come, listen attentively. If anything is unclear, feel free to inquire. Xuanning commenced the guidance of the two individuals in their cultivation practice. Although the initial stages demanded considerable investment of time, it was assured that once they began their training, they would subsequently reap substantial rewards in terms of cultivation value, rendering the endeavor highly worthwhile. The two women, displaying remarkable intelligence, grasped this knowledge swiftly and soon engaged in meditation and cultivation. The duration they spent communicating with spiritual energy to refine their bodies was comparable to that of Xia Chan, indicating that their innate talents were indeed on par with hers. Moreover, it was evident that their rapid transition into a state of cultivation was largely attributable to their own efforts. Xuanning discovered that he possessed other hidden attributes within himself. Ultimately, this only served to benefit him, with no detriment whatsoever. As the four individuals immersed themselves in their cultivation, they occasionally dropped a few cultivation attribute points. Xuanning merely needed to collect these points to enhance his cultivation value, rendering arduous training entirely unnecessary. Thus, one might ponder, is cultivation truly a challenging endeavor? It seems that possessing hands is all that is required. Xuanning's ambitions were far from satiated. How could 4 individuals suffice? With so many charming and lovely maidens in the city lord's mansion, if only he could gather them together, just a couple of hundred would suffice. His cultivation would surely ascend at an astonishing pace. Thus, Xuanning set his sights on the servants of the city lord's estate. Xuanning was a person of his word. He promptly summoned all the servants assigned to Bai Shi, gathering them without delay. Though their numbers were modest, merely a dozen, they were all young women tasked with various chores around the courtyard. Subsequently, Xuanning made his way to Zhou Yuyao's quarters, calling upon all her maidens to join the assembly. As he surveyed the assembly of around 20 individuals, a smile graced his lips. Young Master Ning, what are your intentions? Dong Shui inquired, sensing an air of mischief about him. Xuanning retrieved the foundational cultivation techniques and addressed them, saying, The reason I have gathered you all is quite simple. I wish to guide you in your cultivation. Xuanning gestured towards Zhou Yuyao and the others, continuing, They are all individuals I have just guided, and they have begun their cultivation journey. Tell me, do you wish to embark on a similar path of cultivation? This opportunity, akin to a pie falling from the heavens, left them utterly astonished. They had never conceived that they could engage in cultivation as subordinates. They had never imagined such a chance would be bestowed upon them, especially under the personal guidance of young Master Ning. Yes, young Master Ning, we desire to cultivate. But is it truly possible for us? One maid exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down her face. Of course it is possible. As long as I, Xuanning, am here. Even if you lack innate talent for cultivation, I can bestow upon you that very talent. Xuanning's words were sincere. He genuinely believed in his ability. Younger Master Ning, we wish to cultivate. Thank you for granting us this opportunity. They exclaimed in unison, their gratitude overflowing. "You are truly a benevolent person." How could they not express their appreciation for Xuanning? Although his motives were entirely self-serving, they remained oblivious to this fact. To them, Xuanning was a divine benefactor, a savior who had bestowed upon them such a remarkable gift. The concept of cultivation was not something that ordinary people dared to even contemplate, and they had never considered the possibility of engaging in it. Yet Xuanning aimed to transform their lives, and their admiration for him had reached unparalleled heights in that moment. "Very well," he declared. "Next, I will elucidate the fundamental aspects of cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to voice them. I am here to assist you." Xuanning subsequently began to guide them in their cultivation, though not everyone comprehended the concepts immediately, as only a few were literate. Nevertheless, Xuanning exhibited remarkable patience, meticulously explaining the entire cultivation process to each individual. Being a modern person, she employed a flexible and varied teaching approach, which enabled them to swiftly grasp the intricacies of cultivation. Gradually, one by one, they commenced their practices. Upon witnessing the genuine success of their peers in refining their skills, a palpable excitement surged among the others, each of them displaying utmost enthusiasm and dedication. After all, this pertained to their destinies, and they were determined to exert every effort, akin to a group of impoverished students fervently yearning for education. They seized this opportunity with utmost seriousness and attentiveness. Moreover, many of them posed thought-provoking questions that left Xuanning astounded, had they not articulated these inquiries. She herself might never have contemplated them. Xuanning had not anticipated such a rewarding outcome, which led her to reassess her initial beliefs. Initially, her motivation stemmed solely from a desire to enhance her own cultivation value. However, upon witnessing their fervent enthusiasm and yearning for improvement, she felt compelled to effect positive change in them. Although uncertain of their future paths, Xuanning was content to have contributed to a mutually beneficial endeavor within her capacity. As more than 20 individuals entered a state of cultivation, her own gains significantly increased. Xuanning appears to have developed a fondness for endeavors that not only assist others but also cultivate one's own strength. Xuanning suddenly recalled that Zhou Tianzu had gifted him 2 secret manuals. After retrieving the tomes, he commenced his practice. He successfully mastered the Haoyang technique at level 8 and the transforming sword technique at level 9. He discovered the ability to deconstruct a skill. He must now select one technique for disassembly. One can only cultivate a single technique, and Xuanning currently possesses 2, the newly acquired Haoyang technique at level 8 and the Xiantian technique at level 6. Xuanning naturally opted to deconstruct the lower-tier Xiantian martial arts technique at level 6. The deconstruction of the Xiantian technique at level 6 was successful, yielding an experience of 15 points in martial arts proficiency. Xuanning imparted his expertise in martial arts, yet the Haoyang Ju remained unchanged at level 8. This technique had already attained the status of a mid-tier Xian rank skill, and any further enhancement would elevate it to a high-tier Xian rank skill, undoubtedly requiring a substantial amount of experience. Upon mastering the Haoyang Ju at level 8, Xuanning found his mind enriched with profound knowledge of martial arts, as this technique was equally intricate. However, with his commendable comprehension, aptitude, and intellect, grasping its nuances proved to be a manageable endeavor, allowing him to swiftly acquire its secrets. During daylight hours, Xuanning refrained from cultivating, as he deemed it more advantageous to collect attribute points instead. After diligently gathering all the points scattered on the ground, he realized that this method of cultivation was exponentially more efficient than his solitary practice. He resolved to become a benefactor, believing that aiding one person was commendable. Assisting 10 was praiseworthy, and supporting 100 was even more so. The city lord's residence appeared to be bustling with activity, with a notable presence of guards as well. Consequently, Xuanning made his way toward the training grounds of the city lord's estate. As for the individuals present there, he thought they should focus on their cultivation. The city lord's estate was significantly larger than the Xian family's, and after inquiring with several individuals, he discovered that there were 2 training grounds, one designated for the guards and another reserved exclusively for the city lord himself. After inquiring for a while, Xuanning finally located the training grounds where the guards were assembled. Upon his arrival, he observed numerous individuals practicing various martial arts. The gathering was quite substantial, comprising several hundred people, not counting the entirety of the city lord's mansion. If one were to include all the guards within the mansion, the total would likely exceed 1,000. The lord of the Lioli dynasty wields considerable authority, overseeing a myriad of affairs within the city while also being responsible for its defense. Although the Lord has several officials under his command, significant matters still necessitate his direct intervention. Upon observing the attribute points of the entire training arena, Xuanning felt an immense joy, for it far surpassed the attribute points of the Xin family, radiating with a brilliance that was considerably more intense. Xuanning encountered several familiar faces, notably the guards who had previously protected Zhou Yuyao, among whom was an old acquaintance of his, Xuanning, young Master Ning. Upon spotting Xuanning, Qianku was taken aback and promptly called out to those around him, "Everyone, come over. This is the newly recognized adopted son of the city lord, young Master Xuanning. Let us all greet him." "Young Master Xuanning, greetings." The curious guards approached, eager to see what the city lord's new adoptive son looked like. After a brief observation, they enthusiastically called out to Xuanning. Very well, Xuanning nodded, understanding why some were enamored with power. The sensation of being surrounded by admirers was indeed delightful. "Qianku, I trust your injury is not too grave?" Xuanning inquired. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Ning. I have already received treatment. It is nothing to worry about," Qianku quickly replied. Xuanning gazed at the attribute points scattered across the ground and began to move. Strength increased by 2, constitution by 0, 2, cultivation value by 5, defense by 0, 8, and cultivation value by an additional 11. A substantial amount of attribute points had come into his possession, and Xuanning realized that these points were remarkably plentiful, although many of the attribute points were diminished due to the passage of time. The sheer volume of individuals training diligently here daily, often numbering in the hundreds or thousands, completely compensated for the lack of quality. This brought immense joy to Xuanning. To avoid drawing attention to his peculiar behavior, he addressed the crowd, saying, "Since everyone is training so earnestly, how about I teach you a martial skill?" Martial skill? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. They had only heard their companions mention Xuanning's impressive strength, but the specifics of his prowess remained unclear to them. However, the prospect of him voluntarily teaching them a martial skill delighted everyone. Generally, such skills were unattainable for them. So Xuanning's willingness to impart his knowledge was a source of great excitement. Qianku was aware of Xuanning's considerable talent, yet he too was uncertain about the specifics of his strength. Surprised by Xuanning's offer to teach martial skills, he refrained from objecting. "Why are you all standing there? Hurry and express your gratitude to young Master Ning," Qianku urged. "Thank you, young Master Ning." The crowd finally responded in unison. Xuanning nodded and addressed the group, saying, "The martial skill I am about to teach you is known as the Rift Mountain Palm. It is a lower-tier technique of the human rank. For you all, it should not pose much difficulty. With diligent practice, you will soon master it." Xuanning subsequently commenced the practice of the split mountain palm technique. Driven by his desire to ascertain whether this martial skill, once imparted to others, would yield tangible results. Should this prove feasible, he would be able to continuously acquire diverse martial experience. Such an opportunity to enhance his own skills through the accumulation of martial expertise was undeniably advantageous. As Xuanning demonstrated the technique and elucidated its intricacies, the others began to follow suit in their learning endeavors. Among the hundreds present, some astute individuals swiftly grasped the nuances after only a few attempts, while others, despite numerous trials, struggled to comprehend the subtleties of the skill. Xuanning had been intently observing the ground, yet regrettably, not a single martial skill attribute point had been dropped. This left Xuanning feeling somewhat disappointed, pondering whether his assumptions were incorrect. Perhaps the martial skills entrusted to others do not yield drops in the same manner as guiding someone in their cultivation. After all, these were merely mid-tier human-level martial skills, not particularly valuable, and for Xuanning, it was entirely a trivial matter. Xuanning continued to gather the remaining attribute points scattered across the ground, for they were all engrossed in learning the mountain splitter technique, rendering his peculiar actions unnoticed. As the accumulation of attribute points increased, so too did Xuanning's strength significantly. After collecting the points, he took a moment to examine his attributes. Health, 3562 strength, 95. 2 speed, 17. 8 constitution, 86. 7 stamina, 82. 9 defense, 79 critical hit. 6. 4 spirit, 4110 comprehension, 28. 710 talent, 3110 wisdom, 30. 210 damage taken, -10 luck. 2 elemental resistance, 6 bloodline, 31 title, the most talented scholar of Luoxian city realm, 6th layer of martial general cultivation value, 498, life skills, calligraphy LV3 martial techniques, mountain splitter LV2, Raging Tide Fist LV2, Whip Thunder Leg LV2, Flowing Cloud Sword Technique LV3, Rapid Steps LV4, Cloud Dispersing Palm LV4, Wind Controlling Palm LV7. Sword Transformation Technique LV9 Cultivation Method. Haoyang Technique LV8 is title. The most talented scholar of Luoxian City granted him additional attributes: 10 to comprehension, 10 to talent, 10 to wisdom, 10 to spirit, and -10 to damage taken. These were Xuanning's current attributes. With several attribute points at his disposal, he was not far from surpassing the 100 mark. It was anticipated that after collecting a wave of points at the Royal Arena tonight, he would easily breach that significant threshold. Xuanning also commenced training martial arts here, while simultaneously guiding them in the cultivation of the mountain-cleaving palm. As they practiced, Zhou Yin was able to acquire additional attribute points, which was not without its rewards. Strength increased by 1, cultivation value augmented by 8, and defense enhanced by 2. Suddenly, Zhou Yin spotted a purple attribute point, prompting an exclamation of surprise from Xuanning. This is a skill. Xuanning stepped forward to collect the item. The skill Mountain Splitter +1. This ability was a drop from Qian Ke. As Xuanning observed his opponent, he realized that Qian Ke had already mastered the use of Mountain Splitter with remarkable proficiency, whereas others lacked such insight. It turned out that their inadequacy in practicing the skill was the reason for their failure to attain it, rather than an impossibility of the skill's drop. Thus, his conjecture had proven to be correct. Xuanning chuckled to himself. Since it was possible to acquire drops, he would be able to obtain a source of skill points. Truly, I am a clever young man. Xuanning devoted himself wholeheartedly to elucidating his understanding of the cracking mountain palm, which deeply touched the group of guards. They were astonished by the kindness exhibited by this young Master Ning, who not only personally instructed them in martial arts, but also shared his profound insights. Such generosity was indeed a rarity, something unimaginable in other circumstances. Their gratitude and respect for Xuanning swelled significantly. Even Qian Ke held Xuanning in high regard. Marveling at his broad-mindedness and the genuine friendliness he extended towards these guards, treating them not merely as a contingent of protectors, but as valued individuals. Xuanning was entirely unaware that they held him in such lofty regard. He merely sought to acquire the skills he desired from them, far from the exalted image they had conjured. With the enhancement of the cracked mountain palm, Xuanning, through his tireless elucidation of his insights, gradually accumulated several skill attribute points over time. Xuanning utilized all these skills, having already mastered the mountain splitter technique. Consequently, upon learning, he directly augmented his proficiency in the mountain splitter. The skill level of mountain splitter advanced from LV2 to LV3. Subsequently, it progressed from LV3 to LV4, then from LV4 to LV5, and finally from LV5 to LV6. With the complete utilization of all skill experiences, this martial art, initially categorized as a mid-tier human skill, instantaneously ascended to a high-tier yellow skill. Following the enhancement of the mountain splitter's quality, Xuanning also gained a deeper understanding of this martial technique. Marveling at the profound transformation, he had not anticipated that such an application would significantly amplify its power. Xuanning was exceedingly delighted. What of the rudimentary martial techniques? He was still able to transform them into advanced forms of martial prowess. Xuanning even contemplated the possibility of establishing a sect. By doing so, he could guide his disciples in their cultivation and martial arts, thereby ascending to the pinnacle of the realm. However, the notion of founding a sect was ultimately dismissed. He resolved instead to simply be a good person. While others may not appreciate the virtue of kindness, Xuanning cherished it profoundly, for he was, at heart, a truly magnanimous individual. As twilight approached, Xuanning departed, and all the guards respectfully bid him farewell, saying, "Young Master Ning, travel safely." Listening to their heartfelt gratitude filled Xuanning with a delightful sense of fulfillment, such as the joy of earning the respect of others. Upon returning to his estate, he discovered that the maidens had awakened. Upon seeing Xuanning, they expressed their heartfelt thanks, saying, "Greetings, young Master Ning. Thank you so much. We are now able to cultivate, all thanks to your incredible prowess." Xuanning felt a surge of joy within and remarked, "It is nothing of consequence. Dedicate yourselves to your training, and once you ascend to the ranks of martial soldiers, I shall personally impart to you the art of combat." Upon hearing this, the maidens' gratitude towards Xuanning deepened further, and they exclaimed with delight, "Young Master Ning is even willing to personally teach us martial skills. This is truly wonderful. Thank you, young Master Ning." Xuanning listened to the heartfelt gratitude expressed by the maidservants, observing their genuine appreciation, and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Upon arriving at the place where they had previously sat in meditation, he indeed discovered an abundance of attribute points. Xuanning discovered that he was on the verge of another breakthrough in his cultivation. Indeed, the process of refining one's skills was an exhilarating endeavor. In such a short span, he had ascended from the first level of a martial apprentice to the 7th level of a martial general. At that moment, a guard approached with a report. "Young Master Xuanning, the city lord has returned and requests your presence for dinner." "Understood," he replied, glancing at the sky. Noting that it was getting late. Before long, Zhou Yuyao arrived, adorned in a flowing azure gown, having taken great care in her appearance. Her complexion was as radiant as snow, her lips like delicate cherry blossoms, her brows drawn in ink, and her spirit reminiscent of autumn waters. Exuding an indescribable charm and delicacy, the azure dress accentuated her beauty, resembling raindrops on emerald lotus leaves, shrouded in ethereal grace, her laughter adding a layer of enchanting sentiment. The young lady stood at the door with a cheerful smile, her skin luminous and her eyes like clear pools of water, glancing at Xuanning with a captivating allure. Her beauty was striking, akin to a pearl radiating its glow, a jade gem shimmering with light, compelling one to steal a second glance. Although summer cicadas and winter snowflakes were equally stunning, they paled in comparison to Zhou Yuyao, who, amidst a myriad of flowers, could effortlessly capture attention at first sight. A woman of such exceptional grace invariably draws the eye, no matter the setting. "Xuanning, father is calling us for dinner. Shall we go?" Zhou Yuyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she dared not meet his gaze, her bashful demeanor utterly enchanting, evoking a tender desire to embrace her. "Yes, of course," Xuanning responded as he stepped outside. The two walked side by side in comfortable silence, savoring the rare tranquility. Upon reaching the dining hall, Zhou Tiansu and Bai Ji had already been waiting for them, with a table laden with an array of fragrant dishes, many prepared from the flesh of mystical beasts. "Yuyao, greet your father and mother," Zhou Yuyao politely instructed. "I pay my respects to my adoptive father and mother," Xuanning also offered respectfully. "No need for formalities at home. Please, sit and enjoy the meal. Today marks the joyous occasion of my adopting Xuanning as my son," Zhou Tiansu expressed joyfully, inviting them to take their seats. Bai Ji, equally delighted, served Xuanning with food, having made inquiries about him beforehand. She truly admired his literary talent, deeming him worthy of the title of her son. The family appeared harmonious, yet Bai Ji demonstrated a somewhat deliberate indifference towards Zhou Yuyao, remaining aloof and uninterested, as if they were strangers. A few months later, the 5 great sects would arrive in Luoxian City to recruit disciples. At that time, your elder brother Zhou Zhenghao would return home alongside the elders from the Langya sacred land, Zhou Tiansu remarked while handing a letter to Zhou Yuyao. "Oh, my brother is coming back. How wonderful." Zhou Yuyao was exceedingly joyful, although her relationship with Bai Ji was rather strained. Her bond with Zhou Zhenghao as siblings was exceptionally strong. Nodding in agreement, Zhou Tiansu cheerfully remarked, "Xuanning, with your aptitude, gaining entry into the 5 great immortal sects is undoubtedly within your grasp. At that time, you may directly choose the Langya sacred ground, with your elder brother there. You will surely receive his care." "Indeed, foster father," Xuanning replied, nodding in affirmation. After all, apart from the Luoyu immortal sect, he held no particular preference for the other 4 sections. With a powerful backing in the Langya sacred ground, he was determined to pursue that path, as it was far better than being alone and unsupported. Xuanning's sole concern at present is whether Zhou Zhenghao holds him in esteem. He is unfamiliar with the temperament of this big brother, and should the latter disregard him, he would not embarrass himself by seeking entry into the Langya sacred land. Nor would he do so with the other 2 immortal sections. "Daddy, I have also begun my cultivation. May I accompany big brother to the Langya sacred land for training?" Zhou Yuyao suddenly interjected. "What? You have started cultivating as well?" Zhou Tiansu and Bai Ji expressed their astonishment, for they were well aware that Zhou Yuyao had never been fond of cultivation. It was quite unexpected for her to embark on this path. Zhou Tiansu did not dwell on the matter for long. Upon hearing that his daughter wished to cultivate, he was fully supportive and promptly replied, "Yuyao, you could have informed your father about your desire to cultivate, and I would have gladly guided you. Should you wish to enter the Langya sacred land, it would be no trouble for Zhenghao to facilitate your entry, especially with Xuanning's innate talent. He is sure to be regarded as a key candidate for training by the Langya sacred land." Zhou Tiansu was quite confident in this regard, believing that with their formidable talents, bringing Zhou Yuyao into the Langya sacred land would be a mere formality. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji looked at Zhou Tiance with a puzzled expression and inquired, "My lord, considering Xuanning's exceptional literary talent, do you not intend to nurture him for a position within the Yoli dynasty?" Bai Ji truly could not comprehend the shift. She had previously thought that Zhou Tiance had taken Xuanning as an adopted son due to his literary prowess, intending to groom him for a career in the Yoli dynasty. However, upon hearing this, she realized that she did not fully grasp Zhou Tiance's intentions, nor had she delved deeply enough into her understanding of Xuanning. Seeing Bai Ji's bewildered expression, Zhou Tiance laughed heartily and said, "My dear, while Xuanning's literary talent is indeed commendable, it pales in comparison to his aptitude for cultivation. At merely 16 years of age, he has already attained a martial cultivation level equivalent to the 5th stage of a martial general." Upon hearing this, Xuanning clasped his hands and addressed Zhou Tiance, saying, "Adoptive father, I have reached the 7th level of martial prowess." Zhou Tiance, taken aback, responded, "Indeed." Bai Ji's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Xuanning, then inquired, "With your exceptional talent, could it be that Xin Kuang has lost his senses to cast you out from the family?" "I have yet to reveal my true capabilities or disclose my realm to anyone," Xuanning replied. Zhou Tiance, astonished by the specifics of Xuanning's cultivation level, felt a surge of joy, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. He mused that if the Xian family were to learn of Xuanning's true talents, they would surely regret their actions profoundly. "Rest assured, my dear adoptive son, I shall provide you with the finest resources for cultivation, striving to facilitate another breakthrough within these few months. With your caliber, even Yu Qiqing would be left in the dust." The audacity of the Yi family to withdraw their engagement was laughable, and he assured Xuanning, "As long as I, Zhou Tiance, am present in Luoxian City, you shall never face any injustice." Zhou Tiance had always intended to nurture Xuanning, as his eldest son, Zhou Zhenghao, possessed decent cultivation talent, albeit primarily focused on alchemy, which would hinder his potential as a formidable warrior. With Xuanning's remarkable aptitude, his ascension to strength was inevitable, ensuring protection for the Zhou family in the future. The more Zhou Tiance recognized Xuanning's talents, the more he valued and cultivated him, which was precisely why Xuanning disclosed his current realm. After all, this was not a secret that warranted concealment. Furthermore, in a few months' time, when the 5 great sects arrived in Luoxian City to recruit disciples, who could fathom to what height Xuanning's strength would ascend? Even he himself remained uncertain. Xuanning has never regarded the betrothed Yu Qiqing with any respect. Could such a woman truly possess a talent surpassing his own? Upon hearing about Xuanning's remarkable aptitude, Bai Ji was equally astonished and felt that Zhou Tiansu's decision to nurture Xuanning was indeed the right one. Moreover, she deemed the Xian family a collection of fools for expelling such an exceptionally gifted individual, essentially gifting them a son without any merit. As Zhou Tiansu had expressed, should they ever grasp the full extent of Xuanning's capabilities, they would likely be at a loss for how to regret their actions. Subsequently, Zhou Tiansu turned his gaze towards Zhou Yuyao and inquired, "When did you commence your cultivation?" "Today," Zhou Yuyao replied. Zhou Tiansu, with a hint of disbelief, heard her add, "Rest assured, father, I am not undertaking this recklessly. It is Xuanning who is assisting me. Do not underestimate my capabilities. I have already successfully drawn in spiritual energy to refine my body and, in a few days, I shall likely ascend to the 1st level of a martial apprentice, becoming a true warrior." Observing the peculiar expression on her father's face, Zhou Yuyao hastily clarified, "Oh, I see." Zhou Tiansu relaxed upon realizing that Xuanning was the one guiding her. However, he soon sensed something amiss. His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly questioned, "Are you saying that you sensed the spiritual energy and began refining your body on your very first day of cultivation?" Zhou Tiansu was utterly dumbfounded. It took him 7 days to first sense the spiritual energy and begin his own refinement. Yet here was his daughter, achieving this on her inaugural day. What extraordinary talent was this? Zhou Yuyao looked at her father, puzzled by his astonishment, and replied, "Isn't it a big deal? Even Xia Chan and Dong Shui were able to sense the spiritual energy as well. What is so strange about that?" "What?" Zhou Tiansu was left speechless. Could it be that so many prodigies had suddenly emerged within their family? Xuanning promptly remarked, "Adoptive father, the method I employ is vastly different from that of others, which is why they can swiftly enter a state of cultivation. It has little to do with their innate talents." "Oh, I see." It was only then that Zhou Tiansu understood that, ultimately, it was all due to Xuanning's efforts. A wave of happiness washed over Zhou Tiansu. With Xuanning's formidable talent guiding Yu Yao's cultivation, he truly had no cause for concern. Wonderful, wonderful, let us dine, Zhou Tiansu exclaimed with great delight. Realizing that ever since he had taken Xuanning as his adoptive son, fortune had been ceaselessly smiling upon him. After the meal, Xuanning and Zhou Yuyao returned to their abode, where Xuanning continued to instruct Zhou Yuyao to follow the previous cultivation regimen. Once she reached the martial apprentice realm, they would then seek a suitable technique for her. Although the Haoyang technique is a mid-tier technique of the Xin grade, it is not appropriate for Zhou Yuyao's cultivation. Given Zhou Tian's family resources, he would undoubtedly be able to find a fitting technique for her. After completing their assigned tasks, the servants of Xuanning retreated to their chambers to engage in their cultivation. Xuanning observed that it was still early, so he quietly departed from the Lord's residence. After changing into a different outfit, he once again arrived at the royal arena. Upon seeing Xuanning, the young lady who had been specifically summoned by Lu Qiankuan to welcome him hurried forward, her face beaming with a smile. Esteemed guest Zhao Ritian, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Jiao Yun. Yes, I have some free time today, and I wish to participate in a few competitions, Xuanning replied. I will assist you with the registration. Jiao Yun promptly stated as she moved to the counter to register Xuanning, then added, allow me to escort you to the VIP lounge for some rest. VIP lounge? Xuanning was taken aback, not anticipating the existence of such a facility. Indeed, we have a VIP lounge specially prepared for distinguished guests like yourself. Any requests you have, please leave them to us, Zhao Yun responded swiftly. Thank you, Xuanning nodded. Since a more comfortable place awaited him before the competition, he had no reason to decline. The VIP lounge was a spacious room that offered a splendid view of the arena below. The ambience was quite pleasant. Apart from himself, there were a dozen or so individuals present, each possessing an air of distinction. Among them, Xuanning spotted Chu Outyan, whom he had previously defeated. Upon noticing Xuanning, the latter turned his head aside, clearly still troubled by the memory of his defeat. Xuanning found a seat and sat down. Zhao Yun inquired if he would like something to drink. Xuanning requested a cup of tea and then turned his gaze towards his upcoming battles. With 6 more contests awaiting him, Xuanning requested Zhao Yun's assistance in placing a wager on his victory. Although the maximum bet was limited to 100,000 gold vouchers per match, Xuanning brimmed with confidence in his abilities. The privileges afforded to a VIP were indeed extraordinary. He need not concern himself with any matters beyond the competition itself, allowing him to focus solely on his performance. Xuanning observed the arena, noting that after such a prolonged duration, he had accumulated several additional attribute points. After nearly an hour and a half of waiting, it was finally his turn to compete. This time, his adversary was a formidable opponent, a 6th-tier martial general, who had already achieved an impressive 5 consecutive victories, while Xuanning had secured 3. Young man, I watched your battle yesterday. You performed adequately, but defeating me will not be an easy feat, his opponent declared with notable confidence. Let us see then. I hope you can unleash your full potential, Xuanning replied. Naturally. I have no intention of losing to a mere novice like you, his opponent retorted, brimming with self-assurance. As the two ascended the stage, they were met with the roar of thousands of spectators. Once the host announced the commencement of the battle, the opponent struck first. He did not underestimate Xuanning. From the outset, he unleashed his full strength with a cunning strike aimed directly at Xuanning's face. Xuanning swiftly retreated, drawing his weapon to counterattack. The opponent, possessing a wealth of combat experience, deftly evaded Xuanning's assault and launched a counteroffensive. Xuanning was taken aback. Although the opponent lacked agility, their combat skills were remarkably proficient, exhibiting impressive reflexes. Ding! Xuanning's speed was not to be underestimated. He successfully thwarted his opponent's strike. The adversary, sensing Xuanning's formidable strength, furrowed his brow and launched another assault. The blade techniques unleashed by the opponent were as swift as thunder, akin to an unrelenting tempest, with one slash following another in a relentless barrage against Xuanning. Given Xuanning's current prowess, he effortlessly withstood the onslaught. His superiority in strength, power, and speed far surpassed that of his foe, allowing him to navigate the attack with ease. Xuanning's purpose for coming here is to refine his combat skills and enhance his battle experience. Indeed, he has acquired a wealth of practical fighting knowledge during his time here yesterday. Despite possessing strength far superior to his opponent, Xuanning refrained from immediately unleashing his formidable power to defeat him. Instead, he meticulously observed his adversary, noting how they seized opportunities and initiated their attacks. The opponent, a martial general of the 6th level, had fought in hundreds of matches within the arena, boasting formidable combat experience. Their relentless offensive was impenetrable, leaving Xuanning with no openings whatsoever. Xuanning discerned that the adversary had meticulously devised a strategy for assault from the very outset, aiming to seize the upper hand, an insight that he found immensely valuable. After a relentless barrage lasting 10 minutes, the formidable onslaught had depleted the opponent's stamina and energy significantly. Although it appeared that Xuanning was being continuously pressured by the attacks, he sustained no tangible harm whatsoever. This realization only deepened the opponent's frustration and trepidation as the battle wore on. Xuanning's defenses are remarkably robust, enhanced by the advantage of agility, allowing him to effortlessly thwart each of the opponent's assaults. Additionally, he finds himself with ample opportunity to gather various attributes that have fallen to the ground. The increments include a boost of 25 to his cultivation value, 2 to his stamina, 2 to his strength, 6 to his life force, and 1 to his speed. These attribute points consist of both those recently acquired from his adversaries and those that had previously fallen, as evidenced by the disparity in their respective values. Newly acquired attributes tend to be more substantial, while those collected earlier are comparatively modest. As Xuanning accumulates these attributes, he perceives a remarkable transformation within himself. His strength seems to undergo a significant change, surging with newfound vigor, and he is imbued with an overwhelming explosive power throughout his entire being. Xuanning was utterly astonished. Xuanning glanced at his attribute points and was astonished to discover that his strength attribute had surpassed the threshold of 100, resulting in a profound transformation. Could it be that surpassing 100 in any attribute leads to a similar metamorphosis? An audacious hypothesis took root in Xuanning's mind, and he felt an undeniable conviction in its validity. 10 minutes elapsed, and the adversary had not dropped any more attribute points. Xuanning resolved not to squander any further time. He charged forward with fervor, abstaining from any martial techniques, and delivered a powerful punch towards his opponent. The adversary, sensing the imminent peril, reacted swiftly, wielding his blades with ferocity to counter Xuanning's formidable strike. However, as Xuanning approached his opponent, his attack suddenly shifted. In the midst of his charge, he executed a swift spin, evading the opponent's strike and positioning himself behind them. With precision, Xuanning lifted one leg and delivered a swift kick to the opponent's rear. Oh no! The opponent reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to evade. Yet Xuanning's foot had already made contact, striking true. With a resounding thud, a cry of dismay echoed as the opponent leapt away like a frog, tumbling off the stage and provoking a roar of laughter from the audience. Xuanning celebrated his 4th consecutive victory amidst the resounding cheers of countless admirers as he returned to the lounge reserved for distinguished guests. The onlookers cast their gazes upon him, sensing that this young man exuded an aura of danger, making him a formidable adversary. They could not discern the depths of his true prowess. "Congratulations on your 4th consecutive victory, Mr. Zhao," Zhao Yun remarked with a cheerful smile as she approached Xuanning, expressing her gratitude. The elegant contours of her professional attire, whether intentional or not, offered Xuanning an unobstructed view. Diverting his gaze elsewhere, Xuanning nodded and requested, "Please continue to register me for the next match and place a wager on my victory for that as well." "Certainly," Zhao Yun responded promptly, moving to make the necessary arrangements. The arena proved to be an excellent venue, not only providing opportunities to accrue attribute points and earn monetary rewards, but also allowing him to observe others in combat, thereby enhancing his own battle experience. Xuanning found great satisfaction in this daily routine. As his winning streak lengthened, Xuanning noticed that the stakes of his wagers with others diminished significantly, settling around a ratio of 1:1. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Even at this ratio, he consistently earned a handsome sum of 100,000 gold coins, amounting to 10 million copper coins, a considerable fortune. It was only Xuanning who dared to place such bets on himself. Others would not dare to do the same. Xuanning possesses ample confidence in his own abilities. Otherwise, he would not dare to act in such a manner. After all, within such a vast arena, Xuanning's earnings will always constitute but a mere fraction. Lu Qianquan also noticed that Zhao Ritian had once again arrived at the arena to compete, and had won yet another match. He smiled, indeed curious about how far this Zhao Ritian could ultimately go. Xuanning soon beheld his next opponent, a martial general of the 7th tier. The adversary did not possess a streak of consecutive victories, which did not concern Xuanning in the slightest. At present, He too had attained the 7th tier of martial general, harboring no fear of his opponent whatsoever. The wager between Xuanning and his opponent stands at 1-5-1, with the latter possessing a somewhat stronger probability of victory. Unbeknownst to them, Xuanning's true prowess has ascended to the 7th tier of martial generals. This circumstance is solely advantageous for Xuanning. Should he prevail, he will amass a greater wealth of gold coins. However, a longer wait is required, as there are still a dozen battles ahead. Glancing at the time, Xuanning realizes that by the conclusion of this battle, it will nearly coincide with the closing hours of the arena. At that juncture, he will be perfectly positioned to gather attribute points from various locations, which is quite fortuitous. Xuanning attentively observed the unfolding battles, noting that several of them were remarkably swift. He memorized the names of certain individuals, recognizing their formidable prowess, likely at the 9th level of martial generals. As the contests progressed, the moment for Xuanning's return to the arena drew ever closer. When the host called out the name Zhao Ritian once more, Xuanning ascended the stage again. The crowd erupted in cheers. He had achieved 4 consecutive victories, having only begun his participation in the competitions yesterday. Despite the optimism of many regarding Xuanning, he discerned that a significant number still harbored reservations about his abilities. Xuanning remained unfazed as he approached the arena, casually collecting the attribute points scattered on the ground before stepping onto the stage. The man before him exuded a remarkable composure, a stark contrast to the individuals encountered earlier. This presence instilled in Xuanning a sense of intrigue, suggesting that this encounter would prove to be exceptionally engaging. Xuanning was aware of the opponent's name, which was Lindong Dian. This Lindong Dian stood upright upon the arena, hands placed firmly on his hips, exuding a profound confidence. Even after Xuanning ascended the stage, the other remained utterly silent, a level of quietude that surpassed Xuanning's expectations. Xuanning remained silent, patiently awaiting as the host engaged in a monologue. The shrine of Xuanning is not the embodiment of brute strength. Rather, his physique is remarkably restrained, appearing far from robust. Yet the latent power he possesses would undoubtedly astonish anyone. Lindong Tian's build is also not of the explosive variety, yet exudes an undeniable sense of strength. His athletic muscles and towering frame, nearly 2 meters tall, unmistakably convey his exceptional prowess. Standing before Xuanning, Lindong Tian employs no weapon, confronting him with his bare hands. Undeterred by any underestimation or disregard from his opponent, nothing shall impede his path to victory. Commence the battle. As the contest begins, Lindong Tian swiftly initiates his offensive, charging towards Xuanning with the ferocity of a tiger or leopard. As the adage goes, a true master reveals their skill with the first strike. Lindong Tian operates on an entirely different echelon compared to the adversary Xuanning has faced previously. What may appear as a straightforward maneuver conceals a myriad of transformations, capable of adapting in tandem with Xuanning's responses. Xuanning was acutely aware that the adversary he faced this time was extraordinary and not to be underestimated. Channeling all his energy, he gripped his weapon tightly and launched an assault towards his opponent. Lindong Tian was anything but ordinary. He formed his hands into fists and advanced directly towards Xuanning. However, as he drew near, he suddenly transformed his hands into claws, directly withstanding the impact of Xuanning's weapon. Clang! The weapons in Xuanning's possession, akin to encountering steel, emitted a resonant sound that left him utterly astonished. This Lindong Tian was indeed extraordinary. Even with one hand, he could withstand the assault of weaponry, rendering the entire tribe at a disadvantage. This must be a manifestation of some formidable martial arts technique. As Xuanning beheld his opponent, whose claws resembled those of a tiger or leopard, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, he noticed that with each grasp of his hands, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. Xuanning employed the flowing cloud sword technique, a superior martial skill of the human tier. Coupled with his formidable prowess at the 7th level of the martial general realm and an impressive strength enhancement exceeding 100, his power was undoubtedly formidable. However, his opponent was equally formidable, possessing immense strength and wielding a set of claw attacks that were both powerful and perilous. Should he be struck, it was likely that his bones would be shattered. Moreover, the adversary's speed was not to be underestimated, even as Xuanning utilized his evasive maneuvers. The opponent was able to keep pace with him, advancing with an unusual gait, with hands as fierce as a tiger or leopard hunting its prey. The opponent launched a relentless series of clawed assaults towards Xuanning. Xuanning sensed that the opponent's martial technique was undoubtedly no less than the rank. Otherwise, it would not possess such formidable power. I too possess martial techniques. With a shift in Xuanning's swordplay, he began to employ the superior sword technique, the sword transformation art. This set of sword techniques is exceedingly powerful, with boundless might, capable of transforming into various sword maneuvers. Upon the utilization of Xuanning, the ferocity of the attack underwent a remarkable transformation, launching a counteroffensive against Lin Dongtian. After several exchanges between the opponent's claws and Xuanning's weapon, a sudden change washed over his countenance, prompting him to swiftly retreat a dozen steps while furrowing his brow in scrutiny towards Xuanning. Shen-level sword technique. Lin Dongtian sensed the mounting pressure. Xuanning brandished his weapon, performing a flourish of swordplay, and addressed Lin Dongtian. You are quite impressive. Your profound level claw technique possesses remarkable power. Observing Xuanning, the latter finally retrieved his weapon from behind, adorning his fingers with razor-sharp claw covers, and remarked, I initially believed I wouldn't need to don these claw covers to contend with you. However, your mastery of the profound level sword technique has indeed taken me by surprise. After donning the claw covers, Lin Dongtian casually waved his hands, producing a series of tearing sounds in the air, revealing their formidable sharpness and significantly enhancing the potency of his attacks. Let us see whether your swordplay surpasses mine, or if my fierce tiger claw holds the greater strength. With the claw covers equipped, Lin Dongtian surged forward like a ferocious tiger, employing an uncanny footwork as he charged towards Xuanning. As the adversary approached, Xuanning felt as though Lin Dongtian had transformed into the king of tigers within the forest, exuding an intimidating aura. Yet, Xuanning was undeterred. Encountering a formidable opponent was indeed a cause for celebration. He was eager to ascertain the extent of his recent growth, unleashing the sword transformation technique. Xuanning twirled his sword, generating a symphony of sword sounds in the air as he rushed toward his opponent. The long sword cleaved through the void, colliding violently with the dual claws, unleashing a cacophony of sounds. In terms of sheer force, Xuanning evidently held the upper hand, and during their initial clash, Lin Dongtian felt an overwhelming power assail his hands, causing a sharp pain in his fingers. After only a few exchanges, Lin Dongtian found himself compelled to prioritize evasion, seeking opportunities to counterattack without daring to engage Xuanning in a direct confrontation. However, Xuanning's speed was relentless, forcing Lin Dongtian to retreat continuously, and the nonchalance he once possessed faded away. Fierce tiger strike. Lin Dongtian proactively evaded, stepping back several paces, then summoning all his strength. He unleashed a powerful claw attack towards Xuanning, channeling all his might into that singular strike. Sword/transformation. Xuanning unleashed a formidable martial technique, channeling his strength into his weapon as he launched an attack towards his opponent. The clash of claw and sword resonated with a thunderous sound. In that fleeting moment, Lin Dongtian, overwhelmed by Xuanning's immense power, was forcefully repelled. Xuanning, seizing the moment, pursued with fervor, his sword dancing like a flurry of blossoms, unleashing a series of enigmatic and unpredictable sword techniques towards Lin Dongtian. This was a superior-grade swordsmanship of the Xian tier. Although Xuanning did not wield it with absolute mastery, Lin Dongtian found himself evading with great difficulty, soon adorned with numerous wounds upon his body. Whiplash kick. Xuanning seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful flying kick towards Lin Dongtian. Puff. The kick landed squarely upon his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Xuanning then raised his sword with one hand, resting it against Lin Dongtian's neck. Seeing this, Lin Dongtian let out a soft sigh and remarked, I am defeated. Xuanning sheathed his long sword and nodded slightly. Lin Dongtian rose to his feet, clasped his hands towards Xuanning, and said, I am Lin Dongtian from the Lin family of Luoxian City. Should the opportunity arise, I will surely seek your guidance once more. Ah, a member of the Lin family. Xuanning realized, understanding the significance of his opponent's lineage. Very well, I shall await your challenge, Xuanning replied. As the outcome was determined, emotions ran high across the crowd. Some rejoiced while others were dismayed. Those who had wagered on Xuanning's victory were elated, while those who had backed Lin Dongtian found themselves in a state of disappointment. Xuanning once again collected the attribute points on the arena. Strength increased by 2. Speed augmented by 0. 1. Following the conclusion of Xuanning's battle, the host ascended the stage to deliver a few words, subsequently announcing the end of today's competition and inviting everyone to return bright and early tomorrow. Xuanning also returned to the VIP seats, and Zhao Yun quickly inquired, Esteemed guest Zhao, here are the golden vouchers you won today. Xuanning tucked the gold voucher away, and casually handed another one to the other party, saying, "This is for you." "Thank you, Zhao Guibin." Zhao Yun, filled with joy, accepted it eagerly and promptly led Xuanning to other platforms. Xuanning swiftly gathered all the attribute points scattered on the ground. His cultivation value increased by 9, vitality by 8, strength by 0, 5, constitution by 1, speed by 0, 1, defense by 1, and critical hit rate by 0, 1. Once again, he amassed over 100 points of cultivation value. Regrettably, he was unable to acquire any martial skills, as they are not so easily obtained. Xuanning then proceeded towards the other two arenas. His cultivation value rose by 100, vitality by 60, and defense by 5. Xuanning was taken aback, astonished by the considerable amount of cultivation points that had fallen here. This was the Martial Master Arena, and he sensed a thick, acrid scent of blood, indicating that a formidable martial master had met their demise. According to Zhao Yun's insights, it was indeed true that 2 martial masters had been slain today, both by the same individual. Nodding thoughtfully, Xuanning proceeded toward the final arena. Cultivation points increased by 188, strength augmented by 3, vitality enhanced by 123. Xuanning was once again astonished, having unexpectedly acquired a significant amount of cultivation points. This locale served as a battleground against ferocious beasts, and observing the remnants of blood upon the ground, he realized that a formidable martial artist had also perished here. Engaging in combat with such creatures proved to be perilously treacherous, and Xuanning, lacking certainty, would not partake in such hazardous endeavors. He must preserve his invaluable life to rescue more young women in this world. He could not afford to die. After collecting all the attribute points from the 2 platforms, Xuanning's stamina and physique surged beyond the 100-point threshold. Xuanning felt the transformation within his body, sensing a remarkable improvement in his physical condition, to the extent that even the Night Conqueror of 10 Maidens posed no challenge. Today's gains were substantial, and he was poised for advancement once more. Xuanning glanced at his attribute points, which had significantly increased. Xuanning began to transcend his realm, ascending to the 8th level of Martial General. As he once more felt the surge of formidable power within his body, a wave of joy washed over him. It would not be long before he could break through to the realm of the Martial Master. After leaving the royal arena, Xuanning returned to the Lord's Manor, where he discovered that a bath had been prepared for him, albeit the water had cooled. However, he paid it no mind and stepped in to cleanse himself. Additionally, fresh garments lay ready on the bed, evidently newly acquired. Zhou Tianche had indeed made excellent arrangements, ensuring that everything was thoroughly prepared. Xuanning lay in bed, unable to fall asleep, and decided to commence his cultivation. This practice not only served as a substitute for slumber, but also enhanced his cultivation level, making it a most agreeable endeavor. Cultivation level increased by 15. Cultivation level increased by 15. Cultivation level increased by 15. The following day, Xuanning awoke from his meditative state and, upon opening his eyes, was startled to find Chun Fun and Chun Shui standing before him. He nearly jumped in surprise and quickly inquired, "What are you doing in my room?" The 2 young women, wearing sweet smiles with a hint of blush adorning their cheeks, promptly replied, "Young Master Ning, we have come to assist you with your dressing and personal care." Upon hearing this, Xuanning pondered, is this the decadent lifestyle of the aristocratic offspring? In order to grasp the extent of such disgraceful existence, he felt compelled to experience it firsthand. Thus, Xuanning replied, "Very well." Last night, Xuanning donned only his nightclothes, as 2 delicate maidens began to assist him in dressing. Their tender hands gracefully glided over his form, adorning him with exquisite garments. "I'll handle my trousers," Xuanning promptly stated, hastily putting them on, wary of their inadvertent contact with his treasured sword. The 2 maidens giggled, their charm captivating. Once attired in trousers, they commenced the meticulous task of styling his hair, exhibiting an earnestness that made the act of being dressed by others increasingly tempting. Subsequently, they presented him with wash essentials, embodying a life where everything was readily provided. Although Xuanning harbored a distaste for such indulgence, he found it difficult to refuse, adhering to the notion of making the best of his circumstances. After everything was completed, Chun Shui and Chun Fen gazed at Xuanning, momentarily entranced. "Young Master Ning is truly handsome," the 2 maidens remarked. "Indeed, I relish hearing your candid thoughts." Xuanning responded, immensely pleased. Approaching the mirror, he added, "What a dashing young man I am." The 2 maidens? Xuanning dined in the company of Zhou Yuyao, Bai Ji, and Zhou Tiance, fostering a sense of familial unity. After finishing breakfast, Xuanning commenced instructing Zhou Yuyao and the others in their cultivation practices. Zhou Yuyao, possessing commendable talent and remarkable intelligence, thrived under Xuanning's personal guidance, requiring little concern from him. Once he completed his instruction with Zhou Yuyao and her companions, Xuanning turned his attention to training the other maidens Chunshui, Chunfen, Xiaochan, and Dongshui in their cultivation endeavors. Zhou Tiance was undoubtedly aware of the happenings at Xuanning. Ordinarily, the servants lacked the qualifications to cultivate. However, Zhou Tiance refrained from voicing any objections, evidently permitting Xuanning to proceed as she wished. This leniency greatly delighted the group of maidservants, who attributed their newfound opportunities to Xuanning's influence, thereby deepening their respect for her. Although Xuanning aspired to expand the scale of her cultivation, she was also aware of the need for restraint and did not indulge excessively. A mere few dozen maidens sufficed. As they commenced their training, Xuanning visited the chambers where these maidens resided. Indeed, she discovered that they had amassed a substantial amount of cultivation points throughout the night. Cultivation points increased by 0, 8, 0, 7, 0, 9. Xuanning once again arrived at the training grounds of the guards, where many unfamiliar faces greeted him. As the guards rotated shifts daily, Xuanning took the opportunity to engage with them, imparting his wisdom as he guided them in the practice of the mountain split palm technique once more. Xuanning indeed reaped numerous rewards, having collected a considerable number of skill books for the cracking mountain palm, and he successfully elevated his skill level to LV7. He ascended from a high-grade yellow skill directly to a low-grade profound skill. Thus, the morning slipped away. In the afternoon, Xuanning departed from the Lord's mansion and first visited the moon viewing pavilion. This time, Zhou Yuyao was engrossed in her training and did not accompany him. Upon entering, Xuanning discovered, to his delight, a plethora of attribute points scattered across the ground. However, before he could commence collecting these attributes, he was swiftly surrounded by a throng of scholars. "Greetings, young Master Xuanning," they exclaimed, filled with admiration. "Young Master Xuanning has arrived." They expressed their reverence for his talents and proposed to treat him to a meal and drinks. Naturally, Xuanning graciously declined their offer. Yet he took the opportunity to encourage them to study diligently and strive for improvement, which brought them great joy. Xuanning gazed at the scattered attribute points on the ground, realizing the necessity of encouraging them. Only by fostering their frequent visits for learning and exchange could he amass a greater collection of attribute points. As Xuanning encouraged them, he simultaneously began to collect the attribute points surrounding them. Insight increased by 0, 1, wisdom by 0, 1, spirit by 0, 2, and aptitude by 0, 1. Upon noticing Xuanning's arrival, Lu Yi promptly received the notification and hurried outside, laughing heartily at Xuanning. "Dear brother Xuanning, you are truly soaring to great heights now, having been adopted as a son by the city lord. Your future is boundless." Xuanning smiled and replied, "Sister Lu, please refrain from teasing me. Now, please, upstairs." Lu Yi was genuinely pleased to have Xuanning visit her establishment. Recently, due to Xuanning's poetry, the Wangwei Pavilion had been bustling with customers, achieving remarkable success in business. Naturally, Lu Yi would treat Xuanning as an esteemed guest. Xuanning visits this place daily, and it is likely that many are drawn here by the allure of his esteemed reputation. Consequently, the tavern run by Lu Yi thrives, which is undoubtedly a boon for her. Observing the sunlit confidence radiating from Xuanning, Lu Yi inquired, "Why hasn't Sister Yuyao accompanied you today?" "She has just embarked on her cultivation journey and is wholly devoted to it, hence her absence," Xuanning replied. Lu Yi, upon hearing this, gasped slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Before she chuckled softly, "This truly surprises me. I thought that little Zhou Yuyao had no interest in cultivation. If she desired to cultivate, she would have commenced long ago. So what has prompted this sudden change?" Indeed, Lu Yi was curious, and based on her observations, she believed this development must be significantly linked to Xuanning. She surmised that Zhou Yuyao had likely developed feelings for him. This notion seemed entirely plausible. Xuanning, despite his youth, possessed remarkable talents and was rumored to have exceptional cultivation aptitude. A man who excels in both intellect and martial prowess is undoubtedly appealing to any woman. It may be related to her recent experiences. Pursuing cultivation would empower her to protect herself, and I wholeheartedly support her endeavors, Xuanning remarked. Now that Zhou Yuyao is my sworn sister, the stronger she becomes, the better she can safeguard herself in the future, which is indeed a positive outcome. Nodding in agreement, Louis also recognized that in this world, possessing strength is far superior to relying on others. In the end, it is the strong who command respect. Without strength, what use is literary prowess if one cannot ensure their own safety? Recently, I acquired a batch of exquisite tea. For an ordinary person, I would hesitate to share it. But for you, dear Xuanning, I am willing to make an exception. Louis smiled gently, her enchanting beauty capable of bewitching countless suitors. Though it was not her intention, her inherent charm was undeniably captivating. I shall savor it thoroughly, Xuanning mused, acknowledging Louis's beguiling nature. The thought of tasting this tea intrigued him, eager to discover its essence. Louis's laughter was light and alluring as she clapped her delicate hands, prompting the entrance of two remarkably attractive young maidens. She instructed them, "Please bring forth the Lingxin tea that arrived yesterday." Of course, the maidens promptly replied and exited the private chamber. Moments later, they returned bearing a canister of tea leaves, a pot of hot water, and a set of tea utensils, which they carefully placed upon the table. Louis expertly began the brewing process. As the hot water interacted with the tea leaves, Xuanning was astonished to detect an enchanting aroma wafting through the air. Even without a deep understanding of tea, he could sense its extraordinary quality. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. This tea seemed to exude a profound spiritual essence, and he gazed at it with a mixture of curiosity and wonder. "Give it a try," Louis said, placing a cup of tea before Xuanning. The warm vapor, infused with spiritual energy, enveloped the atmosphere, imparting a sense of tranquility and a delicate fragrance. Xuanning lifted the cup of tea, took a gentle sip, and was immediately enveloped by a refreshing and delightful flavor that stirred his heart. He gazed in surprise at the cup in his hand, then blew lightly upon it. After a moment, he drank it all in one go. Cultivation value increased by 5. Xuanning gazed in astonishment at the tea before him. Utterly taken aback, he turned to Louis, exclaiming in surprise, "This spirit heart tea possesses such remarkable effects." Xuanning was indeed astonished. He never anticipated that tea could possess the ability to directly enhance one's cultivation. It seemed he had stumbled upon a new pathway to elevate his strength. Hee. Louis gently smiled, her beauty as radiant as a flower, even captivating. She then replied, "This spirit heart tea, upon first consumption, does indeed have the capability to augment one's cultivation. However, with repeated intake, the enhancement diminishes." Upon hearing this, Xuanning contemplated for a moment and grasped the essence of the matter. This type of tea, akin to an elixir, indeed possesses remarkable effects when first consumed. However, with excessive indulgence, its efficacy diminishes significantly. "If your brother enjoys it, I shall bestow this canister of tea upon you." Louis placed the tea before Xuanning. Xuanning collected the tea leaves and replied, "Very well, I shall accept them." Xuanning's unreserved demeanor took Louis by surprise. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly have hesitated, unlike Xuanning's forthrightness. "If you ever require my assistance, dear sister Lu, I assure you I shall not decline." "As long as it is within my abilities," Xuanning reiterated. He was inherently this way. When he desired something, he did not shy away from it. Why mimic others who, despite longing for something deeply, feign reluctance, only to solicit reassurances from the other party? Such behavior, when dressed in fine terms, is labeled as politeness and humility, yet, in less flattering light, it is merely hypocrisy and pretense. Nonetheless, there are indeed many such individuals in this world. Xuanning was also acutely aware that one should not take without giving. He would not accept favors without reciprocation. If he could lend a hand, he would gladly do so. "Then, dear sister, I shall not hold back. I intend to frequent this place and help draw more patrons to your establishment," Louis declared candidly. Upon hearing this, Xuanning felt a surge of delight within. Even if the other party had not mentioned it, he would frequently come to this place to collect attribute points. After all, to let such free attribute points go to waste would be a folly. "Very well. I assure you that as long as I remain in Luoxian City, I shall compose a poem every 10 days or half a month to display in your shop," Xuanning declared. "As for poetry, I can produce as much as one desires." "Then it is settled," Louis responded with great satisfaction. After a brief conversation, Xuanning departed from this place. After departing from the Wangyue Pavilion, Xuanning strolled alone along the streets, setting his sights on his next destination, the Qianxin Academy. Both the Qianxin Academy and the Wangyue Pavilion were havens for scholars, where one could acquire for exceedingly rare attributes: spirit, comprehension, talent, and wisdom. Naturally, at the Wangyue Pavilion, The chances of obtaining comprehension and talent were rather slim, often yielding a mere 0, 1 or 0, 2 in attributes. Xuanning surmised that this was largely influenced by the individuals present. In the royal arena, the individuals were all martial artists, and thus, the attributes they dropped were entirely different, devoid of those 4 rare qualities. Conversely, at the Qianqian Academy, intellectuals like Xuanning were more likely to yield talent and comprehension, while wisdom and spirit were comparatively scarce. Furthermore, the girl Su Ryu had the potential to drop the elusive luck attribute, a most desirable quality indeed, making it imperative for Xuanning to visit frequently. Upon arriving at the Qianqian Academy, Xuanning discovered that the lecture hall was devoid of any students, and the doors stood wide open. This piqued his curiosity, as he wondered where everyone had gone, especially since it was not yet time for dismissal. Nevertheless, he decided to prioritize gathering the attribute points before delving into further inquiries. Upon noticing the attribute points scattered on the ground, Xuanning commenced a thorough collection endeavor. With a mental enhancement of 0, 2, a further increase in spirit by 0, 1, a perceptive boost of 0, 3, an elevation in aptitude by 0, 4, and an augmentation in wisdom of 0, 5, he gathered all the attribute points. After this acquisition, Xuanning felt a distinct increase in his intellect and proceeded towards the back hall. In the distance, he observed numerous individuals, each carrying an array of gifts adorned with red fabric and inscribed with auspicious characters, all waiting patiently. Meanwhile, in the living room, Xuanning beheld Xuanning engaged in conversation with several elegantly attired individuals, noting that Xuanning's expression appeared somewhat troubled. Xuanning entered and addressed Xuanning, saying, "Mr. Xuanning, may I inquire what has transpired?" Xuanning, upon seeing Xuanning, was taken aback and quickly responded, "I apologize, but there are some matters at home today. I may be unable to engage in discussions regarding academic topics." Xuanning surveyed his surroundings and glanced at the elegantly dressed gentleman, who wore expressions of pride and arrogance. He spoke, "Mr. Xuanning, if you are facing any difficulties, do not hesitate to express them. Should anyone trouble you, I assure you, I will not stand idly by." Upon hearing Xuanning's words, one of the young men in fine garments stepped forward, his tone laced with irritation as he shouted at Xuanning, "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Hua family? I advise you to leave at once and refrain from seeking unnecessary trouble." Another elder, adorned in splendid attire, regarded Xuanning with an air of superiority, embodying the demeanor of someone of advanced age. Hua family. Xuanning pondered briefly before recalling that there indeed existed a Hua family in Luoxian City. He inquired, "You must be the Hua family known for selling silks and satins in Luoxian City, correct?" The Hua family was indeed prominent in Luoxian City, being the largest fabric merchant, and owing their success to the backing of the Yi family. It was precisely because of their association with the Yi family that their business flourished, gradually absorbing other fabric merchants and establishing themselves as the foremost in the industry. Huan, hearing Xuanning speak of their enterprise, beamed with pride and arrogantly declared, "Indeed, that is I. You must be feeling intimidated now. While I am in a good mood, I suggest you promptly take your leave. Otherwise, if you provoke my displeasure, I shall be compelled to teach you a lesson." Huayan glared at Xuanning with an air of arrogance, presenting himself as someone formidable. Xuanning harbored a quiet derision within. He was merely a merchant, relying solely on the power of the Yi family to act as an accomplice to their schemes. "Xuanning, this matter does not concern you. It would be best for you to depart. I can handle this myself," Xuanning asserted, wishing to spare others from involvement. The adversary was targeting him specifically, and as long as he refused to acquiesce, they could hardly resort to overt aggression. Xuanning let out a sigh. Indeed, Xuanning possessed remarkable talent. However, reasoning with such unreasonable and overbearing individuals was utterly futile. To deal with such people, one must resort to force. The Hua family, despite their standing in Luoxian City, had the audacity to bully the esteemed Mr. Su. How impressive they appeared. Xuanning cast a sardonic glance at Huan and his companions. Upon hearing his words, Huan and the others were momentarily taken aback. They scrutinized Xuanning, noting his extraordinary demeanor and exquisite attire, and promptly inquired, "Are you from the Xian family?" No, I am not from the Xian family," Xuanning firmly denied. For the Xian family was hardly worthy of such an affiliation. Realizing that Xuanning was not of the Xian lineage, Huayan felt a sense of relief. Although the Xian family had been severely suppressed by the Yi family, they were not a clan that the Hua family could provoke at will. Hearing that Xuanning was not from the Xian family, Huayan retorted angrily, Then why meddle in matters that do not concern you? I have come here today to propose a marriage, so you best leave and not disturb my mood. Xuanning, upon realizing Xuanning's lack of affiliation, no longer regarded him and directly addressed Su Rong, saying, Su Rong, I respect you as a scholar, and that is why I offer you this advice. Do not be ungrateful. My son values your daughter, which is a blessing for the Su family. Today, I require only one word from you. If you agree, we shall become in-laws. If not, you will still have to comply. You intend to force a marriage? Su Rong seethed with anger. What great arrogance! Xuanning erupted into laughter, stepping forward and delivering a resounding slap that sent both Xuan and Huayan crashing to the ground. How dare you strike me? Huayan glared at Xuanning, his face contorted with rage. What are you waiting for? Attack! Xuan shouted, clutching his face, tears threatening to spill from the pain. The group accompanying Xuan consisted mostly of ordinary individuals, with only a handful of martial artists among them. Only one man beside Hua and was a warrior of the first tier. Yet, even he was sent flying by Xuanning's single slap. The others fared no better, swiftly being dispatched by Xuanning. Who are you? Do you not know we are backed by the Yi family? Huayan, accustomed to arrogance, had always felt untouchable in Luoxian City, as there were few he dared to provoke, thanks to the support of the Yi family. Yet, he did not anticipate Xuanning's formidable strength, which rendered his threats ineffective. My name is Xuanning. Are you deaf? Xuanning regarded them with disdain. Suddenly, one of the first-tier warriors, seemingly struck by a realization, gazed at Xuanning in astonishment and hurriedly asked, Are you the Xuanning adopted by the city lord? At last, someone comprehends. Xuanning replied, What? The city lord's adopted son. Upon hearing this, Xuan and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. They never anticipated that their adversary would manifest in this very place. The city lord's manner is an entity that even the Yi family dares not offend. They had heard tales of how Lord Zhou Tians had wreaked havoc upon the Yi family, rendering them utterly powerless. Their Hua family, too, would not dare to provoke the three prominent families of Luoxian City, let alone the city lord's manor. Young Master Xuanning, we were unaware it was you. Please, in your magnanimity, spare us, Xuan implored, hastily pulling Huayan along as he bowed deeply, trembling with fear. Xuanning observed their reaction with astonishment, suspecting that such subservience might be a familiar act for them, given the fluidity of their gestures. Take your belongings and depart. Should you dare to disturb Mr. Su Rong's family again, prepare to face my retribution, Xuanning declared with a fierce tone. Xuanning held a profound disdain for these individuals. Truly a group of cowards who fear the strong. Indeed, he is quite formidable now. Thank you ever so much for your immense kindness, young Master Xuanning. Xuan exclaimed, hurriedly leading a group of people away in a flustered manner. Su Rong, upon hearing that Xuanning had been adopted as a son by the city lord, was utterly astonished. He and Su Ruoyu were unaware of Zhou Yuyao's true identity, only knowing her as an exceptionally talented woman. Moreover, Zhou Yuyao had never enjoyed revealing that she was the daughter of the city lord, leading Su Rong's family to believe she was merely a child of a wealthy family, engrossed in scholarly pursuits. Su Rong paid little attention to the gossip circulating in Luoxian City and thus remained oblivious to Xuanning's new status as the city lord's adopted son. Thank you. Were it not for your intervention today, those individuals might have indeed resorted to unscrupulous acts. Su Rong sighed, feeling quite helpless. Such is the nature of this world. No matter how profound one's knowledge, it holds no sway in the face of those wielding power. You are too kind, Mr. Su. Both Yuyao and I are good friends of your daughter. How could we stand idly by? Xuanning hastily replied. Upon hearing this, Su Rong recalled that Zhou Yuyao bore the surname Zhou and inquired, could it be that Zhou Yuyao is the city lord's daughter? Indeed, she is, Xuanning affirmed. Su Rong was momentarily speechless. Upon entering Su Ruoyu's chamber, Xuanning discovered her engrossed in writing. Her serene demeanor truly exuded grace and virtue, her presence reminiscent of an orchid. She seemed oblivious to the events transpiring outside. The thought of such a woman falling into the clutches of a scoundrel like Huanyu was unbearable. Xuanning had arrived just in time, yet regrettably, the object of his heroic rescue remained unaware of the peril. Oh, young Master Xuanning, why did you not announce your arrival? Upon seeing Xuanning at the door, Su Ruoyu promptly set down her brush and approached, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings in curiosity. Why hasn't Yuyao come? She has matters to attend to. I happened to pass by and thought I would check in, Xuanning replied casually. Oh, I see. Please, come in and have a seat. Su Ruoyu invited him into her room, then began to produce a piece of writing, presenting it to Xuanning. Would you kindly take a look at this poem and offer your thoughts? As Xuanning engaged in poetic discourse with Su Ruoyu, he simultaneously collected the attribute points scattered upon the ground. His luck increased by 0.1, wisdom by 1, and calligraphy experience by 5. Su Ruoyu, possessing profound scholarly knowledge, stood in stark contrast to Xuanning, who merely feigned talent. As he gazed upon the verses crafted by Su, he could scarcely grasp their essence, understanding only the general meaning, and could only repeatedly exclaim, "Excellent." After 2 hours, Xuanning finally took his leave, resolving that frequent visits were unwise. Should Su Ruoyu once again seek his counsel on matters of scholarship, Xuanning would be utterly at a loss. The classical texts left him bewildered, his mind reeling in confusion. Upon departing from the Qianqian Academy, Xuanning made his way directly to the royal arena, eager to partake in the competitions. This venue, where one could both win monetary rewards and enhance their prowess, naturally drew him daily. Upon entering, he found Jiayan managing the proceedings, and he followed his previous routine, entering the contest, wagering on his own victory, and then awaiting his turn in battle. Xuanning participated in 3 competitions, transforming his record from a 4-game winning streak to an impressive 7 victories, thus gaining increasing renown in the arena. As his fame escalated, the odds of his bets against others began to diminish. Although the winnings from these bets decreased, Xuanning still amassed a considerable fortune. Xuanning continued his training until the arena's closure, after which he returned to the Lord's mansion to cultivate. This routine persisted for several days, during which Xuanning successfully ascended to the 9th level of the martial general realm. With just one final step remaining, he would be poised to directly advance to the martial master stage. Throughout these days, Xuanning's gains were substantial. He collected numerous attribute points and even acquired 2 new martial techniques, the return blade slash at level 3 and the fiery sun fist at level 5. Notably, Zhou Yuyao had successfully broken through to the 1st level of the martial disciple realm just the day before yesterday, officially becoming a true martial artist. As for Xia Chan and her companions, they also achieved martial artist status today, and from this point onward, they simply needed to engage in methodical cultivation. Furthermore, Zhou Yuyu received several martial arts manuals from Zhou Tianzi, one for her personal training, while the others were entrusted to Xuanning for the instruction of Xia Chan and the others. Xuanning meticulously transcribed all these techniques and subsequently mastered them, successfully elevating his Haoyang Ju to level 9, thereby transforming it into a superior mid-tier technique of the Xian rank, yielding substantial gains. Xuanning awaited the moment when the summer cicadas and the maidens reached the 3rd tier of martial proficiency, at which point he commenced their training in martial arts, much to their delight. Meanwhile, Xuanning's rapport with the guards of the city lord's residence flourished. With Xuanning's assistance, they all mastered the mountain-splitting palm technique, and Xuanning's skill level in this art further ascended, reaching an impressive LV8. Xuanning has commenced teaching them the art of the stormy fist. Through this method, he has discovered his ability to transform all martial techniques into supreme forms. However, he noticed that Zhou Tianzi has been quite preoccupied lately, even skipping breakfast at the Lord's manor. Given the vastness of the Lord's residence and the multitude of responsibilities requiring the Lord's attention, Xuanning did not dwell on it. Yet, the following morning, he observed that the guards at the manor were noticeably fewer, as if they had all been dispatched on errands. The specifics of their tasks remained unclear to others, though it was rumored that Qian Ku was the one who had assigned them their duties. Xuanning felt a persistent sense of unease, convinced that Zhou Tianzi was in trouble. However, with Zhou Tianzi absent from the city lord's residence and even Qian Ku missing, he found himself unable to glean any information, leaving him to continue his daily practice in solitude. Upon his return to Wangwei Pavilion, Xuanning experienced a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of previous days. Yet, while savoring tea in the upper chamber, he overheard unsettling news regarding Zhou Tianzi. Have you heard? Yushan town suffered a massacre just days ago. The entire town, with thousands of souls, was mercilessly annihilated, not a single survivor left. Goodness, who could be so cruel as to spare no one? It is utterly abhorrent. Indeed, it was thousands of lives. From the elderly to helpless infants, none escaped the calamity. Yet, curiously, all the young women of the town have vanished. Could it be the work of flower thieves, absconding with so many maidens? It must be bandits, only they would commit such atrocious acts. Who can say? I heard the city lord personally led a team to investigate. This matter is of grave importance. Let us hope the city lord swiftly rescues those young women. I cannot help but wonder if they are still alive." Upon hearing the news, Xuanning was profoundly shocked and burdened with a heavy heart, unconsciously clenching his fists. Thousands of innocent citizens had met a tragic fate at the hands of those merciless individuals, with even the children not spared. Such cruelty is utterly reprehensible. No one could have anticipated that such a horrifying event would transpire beneath the jurisdiction of Luoxian City, leaving all in a state of disbelief. It is no wonder that Zhou Tianzi had been absent for several days. He had gone to address this grave matter. The massacre of an entire town carries monumental implications, and it is imperative that Zhou Tianzi identifies the perpetrators. Otherwise, he would bear the brunt of the blame, jeopardizing even his position as mayor. Was Xuanning contemplating the incident in Yinshan town? Lu Yi observed Xuanning's demeanor, clearly sensing the weight on his mind. Nodding, Xuanning replied, "The slaughter of thousands in Yinshan town is no trivial matter. If not handled properly, it could invite significant criticism. Since Mayor Zhou has initiated an investigation, we must place our trust in him. He has navigated numerous challenging situations over the years, each with commendable finesse, earning the unwavering confidence of the citizens of Luoxian City." Lu Yi, upon hearing this distressing news, was equally taken aback. However, this matter must be left in Zhou Tianzi's capable hands, as belief in his leadership is paramount. Throughout his tenure, he has adeptly managed the significant affairs of Luoxian City, garnering a reputation as a commendable mayor among the populace. As for the actions of the Yu family, they have consistently silenced the truth with generous bribes, leaving even the victims too fearful to report the incidents. As mayor, it is natural that he would not concern himself with such minor affairs. Yet, who could fathom the identity of the perpetrator behind such brutal acts, claiming thousands of lives? Xuanning was engulfed in a profound sense of despair. The brutality of those murderers was simply unfathomable. The inhabitants of Yinshan town were but ordinary people, and it was incomprehensible why such mercilessness would be inflicted upon them. This epitomizes the tragedy of a world steeped in martial prowess. Those lacking strength are relegated to mere specters in the hands of the powerful. Should the perpetrators flee to the farthest reaches of the earth, justice would remain elusive. After all, this world is vast beyond measure, its expanse unknown to anyone. To survive in such a realm, one must possess formidable strength to safeguard oneself. Instances of such occurrences are not rare. Indeed, there are tales of entire cities being slaughtered. We can only hope that such horrors do not befall us." Louis sighed, reflecting that for them, merely existing in this world was already a considerable fortune. Is this not the nature of existence in such a reality? City slaughter! Xuanning exclaimed in astonishment. Such events, in his perception, perhaps only existed in the dramas of a past life, yet upon truly hearing of them, an inexplicable heaviness settled in his heart. A city, at the very least, harbors tens of thousands of souls. In larger metropolises, the numbers soar into the millions. Take Luoxian City, for instance, as a county seat. It boasts a population of several 100,000, certainly not a small town. Xuanning, embodying the thoughts of a modern individual, finds it difficult to accept such acts of slaughtering cities. This is not a scene from film, but rather a grim reality. If you were to find yourself in a fantastical realm and witness the devastation of a city, could you truly come to terms with it? Yet, this is a world of high martial arts, a realm of fantasy. It is a domain where the strong are revered, with a mere thought. A formidable individual can cause countless corpses to float upon the waters, and with a flicker of emotion, the fate of a city can be sealed. The weak possess no voice in such matters. Ultimately, it all boils down to strength. After hearing of this incident, Xuanning pondered deeply. Despite his already rapid pace of cultivation, he remains unsatisfied, aware that his power is still insufficient and must be enhanced. Otherwise, should he encounter such circumstances in the future, he might find himself devoid of even the chance to safeguard his own life. At this moment, several guards from the city lord's mansion arrived, guided by a maid from the moon-viewing pavilion to the private room where Xuanning resided. Xuanning found it peculiar that they had come in search of him, but it was evident that something significant must have transpired. Otherwise, they would not have ventured here. "What has happened?" Xuanning inquired, reporting to young Master Ning. "Several incidents have indeed occurred in the city. With the lord of the city absent, the lady has asked me to summon you back for a discussion." The guard promptly replied, "Very well, we shall return immediately." Rising, Xuanning addressed Louis, "Sister Lu, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Take care, and should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Louis smiled. "Understood." Xuanning bid farewell to Louis and followed the guard back to the city lord's mansion. Within the grand hall of the city lord's residence, Baiji appeared somewhat troubled. Upon seeing Xuanning's return, she hurried forward and said, "Xuanning, you have finally returned. And do not be anxious. Please speak at your own pace. With my adoptive father absent, I will take care of whatever I can," Xuanning reassured her. Although Baiji and Zhou Yuya's relationship was not harmonious, she treated him exceptionally well in the mansion, often personally preparing nourishing remedies for him. This made Xuanning believe there must be some misunderstanding regarding Zhou Yuya, and he contemplated finding an opportunity to reconcile the two. Yet suitable moments had eluded him. Baiji nodded and continued, "You must have heard about the incidents in Yunshan town. Your adoptive father has been away for several days, and thus far, there has been no news. It seems progress is minimal. Although I understand your adoptive mother is anxious, as a woman, I am unable to offer much assistance." Just moments ago, officials from the city reported that nearby counties have also experienced a number of young girls going missing. Even our own Luoxian city has begun to witness such occurrences. If this matter is not handled properly, it could incite panic within the city and have a significant impact on your adoptive father. He is currently investigating the situation in Yunshan town and cannot return. Now that your adoptive mother can consult with you, if this matter is mismanaged, I fear further troubles may arise in the city. With a furrowed brow, Baiji expressed her deep concerns, articulating everything that had transpired. As of now, the situation had not escalated significantly. However, if it were to do so, it would undoubtedly instill fear among the populace of Luoxian City, which comprised hundreds of thousands. Baiji, having never dealt with such grave matters before, recognized Xuanning's exceptional capabilities and how highly Zhou Tians regarded him, thus she sought his assistance. Knowing he was the only one within the city lord's mansion capable of addressing the issue, after absorbing Baiji's words, Xuanning frowned, realizing the complexity of the situation. He sensed a connection between the disappearances of young girls and the events in Yunshan town. Such coincidences could not be mere happenstance. Moreover, he felt the audacity of the perpetrators was astonishing. They dared to act even in Luoxian City, just as Zhou Tians had departed. These individuals had the audacity to strike in Luoxian City. What extraordinary coincidence was this? Upon contemplating the matter, Xuanning became convinced that this series of events was orchestrated, or perhaps premeditated. Reflecting further, he suddenly recalled the incident in Yunshan town, which very likely was a deliberate act by those individuals aimed at driving Zhou Tiansu out of the city, thereby facilitating their own mischief within its confines. This realization instilled in Xuanning a sense of urgency. Though he remained unaware of their precise intentions, he resolutely vowed to thwart their plans. Whether for the sake of Zhou Tiansu, for the safety of Luoxian City, or for the many innocent maidens, Xuanning was determined to unearth those responsible. The situation was undoubtedly complex and challenging to navigate, yet as a man of authority and the adopted son of the city lord, he understood the necessity of stepping forward at this critical juncture. "Mother, I require the authority to mobilize the soldiers of Luoxian City. I shall exert every effort to apprehend those who disrupt our peace," Xuanning promptly declared. The matter was significant, yet Xuanning found himself stretched thin. He could not immediately address issues in other counties and thus resolved to commence his efforts within Luoxian City, following the threads to uncover the puppeteers behind the scenes. Of course, Baiji quickly responded, producing a token and handing it to Xuanning. This token grants you the power to command the troops of Luoxian City. With it, all within the city will heed your orders. Furthermore, Qian Yuan will assist you. He is the elder brother of Qian Ku and the most trusted aide of the city lord. He can be of great help in any matters. After her words, Baiji summoned Qian Yuan into the room. "Greetings, madam, young master Xuanning." Qian Yuan bowed respectfully to both. Xuanning was well acquainted with Qian Ku, a commendable individual known for his unwavering loyalty to the city lord. Qian Yuan, resembling his brother yet appearing more robust and composed, seemed to possess considerable strength as well. "Qian Yuan, during this period, you shall follow Xuanning's directives. We hope to uncover these culprits before their actions incite chaos throughout the city," Baiji expressed her concerns, though she felt limited in her options. "Rest assured, madam, I shall fully cooperate with young master Xuanning," Qian Yuan replied earnestly. Xuanning promptly took the command token and departed the grand hall alongside Qian Yuan. He then addressed Qian Yuan, stating, "This matter is rather complex. We must first summon those capable of mobilization from the Lord's manor." "Indeed, young master Xuanning, leave this matter to me. You may await at the entrance of the Lord's manor," Qian Yuan replied hastily. "Then I am in your debt," Xuanning responded. "Not at all," Qian Yuan said sincerely. I often hear my younger brother speak of your generous care for him and his other companions. Not only do you guide their cultivation, but you also impart martial skills, earning the utmost respect from everyone. Xuanning had not anticipated that his actions, driven solely by his desire to accumulate attribute points, would earn him such profound admiration. Proceed. He nodded, acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. Time was of the essence, and with each passing moment, the risk of young maidens going missing grew alarmingly. Those delicate young women must not fall into the clutches of those ruffians. Xuanning acted swiftly, rallying the guards from the Lord's manor. Apart from those who were required to remain behind, the others were quickly assembled and escorted to the grand entrance of the manor. The guards, witnessing Xuanning personally directing the operation, were filled with exhilaration. Many of them had benefited from Xuanning's generosity and were eager to demonstrate their loyalty and gratitude for his kindness over the past few days. Xuanning had never anticipated that his previous unintentional actions would earn such profound respect and admiration from the guards. Witnessing their unwavering obedience instilled within him a greater sense of confidence. As long as the guards remained loyal to him, subsequent endeavors would become considerably more manageable. The rationale behind this gathering was straightforward. A band of ruffians had dared to abduct young maidens right under our noses. Surely some of my comrades have heard of this heinous act. These despicable scoundrels audaciously wreak havoc in Luoxian City, daring to seize innocent girls. Although I, Xuanning, may not possess extraordinary abilities, I cannot allow them to act with such impunity. Do you not wish to see those innocent maidens rescued from the clutches of these villains? Do you aspire to become heroes of Luoxian City by saving them? Xuanning passionately inquired. We do. Xuanning's impassioned words immediately ignited the spirits of all the guards, especially the Frey's brothers, which made them feel that Xuanning regarded them as kin rather than outsiders. Such down-to-earth language kindled a powerful fury within each of them, a burning desire to swiftly apprehend those wicked individuals. You are all honorable men of the Lord's residence, and it is your duty to protect the citizens of Luoxian City. It is often said that one trains soldiers for 1,000 days only to employ them in a single moment. Now, faced with those despicable scoundrels, I, Xuanning, am determined to lead you in rooting them all out. Do you all have confidence? Xuanning once again cast a generous gaze upon all the guards, though still youthful. His countenance radiated righteousness, and he was imbued with an aura of integrity. Yes, the spirits of all soared, each person brimming with vigor. One might fear that if Xuanning were to send them into battle, none would hesitate. The morale is indeed commendable. Xuanning felt a profound satisfaction, for these words sprang from his heart, devoid of any pretense. He genuinely wished to do something for the people of Luoxian City. Xuanning, listening intently, was equally stirred, never having anticipated that Xuanning could so effortlessly elevate the morale of everyone, further deepening his admiration. Let us depart. Xuanning took the lead, heading directly towards the city hall, for he needed to acquire ample information to effectively devise strategies for apprehending those involved. The city hall, akin to a governmental office, is overseen by the city lord, the pivotal figure in managing all affairs. The city hall typically addresses various disputes within the city, escalating matters to the city lord only when they exceed its capacity for resolution. Given the gravity of this situation, coupled with similar occurrences in the counties governed by Luoxian City, the city hall quickly recognized that this matter was beyond its jurisdiction and promptly reported it, leading to Baiji's directive for him to return and address the issue. Xuanning instructed Xuanning to arrange for the complete lockdown of the city gates of Luoxian. It was imperative to meticulously monitor all carriages entering and exiting the city, examining the occupants of each vehicle with utmost scrutiny. No exceptions were to be made, not even for members of the three prominent families. Should any suspicious individuals be discovered, they were to be apprehended immediately, with Xuanning taking full responsibility for any ensuing consequences. Xuanning promptly dispatched 4 groups of men, directing them to the 4 city gates. Subsequently, Xuanning, accompanied by the remaining personnel, proceeded to the city yamen. Upon arrival, he instructed the guards to wait outside for further orders before entering the premises himself. Upon hearing of Xuanning's arrival, the officials rushed out to greet him. Although initially perplexed by his presence, their confusion dissipated upon seeing the official token he held. One of them, Lu Shun, introduced himself, saying, I am Lu Shun, an official of the Luoxian City Yamen. May I inquire as to your identity? This is the adopted son of the city lord, Master Xuanning, Xuanning interjected. Lu Shun, having heard of the city lord's decision to adopt Xuanning, quickly bowed and said, Master Xuanning, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Would you like to rest for a moment? No need for that, Xuanning replied. First, I require detailed information regarding the missing girls. It must be comprehensive, including their appearances, ages, precise locations of their disappearance, and the exact times they went missing. I must be informed of every detail. Xuanning hurriedly addressed the city office. Well, upon hearing this, Lu Xun was instantly bewildered, as he was entirely unaware of the details. He only knew that a young girl had gone missing, but was not particularly informed about the surrounding circumstances. Xuanning's expression darkened with fury as he inquired, Surely, you cannot be telling me that you are utterly oblivious to the situation? Upon hearing this, Lu Xun's face drained of color, and he hastily fell to his knees, pleading, Young Master Xuanning, due to the urgency of the situation, I promptly reported the matter to the city lord's residence and have yet to gather this information. Xuanning was exceedingly incensed, yearning to unleash a torrent of invective upon the incompetent fool. However, recalling that this was a fantastical realm, he understood that investigative methods here could not be compared to those of modern society. It appeared that he would have to rely on his own capabilities to navigate through this predicament. With little time to spare for the likes of Lu Xun, he swiftly inquired, You must know the whereabouts of the families of those missing young women, correct? Yes, indeed. I shall send someone to guide you, Lu Xun exclaimed, hastily wiping the perspiration from his brow upon witnessing Xuanning's displeased countenance. Xuanning pondered for a moment before inquiring of the city magistrate. How many literate individuals do you have here? There are several, young Master Xuanning, but may I ask your intent? Lu Xun responded, uncertain of Xuanning's purpose. Summon them forth, provide them with writing materials, and instruct them to accompany my men to the homes of the missing girls. They must meticulously gather detailed information about these young women, specifically their names, ages, appearances, times of disappearance, and locations. It is imperative that this information is recorded with utmost precision. It will prove invaluable, ordered Xuanning resolutely. Yes, I shall ensure they cooperate fully, Lu Xun replied, though still in the dark about Xuanning's intentions. He promptly dispatched the clerks to gather the necessary individuals. Subsequently, Xuanning addressed Jin Yuan, saying, Arrange for some of our brothers to lead teams to the families of the missing girls and document the matters I previously mentioned. The records must be as clear and detailed as possible. Understood, Jin Yuan exclaimed, swiftly mobilizing the group to commence their task. Xuanning subsequently inquired at the city office, Do you possess a map of Luoxian City? Yes, indeed, came the reply. The city office once again instructed the clerk to retrieve it. It would be preferable for it to be larger and more detailed, Xuanning reiterated. Certainly, Lu Xun affirmed as he reiterated the instructions to the clerk. A short while later, the map of Luoxian City was placed upon a table before Xuanning, who then asked, You are aware of the approximate locations where the young girls went missing, correct? Yes, the city office responded hurriedly, glancing over at the clerk, who wiped the sweat from his brow before indicating a dozen or so locations marked on the map. Upon witnessing this situation, Xuanning thought that if he did not remove this incompetent Lu Xun, he might as well change his surname to Zhou. Lu Xun, oblivious to everything, was even less capable than a mere clerk. Zhou Tianzi remarked, Then go ahead and change it. Currently, Xuanning had no time to concern himself with Lu Xun. Xuanning glanced and inquired, Is everything concentrated around the southern city? Have there been any reports from other areas? The assistant promptly replied, As of now, no reports have been received. However, I must inform the magistrate that Li Chonggui from the eastern part of the city has reported that his daughter has been missing for a day. At that moment, a constable abruptly burst in. Xuanning commanded, Quickly, let the other party in. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up, Lu Xun scolded. Yes. The constable hurriedly replied as he exited. Lu Xun then clasped his hands in respect to Xuanning, saying, My subordinate is lacking in discernment. I hope you, young Master Xuanning, will not take offense. Not at all, Xuanning responded, thinking to himself that Lu Xun would eventually be dismissed. So why should he bother with him? Before long, the constable returned, ushering in a man clad in splendid garments. With a countenance marked by sorrow, the man implored, Lord Constable, you must help me find my daughter. She has been missing for a day and a night, and I am beside myself with worry. Name your price. I will pay anything to have her back. Lu Xun interjected, Fear not, for our city's constabulary is known for its impartiality. It is our duty to alleviate the concerns of the people. Come, pay your respects to young Master Xuanning. He is the adopted son of the city lord, and he will surely assist you in this matter. Upon hearing Lu Shun's words, Li Changwei felt a pang of apprehension and quickly stepped forward to assertively introduce Xuanning. Xuanning, Li Changwei exclaimed, utterly astonished. You are the esteemed talent, young Master Xuanning. This is truly fortuitous. You must help me find my daughter. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Upon observing Lu Shun, Xuanning immediately deduced that this scoundrel must have accepted substantial bribes. After all, how else could such a corpulent figure be sustained? Relate the events as they transpired, and Lu Shun, you shall record the statements made by Li Changwei, Xuanning commanded. Understood, Lu Shun promptly responded, seizing ink and brush in preparation. As Xuanning inquired, Li Changwei articulated his responses, while Lu Shun diligently documented the dialogue. The onlookers began to regard Xuanning with a newfound respect, as they were witnessing a methodical approach to investigation that was indeed unprecedented in their experience. From Li Changwei's account, it was revealed that his daughter had departed the previous day to visit relatives in the southern part of the city, yet she had not returned. Furthermore, Li Changwei had dispatched individuals to inquire about her whereabouts, only to discover that she had left after her visit, and since then, all communication had ceased, prompting him to report the matter to the authorities. Your daughter must not have traveled alone, correct? Xuanning inquired. Certainly not. In addition to 2 maidservants. There were 4 guards, all of whom are now missing, Li Changwei replied. Are you aware of the route they might have taken? Zhou Yin further questioned. Yes. Li Changwei indicated, marking the path on a map. Zhou Yin then examined the locations of the other missing women before asking. Is there anyone familiar with this area among the officers? The clerk promptly interjected. There is one individual who possesses an exceptional understanding of the terrain surrounding Luoxian City. He is renowned as the city's master detective, named Zhan Hong. Summon him, Zhou Yin instructed. However, he has already departed to conduct an investigation. And he is currently en route to the southern part of the city, the clerk quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Xuanning acknowledged that there was indeed someone capable within the city office. Nodding, he remarked, Li Changwei, you may return for now. I shall personally conduct an investigation. Once I locate your daughter, I will ensure her safe return home. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, young Master Xuanning. Li Changwei responded hurriedly before taking his leave. Xuanning addressed Lu Shun, saying, should anyone else come to report to the authorities, ensure that their accounts are meticulously recorded. Yes, Lu Shun promptly nodded in agreement. Zhou Yin, accompanied by his guards, departed, all heading towards the southern part of the city, where the young women had gone missing. It was feared that they might strike again in the near future. Upon Zhou Yin's arrival in the southern district, the guards who had previously been dispatched to inquire and document accounts from various households returned. Zhou Yin carefully examined the testimonies they brought back, comparing them against the mental map he had retained in his mind. Xuanning's wisdom has transcended the ordinary, coupled with the insights gleaned from various modern cinematic crime documentaries. He swiftly uncovered several telling clues. Xuanning harbored a suspicion, yet its veracity required further verification. He then inquired, has Zhan Hong been located? One of the guards cast his gaze toward an individual in the distance. Soon, several guards approached, escorting a youth clad in the attire of a city constable. The young man possessed striking features and exuded an aura of integrity, leading Xuanning to believe that he was indeed a commendable person. Zhan Hong had previously encountered young Master Xuanning and now bowed respectfully in greeting. Xuanning nodded and inquired, have you uncovered any clues? These individuals act with remarkable swiftness. They must be martial artists. Their targets are merely ordinary people, and in this instance, a group of delicate young girls. Their approach is calculated and methodical, leaving no trace behind. These individuals are certainly not mere common robbers. Zhan Hong responded to Xuanning, sharing his concerns. However, the recent events have truly exceeded his capabilities, leaving him to hope that Xuanning can make a significant impact. Are you well acquainted with the layout of Luoxian City? Xuanning asked. Zhan Hong replied with utmost confidence, asserting that he possesses comprehensive knowledge of every street, alley, and hidden passage, believing that no one else knows the city better than he does. Xuanning nodded, producing a map of the southern part of the city. He indicated a specific area and inquired, are there any secluded spots within this region where ordinary people seldom venture, yet which offer concealment? Zhan Hong glanced at the area Xuanning had pointed out, astonished, and asked, why does young Master Xian believe there is something amiss in this particular location? Xuanning smiled faintly and replied, I have investigated the circumstances surrounding all the missing girls, and they share a similar age group. Moreover, they were abducted from remote locations. I firmly believe that the perpetrators have meticulously devised a plan and will continue to abduct more young women. This necessitates a concealed yet spacious place to harbor them. A desolate area would be too distant for their logistical maneuvers. They will undoubtedly select a location that is optimal for hiding their captives while remaining undetected by us. Upon meticulous examination of this region, I have discerned that only one area seems suitable. I wonder where this place might be. Upon hearing this, Xuanning promptly responded. To report back, young master, that area is a stronghold of a gang, primarily engaged in maritime trade and not known for any nefarious activities. Furthermore, they are backed by the Yi family, which is why I did not suspect them. Oh, a gang stronghold? Xuanning was taken aback to learn that the culprits were indeed from within the city. What is the name of this gang? He inquired. It is called the Blood Moon Gang, Xuanning replied. Blood Moon Gang, Xuanning murmured, contemplating the name. There was a high likelihood that they were behind these sinister deeds. He then asked, how long has this gang been established? It has not been long. It emerged suddenly 3 months ago by assimilating the original Axe Gang. The Axe Gang was previously supported by the Yi family. However, the leader of the Blood Moon Gang displayed considerable acumen by promptly ingratiating himself with the Yi family, which is why they refrained from taking action against them and instead became their new benefactors. Xuanning elaborated on the matters concerning the two gangs to Xuanning. Xuanning smiled, realizing that the Blood Moon Gang indeed harbored issues and that their schemes had begun 3 months prior. Xuanning turned to Xuanning and inquired, is it common for ordinary gangs to remain law-abiding for several months, contentedly conducting their own affairs without any disturbances? Indeed, such a phenomenon is quite rare. Your observation sheds light on the peculiar behavior of the Blood Moon Gang. Xuanning, having noted several oddities, admired Xuanning's capacity for analysis. You mentioned their involvement in the shipping trade, which implies they possess numerous vessels. Xuanning continued. All shipping activities in the southern district are under the control of the Blood Moon Gang, and that waterway can traverse through the eastern city to the northern area, ultimately leading outside the city. However, the routes leading out are concealed waterways, necessitating passage through the city gates to exit. Xuanning promptly divulged details regarding the Blood Moon Gang and speculated. Are you suggesting that the Blood Moon Gang might transport individuals via the waterways to the northern district before facilitating their departure? Nodding, Xuanning replied. The missing young women were last seen near the river. While we cannot ascertain with absolute certainty whether they will depart from the eastern or northern city, the likelihood of the northern route is considerably higher. Xuanning once again presented another topographical map of the area outside the city and inquired, are you familiar with the region north of the city? Indeed, traveling north from the city leads to numerous counties, Xuanning replied. Is Yunshantown located in that vicinity? Zhou asked. Yes. Are you suggesting that they are affiliated with the group responsible for the massacre in Yunshantown? Xuanning expressed his astonishment at Zhou Yan's ability to connect these two events. I fear they may have already relocated the people, which would complicate matters. However, judging by their demeanor, it seems they are likely to strike again. Nevertheless, it is imperative that we commence our investigation within the Blood Moon Gang first. Xuanning quickly formed a hypothesis. However, whether this incident was orchestrated by the Blood Moon Gang remained uncertain. It was imperative to conduct a thorough investigation before drawing any conclusions. Even if they were indeed responsible, what forces lurked behind them, and what were their intentions? Young Master Xuanning, why not storm into the Blood Moon Gang and apprehend them all, subjecting them to intense interrogation? Suggested Qin Yuan. That approach would certainly raise alarms. And we currently possess no solid evidence linking them to this affair. Even if we were to capture them, should they remain tight-lipped? One can only imagine how outsiders would perceive our city lord's mansion. Thus, we must conduct our inquiries discreetly. Xuanning would never act recklessly without concrete evidence. Such behavior is far from prudent. Does Master Xuanning intend to infiltrate the Blood Moon Gang from within? Xuanning understood Xuanning's implication clearly. As he often engaged in similar endeavors, it is unwise to involve too many people, and we must ensure they remain unaware of our suspicions. Zhou Yan observed them and remarked, if I were the leader of the Blood Moon Gang and intended to target those young women again, I certainly would not strike in the southern part of the city, but rather choose the eastern side. I am unsure why they would opt for the east instead of the north, as attacking from the north would bring them closer to the city gate, Qin Yuan responded, perplexed. Precisely because the north is nearer to the city gate, after they strike in the east, they would need to transport the individuals out through the north. If we are monitoring that area, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to execute their plan. Therefore, I am confident they will not act in the north. Zhou Yan asserted with great conviction. The others were enlightened and held Zhou Yin in high regard for his astute observation. Subsequently, Xuanning turned to Xuanning and inquired, "What is your level of strength?" "I am but a minor figure at the third level of a martial general. However, my agility is commendable," Xuanning replied promptly. Xuanning appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age. Possessing the strength of a third-level martial general is not insignificant, and given his familiarity with Luoxian City, he is certainly destined to accompany Xuanning. Zhou Yin addressed Qian Yuan, saying, "You should arrange for a portion of our brothers to disguise themselves as ordinary citizens, covertly observing the Blood Moon Gang members along the riverside. Especially after dusk, they must remain concealed to avoid detection. Otherwise, our plans may be jeopardized. Additionally, instruct another group of brothers to don the attire of the city lord's guards and create a noticeable commotion in the southern part of the city. This will inform them that the city lord's office has commenced an investigation, but do not approach the Blood Moon Gang." Qian Yuan nodded, yet he inquired, "Why must we make such a grand display? Wouldn't that be a waste of time?" Xuanning smiled and replied, "If we do not proceed in this manner, how will they realize that we have stationed all personnel from the city lord's mansion in the southern part of the city? Consequently, they will undoubtedly presume that other areas are devoid of any presence, and it is highly improbable they will be aware of our ambush in the eastern part as well." Comprehending their subsequent intentions, indeed, Qian Yuan nodded, for such thoughts were not within his contemplation. Xuanning harbored deep admiration for Xuanning, astonished that this renowned prodigy of Luoxian City was truly deserving of his reputation. "Next, we must assign a group to closely monitor the eastern sector, preferably dispatching agile brothers. Even upon detecting those individuals, they must exercise caution and refrain from rash actions, allowing them to abduct their targets. Subsequently, they should follow the assailants discreetly, seeking out their hideouts without drawing attention. Once we ascertain the location where they are holding the young women, we shall await my further instructions. I intend to ensnare them all at once. Lastly, we must secretly bolster our ranks and reinforce the northern city gate. We cannot permit them to facilitate any transfer of captives." "Understood, young Master Xuanning." "Young Master Qian Yuan." "Wait," Xuanning called out to Qian Yuan once more, stating, "After completing all these tasks, await my message and be prepared to act at any moment." "Very well," Qian Yuan nodded and proceeded to make the necessary arrangements. "You shall accompany me to infiltrate the Blood Moon Gang and investigate, but the risk during daylight is considerable. I shall first scout the area." "You find a place to await my return," Zhou Yin proposed. "Will you not be in danger?" Xuanning was taken aback by Xuanning's willingness to personally confront peril, a stark contrast to the noble science he was accustomed to. "They aim to detain me, but it shall not be so simple," Xuanning chuckled lightly. With no other choice, Xuanning complied and began to elucidate the circumstances within the Blood Moon Gang, providing Xuanning with a fundamental understanding of its members. Xuanning began to don a disguise, shrouding his visage entirely, given his current realm and his speed attribute. Even formidable warriors at the martial master level would find it arduous to detect him. Xuanning, upon witnessing Xuanning's transformation, felt a twinge of surprise. Concerned for Xuanning's safety, he brought along a contingent of personnel, prepared to assist him at a moment's notice. Xuanning led Xuanning and the others to the exterior of the Blood Moon Gang. "You all must remain here and refrain from making any appearances, lest we alert the enemy," Xuanning instructed them. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xuanning swiftly entered the house with the tightly shut doors, subsequently concealing himself. He commenced a meticulous search, ultimately arriving at the grand hall of the Blood Moon Gang. Before long, Xuanning's formidable spiritual energy alerted him to the presence of an approaching individual. Xuanning glanced around and swiftly concealed himself within the plaque above the grand hall, remaining utterly still to avoid detection. Before long, a group of individuals approached and commenced their discourse. Indeed, the leader proved to be astute. The personnel from the city lord's residence had intervened in the investigation, and like headless flies, they began to meander aimlessly throughout the southern part of the city. An exuberant voice emerged, imbued with an air of flattery. Upon hearing this, Xuanning realized that his assumption was correct. These individuals were indeed the very ones who had abducted the young maidens. To his astonishment, he recognized the voice speaking. Was it not the scarred man who had previously intruded upon Zhou Yuya's estate? He could hardly believe that not only had they survived, but they had also joined the Blood Moon Gang. Xuanning cast a glance at the individuals below and indeed recognized two familiar faces, the scarred man, El Chu, and another man, He Daibo, both of whom were wanted throughout the city. Rather than fleeing from Luoxian City, They had brazenly joined the Blood Moon gang to perpetrate their misdeeds. Haha. Zhou Tianzi of Luoxian City has already been lured away by our leader's cunning strategy. Leaving the entire city at our mercy, the Blood Moon gang leader, Blood Wolf, declared triumphantly, his countenance radiating delight. Yet, they are clever enough to seize control of the city gates. However, as we do not intend to leave the city, this poses no hindrance to us. Leader, how many women are we supposed to capture? Furthermore, those women are to be seized, not toyed with. Does that not seem a waste? Hidaiwa questioned, perplexed. Blood Wolf, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, "Let me make this clear. Do not jeopardize our leader's grand designs. Those women undoubtedly serve a purpose. If any of you dare to lay a hand on them, I will ensure your gruesome demise without our leader's intervention." Upon witnessing Blood Wolf's wrath, Hidaiwa promptly stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Of course, we owe our lives to the leader's mercy, which has granted us a place within the Blood Moon gang. We would never breach the gang's rules. That is good to know. Do not question what should remain unspoken, and simply focus on your tasks," warned Blood Soul, the second in command beside Blood Wolf. Chu interjected, "I have thoroughly scouted the targets in the eastern part of the city. There are over 100 individuals, with 32 suitable for our purposes. When shall we strike? Although Zhou Tianzi was no longer in Luoxian City, we must act swiftly. If the citizens unite to investigate our activities, it would be detrimental to us. Tonight, we will capture all those targets and transport them to the northern part of the city by boat. Tomorrow, we will act in the north, and by the third day, we shall depart from Luoxian City. At that time, you will also meet our leader and become part of our ranks." Blood Wolf outlined his plan. "Thank you, leader." Chu and Hidaiwa expressed their gratitude promptly. They then delved into the details of their scheme, which Xuanning attentively overheard. However, the identity of the leader, as mentioned by Blood Wolf, remained unclear to Xuanning. It was evident that this leader was orchestrating the entire malevolent operation. Moreover, there was a silver lining. The abducted young women were safe and had not endured any inhumane treatment, suggesting they held significant value to the gang, though the specifics of their importance were still a mystery to Xuanning. After approximately half an hour, Chu and Hidaiwa took their leave, and the third in command, Blood Phantom, finally addressed Blood Wolf, "Leader, shall we truly bring these two to meet our leader?" "Absolutely not. Once they have completed their tasks, we shall dispose of them," Blood Wolf replied. Blood Wolf smiled. "The leader is indeed wise. These two, who are like moths to a flame when it comes to women, are truly irksome and will inevitably jeopardize our grand endeavors." Blood Soul wholeheartedly concurred. Chu and Hidaiwa were quite familiar with Falling Immortal City, particularly with the women within it. "Were it not for this, I would not have admitted them into our gang," Blood Wolf declared with pride. "The boss is truly sagacious." Blood Wolf and his companions refrained from divulging any information regarding their leader. However, Xuanning had gleaned some insights about the organization known as the Blood Moon Sect from him. These individuals had been scheming something significant, although Xuanning was not entirely certain of the particulars. Nonetheless, it was evident that this undertaking necessitated a multitude of young women, specifically those from noble households. Xuanning speculated that the Blood Moon Sect seemed intent on using these women as sacrifices to perform some malevolent ritual for the purpose of summoning, thereby acquiring formidable power. Moreover, the number of women required was not insignificant. Such nefarious tactics of sacrificing others to enhance one's own strength were indeed despicable, and Xuanning was resolute in preventing their success. However, these were merely Xuanning's conjectures. He was not entirely certain of the true intentions of the Blood Moon Sect. Once the Blood Wolves departed, Xuanning descended from the plaque and meticulously erased all traces of his presence to avoid detection. After accomplishing this, he cautiously made his way towards the location where Xuanning and the others were gathered. Upon seeing Xuanning emerge, Xuanning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had anything happened to Xuanning inside, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. "Young Master Xuanning, what transpired?" Xuanning inquired eagerly. "It has been confirmed that this affair is indeed orchestrated by them, and it aligns with my initial thoughts. After identifying their targets, they incapacitate them and transport them by ship to a secret location in the northern part of the city, though we remain uncertain of the exact whereabouts. Xuanning has acquired a wealth of valuable information. Next, he simply needs to locate where the young girls are being held, and that will suffice. We need not venture in again tonight. I will personally lead a team to trail them and ascertain the location of the imprisoned girls," Xuanning stated. The three leaders of the Blood Moon Gang all possess strength at the warrior master level, thus Xuanning refrains from acting recklessly. Xuanning returned to the Lord's manor, instructing someone to notify Bai Ji and summon several martial artists from the manor to assist him. The manor housed numerous guest experts, including several formidable martial sect masters. Although many had been taken away by Zhou Tiansu, Xuanning required only a few capable of confronting the leader of the Blood Moon Gang. Subsequently, Xuanning began to mobilize personnel, initiating a surveillance and encirclement operation against the members of the Blood Moon Gang to ensure none could escape. Everything unfolded according to Xuanning's meticulous plan, and soon, several adept individuals from the Lord's manor stood before him. Greetings, young Master Xuanning. The lady of the manor has instructed us to heed your commands. Please, feel free to share your needs, they said as they approached, their prowess evident. Among them were a 3rd-level martial artist, a 5th-level martial artist, and a 7th-level martial artist. With their combined strength, dealing with the 3 leaders of the Blood Moon Gang was well within their capabilities. Then I shall trouble you all, Xuanning replied, feeling a renewed sense of confidence with the assistance at hand. Xuanning promptly arranged for 3 martial artists to surveil the trio of bloodwolves, ensuring they would not escape. As night fell, Xuanning and his companions made their way to the eastern part of the city, where they concealed themselves. Soon, they observed Lu Chu, Hidaibua, and other members of the Blood Moon Gang splitting up to abduct various women. These individuals had already gathered intelligence on the residences of their targets. They dared not approach those with stringent security. Instead, they sought out households that appeared vulnerable. After some time, they stuffed their captives into burlap sacks and, utilizing horse-drawn carts, transported them to the riverbank, where they would be taken away by water. We shall follow closely. No one is to act without my command, Xuanning instructed his team. Understood. Xuanning had long prepared a select few capable individuals in the northern part of the city, accompanying him with only a handful of agile companions. These individuals moved with utmost discretion and remarkable speed, as the vessels glided downstream until they reached an uninhabited location in the northern region of the city, where they finally disembarked the passengers onto the shore. Xuanning and his companions were unaware that their adversaries were oblivious to their own whereabouts. Consequently, they followed at a considerable distance, exercising utmost caution. Upon witnessing their opponents arrive at a secluded location, they too came to a halt. Summon the brothers to gather here, Xuanning commanded. He surveyed the area and instructed someone to fetch those stationed in the northern part of the city, intending to execute a comprehensive plan. Understood, responded the 2 guards, nodding before making their way towards the northern sector. Meanwhile, Xuanning meticulously trailed the enemy, observing as they ushered the unconscious young women into a warehouse. Xuanning surveyed his surroundings. The architecture was sparse, and no inhabitants were to be found. Furthermore, the numerous defenders stationed here had set up hidden sentinels in every corner, and entry and exit were strictly regulated by a password, leaving not a sliver of opportunity for the woman inside to escape. After determining the location, Xuanning cautiously departed from the area and returned to the place where he had previously separated from the guards. After a considerable time, the guards arrived with his entourage. Upon seeing Xuanning, they all began to speak. Young Master Xuanning, everyone is awaiting your command. Upon witnessing the eager expressions upon the faces of those gathered, Xuanning could not help but smile. He then spoke with a grave demeanor. The individuals are located within. Exercise caution, everyone. Once we have successfully captured them all, I, Xuanning, shall treat everyone to a celebratory feast. Thank you, young Master Xuanning. The guards beamed with joy. Let us depart. Once outside, Xuanning instructed the guards to swiftly deal with the hidden sentinels. The guards moved in unison and efficiently neutralized the lurking watchmen. After eliminating the external threats, Xuanning led the guards towards the warehouse where the young girls were confined. Taking the lead, he hastened his steps, his feet propelling him forward with vigor, as he leapt into the fenced entrance with the agility of a finely drawn bow. Clang! Xuanning arrived at the entrance, raised his weapon, and delivered a powerful strike, severing the chains above with a single blow. He then commanded, "Attack! Who goes there? Enemies are approaching." With a swift motion, the guards donned their full armor, equipped not only with weapons but also with bows and arrows. Upon entering, they drew their bows and unleashed a volley towards the assailants of the Blood Moon Gang. Zhou Yan, the fastest among them, employed his agile footwork and executed the sword transformation technique, directing his sword rapidly towards the adversaries. In Xuanning's hand, the sword shimmered with an array of dazzling lights, leaving the adversaries momentarily bewildered. In but a fleeting instant, a gash appeared upon their necks. and they collapsed with a resounding thud. The majority of these individuals were merely at the martial soldier level, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of Xuanning, who stood at the pinnacle of the martial general realm. From the vicinity of the warehouse, a multitude of individuals emerged, each wielding weapons. Charging towards Xuanning and his companions with fervor, Xuanning effortlessly dispatched several foes rushing towards him, advancing into the warehouse. At that moment, a group emerged from within. Led by a figure brandishing a decapitating blade, his countenance fierce and menacing as he glared at Xuanning and demanded, "Boy, from which faction do you hail? State your name." With a hearty laugh, Xuanning replied, "I am Xuanning, the adopted son of Zhou Tiansu, the lord of Luoxian City." Realizing they were facing someone from the Lord's residence, the leader's expression shifted, revealing a glint of murderous intent. "Since you found your way here, you shall not leave unscathed." Upon hearing this, the leader appeared taken aback, astonished that someone could locate this place. To think of killing someone as renowned as you, acclaimed as the foremost scholar of Luoxian City, would surely bring me great delight. Xuanning, sensing that his adversary lacked the prowess of a martial master, felt no cause for concern. Xuanning's reputation for intellect surpasses even his prowess and strength. Consequently, the whispers circulating in the outside world predominantly extol Xuanning's scholarly achievements rather than his martial capabilities. As a member of the city lord's residence, I am duty-bound to safeguard the citizens of Luoxian City from the Blood Moon Gang's abduction of innocent maidens. If you possess any ability, then let it be demonstrated." Xuanning, with an air of unwavering righteousness, addressed the opponent with profound words. The reason for such noble declarations lay in his confidence of victory. Had the disparity in strength been too great, he would not have ventured into such peril. Kill. The adversaries charged towards Xuanning, who, undeterred, brandished his long sword and launched a counterattack. Xuanning's swordsmanship was remarkably versatile, employing the sword transformation technique, a superior martial skill of the Xian rank. As he became increasingly adept at this technique, he was able to conjure an array of intricate and unpredictable assaults, rendering his opponents utterly defenseless. As Xuanning prepared to strike his opponent, his sword flickered with an uncanny swiftness, positioning itself at the adversary's left side before launching a direct assault towards their face. The opponent, taken aback, narrowly evaded the lethal blow, yet his garment was still grazed by Xuanning's blade. This close encounter with death revealed the formidable nature of Xuanning, leaving his adversary astounded. They had not anticipated that such a scholar possessed such tremendous prowess. "Young man, the outside world has underestimated you, recognizing only your literary talents while neglecting your formidable strength." The opponent's expression turned grave, realizing that despite Xuanning's youth, he had attained a remarkable level of skill. The potential for greatness in such an individual was undoubtedly boundless, and thus he could not be allowed to live. "Regrettably, you are destined to perish by my sword today." Xuanning, vigilant against any treacherous tactics, remained cautious, aware that deceit often lurked in the shadows of combat. The opponent, with a fierce glare directed at Xuanning, raised his executioner's blade, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as he swung down with ferocity. Swiftly, Xuanning leapt into action, his sword shimmering as he countered the strike with a decisive blow. The opponent barely registered the flash of cold steel before collapsing to the ground. However, Xuanning's speed was overwhelming. The adversary's eyes were pierced by Xuanning's blade, resulting in anguished cries. As others rushed forward, the sheer number of assailants promised the accumulation of numerous attribute points. Under the swift strike of Xuanning's sword, no one could withstand even a single blow, one after another. They were vanquished and fell to the ground. Xuanning delivered a powerful kick, sending an individual hurtling through the air, crashing against a door with such tremendous force that it shattered upon impact. A few terrified voices echoed from within. As Xuanning stepped inside, he beheld a group of trembling young women, their eyes wide with fear as they regarded him apprehensively. Xuanning promptly replied, "Do not be concerned. I am Xuanning from the city lord's mansion, here to rescue you." Upon hearing his words, several women stepped forward, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. As their fear diminished somewhat, power increased by 5, cultivation points increased by 70, vitality increased by 166. Why are the cultivation points so meager? Xuanning pondered, feeling somewhat speechless, realizing that the rates of acquisition were indeed contingent upon fortune. Xuanning believed that this was also related to his current strength. After all, he had now reached the 9th heaven of martial generals, and thus, the cultivation value gained from defeating those of inferior strength was significantly diminished. It is also possible that this is connected to the drop rate, but the exact reason remains unclear to Xuanning. Xuanning raised his longsword and charged towards the others. With so many opponents, the accumulation of their numbers would surely yield a considerable amount of attribute points. With a swift stroke of his sword, Xuanning proved invincible, as none could withstand his single strike. One by one, his adversaries fell before him, lifeless upon the ground. Xuanning delivered a powerful kick, sending an individual flying through the air, crashing against a door with such immense force that it shattered upon impact. The terrified cries echoed from within, prompting Xuanning to step inside, where he beheld a group of trembling young women. Their eyes filled with fear as they gazed upon him. Xuanning promptly responded, "Do not worry. I am Xuanning from the City Lord's mansion, here to rescue you." "Xuanning, you say your name is Xuanning. You are the renowned prodigy from the City Lord's mansion." Upon hearing Xuanning's words, several women stepped forward, their eyes glimmering with astonishment, and their fear diminished significantly. They were indeed taken aback. They had only heard of Xuanning's illustrious reputation as a gifted scholar, but never did they realize that his prowess was so formidable that he could come to their aid, witnessing Xuanning's arrival to save them. Many young ladies etched his image into their hearts. Coupled with his celebrated status throughout the entire falling immortal city, encountering him in person was an unforgettable experience. As they beheld Xuanning's strikingly handsome visage and his heroic stature, many were captivated. Such acts of gallantry inevitably ensnare the hearts of onlookers. Do not emerge just yet. There are still some individuals outside that require attention. Remain here for the time being, and I shall attend to the situation outside before we proceed." Xuanning smiled faintly, bestowing upon them a radiant and confident grin before turning away, transforming into a swordsman. With graceful agility, he wielded his sword, dispatching enemies with the ease of plucking fruit from a tree. Many young maidens approached the entrance, their hearts pounding with trepidation, yet unable to resist the urge to glimpse the outside world, eager to behold Xuanning's form. As they beheld him clad in white like freshly fallen snow, his heroic silhouette danced before their eyes, igniting their hearts with an unquenchable longing. After a considerable time, witnessing the tide of battle turn against them and realizing escape was futile, they opted for a surprise attack. Xuanning, needing to interrogate them, commanded their binding. He then instructed his men to manage the remains of the fallen, while also collecting the scattered attribute points. Health 18, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Cultivation points 9. Once all attribute points were gathered, Xuanning ordered the bodies of his fallen brothers to be laid together. In battle, death and injury are inevitable. Such is the harsh reality. We shall return the deceased to the Lord's residence, and the wounded shall accompany us as well. We have further tasks to attend to." Xuanning commanded. Yes. Subsequently, he instructed his men to bring forth all the maidens. As each girl was rescued, the surrounding guards finally revealed smiles. The maidens, overwhelmed with joy at their liberation, wept and expressed their gratitude to the guards, who for the first time experienced the profound satisfaction of being revered for their good deeds. "You should thank young Master Xuanning. All of this is his doing," the guards proclaimed. "Thank you, talented young Master Xuanning. So, he is Xuanning. How handsome he is. Young Master Xuanning is truly dashing, and who would have thought his strength was so formidable?" Xuanning smiled at them and said, "Do not worry. I shall arrange for someone to escort you back shortly." "How many are there in total?" Xuanning inquired of the attendant beside him. An attendant stepped forward and replied, in response to young Master Ning, "There are a total of 51 young ladies." Xuanning nodded and then commanded, "Instruct a portion of our brothers to ensure their safe return home. The rest will follow me. This time, we shall eradicate the Blood Moon gang." "Understood." All the guards responded promptly. As Xuanning departed, the young women fervently prayed for his safety, silently offering their blessings. Reputation activated. Reputation of Xuanning? While making his way towards the Blood Moon gang, Xuanning was taken aback by this notification. He had never anticipated the activation of yet another function. As Xuanning journeyed onward, he accessed the reputation feature, only to discover that it had been steadily increasing. In no time, it surged by over 100 points. What purpose does this reputation serve? Upon examining his own reputation, Xuanning noticed an additional section that could be explored further. Xuanning swiftly clicked to explore. This was the Reputation Exchange Mall. He was quite taken aback, as he had not anticipated that reputation could be exchanged for items, leaving him in a state of astonishment. How might one acquire such reputation? Xuanning was eager to learn, yet he discovered that no explanations were provided. Everything would have to be uncovered through his own exploration. Xuanning glanced at what could be exchanged for this prestige and first focused on martial skills. he discovered that low-tier human martial techniques were not expensive. A low-tier technique could be exchanged for merely 10 points of prestige. A mid-tier technique required 20 points, while a high-tier technique demanded 30 points. However, for low-tier yellow techniques, one would need 100 points of prestige. Mid-tier techniques required 200 points, and high-tier techniques necessitated 300 points. Martial arts techniques above the Xian level are exceedingly precious. Glancing at his meager reputation points, he realized that he could hardly exchange them for anything of substantial worth. In addition to martial skills, Xuanning discovered the possibility of exchanging for attribute points. Each type of attribute point had its own exchange rate. For instance, a point of health could be acquired for a mere 1 reputation point. Conversely, the attributes of strength, constitution, defense, and critical hit required 10 reputation points for a single point. Speed, spirit, comprehension, aptitude, and wisdom demanded a more substantial cost of 50 reputation points for 1 point. Even luck was exorbitantly priced, necessitating 100 reputation points for a single point. Beyond these, reputation could also be exchanged for cultivation points, at an equivalent rate of 1 reputation point for 1 cultivation point. Xuanning continued to observe. In addition to the cultivation value, weapons and equipment could also be exchanged, with superior items necessitating a greater amount of prestige points. Furthermore, there existed a myriad of techniques, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and recipes. This prestige value indeed proved to be a valuable asset, yet Xuanning speculated that the means of acquisition were likely tied to his reputation. If he could perform more good deeds in Luoxian City, his prestige would undoubtedly increase significantly. Although he was curious as to why he had not activated this prestige after earning the title of a prodigy, he surmised that he had perhaps not yet met the necessary requirements for activation. Now, having rescued these young women, the prestige had indeed been triggered. This suggested that he would need to commit to performing more benevolent acts for Luoxian City in the future. Indeed, Xuanning considered himself a good person, a benefactor to the people. Upon returning to the southern part of the city, Xuanning first reunited with Qian Yuan and inquired, "What is the situation?" Qian Yuan responded with a respectful gesture. "Rest assured, young Master Ning, all members of the Blood Moon Gang are being closely monitored by our personnel. Even those with close ties to the gang have not escaped my scrutiny. We await your return. How did it fare on your end? The young women have been safely rescued, and I have arranged for their return home. Now, we can ensnare the entirety of the Blood Moon Gang. All routes have been sealed off. We must ensure that not a single one escapes." Xuanning issued orders, determined to capture every last one of these detestable individuals, leaving not a single one at large. Otherwise, they would instigate yet another calamity. Qian Yuan promptly nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once, ensuring that not a single person escapes." Xuanning turned to the 3 formidable warriors by his side and addressed them, saying, "I would like to trouble you 3 to capture the 3 leaders of the Blood Moon Gang, Blood Wolf, Blood Soul, and Blood Spirit. Their strength lies within the martial master realm, so I entrust this task to you." The 3 nodded in agreement, responding, "Rest assured, young Master Ning. These individuals disrupt the tranquility of Luoxian City, and we shall exert ourselves to the utmost." "That is splendid," Xuanning replied. "When my adoptive father returns, I will certainly report your merits to him." Upon hearing this, the 3 warriors smiled and expressed their gratitude. They held great respect for Xuanning, appreciating his commendable character as a young master. Moments later, Qian Yuan had gathered everyone and organized all necessary arrangements. Hundreds of individuals had completely encircled the entire Blood Moon Gang. As Xuanning beheld the multitude awaiting his command, a surge of valor ignited within him. Raising his weapon, he proclaimed, "Brothers, let us strike." They charged forth towards the stronghold of the Blood Moon Gang. The members of the Blood Moon Gang, caught off guard by the audacity of this late-night assault, were met with swift demise. The guards at the entrance were pierced by arrows before they could react. Subsequently, a throng of assailants breached the inner sanctum, initiating a ruthless purge against the denizens within. A fierce battle erupted as the 2 factions clashed violently, rousing even those who had been slumbering within the Blood Moon's lair. Many, still in their night clothes, hastily joined the fray against the intruders. What on earth was transpiring? Blood Wolf, entwined with a woman summoned from the Yihang courtyard, was startled from his intimate engagement by the cacophony of battle cries. In a flurry of panic, he hastily donned his trousers, cursing as he rushed outside. "What is happening? Where does this uproar come from?" Blood Wolf furiously seized a member of the Blood Moon Gang. "Leader, we are under attack." The man replied swiftly. "By whom? Could it be the Shark Gang?" Those ruffians have audacity to trespass. Bloodwolf, oblivious to the true identity of the assailants, assumed it was merely a skirmish among rival factions, a common occurrence in their realm. I'm uncertain. The gang member hastily responded. With a resounding slap, Bloodwolf reprimanded him. Then hurry and discover which scoundrel dares to disrupt my slumber. I shall ensure they regret it. Yes, yes, the Blood Moon member exclaimed, covering his face as he hurried towards the exit. Soon after, Blood Soul and Blood Spirit donned their attire, brandishing their weapons as they emerged, inquiring, Leader, what transpires? Who possesses the audacity to wreak havoc in our domain? I do not yet know, but I suspect it is the Shark Gang. They lost several vessels to us days ago and likely seek vengeance, Bloodwolf conjectured. Should the Shark Gang have come, let us ensure they have no return. With my prowess as a fifth-tier martial artist, I could dispatch them with a single strike, Blood Soul declared, brandishing his weapon. Let us proceed together. We cannot afford to lose many at this juncture. We have grand matters to attend to, Snowwolf urged, rallying his subordinates as they surged towards the entrance. As Bloodwolf and his entourage approached the threshold, they beheld their comrades being slaughtered like mere animals. Enraged, he turned to confront the assailants, demanding, Who are you? Xuanning, wielding a blood-dripping longsword, approached the Bloodwolf and declared, Bloodwolf, your doom has arrived. The Bloodwolf glanced at Xuanning, initially sensing he was not affiliated with the Shark Gang. Upon scrutinizing the individuals surrounding him, he soon realized that the guards were clad in the attire of the Lord's Manor. Taken aback, the Bloodwolf exclaimed, You are from the Lord's Manor. In response, Xuanning, the Bloodwolf, declared, Indeed, I am Xuanning, the Lord of the city. I am well aware of your actions. Those maidens have been rescued by me. Now, it is time for you to face judgment. Upon hearing this, Bloodwolf's fury erupted. So you are the one hailed as the foremost talent of Luoxian City. Xuanning, who has fortuitously been adopted by Zhou Tiansu. I never anticipated you could uncover my deeds. At this juncture, Bloodwolf ceased his evasion and straightforwardly confessed. Realizing he had been encircled, he could only forge a bloody path to escape. You are indeed Xuanning. I have heard of your exceptional literary talents, however. I am curious to ascertain your martial prowess. Blood Soul gazed at Xuanning, taken aback to discover that this individual was the renowned scholar of Luoxian City, who had thwarted their entire scheme. I shall certainly sever your head and use it as a ball to kick. Seeing the substantial casualties among his subordinates and the total failure of their mission, Blood Soul feared severe retribution from their master. Fear not. I have no intention of battling you. Your true adversaries are not I, but rather them. Xuanning retreated a few steps, and from behind him emerged three formidable figures. These three were esteemed guest elders of the city lord's estate, each possessing a martial prowess exceeding that of the third level of martial master, specifically summoned by Xuanning to confront Bloodwolf and his companions. Upon seeing these three, Bloodwolf and his companions sensed their formidable presence and momentarily hesitated. It appears you have been well prepared. These three martial masters were indeed tailored for us, were they not? With your strength residing within the martial master realm. How could I be so foolish as to seek trouble with you alone? Xuanning cast a cold smile at the three Bloodwolves. With his current strength at the 9th level of martial generals, complemented by various attributes and the advanced Xian-tier martial techniques, he held the confidence to contend against formidable martial masters. However, he could only manage to face those at the 2nd level of martial masters. Anything beyond that was beyond his capability. Martial masters had the ability to manifest their spiritual energy, significantly enhancing their strength, speed, and defense, rendering ordinary martial generals utterly ineffective against them. The three Bloodwolves exchanged glances, and Bloodwolf quietly remarked, Today, we either carve a bloody path to escape or perish here. We must fight with all we have. The leader's words resonated deeply. They had considered everything. Yet they had not anticipated that Zhou Tiansu's newly adopted son would possess such wisdom, effectively thwarting their meticulously devised plans. The title of the foremost prodigy of Luoxian City was indeed well-deserved. Blood Soul could not help but admire the fact that their long-concocted scheme was ultimately disrupted by Xuanning, a scenario they had never envisaged. We must eliminate Xuanning. A person like him is a potential threat, Blood proclaimed with rising murderous intent. If given the chance, we should capture him alive. He is merely 16 years old. How formidable could he truly be? If we could present him to the sect leader, perhaps we might redeem ourselves. Bloodwolf's thoughts turned towards Xuanning. Recognizing that such an astute individual was precisely the talent Blood Moon sect required, the three nodded in agreement, then glared menacingly at Xuanning, shouting, Kill. Humph. With us here, you shall not harm young Master Xuanning. The three guest elders by Xuanning's side, upon witnessing the blood wolves' aggression, also drew their weapons and charged towards the adversaries. They would not permit any harm to befall Xuanning. The blood wolves unleashed their spiritual energy, manifesting it upon their bodies, a hallmark of martial masters, which significantly amplified their strength and defense. The three guest elders did the same, channeling their spiritual energy into their forms. And the battle between them and the blood wolves ensued. The clash among the six martial masters was far more perilous than that of martial generals. Martial masters could not only project their spiritual energy outward, but also imbue their weapons with it, thereby enhancing their offensive capabilities. A direct hit from this energy could spell disaster for anyone beneath the martial master level. Without formidable armor to shield them, they would likely suffer grievous injuries or worse. The blades of the six warriors gleamed with lethal precision, their energy swirling fiercely. Any unfortunate souls who ventured into the fray were swiftly dispatched by the ferocious force unleashed by the six, rendering the area around their conflict perilously inaccessible. Indeed, the battle among martial masters was a terrifying spectacle. Xuanning did not pause. He swiftly charged towards the remaining members of the Blood Moon gang, brandishing his longsword and dispatching them one by one. With his formidable prowess, only a master of martial arts could hope to withstand his onslaught. Xuanning reaped substantial rewards as he vanquished his foes, simultaneously collecting various attribute points. Health increased by 66, strength by 2, constitution by 1, cultivation points by 50, and defense by 3. As he continued to gather these enhancements, Xuanning ultimately realized that he was on the brink of a breakthrough in his realm, which filled him with profound joy. After such a prolonged wait, he was finally poised to ascend once more, elevating his status to the first level of a martial artist. A surge of immense energy coursed through Xuanning's entire being, refining his body and imbuing it with boundless vitality. Powerful spirals of spiritual energy circulated within him, converging upon a specific location known as the Qi Sea. However, this Qi Sea initially resembled the primordial world, void and desolate, devoid of life or substance, akin to an endless abyss of darkness. After circulating the spiritual energy throughout his body, it was fully absorbed into the Qi Sea, beginning to infuse this boundless dark realm with a hint of vitality and a glimmer of light. The hallmark of a martial artist is the condensation of the Qi Sea, a feat Xuanning had already accomplished. Should he succeed in filling this Qi Sea, saturating the infinite dark expanse with spiritual energy until it forms a dantian, he would ascend to the next realm, the martial sovereign. Indeed, the chasm between martial generals and martial artists is vast. Even 5 powerful martial generals at the 9th level may struggle against a single martial artist at the 1st level. After ascending to the rank of martial master, Xuanning felt an explosive surge of power coursing through his entire being. With his current prowess, he was confident in his ability to confront formidable opponents at the 4th tier of the martial master realm. The 4th tier marks the intermediate level among martial masters, with the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers constituting the beginner stage, while the 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers represent the intermediate stage, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers denote the advanced level. Prior to entering the martial master domain, Xuanning already possessed the confidence to contend with adversaries at the 2nd tier. Having recently transitioned into the beginner stage of martial master, his strength had grown tremendously, enabling him to face those at the intermediate level with ease. With his enhanced capabilities, Xuanning experienced a significant elevation in his overall power, speed, reflexes, and combat techniques. His strikes were as swift as lightning, his movements as fluid as the wind, and his sword transformed into a harbinger of death, dispatching enemies around him one by one. Be cautious. Xuanning's formidable senses detected an imminent attack against him. He bent his body, transforming into a bow, as a long blade soared through the air above him. After narrowly evading an attack, Xuanning swiftly launched into the air, employing the whip thunder leg technique to deliver a fierce strike towards the ambushing blood soul, who raised its blade defensively. Clang! Clang! Xuanning's leg struck against the opponent's weapon with formidable force. Yet, the sheer power of the blow left Shui Pao utterly astonished, as it sent the adversary staggering several meters back. He gazed at Xuanning in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can your strength be so extraordinary?" Shui Pao found it hard to fathom. The intensity of those 2 kicks was simply overwhelming, leaving him in a state of profound shock. Xuanning smiled faintly, adopting a stance of attack, and said, "Perfect, I shall use you to test my sword." Xuanning employed a rapid stride, swiftly charging towards Shui Pao. Observing Xuanning's remarkable speed, Shui Pao refrained from underestimating his opponent, and promptly launched an attack. Filled with self-assurance, Xuanning believed that Xuanning's daring advance was a sure path to demise. With his prowess as a third-tier martial artist, he was confident that he could capture Xuanning effortlessly. Transforming sword technique. Xuanning employed the Xian-level superior sword technique, a formidable sword maneuver that, when executed with the prowess of a martial master, unleashed an even greater aura of strength, swifter velocity, and an enigmatic complexity that was utterly uncanny. Puff! With a swift thrust, Xuanning pierced the chest of Blood Soul, leaving the latter utterly astonished. Had it not been for the immediate pain prompting a rapid deployment of martial techniques to force Xuanning back, the blade would have struck not merely his chest, but his very heart. So, you two have attained the level of a martial master. Blood Soul gasped, clutching his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Xuanning. Allowing blood to flow freely from the wound, the depth of his shock was beyond articulation. How could someone so young possess such extraordinary talent? At merely 16, it seemed almost impossible to find another martial master within the entire Liu dynasty. Aside from Xuanning himself, I inadvertently broke through. It's rather troubling, Xuanning remarked with an expression of resignation. Listen, Blood Soul retorted. Is this even human speech? I can no longer afford to let you go. Previously, Blood Soul had underestimated the situation, with his mastery at the third level of martial mastery. He felt confident in confronting a newly ascended martial master. However, recalling Xuanning's earlier technique, he furrowed his brow, recognizing its complexity. You shall face me. Do not think to harm young Master Ning. Lu Xinghuai, a guest elder who had previously battled Blood Soul, had now arrived, accompanied by Blood Wolf and Blood Spirit. Young Master Ning, are you unharmed? The three guest elders approached Xuanning, visibly relieved to see him unscathed, for should anything happen to him, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon Zhou Tian's return. Rest assured, a mere third-level martial master like Blood Soul cannot pose any threat to me, Xuanning assured them. Xuanning has advanced to martial master. We cannot let him escape. Blood Soul exclaimed hastily. What? Is it true? You claim he has advanced to martial master. Whether it was Blood Wolf, Blood Spirit, or the three guest elders, they all gazed at Xuanning in utter astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and incredulity. Xuanning has surprisingly attained the realm of martial master. Young Master Xuanning, have you truly advanced to the martial master stage? The three guest elders could not help but tremble with excitement. This revelation was equally astonishing to them. It is nothing extraordinary, merely the martial master realm. Xuanning replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, their expressions transformed to a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Excellent, truly exceptional. Congratulations to young Master Xuanning on successfully advancing to the martial master realm. The most formidable among the guest elders, named Yang Yin, promptly extended his congratulations to Xuanning. The greater Xuanning's talents, the more advantageous it becomes for them, given Xuanning's exceptional aptitude. Ascending to the rank of a martial king is a foregone conclusion. In fact, within the entire Liu Empire, one would be hard-pressed to find another individual of such remarkable caliber as Xuanning. We must ensure the protection of young Master Xuanning, even if it costs us our lives, for we cannot allow any harm to befall him, Yang Yin asserted with unwavering determination. Indeed, the two other guest elders, Lu Xinghuai and Ma Xingjin, echoed in unison, their spirits lifted at the prospect of being involved in this endeavor and forging a favorable acquaintance with Xuanning. Talents like Xuanning possess limitless potential. Establishing a rapport with him would yield only benefits and no detriments. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of Blood Wolf and Blood Soul soured significantly. To be adversaries of a prodigy like Xuanning felt akin to swallowing a cockroach, utterly repugnant. Let us depart. Blood Wolf and his companions nodded in agreement, whispering amongst themselves. They recognized the urgency of fleeing today, for their opponents now numbered 4 martial masters. And with the multitude of guards from the city lord's manor surrounding them, remaining would only lead to capture, a fate they were keen to avoid. We must intercept them. We cannot let them escape, Xuanning declared. Understood. The 3 guest elders, invigorated by Xuanning's recent breakthrough to martial master, felt a surge of enhanced might and resolutely positioned themselves to confront Blood Wolf and his companions. Upon witnessing the Blood Wolf trio being intercepted, Xuanning stepped forward to launch an assault on the injured Blood Spirit, further exacerbating his wounds. Blood Spirit was on the verge of uttering curses, infuriated by how the 4 of them relentlessly targeted him at any opportunity, leaving his expression darkened with rage. The Blood Wolf trio, with one of their own injured, Who else could they possibly target but him? You two, restrain the others. The blood spirit is mine, Xuanning commanded. Well, Lu Xinghua and Ma Xingjin exchanged worried glances, yet Yang Yin inquired, Young Master Ning, do you possess confidence in this endeavor? Rest assured, Xuanning replied with unwavering assurance. Very well. Nodding in agreement, the three guest warriors proceeded to intercept Blood Wolf and Blood Soul. Alone, Xuanning confronted the Blood Soul, whose complexion had turned ashen. After enduring assaults from 4 individuals, his injuries had escalated from minor wounds to severe ones, a fact that elucidated Yang Yin's consent for Xuanning to face Blood Soul solo. Even gravely injured, I shall still slay you. Blood Soul charged forward, akin to a dying beast driven by desperation. Swift steps. Xuanning's agility was remarkable as he surged towards Blood Soul, once more employing the advanced sword technique to launch an assault. The combination of his rapid movements and formidable martial prowess allowed Xuanning to strike Blood Soul again, inflicting injuries that rendered him unable to stand. Bind him. Xuanning commanded the guards who had already concluded their battles. Understood. Although the matter of the Blood Moon sect remained unaddressed, Xuanning refrained from executing them, particularly as he observed the camaraderie among the three who had not attempted to flee. He chose mercy for Blood Soul this time, but once they ceased to possess any utility, he would show no hesitation in delivering judgment. Xuanning once again joined the relentless pursuit of Blood Wolf and Blood Soul. Faced with the assault of 4 martial masters, Blood Wolf was swiftly incapacitated by a powerful kick from Yang Yin, ultimately falling into captivity. Similarly, Blood Soul was struck in the thigh by Xuanning, subsequently finding himself at the mercy of Lu Xinghua and Ma Xingjin, who held their swords poised threateningly at his neck. The trio was bound tightly with a special iron chain, one so formidable that even a martial sovereign would find it challenging to escape, let alone they themselves. This was a precautionary measure meticulously prepared by Xuanning specifically for their confinement. The 3 men glared fiercely at Xuanning, exclaiming, We never anticipated that we, as brothers, would fall into the hands of such a brash young lad. Truly unexpected. Xuanning cast a cold glance at the 3 individuals and spoke. From the moment you began your nefarious deeds in Luoxian City, you should have anticipated this day. Humph. Even if you manage to capture us, what of it? Zhou Tiansu is undoubtedly lost to us, and our leader will surely see to his demise. Take them to the prison. They must be closely guarded and compelled to reveal the location of the Blood Moon sect's headquarters. Yes. Qian Yuan soon returned, reporting to Xuanning, I must inform you, Young Master Xuanning, that the remaining members of the Blood Moon gang have been eradicated. However, what? Xuanning inquired. My subordinates failed in their duty, allowing Lu Chu and He Daibo to escape. Qian Yuan quickly knelt and responded. Those 2 have fled again. Xuanning furrowed his brow. The pair had previously abducted several women and returned to the outskirts of the Blood Moon gang, but to his dismay, they had managed to evade capture once more. The duo was quite familiar with Luoxian City, making their apprehension a daunting task. Xuanning promptly stated, Well, this is not your fault. Now, tidy up this place. Yes. Thank you, young master. Qian Yuan expressed his gratitude without delay. Thus, Qian Yuan stayed behind to manage the battlefield, while Xuanning personally escorted the 3 members of the Blood Wolf to the dungeons of the city's magistracy, along with dozens of surrendering members of the Blood Moon gang. Xuanning ordered an immediate overnight hearing for these individuals, asserting that no expense would be spared in extracting the information they possessed. Xuanning approached the array of torture devices within the confines of the prison, observing with great satisfaction the myriad of attribute points scattered upon the ground. He collected them all, strength increased by 0. 4. Defense augmented by 2, defense enhanced by 0. 8. Vitality boosted by 50, and vitality further increased by 60. A significant number of life and defense attributes had been dropped here, yet no cultivation points were to be found. After all, this was a place of punishment, and Xuanning was unconcerned. He ordered the immediate commencement of rigorous interrogation. Although he harbored a distaste for the use of torture, the nature of the individuals at hand warranted such measures. These wrongdoers had committed numerous heinous acts, and it was uncertain how many innocent lives they had taken, perhaps even contributing to the tragic fate of countless souls in Yushan town. Thus, severe interrogation was deemed the most fitting approach to address such guests. Xuanning did not depart. He turned to Lu Shun beside him and declared, Do not pause for even a moment. We must extract every ounce of information they possess. I shall remain in the yamen tonight. Indeed. It is splendid that young Master Xuanning is residing here. I shall immediately arrange for a room to be prepared for you. Lu Shun replied with great enthusiasm. We shall also stay here to safeguard young Master Xuanning, Yang Yin promptly added. Yes, I shall make the arrangements at once, Lu Shun said, bustling off to fulfill the task. Xuanning was assigned to her quarters by Lu Shun, but soon there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found a young girl standing anxiously outside, her demeanor fraught with urgency. The girl's appearance was passable, yet she did not belong to the same echelon as Zhou Yueying and her companions. Even Xiachan and her peers paled in comparison. Xuanning furrowed his brow and inquired, Who are you? The young lady is Lu Jiao, the daughter of Lu Shun. My father has instructed me to serve young Master Xuanning. Upon seeing Xuanning, Lu Jiao was taken aback, for she had not anticipated that he would be so remarkably handsome. Initially, she had harbored dissatisfaction towards her father's decision, yet in that moment, a sense of delight began to blossom within her. Upon hearing this, Xuanning felt an increased sense of disdain towards Lu Shun. It was truly ironic that, as a father, he would send his own daughter to share a bed with another. No need for that. You may return to your rest, Xuanning replied coolly, promptly shutting the door. Young Master Xian. Lu Jiao observed Xuanning's unwavering refusal and could only depart in resignation. After a night of rigorous training, Lu Shun insisted that Lu Jiao personally deliver breakfast to Xuanning the following morning. Xuanning did not decline the offer. Once he had finished his meal, he immediately made his way to the dungeon, where he found Zhan Hong already present. Noticing Zhan Hong's slightly reddened eyes and weary countenance, Xuanning inquired, Have you been interrogating all night? Indeed, Zhan Hong replied. Aside from the Blood Wolf trio, everyone else has confessed. However, they are merely low-level minions with limited knowledge, many of whom were only peripheral members, so we have not uncovered any particularly valuable information. Despite his exhaustion, Zhan Hong recounted the details of the night's interrogations to Xuanning. Xuanning nodded slightly, accepting the interrogation materials from Zhan Hong's hands, and then remarked, The three individuals are quite resilient, are they not? Fear not, for I possess 10 forms of exquisite torture, 29 methods of suffering worse than death, and a staggering 99 brutal penalties that render survival impossible and death unattainable. Surely, one of these will suit their needs. As he spoke, a peculiar smile crept upon Xuanning's lips, causing those around him to shudder in dread, their bodies trembling as they cast fearful glances in his direction. Xuanning leaned closer to Zhan Hong's ear and instructed, Please prepare these items for me. Zhan Hong, puzzled, inquired, What do you need these for? You will find out shortly. Now, go forth, young man, and witness how I interrogate the culprits, Xuanning replied with a smile. Understood, Zhan Hong responded, albeit still bewildered. Before proceeding to gather the necessary items, upon arriving at the location where the Blood Wolf trio was detained, he observed the constables mercilessly lashing the three with a whip. Despite their evident suffering, the trio remained unyielding. Young Master Xuanning, the constables greeted as they acknowledged his presence. Xuanning nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at the ground before him, satisfaction evident as he observed the numerous attribute points that had fallen. Even if he chose not to eliminate these individuals, retaining them would still prove somewhat advantageous. Young Master Xuanning, these individuals have yet to utter a single word, remarked the constables. Xuanning, go ahead and kill us. We shall never betray the master, Blood Wolf retorted defiantly. Xuanning stepped forward and gathered all the attribute points scattered on the ground. Defense increased by 2. Health points augmented by 50, defense increased by 1, health points enhanced by 29, constitution increased by 1. There is no need to rush. There are far worse fates in this world than death, which you shall soon experience. Xuanning gazed at his adversary and broke into a sinister smile. He. Young Master Xuanning, everything you requested has been prepared. After a considerable time, Zhan Hong arrived and presented the items to Xuanning. Xuanning smiled contentedly, then placed the items upon the table. The Blood Wolf trio gazed at the objects with perplexity, utterly unaware of Xuanning's intentions. I, Xuanning, have devised 10 exquisite tortures, 29 forms of torment far worse than death, as well as 99 severe penalties from which one cannot seek life nor escape death, complemented by 108 minor punishments. Now, let us commence with the first of the minor tortures. Xuanning retrieved a whip and immersed it in boiling water, subsequently adding salt and various powders into the mixture. He then produced a dagger and addressed the Blood Wolf and his companions, saying, Do not be hasty. Take your time. I hope you can endure a little longer. Though the trio was perplexed by Xuanning's intentions, they resolutely proclaimed, Whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, feel free to unleash them. Very well, Xuanning replied, and without hesitation. He inflicted a series of 12 cuts upon the body of one of them with the dagger, followed by a generous sprinkling of salt. Ah! The victim cried out as Xuanning then poured warm water over the wounds, allowing the salt to dissolve and seep into their flesh, which elicited even louder screams from the blood wolf. Upon hearing his anguished cries, Blood Soul and Blood Spirit furiously retorted, Xuanning, if you possess the courage, release us both and engage in a true battle between men. Xuanning cast a scornful glance at the two of them and then remarked, were you to be of my age, I wonder if you would still possess the audacity to utter such words. The two were rendered speechless. At merely 16 years of age, Xuanning had already attained the level of a martial master, while they, at the same age, were merely at the stage of martial apprentices. How could they possibly muster the courage to issue such a challenge? Have the capability to kill us, then? Resorting to such methods to torment us, what kind of hero does that make you? Blood Soul exclaimed furiously, hurling insults. Xuanning, utterly indifferent, spoke with a disdainful demeanor. When have I ever claimed to be a hero? I am merely an individual who will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Are you not also of the same ilk? The two individuals were infuriated by Xuanning's words, realizing that despite his youth, they were utterly powerless against him. And a sense of dread enveloped them. Age may not be a concern, but a young person with a mature, ruthless disposition, who is resolute and unfazed by the trifles of others, is truly terrifying. Xuanning embodied such a persona, instilling fear in them, though they were reluctant to admit it. Xuanning was indeed a person destined for greatness. Not only were the blood wolves intimidated by him, but even Xuanning, after hearing Xuanning's response, regarded him with a hint of trepidation. Offending anyone was one thing, but crossing someone like Xuanning was an entirely different matter. Rest assured, I possess countless methods to ensure that each of you will experience them in turn. At this juncture, Xuanning recalled their heinous deeds, his anger boiling over. Have you ever contemplated the day when you slaughtered the innocent citizens of Yinshan Town? Those blameless souls, each perishing beneath your blades, were mere villagers, utterly defenseless. Yet, you disregarded their pleas for mercy, laughing heartily in your madness. You even spared not the newborns. You are nothing short of inhuman. Can I, Xuanning, be any more ruthless than you? You are a pack of beasts, wretched scoundrels, worse than pigs and dogs. If you were to perish so easily, how could the innocent souls find peace? 3,000 lives. How could you bring yourselves to extinguish them? As Xuanning's words grew increasingly fervent, so too did the flames of fury within his heart. Even Xuanning, standing behind him, felt an overwhelming anger towards the trio upon hearing Xuanning's impassioned outburst. Although Xuanning and his companions had learned of these atrocities the previous day, they were once again ignited by Xuanning's wrath, their eyes blazing with blood-red fury, wishing fervently to exact vengeance upon these scoundrels. They admired Xuanning's methods, finding them exquisitely executed. This was merely one instance of the heinous acts committed by the trio. Through the mouths of the ordinary members of the Blood Wolf gang, Xuanning unearthed a plethora of their malevolent deeds. 3 years prior, in a village, the trio, accompanied by over a dozen henchmen, not only slaughtered their prey but also, before the horrified gaze of the hunter, tortured his wife to death in a gruesome spectacle. 2.5 years ago, a merchant caravan passed through, and over 30 individuals were mercilessly dismembered, left to bleed to death in a brutal display. The incident at Su Family Village, involving the arson that claimed hundreds of lives, left dozens with indelible scars and burns. Furthermore, the litany of their misdeeds over the past year and more revealed a tapestry of unspeakable evil, a litany of transgressions for which execution tenfold would still be insufficient. Upon hearing these accounts, the trio exhibited no signs of remorse. Perhaps they had long since forgotten the multitude of their own atrocities. Flatten him, Xuanning commanded, initiating the process of punishment for such individuals, extending no courtesy. What do you intend to do? Blood Soul glared at Xuanning. You'll find out soon enough. Xuanning placed a sheet of paper on Blood Soul's face and poured a ladle of water upon it. Blood Soul soon began to writhe in agony, experiencing the suffocating torment that one can only understand when they endure it themselves. This was merely the beginning. Xuanning meticulously applied various forms of punishment he had observed in dramas, all while ensuring that the other members of the Snow Wolf gang witnessed the torment. Time passed, and eventually, Blood Soul could no longer endure, weakly uttering, I'll talk. How dare you betray our lord? Roared the Snow Wolf. Blood Soul retorted angrily. Betrayal? I can't take this any longer. I just want a quick end to this. Death is the ultimate release. I care not for the lord or anything else. Take him to another location for interrogation, and ensure that all his confessions are meticulously documented, Xuanning instructed his assistant. As for Xuanning, Xuanning had already permitted him to return and rest. The assistant promptly escorted Blood Soul to a different area for further questioning. Xuanning cast a glance at Blood Soul and declared, "It is your turn." I spoke, uttering not a single word. Blood Soul had long since relinquished its former defiance and hastily began to speak. "How dare you betray the master?" Snow Wolf roared. "Blood Spirit speaks the truth. Since death is inevitable, it is better to embrace it swiftly. After all, I never intended to leave this place alive." Blood Soul quickly replied. Xuanning instructed to bring down Blood Soul, separating them for interrogation to prevent discrepancies in their testimonies. "It's your turn," Xuanning remarked with a smile. Fully aware that Blood Wolf would not confess easily. However, this posed no concern for him, as he possessed numerous methods to extract the truth, approaching each one methodically. After the application of various torturous techniques, Blood Wolf began to yield after an hour, truly frightened by Xuanning's ruthless methods. Although many of the tortures were not lethal, they were exceedingly excruciating. Ultimately, all three began to divulge information regarding the Blood Moon sect. In doing so, they revealed every detail they were privy to. Upon hearing this, Xuanning was filled with indignation. It turned out that the Blood Moon sect had committed such heinous acts. The sect consisted of one leader and 3 great protectors, with Blood Wolf being merely one of the protectors, dispatched to Luoxian City to abduct young maidens as sacrifices for the Blood Moon sect's leader. As Xuanning had surmised, the leader of the Blood Moon sect could derive a source of power by sacrificing virginal girls, a power that was profoundly malevolent and abhorred by heaven and earth. The specifics of this power were not entirely clear to Blood Wolf. The massacre in Yushan town involved the entire Blood Moon sect, orchestrated to lure Zhou Tiansu out of the city, thereby facilitating his operations in Luoxian City. However, despite their meticulous planning, they had not anticipated that Xuanning would not only thwart their schemes but also capture them all, uprooting them completely. Blood Wolf also revealed that their leader intended to commence the sacrificial rites on the night of this month's full moon, requiring no fewer than 1,000 young maidens as offerings. 1,000 maidens. Xuanning was taken aback by this figure. Truly, the Blood Moon sect was devoid of conscience. This represented 1,000 innocent young girls in the bloom of their youth. Xuanning resolutely refused to allow his adversaries to succeed. However, he was acutely aware that, with his current strength, he was utterly incapable of thwarting them. Yet, he was no fool. He possessed the capacity for strategic thinking and ingenuity. Aside from this matter, Blood Wolf divulged the whereabouts of the Blood Moon sect's headquarters, as well as the locations of 2 other guardians and their routes of operation. According to Blood Wolf, the Blood Moon sect resided in a place known as Skull Mountain. Moreover, in addition to the 3 guardians, there existed a multitude of formidable individuals surrounding Blood Moon, the true extent of whose powers remained unknown even to the guardians themselves. These individuals constituted Blood Moon's genuine confidants, while the guardians were merely errand runners. Skull Mountain. Upon hearing the name of this mountain, Xuanning felt a twinge of surprise. He had indeed heard of this locale. It was said to be steeped in malevolent energy, and those who became lost within its confines would never find their way out. Countless individuals had aspired to venture inside, yet none had ever emerged unscathed. Following Blood Wolf's revelations, Zhou Yin came to understand that the Blood Moon sect had strategically utilized the unique topography of the area, along with the persistent thick fog, to remain concealed. Those who had previously dared to enter were, in fact, eliminated by them, who then spread negative tales about the place, thus deterring anyone from approaching. As for the other 2 guardians, they were revealed to be the most notorious bandit leaders in Falling Immortal City, infamous for their ruthless pillaging. Despite being pursued relentlessly by Zhou Tiansu, they had evaded capture time and again, making them exceedingly difficult to trace. It turned out they were shielded by the formidable presence of the Blood Moon sect, retreating into Skull Mountain whenever they were besieged, only to resurface and continue their nefarious activities once the coast was clear. Each time they plundered wealth, they would surrender it to the Blood Moon sect, which allowed the sect to grow in number. Many within the sect had been enhanced by the leader's secret arts, venerating him as a deity. The Blood Wolf trio had ascended to the rank of martial masters, becoming one of the guardians, solely by virtue of the Blood Moon sect leader's secret methods. Blood Wolf subsequently provided detailed information regarding the specific locations of the 2 guardians, their active regions, and their forthcoming plans to target the nearby villages. Xuanning meticulously marked all of this on the map, finding it exceedingly useful. Subsequently, he learned of their plans concerning Zhou Tiansu. and a frown creased his brow as he pondered whether Zhou Tiansu had remained unharmed after all these days. After conveying all this, Blood Wolf directly stated, "I have said all I needed to say. Grant me a swift end. Rest assured, you are destined to perish." Xuanning would indeed bring about his demise. But not at this moment. He still had to gather renown. How could he simply execute them like this? That would render their deaths devoid of significance. Xuanning instructed the guards to vigilantly watch over the Blood Wolf trio, ensuring that escape was utterly impossible. He decisively severed their tendons in both hands and feet, extinguishing any thought of flight. It was not that Xuanning was excessively cruel. Rather, these individuals were utterly unredeemable, having committed countless heinous acts. Xuanning would never show mercy to his enemies, especially to those who are so heinously wicked. After Xuanning compared the testimonies of the three individuals, he discovered that their accounts were largely consistent, with no significant discrepancies. He promptly returned to the city lord's mansion with his companions. "Xuanning, are you all right?" Zhou Yuyao, who had just learned of Baiji's directive for Xuanning to handle the recent significant events in the city, was deeply concerned. Upon seeing that Xuanning was unharmed, she finally felt a sense of relief. "Rest assured, I am fine for now. However, I cannot say the same for my adoptive father." Xuanning sighed as he spoke. "What? Father's in danger?" Zhou Yuyao exclaimed, her anxiety immediately escalating. Upon hearing this, Xiachan and Dong Shui also became quite alarmed and hastily reassured Zhou Yuyao, saying, "Miss, please do not fret. Xuanning will undoubtedly find a solution." Xuanning hastily declared, "I must venture out to rescue my adoptive father, but before I depart, I need to meet with my adoptive mother. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly save him. You need not worry." According to Blood Wolf, the leader of the Blood Moon sect, known as Blood Moon, had located an individual once pursued by Zhou Tiansu, a person named Gu Lu, reputed to possess strength comparable to that of Zhou Tiansu. Furthermore, this individual had devised a cunning trap with the intention of ending Zhou Tiansu's life. With an adversary so meticulously prepared, Zhou Tiansu would indeed find himself in peril. However, equipped with a considerable entourage, it would not be an easy feat to bring about his demise. According to the original scheme, once Zhou Tiansu perished, Blood Moon would seamlessly execute the sacrificial ritual, enabling him to attain mastery in his martial arts and ascend to the realm of martial sovereign. At that juncture, the Blood Moon sect would proceed without hesitation to transform all the young maidens in the villages surrounding Luoxian City into offerings for their dark rituals. Moreover, the sect would seize control of the entire Luoxian City, converting all its young women into sacrificial lambs. Should Blood Moon succeed, it could plunge the entire Luoxian City into chaos, potentially resulting in a massacre by the sect's members. By the time the Liuli dynasty realized the gravity of the situation, it might already be too late. Blood Moon was indeed capable of such heinous acts. Consequently, Xuanning felt compelled to consult with Baiji, urging him to notify the Liuli dynasty and request skilled warriors to assist, ideally calling upon the 5 great sects to eradicate the Blood Moon sect. Zhou Yuyao, recognizing the severity of the situation, refrained from hindering Xuanning and promptly accompanied him to Baiji's residence. Upon meeting Baiji, Xuanning recounted his rescue of the young maidens and divulged the dire circumstances surrounding the Blood Moon sect. Hearing about Xuanning's successful intervention in Luoxian City brought Baiji some solace. However, upon learning about the imminent danger posed to Zhou Tiansu and the malevolent plans of the Blood Moon sect, she grew increasingly anxious. Realizing the magnitude of the situation was beyond her capacity to manage. What can be done? The city lord must not come to harm. If he does, the entire Luoxian City will suffer gravely. Baiji, upon hearing this, was equally distressed, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Xuanning promptly stated that the urgent matter at hand was to seek the assistance of the Liuli dynasty, hoping that they would dispatch skilled experts to Luoxian City to eradicate the Blood Moon sect. Alternatively, they could directly reach out to the 5 great sects. Every year, numerous disciples from these sects venture forth to hone their skills and combat malevolent forces. I believe that once they are apprised of this situation, they would undoubtedly take action. Upon hearing this, Baiji was struck with inspiration and quickly remarked that while notifying the Liuli dynasty was indeed an option, time was of the essence, and the round trip would be slow. It would be more efficient to directly inform the members of the 5 great sects. Each city lord has the ability to contact the disciples of these sects directly. In the event that the city faces an overwhelming threat that even the city lord cannot withstand, they are able to notify the sects immediately. The disciples of the 5 great sects would then regard this as an opportunity for practice, sending their students to address the issue. This embodies the very purpose of their existence, as they have established their sects within the territory of the Liuli dynasty and are obligated to assist in overcoming various challenges. The 5 great sects, reliant on the Liuli dynasty for their establishment, also seek to recruit exceptional disciples nationwide. Likewise, whenever any city falls into crisis or encounters insurmountable issues, the 5 great sects are equally required to dispatch disciples for resolution. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, one that has been maintained between the 5 great sects and the Liuli dynasty. Naturally, should the disciples of the 5 great sects prove inadequate, they would then inform the Liuli dynasty to collaborate with the sect's experts in addressing the matter. Quickly contact my elder brother. He is at the Langya sacred ground, and given his standing, the people there will surely send assistance at the earliest opportunity, Zhu Yuyao urged. Yes, I will contact him right away. Follow me, Bai Ji replied, hastily leading the two into the room where Zhou Tiance was located. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ji would not have brought anyone along. But given the pressing circumstances, she could hardly afford to be concerned about such matters. Were it not for Xuanning's intervention, she might not even have been aware of the gravity of the situation. The means to contact the 5 great sects were not something to be carelessly left unattended. They were securely stored in a safe location. Upon entering the room, Bai Shi approached a wooden table adorned with exquisite ornaments and twisted one of the ornate vases. This action revealed a hidden mechanism, and a secret chamber appeared before them. Upon entering, they discovered a trove of precious treasures, with a mirror-like object at the center emanating a peculiar energy. Bai Shi retrieved a box from a concealed spot, and, upon opening it, a soft, milky light radiated from within. These are spirit stones, Xuanning exclaimed in astonishment. Spirit stones enhance a martial artist's ability to absorb spiritual energy and are exceedingly valuable. Even a low-grade spirit stone commands a price of 10,000 gold coins. Observing the box filled with spirit stones, it was evident that there were at least several dozen within. Xuanning beheld the spiritual stone for the first time, sensing the untainted energy it emanated. If one were to cultivate using such a treasure, it would undoubtedly accelerate his progress significantly. Bai Shi retrieved a spiritual stone and placed it within the mirror. Upon absorbing the stone's spiritual essence, the mirror radiated a brilliant glow. Subsequently, Xuanning and the others beheld a figure within, who inquired, "At what time do you summon us?" Bai Ji promptly responded, "I am Bai Ji, the lady of the Lord's manor in falling immortal city. We are in urgent need of assistance from the 5 great sects, and I hope the esteemed immortals can save our Lord and rescue falling immortal city." "Ah, it is the lady of the city Lord. Fear not, for we, as cultivators, are duty-bound to protect the people. Might you elaborate on the matter from the beginning? Only by understanding the full scope can we report to our elders and dispatch aid promptly," spoke the representatives of the 5 great sects, eager to clarify every detail of the situation. They would allocate different disciples based on the gravity of the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji quickly replied, "My adopted son has conducted the investigation. Let him explain the matter to you esteemed immortals." "Very well," nodded the representatives of the 5 great sections. Xuanning approached the mirror and began to elucidate the information he had obtained from the Blood Moon sect. He spoke with clarity, allowing the members of the 5 great sects to swiftly comprehend the unfolding events. Upon hearing Xuanning's words, the leaders of the 5 sects were taken aback. They had not anticipated the gravity of the situation, and each furrowed their brows in concern. "You speak of the sacrifice of young maidens, and the number is at least 1,000, occurring on this night of the full moon?" A female elder from the Xuanning Hall, upon receiving this news, wore a grim expression, as if she had recalled a disturbing memory. "Indeed, the matter is of such magnitude that I would not dare to deceive you. This is all I know," Xuanning hastily replied. The members of the 5 great sects turned their gazes toward the elder from Xuanning Hall. Curiosity etched upon their faces as they anticipated her insight. "My friends, this situation is indeed troublesome. Perhaps the campaign against the blood demon from centuries past has not yet reached its conclusion. If this matter is not handled with care, we may face untold suffering once again." The elder of the Xuanning Hall, having confirmed a significant matter, promptly addressed the representatives of the other 4 celestial sections. "What? Is this not the sacrificial method left behind by the blood demon?" Upon hearing this, the other 4 elders were astounded, their expressions darkening considerably. If this were indeed the case, it would be a grave concern. Hundreds of years prior, the 5 great celestial sects, in collaboration with the foremost powers of the Liuli dynasty, eradicated a heinous blood demon that had harnessed the sacrificial method to elevate its prowess to a terrifying degree in a remarkably short time. At that time, all the forces of the 5 celestial sects in the Liuli dynasty were mobilized, resulting in the loss of over 100 lives before they finally succeeded in obliterating it completely. It is shocking to discover that remnants of the blood demon's sacrificial method still linger within the Liuli dynasty after all these centuries. It is likely only a vestige of the sacrificial technique, if it were the true blood demon art. The blood of both men and beasts could serve as a source of power for it, even if it is not the sacrificial method of the blood demon. Such malevolent tactics must be eradicated entirely. We cannot allow the tragedies of centuries past to repeat themselves. The female elder of the Xuanning Hall pondered for a moment before reaching a decision. Upon hearing her words, the elders from the other sects nodded in agreement. Such a tragedy must not be allowed to repeat itself. It is only fitting, so let us promptly report this to the esteemed elders. After a brief discussion, the 5 made their resolution and addressed Xuanning. We will handle this matter. You must refrain from intervening, as it is beyond your capacity to resolve. The esteemed immortals must hasten to our aid. My lord of the city remains in peril, I implore you. Baiji urgently beseeched. The immortals from the Langia sacred ground, evidently aware that the chief disciple of the Grand Elder is the son of the Lord of Luoxian City, swiftly replied, Rest assured. We at Langia sacred ground will dispatch capable disciples to Luoxian City without delay. I am most grateful to you all. Baiji expressed her thanks promptly. The brilliance of the mirror had completely faded, leaving no trace behind. After hearing this, Baiji turned to Xuanning and said, Xuanning, you must not go out. These matters are beyond your handling. Although my adoptive mother also yearns to rescue the lord of the city, as you have heard, it is exceedingly dangerous. At this moment, Baiji's concern for Xuanning's safety revealed her character, suggesting that she was not the malevolent woman painted by others. It seems that Zhou Yuyo's mother was not the one responsible for the lord's demise. Xuanning was acutely aware of the peril that lay beyond. Yet he understood that if he refrained from venturing out, Zhou Tianzi would undoubtedly be in even greater jeopardy. I must embark on this journey, otherwise, my adoptive father will face even graver risks. However, this time, I must enlist the aid of more skilled individuals. I believe none of you would wish to witness any misfortune befall my adoptive father. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanning resolutely spoke.